The dilapidated and bizarre clay sculpture before you is actually your external incarnation that you crossed over to this place. Originally, you were supposed to remain silent due to your lack of cultivation talent, but the offerings from the people completely activated you. At this moment, a dilapidated temple was crowded with people. Little Taoist, you have finally returned. You nodded to the crowd. This is already the second year you have been distributing food, all to attract them to kneel and worship your statue. However, unlike before, today there were two unexpected guests who actually stayed until evening. It wasn't until the blood moon quietly rose in the sky that they reacted with fear, realizing that the nights in this world were exceptionally terrifying. Encountering something strange in the wilderness would mean certain death. Just then, a sudden sound of festive gongs and drums echoed from afar. What's going on? It's already night. Why is there still the sound of gongs and drums? The sudden commotion caught Zhao Meng's attention, and he slightly leaned out to look outside, only to see a bright red 8-bear sedan chair. Upon closer inspection, his already pale face instantly lost all color. Paper figures. In fright, Zhao Meng caught sight of your statue from the corner of his eye and hurriedly rushed into the main hall, kneeling down and bowing his head to your statue. Without his obstruction, Li Qing was finally able to see the situation in the distance clearly. As the cold mist swept over the bluestone path, a scarlet sedan chair emitted a cracking sound like bamboo splintering, and it was being carried by 8 grinning white paper figures. At the front was a paper matchmaker with red lipstick smeared at the corners of her mouth, and in her hand was half a palm that was indistinguishable as either human or beast. That was not lipstick, but clearly blood. At this moment, you were also looking at the paper figures with some surprise, feeling even more than Li Qing. There were sounds of a woman weeping from within the scarlet sedan chair, and there was also a floating aura of a person above it. This was the fortune-telling technique you gained upon awakening your divine path, allowing you to see a bit of a person's fortune, but not the whole picture. Its most common use was simply to discern where there were more people. However, it stands to reason that the fortune-telling technique should not be limited to this, so you speculate that this might be due to not being fully awakened, and perhaps a transformation will come once the incense reaches 100. The paper figures delivering the bride, and being sent by something strange to pick her up. This woman must be extraordinary. How simple could the strange things that could do such a thing be? However, you are not a saint. In the absence of any spare energy, you can only choose to remain silent. Stop worshipping. After a moment of fear, Li Qing leaned against the door and said weakly, "The deities here are fake." The scar-faced strong man paused, then immediately expressed doubt. On what basis do you say he is a fake deity? Do you really think he is a deity? The so-called deities are just strange beings. They do protect the human race, but that comes at a cost. This statue of a deity is merely superficial. We have eaten so much food without paying any price. How could it be a deity? Clearly, in Li Qing's mind, deities and the strange were merely two sides of the same coin. So it seems we are going to die here. Zhao Meng, after hearing this, also felt despair. Even if we die, we should die a more heroic death. As he spoke, a flame rose from Li Qing's body. It's on fire. You were very surprised. What kind of technique is this? But you quickly realized that the flame was illusory, like some kind of magical power, yet it seemed rooted in the human body, carrying a unique sharpness, just like the sun. Unfortunately, you have never traveled far, and the old Taoist who adopted you rarely talked about his youth, so although you learned a bit of Taoism from him, your experience is simply not enough. However, you are not concerned about the fear of the two. Since you crossed over, you have lived in the temple without any strange disturbances, and you suspect it should be the old Taoist who used some kind of technique. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of gongs and drums gradually faded away. Li Qing looked suspiciously at your statue. Could it really be a divine spirit? And just as he relaxed for a moment, a wrinkled paper figure was staring at him, and the face of the paper figure was his own. In shock, the flames on Li Qing suddenly surged. The flames brightened several times in an instant, and the extending flames fell on the paper figure, instantly turning it into a pile of ashes. This scene left Zhao Meng dumbfounded. He had never imagined that this childhood friend, whom he hadn't seen in years, would possess such abilities. Although it was just a paper figure, it was still eerie, and ordinary people would only meet a dead end when encountering the supernatural. Qingzi, well done. He instantly felt invigorated. With a brother who had such abilities, what was there to fear from the supernatural? However, Li Qing's face showed no signs of joy. On the contrary, his fear seemed to grow stronger. Zhao Meng was puzzled. Clearly, the supernatural had been dealt with, so why did he still look as if he were terrified to death? But as he approached Li Qing, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The paper figures that had just been leaving all turned around in unison, and the originally stiff features of the paper figures slowly morphed into his own likeness. The paper figures are back. He was so scared that he kept retreating, and the expression on your face was also very grim. Logically, the supernatural should not actively enter near the temple. But today was different. The flames on Li Qing had a strong exorcism effect, but conversely, the flames on him were also the only light in the darkness. The temple blocked most of the brilliance, leaving only a faint glow like fireflies. The paper figure from earlier was just a test. If Li Qing could remain calm, the paper figure would naturally leave without finding its source. However, unfortunately, he took action. Although the flames that had just risen injured the paper figure, they also attracted the attention of other paper figures. The remaining matchmaker and 7 bearers have already set their sights on this temple. The methods left by the old Taoist are no longer effective. Don't come over. Zhao Mang was scared out of his wits. At this moment, the 7 bearers of the paper figures rushed over, leaving only the matchmaker paper figure guarding the scarlet sedan chair. Her face was also the only one that had not changed. From a distance, she looked like a real paper figure, but you could faintly feel the terrifying aura emanating from her. Not to mention the matchmaker, just the bearers rushing in unison were already chilling, and Zhao Mang was no longer capable of fighting. Li Qing barely gathered his spirit, as if he knew he wouldn't survive. He turned to you and said, "Little Taoist, I haven't done many good deeds, but I've committed quite a few evils, and today I deserve to die because of my actions. However, having eaten a full meal from you, I consider it a favor. I can see you are capable. Later, I will scatter those paper figures, and you should take the chance to escape. With me as the guardian, the strange things won't be able to see you." As he spoke, it seemed as if flames ignited around him, and he suddenly charged towards the paper figures. The guardian of the new year. Is this the source of his power? It seems that the current court is using the power of the guardian to resist the strange phenomena. It appears that Li Qing's identity is also not simple, but unfortunately, you are destined not to appreciate his good intentions. You and the statue are 2 sides of the same coin. If you die, the statue will naturally shatter. And similarly, if the statue is gone, you cannot survive either. The guardian may have a great attraction to the strange phenomena, but if you are not mistaken, the attraction of a newly born deity will only be greater. The other party has not yet seen through the clues of the temple. That paper doll can still hold its ground, but once the statue is exposed, there will be no room for maneuvering at all. At this moment, Li Qing burst out of the temple door and fought fiercely with the paper dolls. The flames surrounding him seemed to repel all evils, and in an instant, he turned 1 paper doll into ash. The remaining 6 paper dolls transformed into Li Qing's likeness, each one igniting similar flames. The difference is that Li Qing's flames are red, while theirs are cyan blue. Although the cyan blue flames are burning their bodies, the speed is very slow, and with every bit of brightness the flames on them gain, the flames on Li Qing dim a bit. Worse still, Li Qing looks fierce, but without the aid of flames, those seemingly powerful fists can't even hit the frame of the paper dolls. This scene makes your scalp tingle. Is this the method of fighting against the strange phenomena? It was nothing like the imagined punches landing. After just a simple encounter, Li Qing had already fallen into a disadvantage. You must know that these are just a few bearers. That matchmaker who seems unremarkable will only be more terrifying. Is there anyone outside? Please help me. This young woman is willing to work like an ox or horse in return. A woman's voice came from the scarlet sedan chair, while the matchmaker beside it pretended not to hear. You didn't move, you looked at Li Qing, and your heart sank to the bottom. If Li Qing dies, and if there are no accidents, the next to die will be you. You must find a way to break the deadlock. Your gaze turned to the woman in the sedan chair, and perhaps you would have to engage in a wedding robbery. Before leaving, you looked at the terrified Zhao Mang, who was nearly fainting. If you want to live, you might as well pray to the gods. Perhaps there is still a chance. After saying that, you rushed out of the temple door. The universe is profound, and all energies are rooted in it. The golden light spell. This is the technique for entering the Taoist sect. This is your first encounter with the bazaar, and the only thing you can rely on is this technique. As you cast the spell, you are enveloped in golden light and leap through the 6 paper bearers. Li Qing nodded slightly. At least you could survive one more. But just as he thought you were going to escape, he realized you were rushing towards that scarlet bridal sedan, and instinctively exclaimed, "What are you doing? Stealing the bride?" You said as you quickly drew the long sword from your waist and struck the matchmaker's body, splitting her in half. But he didn't wait for Lai Yuan to be happy, but he heard an extremely disgusting sound, as if someone was stirring his brain with a knife and fork. Jia jia jia. The matchmaker suddenly stretched out an extremely long tongue and bound Li Yuan with one hand. Then its face quickly transformed into Ri Yuan's appearance. First the mouth, then the nose, next the eyes. As the image was generated, Ri Yuan instantly felt a wave of weakness. Even the protective golden light flickered. Just the moment Ri Yuan saw himself, the matchmaker paper man suddenly froze. Ah! Immediately followed by a strange shriek. Her body suddenly trembled, and her features twisted as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. Ri Yuan didn't know what was happening to his opponent, but he quickly realized that this was excellent opportunity. A sword split the opponent's tongue, turned around and lifted the door curtain of the sedan chair. A woman clad in a red dowry with a red head appeared before him. Want to live? Think. So, do you have the courage to fight the devil? Chapter 4, Faith of a Young Girl. Demons? When she saw Lai Yuan's clear face, her eyes lit up under the cover. What's scarier than being married to a creep? Ever since she was chosen as the creepy wife, she's been in a deep state of fear. Escape, that was her first thought. But the loved ones around them are a completely different story. Ah Han, that's a god. It's your honor to serve a god, and it's also the honor of our family. Daughter, you mustn't think of escaping. The gods have left their mark on you. Little sister, even for the sake of our whole family, you must serve the gods well. Father, mother, and brother spoke with a wry, chilling smile. If that was all it was, she might have actually resigned herself to her fate. But after the devotees serving the creepy left his mark on her shoulder, she heard more truth in her ears. Being bizarrely chosen is no accident. That was the result of his older brother's operation, sacrificing himself to the bazaar in order to woo the daughter of a wealthy family and to level the playing field. She hates it. The betrayal from a loved one is biting. The marks on her back, along with the resentment, tormented her. The moment she saw Ri Yuan appear, it was as if she saw a light. And so it was that she agreed without the slightest hesitation. What do I need to do? Ri Yuan was taken aback. He was surprised that the woman was so decisive on the one hand, and shocked at the other's calmness on the other. Regular people would have been scared beyond belief if they had encountered such a thing. But the young girl's mind was so clear that she saw at a glance a few moments of what she had come for. Not bad for a weirdly picked woman. Ri Yuan directly picked up the young girl. So soft, smelling the fragrance of the young girl's body, he quickly suppressed the discriminatory thoughts in his mind. Just let the maiden enter the temple. Just as he was thinking about it, two paperman palms reached out to him from snap. The already unsupportable golden light spell dispersed into a roiling golden light. Both palms were just pressed against his back. Bare, as if drops of water fell into rolling oil. Lai Yuan only felt a stinging pain. How can that matchmaker paperman not lose? He turned around hastily, only to realize it was two paper figures carrying gongs and drums. That's it. The sound of banging and drumming was heard at the beginning. The actual paper people should be 11. Feeling the tingling on his body, his consciousness became dazed. Oh no, the weird power is starting to eat away at my body. If he didn't have his cultivation in place, he would have directly collapsed to the ground with that blow just now. He stiffened and set the young girl down. Next, run into the temple and pray to the idol. The young girl was totally confused. Can she live by asking God? But Li Yuan had absolutely no intention of explaining, as golden light surged from his body once again. While yelling, run, the moment he launched the young girl, he used the royal sword technique. With his mana, he could only use the imperial sword technique twice and the golden light incantation once at most. Any hope of flipping the game lies with the divine principle. I hope I didn't gamble wrong. Swordsmanship. The longsword flew out and cut through the night sky, piercing the gong paperman in front of him under its sharp edge. This sword was headed for the heart, but the gong paperman was not the least bit unusual. It's just paper people, pressed to do any harm. A large drummed paperman taps the large drum in front of him. Knock knock. As the demonic sound entered his ears, Lai Yuan only felt the sky spinning, and he almost couldn't even maintain the golden light mantra. The young girl who had just run a dozen or so meters only felt her mind shake, while the mark on her shoulder emitted a burning sensation. Bang! Under the double torture, the young girl fell straight to the ground. The red cover fell to the ground, revealing a clear but pale face. Looking at the temple, which was no more than 10 meters away, her eyes were filled with resignation. So close. At this time, Lai Yuan was a roar. Tall and thin man, use fire to extract the sword. It was only then that the tall and thin man noticed that a long sword had somehow appeared on the paperman in front of him. It turned out that with that sword, Lai Yuan had deliberately pierced through the gong paperman. He knew that neither the golden light spell nor the stronger imperial sword technique would be able to do any real damage to Creepy. The tall, thin man's flames, by contrast, were much more intimidating. Phew! The tall and thin man didn't hesitate as he nearly burned his life, attaching 80% of his flames to the long sword. Royal sword art. This time, the long sword was like fire, cutting through the night sky like a most brilliant meteor. Snort! The flying sword flew lightly, piercing through half of the sedan bearer's paper figures before turning around and slicing through the big drum paper figure. Phew! Several flames burned in the field at the same time. The bodies of those paper people quickly went up in flames. The pressure on the tall, thin man was reduced and the young girl struggled to get up. The mark on her shoulder was still hot, and she was even more bright red through and through. But to live, she wants everyone who has wronged her to die. For that, she must live. Dragging her heavy body, she crawled towards the temple. At the same time, the flying sword still had some strength left and turned around again, trying to pass through the gong paper man together. Bang! a long tongue suddenly wrapped around the flying sword. Jab! The flames instantly set that long tongue on fire, but the flying sword's accuracy was ultimately affected, and it brushed against the gaunt paperman. Matchmaker Paperman. Ryuan's face was unsightly, especially when he saw the matchmaker's paperman bite off his long burning tongue. He was even more disturbed. At that moment, the young girl, dragging her heavy body, walked into the temple. She ignored the scarred and burly man who was scared out of his wits and looked out at the idol in front of her. Solemnity. Sacred. Is this the deity that will save you? She subconsciously dropped to her knees. If it's God, then save yourself. She knocked down heavily. Knock knock. The gong sounded, and Lai Yuan had a splitting headache, especially when he saw the matchmaker's paper figure coming towards him. He was close to despair. Incense +2. There was so little of it that the expected large amount of incense seemed to be non-existent. His current mana was nearly depleted, and even maintaining the existing golden light spell was exceptionally difficult. Not to mention the Imperial Sword technique almost drained the entire body. If he was unable to activate the divine path, then he would really be planted here. Creepy. I can't believe it's so scary. This is still only a small trick. If it is the big trick behind it, I am afraid that he will not be able to resist if it appears. But why? It was hard to believe that all his previous guesses were wrong, and that the young girl was not special. Unless, thinking of that one and only possibility, he turned and roared, "If your heart is not sincere, then the deity will not work. That's an omnipotent deity. Your heart, not sincere enough." Hearing this, the young girl was struck by lightning. Is she just trying to survive? No. What she was praying for in her heart was, in actuality, revenge. She grinned an incredibly exaggerated smile at the thought. The scarred burly man on the side shrank into a ball of fear, and the pretty-faced young girl's smile was converging to her chin, which made her whole face become incredibly weird. At least 5 points of the paper man's divine charm. Gods, bless me. This time, she was incredibly devout. Knock. With a soft sound of kowtowing, a brilliant golden light suddenly rose from the idol and shot up into the sky. Incense +18. The path of God's way opens. Chapter 5. The Way of the Gods. Divine Art. What kind of being is a deity? Since the day of Ryuan's awakening, there had not been a single day that he had forgotten to think about this matter. Is it a higher dimensional perspective that is outside of 3 dimensions? Or is it an out-of-square view of the pieces looking across the board? It was only when his consciousness, when he truly entered the main idol, that he realized that there was both that feeling of a higher dimensional perspective and the satisfaction of having everything under control. He is the idol, but not quite. The whole world, when it fell into his eyes, was a strange divine splendor. Among them, there were several reddish colors that were particularly dazzling. Each of these takes up a great deal of weight. Perhaps each glow represents a trick, or a powerful force? It's kind of like looking into the air, but not purely looking into the air. But these were too far away from him, and he put all his spirit into the idol. A vast power flowed through his body while he awakened something called divine art. Everything seems to be less than intuitive though, as if sensing Ryuan's thoughts. Everything was shown to him by way of data. Deity, Hao, Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 109. Divine Arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Call of the Wind, 20/times. God's Domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Very concise. So simple that Yuan even felt a little sketchy. From it, though, he got a few important points. Deities have levels, and as the number of incense rises, the level of the deity rises, as well as having more and more powerful abilities. In other words, the power of the deity is the incense, and the incense comes from the devotees. The manifestation of divine power is manifested through divine magic, except for the domain of God, which was passive. All the others were divine arts used actively. Celestial Thunderbolt and Call of Cthulhu are well understood, one attacking and the other assisting. As for gifts, they seem to bestow unique abilities on believers. The specifics he hadn't figured out yet. Looking at it that way, isn't the number of divine spells too low? Oops. Yuan then remembered that he was still in a life and death crisis. As soon as he turned around, he saw the matchmaker's paper figure coming towards him. The matchmaking paper cut shifted, and she suddenly felt a peculiar smell for once more on the human in front of her. It made her instinctively feel fearful, but what was left of her spirit could not allow her to make the judgment to kill the living to populate herself. It was bizarrely instinctive. Yuan then realized that it seemed like a long time had just passed, but in reality, I'm afraid only a breath had passed. Is that the speed at which the gods think? Now he had a very peculiar feeling. At this time he was clearly in the midst of a human body, but he could feel the divine image all the same. It is as if there are 2 consciousnesses at the same time, one in the form of a human being and the other in the form of God. What was even more marvelous was that the injuries he had just suffered from the bizarre infestation seemed to have been dispelled by the divine power as well. Even the spells had recovered quite a bit along with it. Watching the two paper people coming towards him, Lai Yuan smiled gently, turning defenselessly in the direction of the temple, and cupped his hand in a spell of ritualizing the gods from the Taoist canon, invite Hao Shen. As soon as the words fell, the golden light above the temple instantly dispersed. Boom! A thunderbolt pierced the night sky, and then slammed down on the matchmaker paperman with precision. She didn't even last a breath, and instantly went up in smoke. The shocking scene made the tall thin man horrified. What kind of weird deity is this? That thunderous light very much challenged his perception. It was especially puzzling because of the masculine and volatile meaning contained in it. As far as I can remember, the weirdly transformed deities were as loud as they were powerful, but every time they carried an evil aura that was hard to hide. The weaker the deity, the more so. But what's with this Hao Shen? He was strong, but not that strong. But again, it didn't match his previous knowledge. Mystery. Extremely mysterious. After tasting the sweetness of the divine arts, Ri Yuan was happy to see the hunt. Another heavenly thunderbolt wiped out the gong paperman. The tall, thin man watched the scene with emotion. The gods! Without this deity, one would have died here. We'll have to burn some more incense later. But after waiting for a long time, he did not wait for the third heavenly thunder. Instead, the three remaining paper figures seemed to be emptying him out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a longsword flew in with a distinctive hint of golden light on it. It was the glow of divine power attached. In 3 tries, he cleaned up the rest of the paper people. The young girl Ling Han's eyes were full of color. The vastness of thunder is the power to purify all that is unsettling. Is that the greatness of the gods? Spirit Sama. Bravo! She did not hide her inner fervor at all, turning her head to look at the idol behind her as if she wanted to eat it whole. Lai Yuan dashingly retrieved his long sword and walked towards the temple without looking back. No one saw the flesh pain on his face. Pain. It hurts too much. Just a cool 2 shots cost 20 points of incense. In normal times, it would take at least half a year to save up, and at least a dozen can of silver. Swell. Still bloated. Fortunately, after awakening to the divine way, all of his mana was tainted with a trace of divine power. Dowsing, which normally has little effect on shenanigans, also exerts a decent amount of power. Perhaps this is the preferential treatment of a divine servant? He didn't know if the other temple priests had them, but he did anyway. As for the deity being himself, how could that be possible? How could he have any connection with the supreme Hao Shen? Yes, Lai Yuan decided to keep the secret hidden. It's hard to imagine what consequences would be triggered if they were discovered. Being sliced up and studied is small, and in this weird world, anything can happen. The world was too dangerous and he had to develop carefully. Just at the juncture of thinking, the mark left by the paperman on his shoulder suddenly emitted a black gas. Zigzag. The intense burning sensation caused him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. With the onslaught was an endless stream of malice trying to flood into Ri Yuan's mind. It's the creepiness behind the paperman. Lai Yuan didn't expect that after he all but destroyed this group of paper people, the weirdness behind that could still affect him. No, it's not just about influence. It's about assimilating yourself into weirdness. In that instant, he subconsciously wanted to just give himself a thunderbolt. If this is really dry, this body won't work. I'm afraid he'll just have to be a stone statue for the rest of his life. Even if he is a god, he is not so willing. Especially when he saw the frenzied eyes of the young girl, a vicious chill ran through his heart. It mustn't turn out like this. His eyes soon fell on another divine spell, enchantment. Next, there's only one thing to try. The tall, thin man looked at the black aura covered Lai Yuan and noticed that his shoulders were rapidly papier-mâchéing. No good. Bizarre assimilation. The weirdness behind that paperman shouldn't be nearby. It's amazing that it can still have this ability at such a distance. Then this weirdness. No. Can Hao Shen have a solution? Perhaps he could get a glimpse of the mystery of Hao Shen. Chapter 6, Gifts. Late at night near the stroke of midnight, with a light wind blowing, it should have been an exceptionally cool climate, but the hearts of the people were silky cold. As a golden light lit up, Lai Yuan's body was covered under the golden light as much as possible. The black chi on his shoulder was firmly trapped by the golden light. At the same time, Ri Yuan felt a burst of warmth from his spiritual platform. Ling Tai, the place where chi alchemists cultivate and gather chi. Hidden deep within the center of the brow. It was similar to the dantian in the martial arts of his previous life, but far more mysterious than that. Originally, his chi practicing qualifications were very poor, and in the 7 or 8 years since he crossed over, he had only practiced chi at the 3rd level under hard cultivation. As for the chi practicing realm, there were 9 levels. That means he's only a third of the way through. The path of cultivation was meant to be easy before difficult. With this progress, he was only afraid that he would not be able to break through the chi practicing realm even if he practiced until he died. But now, he felt the flow of mana, becoming faster, practicing chi at the 4th level. So fast. The gift of grace seems to enhance one's qualifications. As for the black aura that troubled him, it was washed away by the golden light as much as possible. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a scream. The black gas didn't even have the slightest resistance. Enchantment, not only does it add buffs, it seems to have a purifying effect. Thinking about it, he thought about adding another boon to himself, wondering if the buffs would stack. Then he saw that the price of the boon had gone up. 300. Nice guy, straight up doubled. But it also confirms, side by side, that the gifts can indeed be stacked. Soon, he heard another prompt. Divine Art Fragment +1. It is? Ri Yuan had originally thought that in order to obtain a new divine art, he had to be promoted in order to do so, but he hadn't realized that there was actually another way. Knockout shenanigans. Why didn't those paper people explode their equipment? Maybe it's that there aren't enough levels. It's just that the risk of striking down Creepy seems to be not small. Don't look like he had just resolved this black aura easily. In fact, he could probably sense that it was weird and not weak. He had only just awakened the divine Tao and was afraid that he was no match. The other side may not know it's him, but it has to be defended. The best thing to do is to keep getting stronger. Otherwise, in this world where there are weirdness everywhere, it is highly likely that you will accidentally burp. Soon, he began to study the conditions for promotion to the next rank. The shock the tall and thin man received at this time was no weaker than before. Solving creepy hidden problems so easily? Hao Shen's power was not high. He could see that. The fact that this can happen can only mean that it is a bizarre loss of power. It must have been very high up in its original bit. What shocked him even more was that he could sense that Lai Yuan's aura had become even more dangerous. It seems to be that the little Taoist can get to the power given by the gods. Perhaps this will be an opportunity. Unconsciously, he was also attracted to Hao Shen and became a believer. Incense +5. Hearing the hint of incense, Ri Yuan realized that he had added another believer in addition to the young girl from the party. Name, Lu Yuan. Age, 35. Physique, body of pure yang, child's body. Qualification, grade B medium. Believer level, believer, 3 to 10 points. Pust. Ri Yuan could barely hold his breath. I can't believe I haven't broken my body yet at 35. Old wizard. He also noted that the information in the qualifications section, class B medium. Qualifications. What does it affect? At that thought, his eyes turned to the young girl. Name Ling Han. Age, 18 years. Physique, extreme body, born on August 15th at midnight. Qualification, class A medium. Believer level, true believer, 10 to 20 points/day. Once he became a believer of Hao Shen, Lai Yuan could grasp the basic information of the believer. The higher the level of the believer, the more detailed the information he can see. Even the circumference? No, the 3 dimensions are clear. This would be studied later, and he was still more concerned about the believer level. The first gear, the pan-religionist, provides 1 to 3 points of incense at this stage, but is unstable. It was this group of people that Lai Yuan had attracted with his meals earlier. The second class is the believers, who can provide 3 to 10 points of incense per day. These people will be the official believers, who can provide a stable amount of incense every day. The third class is the true believers, who can provide 10 to 20 points of incense a day. Above this level, there is, however, it seems to be limited by Ri Yuan's bits and can't unlock higher levels at the moment. The reason why they are all floating range is quite understandable. Just like the human state is different every day, there will be fluctuations as normal. But true believers, they are guaranteed 10 points every day. Boy, that's more than the previous 2 months. This one is his own baby bump. Just as he was about to care for his lovely devotee, he suddenly froze. Through Hao's perspective, he seemed to see something extraordinary. The young girl named Ling Han was currently caressing the idol with a fervent face. That scene looked like the scene of a smitten girl exuding her charms on a male god. What was even more difficult to strain was the particularly exaggerated expression on that pretty face. In a way, it's tougher than creepy. Lai Yuan couldn't help but shiver. Well, what kind of a believer has he taken in? It's a little cold around here. Cold as cold was, he was still more concerned about the young girl Ling Han. The first thing is to let her have the power to defend herself. Thinking of the boon he had just received, and glancing at Lu Yuan in the corner, he then walked over to the young girl. Ling Han, your faith is incomparably pious, and God Hao will grant you a favor. With that, a golden light lit up from the young girl's body. Lu Yuan shouted excitedly, a gift? Could it be that what just happened was a gift? Naturally, can every believer receive a gift from the gods? Lu Yuan became excited. Only the devout can. Hearing this, Lu Yuan didn't sulk. He saw a beam of light, the hope of revenge. Negative creeps, right? He bet. As the golden light rays dispersed, a young girl in a red dowry dress had a trace of rigidity between her eyebrows, while a thunder, if any, extended out from her body. Ri Yuan didn't continue to pay attention as he glanced at his current incense. 14 points. How come there is only this much incense left? Just now the 2 heavenly thunderbolts cost 20 points. The 2 boons cost 60 points, totaling 109 points. and then 5 points from Lu Yuan as well. There should still be 34 points of incense left. Then he saw divine domain 20 points/day. Is a money grab. Ling Han can provide more than 10 points of incense per day, and Lu Yuan can provide more than 5 points of incense, with a guaranteed 15 points. The expenditure of the gift is actually recouped in just 2 days. But God's domain is actually a fixed daily consumption. Lai Yuan almost wanted to curse. Why was it so expensive? The size was actually only 10 meters square, and it barely covered the temple, and it can't be turned off. In that case, counting the fixed consumption of the divine domain, he would have to lose 4 points a day, 14, and would only last less than 4 days. What happens when the incense goes to 0? The gods are silent. The thought that it took him several years to awaken the divine principle would drive him crazy if he had to do it again. Preach the word. It must be preached. Meanwhile, on a hill covered in white bones, a temple made entirely of marble towered at the top. An old man with a withered face was feasting on the food. If you look closely, you will see that he eats living human skulls and entrails. The skin of this living man had long since been stripped clean and left to dry just outside the temple. Off to the side, there stood several other women covered in red heads, not moving a muscle. Suddenly, he stopped. A tear of blood flowed from his eyes. Who is who? A mournful voice came out from the temple. Countless people were silent. It was the wrath of the gods, who had angered the gods. But whoever it is, there's a price to pay. Chapter 7, Greenstone Village. The night was passing, and the gradual emergence of a bright color in the sky. The skinny tall Lu Yuan's hanging heart finally calmed down. Nothing happened. That in itself is a seal of approval. The night is a spooky world, and being alone at night makes it highly likely that you will suffer a spooky attack. The longer you stay, the more likely you are to encounter it. The living are angry and instinctively attract the spooky. And so it was, with several sets of shenanigans coming one after the other, but none of them made much of a splash. This was because he realized that as soon as the creeps entered the temple, they froze in place, unable to move. Lu Yuan easily results them. Is this the power of the gods? For the first time, he had this sense of reassurance. Ri Yuan also had to pinch his nose and admit that the divine domain was indeed good. If there had been a divine domain last night, those paper people, there would have been no need to panic. It's just that 20 incense per day is a bit too expensive. Just as the sun rose, he heard a few cues. Incense +3, incense +8, incense +20, God's domain in effect, incense -20, lean, dog system. It opened last night and actually counts as a day. The air shivered cold, and by what right could he not provide himself with incense? He's not a human being. He's not human. Fortunately, probably because of the boon, Ling Han directly provided him with a full number of incense. It directly counteracted the consumption of the divine domain. To his surprise, Scarface actually became a believer as well. He also learned the name of the other party, Zhang San. Extrajudicial lunatic Zhang San. What a great name. It's only 3 points, but it's a good income. That still leaves a surplus of 11 points of incense. The incense count has now come to 25 points, but this is not the way to go on. If you want to be promoted from a wild god to a temple god next, you have to fulfill 3 conditions. 1. The number of incense reaches 10,000 points for the first time. 2. Number of believers greater than 300. 3. Establishment of temples. Ri Yuan kind of wanted to curse. Leaving aside the number of believers and the establishment of temples, the number of incense directly doubled 100-fold. 10,000 points. At 3 men under his hand, that's a lot of saving up to do. Must find a way to preach. As he voiced out his thoughts, Lu Yuan mused, but Ling Han's eyes glowed. Divine messenger, I think that the Greenstone Village where my daughter resides might work. Li Yuan looked at the young girl full of grievances, and thought, are you trying to preach? It's clearly an attempt at personal vendetta. He didn't tear the young girl down, though. Recently, the nearby villages seem to be suffering from the effects of drought, and calling out for rain might come in handy, and it wouldn't hurt to go to any of the villages. Within a short time, the group of 3 headed towards the Greenstone Village. Only Zhang San was left to watch the house. It was said to be a caretaker, but in fact, Ri Yuan could move into the idol at any time. He was just told to stay here and take care of some other troubles. After walking for a little over half an hour, Lai Yuan finally saw the converging popularity, or chirography. At the same time, he also noticed that a black aura was located a few kilometers away from the village. Ever since he had awakened the divine Tao, his self-contained Shi-looking technique had been upgraded. The popularity is naturally the village where the people gather, about hundreds of people. And as for the blackness, it is supposed to be eerie. The next preaching may not go too well. Walking into the village, the crooked-necked trees at the entrance glowed golden in the morning light. Countless people, many with hoes, rushed to the fields. Just about everyone's face, in one way or another, was tinged with apprehension. Alas, it hasn't rained for over a month. and at this rate, the harvest is going to be extinct. Why don't we go and beg the mountain god? Alas, but how can we still afford to make offerings? There are still a few pairs of boy and girl left in the village. If this goes on, we're going to be extinct. Lai Yuan was about to climb into a conversation with a few people, but he was interrupted by Ling Han. God Emperor, I want to go back home. Hearing that, he couldn't help but shiver. On the surface, the young girl still had that serene look, but in reality, her heart was filled with resentment. He didn't stop it though. There was no stopping it, and those rotten people in his family deserved to suffer a little lesson. It was just that after Ling Chen left, he secretly instructed Lu Yuan to follow the young girl. It's still mostly about protection. Although the young girl had been gifted, he didn't have an accurate judgment of what the effect would be. Anyway, as far as Lai Yuan himself was concerned, the effect was there, but it needed a long period of cultivation to feel it. The young girl had never practiced, and the boon could hardly be said to have produced any effect. With that, he began to explore the environment of Qingshi village, thinking about how to cut through it in order to better spread Hao Shen's beliefs. As soon as Ling Han entered the village, he was actually noticed by quite a few people. The moment they saw her, many people were first shocked, then fearful. Everyone knew that the Ling family married a daughter to what seemed to be a certain deity. Even the mountain god of their Greenstone Village couldn't afford to mess with him. It is said that they are marrying their daughters, but the gods are not human beings, and what he says about marrying is not yet cannibalism in the eyes of the people. But Ling Han, who should have died, actually came back alive. Looks like it's still in good shape. It's that all-consuming coldness that makes you uninviting. Some people's faces changed even more. Just a short while ago, the mountain god's divine messenger went to the Ling family. Later, nothing's going to happen, right? Everyone avoids it. See what's going on? In a world where weirdness runs rampant, it's faster to watch and die. Ling Han had an unimpeded journey and soon arrived in front of his home. At least, the original home. Her family is in good condition. Her father is a businessman, and the village has some friendships with rich families. The iron gate at the entrance would not be an ordinary home. Only the iron door, at the moment, was open, while several voices came from inside. Divine Messenger, we really don't know where Ling Han went. Last night, it was picked up by the paperman. Really? In that case, I will take a drop of your heart's blood. Heart's blood? Dare I ask the Divine Messenger, how should I take it? That's easy, naturally. Throw away the chest. So, who's it going to be? These words instantly confused the three people present. My father, my mother-in-law, my son. Father, you don't have many years left to live. Isn't it good to contribute to our family before you die? If you want to blame me, blame my little sister for not dying obediently. Asshole. As a son, shouldn't you do your filial duty and take the initiative to die? And you, why should I have to die? You killed my daughter and you want to kill me too. Watching the bickering of a few people, the God Emperor was a bit annoyed. He came here only to cast a spell to figure out where the young girl went. Based on her heart's blood, the mountain gods are watching. The one behind it is an existence that even the mountain god can't afford to offend. Besides, a trip to Wang Fugui's house was next. Suddenly, he felt a breath coming from behind him. Who? Come out to me at once. Then he saw that a clear young girl pushed her way through the door. Chill, little sister? Daughter? Hearing this, the God Emperor smiled. There's no place to step on the iron shoes. I didn't expect you to personally deliver it to my door. Chapter 8, The Negative Trickster. Negative Trickster. From a distance, Lu Yuan could see it clearly. The so-called negative tricksters are also called negative spirit people. It's actually a unique system developed by people who receive weird powers. From his perspective, Ling Han, in fact, was also the negative trickster. Once one becomes a negative trickster, his or her body and life are controlled by the trickster, and also some weird changes may happen to his or her body. The cost is high, but if the guile is strong enough, it can also be powerful enough for a short period of time. Negative trickster and negative trickster go up against each other, and the winners and losers are looking at two things besides the quality of the negative trickster himself. One is the quality of who carries the stronger deity. The second is the quantity of who has more divine power in them. It was reasonable to say that Ling Han had just received the boon, not to mention the quality, but his own battle sense, which was definitely not high enough. Plus, Hao Shen seemed to have just awakened, and his power wouldn't be too much. He was ready to strike at any moment. Guardian of the age of the people. A body of chi and blood is his dependence. Against the enemy he is not very sure, but to save people is enough. As long as it lasts until the God Emperor arrives, it's no problem. Sins, the beautiful thing of being close to the gods. How dare you run away without authorization? Now why don't you hurry back with the divine messenger? Ling Han's father yelled, and his heart relaxed slightly. That way, one doesn't have to worry about dying. He had just seen that the God Emperor was preparing to make a move. Ha! Ling Chen just let out a cold laugh. Guess, I came here to throw myself into the net? Ling Han's older brother noticed that this sister had a somewhat different aura about her. The character, which was already cold, became more and more inhospitable. But so what? The God Emperor is here now, he roared. Plutonic, Lord God Emperor, please also capture her. And to make up for your hard work, I'll give you 10 taels of silver afterward. Understanding, the black-clothed divine messenger revealed a hint of a smile. 10 taels, it doesn't sound much, but converted into copper, it's 10,000 guan. Enough to feed and clothe a family of 3 for several years. It's not a small fortune for him, either. Not only would I be able to get the Spirit Lord's business done, but I could also make a small fortune along the way. Looks like he's having a good day. And, with such a beautiful girl, that cool expression aroused his desire for conquest even more. You can't break the body, but it's always possible to get on it. Although I don't know how you survived. It's considered your luck to have met me today. Gather your hands, I don't want to be hot. He didn't hide the lustful look in the corner of his eyes. Ha! The young girl looked at him in disgust, and a thunderbolt rose between her fingers. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and blue thunder crashed to the ground. Strange? Where does thunder come from under a clear sky? Lai Yuan looked at that direction with some suspicion. Ling Han seemed to be here. The one who was most shocked was Lu Yuan in the distance. Heavenly thunder! It must be heavenly thunder. He had seen it last night, the exact same heavenly thunder. Although the sound was smaller and less powerful, it was undoubtedly heavenly thunder. With just one boon, Ling Chen actually possessed such power. Hao Shen's gift. How come it's so fierce? It wasn't just him, the black-clothed divine messenger was also startled. Looking at the black trail behind him, he gulped. This woman serves the gods too? Judging by the noise, the gods served were not weak. If she hadn't been unskilled in mastering this power, that heavenly thunder just now would have smashed on him. If they were really hit by the heavenly thunder, they would be seriously injured if not killed. Next, let's see if you still have such luck. Ling Chen forced down that trace of shyness, and the lightning between his fingers grew even more intense. She hadn't expected that the power of heavenly thunder would be so difficult to control. Just now, she was casting a spell towards her opponent's heart, but it ended up being a little off. But she had already familiarized herself with the trajectory of the heavenly thunder, and a few more times, she would definitely hit it. When the black-clothed divine messenger saw this, how could he still dare to receive it? And in a flash, he brought up Ling Han's father to block in front of him. I recognize that you are strong, but I have your parents and brothers, so be sensible. As soon as he spoke, he saw a thunderbolt flick out from between Ling Chen's fingers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How could a mere mortal block the heavenly thunder? He wouldn't be able to weaken much damage if he took a hard block with his person. He could only leave behind Ling Han's father and barely escape this thunder. Thunder in the sky. Misses again. But in his heart, the black-clothed divine messenger did not feel that the dodge he had just made was unnecessary. He could visibly see that the thunder, that day, was more accurate. But what was really hard for him was that the woman across the street was crazy. You're crazy. I'm your father. Ling Han's father was so scared. Almost he was gone. Really? Then when you offered me to guile, did you ever think that I was your daughter? When you plotted to marry that Wang Fuguei, did you ever think that I would be skinned and torn apart? Ling Chen's words caused him to be speechless for a while, but he quickly added with strong words, no matter what, your life is given by me. The father is the son's principle. How can you kill your father? Yeah, how could I kill my father? Ling Han laughed, an incomparably weird laugh. But, you guys were killed by him. Seeing the young girl smile, the black-clothed divine messenger was still hard. Evil god. The creepy behind the teenage girl is definitely a big evil god. This man is not normal anymore. Parents and relatives, kill them when you say so. These 3 are no longer hostages. They're a death wish. Thinking of this, he took a step and ran before the next thunderbolt was issued. In theory, a heavenly thunder like that certainly couldn't be used without limitations. Maybe the woman, the next time, she'll run out of steam, but he didn't dare to gamble, or to gamble with his life. This is the land of the mountain gods. It just so happened that Wang Fuguei was preparing to sacrifice to the gods, and there were many people there. As long as there were helpers, as strong as the maiden was, could she still not use heavenly thunder without any limitations? It's safer to have help. It's not an escape, it's a strategic retreat. In a panic, a book slipped out of his sleeve. Seeing the movements of the black-clothed divine messenger, the young girl did not go after him. In fact, there really wasn't much of her divine power left. It would only be able to send out 3 or 4 heavenly thunderbolts. Ling Han's parents, his 3 elder brothers, looked at the young girl in horror. They never expected that the divine messenger, whom they and others had honored like a god, would run away just like that, without a moment's hesitation. What had happened to this daughter? In just one night, if they hadn't given their daughter away, is it possible that their family could have produced a divine messenger? When they thought about it, their hearts were overwhelmed with regret. Fortunately, blood ties can't be cut off. Ling Han's mother barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Daughter, stop. A bolt of heavenly lightning made a black line on the ground, scaring a few people into sitting on the ground. Since then, the favor of birth and rearing has been broken. The only favor in this life is to serve Hao Shen. With that, she left without looking back. Immediately after that, Lu Yuan also showed up. Looking at the three people who were sitting paralyzed on the ground, he sneered and mocked. You guys are really lucky. Unfortunately, too stupid. He could really see that Ling Han had withdrawn his hand. Otherwise, it was impossible for the second heavenly thunder to miss. Just now, she had drawn a black line with the heavenly thunder, and that hand alone showed that, just for a moment, she had completely mastered the heavenly thunder. Talent is secondary to calculation. Everything just now was to save the three. It was obvious that the young girl was cold, but not cold-blooded to that extent. Unfortunately, it's just a little rough on things. He showed up, mainly because he was interested in the books that the black-clothed divine messenger had just left behind. Just after he left, a figure in the corner was shivering. Gods are fighting. Chapter 9, Preaching is blocked. Incense plus 10. The incense count came to 35 points. Why are you suddenly adding incense again? Ri Yuan followed the source, but realized it was from Ling Han. What's going on? Suddenly he's being offered incense. Shouldn't the number of joss sticks be fixed every day, by definition? But feeling the stirring of the young girl's emotions, he understood. There are levels of believers themselves, pan-believers, believers, true believers, and the young girl is currently in the third level. By all rights, with her current level of piety, it wasn't impossible that she should reach the fourth or even the fifth level. However, his current deity rank limited the upper limit of the believer level. Some people are 100% because that's all he can get, and some people are 100% because the ceiling is 100%. This fragrance is overflowing. If the young girl could raise the level of believers, it wouldn't just be so much more occasionally, but every day. The thought that he had lost a lot of incense made his flesh ache. Promotion. Must be promoted. Having just taken a turn, he realized that the demographic structure of the entire Greenstone Village was very irrational. In the village, the largest number of people are old people and young adults, and the number of children, extremely small, and the numbness in these people was even more exaggerated than what he had seen in the bazaar. Other than that, the biggest problem facing Greenstone Village is drought. The greens in this field, they've all dried up beyond recognition, and at this rate, this winter, people are going to die, so said the oldest man at the entrance of the village. In his 60s, he didn't know how many times he'd seen this happen. The few surrounding villages are fine, blessed by the gods, but in recent years, extreme weather has become more and more common. Seek God. There is a price to pay. Master, there's a temple on Qingfeng Mountain with a god named Hao, who can also bring down rain, and there's no need to offer sacrifices to worship him. No. What kind of fairy can compare to falling Phoenix Slope? You can't worship a god blindly. That's right, and it won't be good if we piss off this mountain god of ours. As you spoke, Lai Yuan almost couldn't hold back. It's really tough to start preaching from scratch. He couldn't wait to manifest on the spot and show them what a real god was. Unfortunately, this is not going to work. Rainfall for no reason at all will only make them think that that so-called mountain god is spiritual. Right now everyone didn't trust Hao Shen. He needed a little time. If only one person believes, then the door is opened and the preaching of the word is accomplished. After all, he was a true deity compared to these weird thefts of the divine throne. As he was talking to the old man, a young lad was running through the village on a gong. Someone's coming. In light of the many days of no rain, Master Wang is ready to gather everyone and go to Loch Neo Slope to sacrifice to the gods and beg for rain. When they heard this, the people around them, however, had very complicated expressions. The happiness was mixed with some other emotions, but the young man's shouting had an effect, and even those who were working in the fields gathered towards the square at the entrance of the village. In no time at all, hundreds of people had gathered. Standing in the center is a bald fat man, wearing a material not bad wide long sleeves, looks quite family money. Wang Fugue. Ri Yuan heard the clear voice in his ears and saw the Ling Han Lu Yuan duo. This physique is very rich indeed. The three of them just watched the fat man on stage perform. After listening for a while, he kind of got it. These people, ready to sacrifice to the mountain gods for rain. Sacrifices, of course, need to have offerings. In past years, it has been a pair of child boys and girls, and this year was no exception. Someone whose family puts out a child. Who doesn't have a child? Or who isn't chosen? Then they must pay money to compensate the family who put out the child. What bull ***** compensation. Lu Yuan let out a cry of disdain as he saw through the trickery at a glance. Isn't it bad to compensate for such things? They lost their child after all. Ling Han was a bit puzzled. Although she was intelligent, she had too little experience and didn't see anything wrong. Although the compensation is good, but can the full amount to the hands of the child's family? That is not certain. This dead fat man in the name of raising money can only take 70%, are considered to have a conscience, afraid of. He is not even willing to give 30%. Hearing this, Ling Han suddenly remembered that in the last few years, the situation at home for the sacrificed children in the village had not improved too much. Many people are even in a trance because of the loss of their children, and their days are getting worse. 50%? Based on the village's population of over 100 households and 300 people, each person would contribute roughly 20 cents. The number is over 6,000 can. Even 20% of this silver would be enough to renovate a new house for the children's families. But according to the picture she recalled, it would never amount to that. That Wang Fugue. Damn! In her righteous indignation, she saw the black-clothed divine messenger who had escaped earlier, standing right beside Wang Fugue, and the two of them were still talking and laughing. According to the god envoy, we only need to sacrifice 2 boys and 2 girls, and Lord Mountain God will bless our Greenstone Village with good weather this year. Fatty Wang said, already thinking in his mind how much he could score in this wave. Apart from the necessary offerings, you might get 3 or 5 taels of silver for this one. 4 dolls? We don't have many children in Qingshi Village. Yeah, what can we do about that? Why do we need so many kids in this one? Listening to the surrounding discussion, Fatty Wang had a good idea. You don't have to worry, I've done the math. Our village is missing a girl child. It's just a small matter, just need to spend a little money. Not much, 5 taels of silver. I can buy a girl child back from another village. In this way, won't it be enough? The picture is endless. It was said that it cost 5 taels of silver to buy a girl, but in this world, human life was the least valuable, and how much it actually cost, only he knew. The usual money-grubbing tactics are no longer enough. Now his appetite, it's growing. God Emperor, aren't we going to preach? Yeah, what do you want? Hearing the affirmative reply, Ling Han walked onto the stage with a face full of ice. Boom! At the same time, a thunderbolt just smashed on Wang Fugue's head. Seeing this, the black-clothed divine messenger on the side hastily pulled him, saving the other party's little life. When he saw Ling Chen, he first panicked, then quickly looked at a few of Wang Fugue's family members. Quick, stop her! With a few people standing in front of him, the black-clothed divine messenger gradually gained strength. Folks, don't believe in this so-called mountain god. In terms of traveling clouds and making rain, Hao Shen is equally adept at this. Did you see the thunder in the sky just now? That's the aptitude that Hao Shen bestowed on me. Ling Chen's words, together with the thunder and lightning just now, had indeed shocked the townsfolk. There was also a slight movement in the eyes of many people. Ling family girl, wasn't she married off to a deity by the Ling family? How come it doesn't look like anything's wrong? Is what she said true or not? That Hao Shen, is it that powerful? Ling family girl, that Hao Shen, what sacrifices are needed? Ling Chen said confidently, Hao Shen needs no sacrifices. Upon hearing this, the skepticism in the townspeople's eyes grew even more. The black-clothed divine messenger on the side also laughed. Joke. There is no such thing as requesting a deity without the need for a sacrifice. This girl child is afraid that she is entangled in some weirdness, so she said these words. Obviously, there was no such thing as an offering, and it was completely out of character for the townspeople's perceptions. Looking at the distrust in the eyes of the townspeople, Ling Han was annoyed. She was obviously telling the truth, and the power was real, so why didn't this group believe her? God Hao still wants it. All one needs to do is to offer a stick of incense to God Hao with piety, and sweet rains will fall. The temple is right on Qingfeng Mountain. If you are interested, you can come and offer incense. Remember, just be pious. God Hao will protect his true believers. Lai Yuan finished and left without looking back. Stuff and nonsense, the black-clothed divine messenger taunted. Wanting to compete for the sacrifice, he didn't look at how much he weighed. That so-called Hao God is all such believers. Presumably a wild god from somewhere. Just a well-qualified believer he got by fluke. Yes, he didn't feel his mountain god was going to be weak. Ling Han was personally chosen by that creepy, so it was normal to be somewhat uncommon. When he had fully this sacrifice, he asked the mountain god to clean up this so-called Hao Shen. Chapter 10, Turnaround. Another believer. Pissed off. Those people, why don't they believe me? God envoy, are we just going to leave? The matter of Hao Shen's preaching, whether it was Ling Han or Lu Yuan, both of them were extremely upset. As followers of Hao Shen, they were sincere in both their preaching and upholding the majesty of the deity. There's no hurry in preaching. Wait until the afternoon. Maybe there'll be a turnaround. Ri Yuan sold a secret and listened to the two of them with a puzzled look on their faces. Turnaround? Waiting a few hours to make a difference? The three of them returned to the temple, only to find that Zhang San had already made lunch. You don't have to tell me that the scene of a burly man with a scarred face, cooking in an apron, is slightly incongruous, but this meal, Ling Han and Lu Yuan didn't have much flavor. They're still trying to figure out what the turnaround will be. Seeing that he couldn't figure it out, Lu Yuan remembered the thing he had picked up. Book. Ri Yuan took it and opened it curiously. H-Keeper, with the chi and blood of the origin, tempering the flesh and fighting against the bazaar with the body of a mortal. It opens with a general outline. Looking more closely, Ri Yuan realized that this thing was actually gongfu, the gongfu of a year-keeper. Unable to judge its value, he turned to the engrossed Lu Yuan. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. God Emperor, this is a gongfu. Ri Yuan gave him a blank look. Tell me something I don't know. Ahem. Lu Yuan cleared his throat to alleviate the embarrassment, then continued. There are 9 grades of year-keepers, from the 1st grade to the 9th grade, each with their own passes. This gong method is about ordinary people and how to become a year-keeper. Tell me more carefully about this watchman. Lai Yuan was very curious about the cultivation system of the year-keeper. It could be seen that, compared to chi refiners, year-keepers had a more obvious restraining effect on weirdness. The core of the year-keeper's cultivation is chi and blood. This type of cultivation was first taken off from martial artists, so the age-keepers were sometimes shouted as martial artists. As the weirdness spread, there were gradually ancestors that figured out a system for restraining the weirdness of the age-keeper's cultivation. Unlike practicing chi, as long as one is a human being, with no loss of innate talent, one can become a year-keeper. The minimum is a 9th grade, and I am a 9th grade martial artist. But to truly become a year-keeper, besides enough food, one needs to enter the Tao. This gongfu is the Dao entry method. Aren't you a keeper of the year yourself? Why can't you pass it on? To enter the way does not mean to enter the way on one's own, but to need others to assist from the side. This dharma, in fact, is cultivated by those who assist. Hearing this, Lai Yuan realized the preciousness of this thing. If the year-keepers were the product, then the kung fu was the factory. Without a factory, even with the raw materials, it's impossible to produce. One has to admire the tactics of some people to curb the number of year-keepers in this way. Why the inhibitions? He probably guessed. Eat and drink. Since they were stripped of martial artists, the year-keepers must have consumed a lot of food. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan added immediately afterward. This thing, only half. Where did you get this thing? In the hands of that mountain god's divine messenger. He told the story of what had happened before. As he was talking, a figure suddenly appeared outside the temple. Is someone really coming? Ling Chen walked out of the temple door suspiciously, but he saw a familiar figure. Little Six? Xiao Luzi's original name was Wang Liu, because Liu homophonic 6, so everyone likes to call him Xiao Luzi. Ling Chen recognized him because this man was his neighbor. Ling divine messenger. I want to come here to ask for rain, and this time, Wang Fugue said that each person will pay 81 per household, so I really can't afford to take it out. When you guys fought before, I saw it. That mountain god's divine messenger. He couldn't beat you at all. I believe you. Ling Chen still didn't have much of an expression on his face, but the corners of his eyebrows were raised somewhat slightly. Hao Shen will bless all believers, said the man, getting out of the way behind him. Lai Yuan was not surprised to hear Wang Lu's words. In fact, when Ling Han was on stage, he was paying attention to the expressions of the people around him. Aside from this kid, there were quite a few people who actually had a different opinion. Just, don't dare show it to my face. And the only one who really made a move was Wang Lu. In that case, Ling Han did a good job. May, you only need to offer incense to God Hao with piety. Remember, devotion is required. Ri Yuan thought that even if he could only provide 1 or 2 points of incense, he would still perform clouds and rain. As they say, $1,000 for a bone. This kid, it's worth it. Listening to Lai Yuan's words, Wang Lu cautiously walked into the temple door. A wonderful feeling came over me. It was calm. Extraordinarily calm. He looked up at the solemn statue of the god, which was completely different from the mountain god of Loch Neo Slope. If that idol was expressed in horror, this idol is solemnity. He gained a few more shreds of confidence out of nowhere. Honorable Great Lord Hao Shen, please send down sweet rains. If this continues, my family of 3 will definitely not survive this winter. Please do me a favor. Wang Lu said while crying. Years of tightly wound emotions were fully released at this moment. Incense +8. Incense number 43. Lai Yuan didn't expect that things would actually go so smoothly, but when you hear the content of his suffering, you take it for granted. This god's domain, though very incense draining, actually had a calming effect. Value, really worth it. Traveling clouds and rain was 20 points of incense, and although Wang Lu only provided 8 points, it was not a loss-making business in itself. In just 3 days, the incense provided by Wang Lu would be able to make up for the consumption of traveling clouds and rain. The rest, all earned. When I looked at Wang Lu's face, I immediately felt that my eyebrows had cleared up. Next, go back and wait. Tomorrow, rain will fall. Ha! Wang Lu was dumbfounded. This is the end? Just a simple incense burner? With Lai Yuan's repeated assurances, he returned home full of apprehension. Looking at his old mother on the bed, and his yellow-faced wife, he sighed. In the old mother's arms, she also held a baby less than a year old. Due to the sacrifice, he had never revealed the existence of the baby, and even the connection was made by the old mother herself. Hope, we could really use some good news tomorrow. At this point in time, the village of Greenstone had already maneuvered. All the villagers have practically put up their old money for this rain quest. Tomorrow, for sure, rain will fall. This time, the harvest can also be preserved by 70% to 80%. The ones that fall into our hands are only 2 or 3%. 20 to 30% of the grain will barely make it through this winter. But what's up with that Wang Liujia? I can't believe I didn't find him when I went to raise money today. I'll make sure he coughs it up tomorrow. Despite the fact that life is still miserable, many people barely manage to squeeze out a smile. Alive, live and let live. After preparing for most of the day, early the next morning, a large group of people, pushing a one-wheeled crate, headed for the Lock Now slope. Wang Fugue, who was sitting on the crate and enjoying the push of several people, was smiling. Looking at the children and boys behind him, there was a pang of emotion in his heart. These unruly people are really good at earning money. When we've served Lord Divine Spirit, we must go to the county's Lichun Yuan to enjoy ourselves. Just as they were thinking about it, facing the steep slope, they soon came to the top of the mountain and stood in front of the huge temple door. Chapter 11, breaking off the door and destroying the family. The group set out early in the morning, and by the time they reached Lock Now slope it was mid-morning and the sun was in full force. But the crowd approaching the temple felt a heavy chill. Wang Fugue took the lead and knelt down. The village headman followed closely, and the other villagers followed suit and knelt down as well. The black-clothed divine messenger sensed that something was wrong with the deity, but he, as a believer, could only go forward with his head. Qingshi village offers 2 pairs of boy and girl. Please Lord Mountain God send down sweet rains. Ho ho ho. A few angry roars that spread across the wilderness. The villagers of Greenstone Village were uncertain, but their heads were lowered into the dust. The temple priest, who serves the mountain god, stepped forward. On the other hand, Lai Yuan had already departed from the temple and arrived at Qingshi village. In the fields, there was not much moisture left, and in the surrounding land, visible cracks could be seen. The rice, which should be green, is also tinted with a yellowish color. After a brief exploration, he found Wan Lu's family's rice field. Right at this moment, Lu Yuan, who was on the side, finally couldn't hold down the doubt in his heart and asked, Divine Envoy, are you forgetting something? Lai Yuan was puzzled. What do you mean? Have you forgotten to ask the deity to grant you a token? Without the token, how could the gods cast their divine powers so far away? Lu Yuan has traveled all over the world for so many years. There is still some knowledge of the gods. Creepy was originally free to move around, but once the idol had been molded and consecrated, it could only exert its magical powers within a certain range of the idol. To cross that range, it would require a special crafting of tokens by the gods. With the help of tokens, one performs one's own magical powers. Ri Yuan really ignored it. He was in fact the deity itself, able to unleash divine magic without hindrance as long as he himself was present. But Lu Yuan doesn't know that. Luckily, he can learn to some extent what the believer is thinking. So, he pointed to the long sword he was carrying and said, No harm done. This is the divine spirit relic. With that, he pretended to raise his longsword up. Mentally, he said, Traveling clouds and rain, along with the incense 20. All of a sudden, the cloudless sky gradually changed. The clouds are converging. The crowd, at this time, had already returned to the Greenstone Village, but everyone's faces were extremely ugly. 3 pairs of boys and girls. Where are we going to get them together? Lord Mountain God's appetite is also too big. Alas. The mayor of the village was even more filled with worry. 3 pairs of boys and girls before the gods will reign. But where could he find another pair of boys and girls? With money? But the villagers were almost emptied. He remembered the young man from yesterday and heard that the gods behind him could also send rain, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Unfortunately, the boy and girl had already been detained, and he could only go one way. Only Wang Fugue, with a smile in his heart. That's great. Buying another pair of boy and girl would require at least 10 taels of silver, and one could scavenge another sum. As for the village people, he's always cared less. As soon as he had saved enough money, he moved directly to the county seat, and Greenstone Village was just a springboard. Still, he was prepared to say something in order to get more money out of these poor people. Ahem, the gods are able to send rain. It is already a great favor, but a pair of boys and girls, we can get together again, always be able to get out. But that Xiao Lu Zi, actually didn't see anyone for a day, and didn't give the money for the previous portion. This is not taking the safety of our Qingshi village into consideration. Go directly to his house and block it. He's saying this just to make a statement. Seeing what happens when you don't pay, it's only natural for others to chip in. Right, why shouldn't he get anything out of it? Go get him. A lot of people get jump-started emotionally, but most people still go with the flow. A group of people rushed towards Wang Lu's house in a great hurry. Wang Lu didn't notice that he had been watching the sky since morning. Hao Shen said it would rain today. He then waited. Just when he saw that the color of the sky was a bit unusual, he heard noisy voices coming from outside the door. Soon the broken door to the house was pushed down by several people. Seeing the overwhelmed Wang Lu, Wang Fugue grinned. Xiao Lu Zi, so you're at home. Just in time. Pay yesterday's portion money. What? What share of money? I'm not going to worship that mountain god. I went to worship Hao Shen yesterday. Good Wang Lu. You actually disrespected the mountain god and ran off to worship some wild god. No wonder Lord Mountain God suddenly wanted to increase the offerings. It was you who angered Lord Mountain God. Wang Fugue directly slammed a black pot over. I didn't. You bloody well did. You didn't? Wang Fugue laughed. The emotions of the surrounding villagers had been triggered. Obviously, everyone felt it was Wang Lu's fault. Inside the house, Wang Lu's wife and mother rushed out of the door in a panic when they heard that Wang Lu was about to have an accident. My Xiao Lu is honest. Please let him go. Leave my husband alone. Unfortunately, their pleas for mercy only sounded noisy to Wang Fugue. Drag them away. With that, he turned to the village chief and said, Village chief, this Wang Lu has angered the gods and is guilty of a crime that cannot be punished. So you can make up your mind on how to punish him. The village headman's face was hard to see. What idea did he have? This Wang Fugue has a belly full of bad water. He will do the good guys, and the bad guys will do it themselves. Wang Lu he grew up watching. There is no bad thoughts he cannot know. It was just that he couldn't refute Wang Fugue's words. Even in his heart, he blamed Wang Lu a little bit. Why did he go to worship that what's his name Hao Shen in private? Now it's good to get yourself involved. But now it seems that the young man, yesterday, was also boasting. As he was thinking, a cry interrupted everyone. No good. Wang Lu was shocked in his heart, but it was too late for him to react again. Wang Fugue's horsemen had rushed into the house and then carried out a baby girl. Good honest Wang Lu. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. I said why your wife was bedridden for so long. I didn't realize that she went to give birth to a child. Wang Fugue, what are you doing? Put my daughter down. Put it down? This is a gift to the gods. You asshole. You let go of my daughter. Wang Lu was frantic as he tried to snatch his daughter back, but he was pressed to death by two big men. Daughter, you are and, my poor granddaughter. A look of intolerance appeared on many faces, but they have to live. For one girl, you can save 5 taels of silver. Just at the juncture of Wang Lu's despair, he suddenly felt wetness on his face. Are they tears? He looked up and realized that it was rain. It's raining? The rain, on him, was only sporadic, most of it falling in the rice paddies. It was then that the crowd realized that the sky had become much darker at some point. Great! It's raining! The mountain god has manifested himself. Most of the villagers began to cheer. Wang Fugue's heart was suspicious. Strange, how could the mountain god send rain when he didn't receive a complete offering? The mayor also felt it was wrong. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at the place where the rain was falling when suddenly something didn't feel right. Why? Only a little piece is raining? Chapter 12, Regret. It's not too late to mend. Phew. Lai Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. The divine art of traveling clouds and rain was not really difficult to use. Simply designate a location and consume the incense. But if that's all it is, large swaths of rice paddies are getting rainfall. That would be bad. There and only Wang Lu's family's rice paddies receive rainfall to maximize the effect. It was such a larger piece of land that consumed the same 20 points of incense. It's so dark. Yesterday's balance was 43 points of incense. Today 3 devotees and 1 true believer offered him 26 points of incense. Deducting the 20 points from God's domain leaves 6 points. Deducting another 20 points for traveling clouds and rain. The incense count is only 29 points. Just hope the rain is good. Wang Liu's home. Many people also quickly back. They climbed to the eaves of the house and tried to see the scene in the distance. The more they looked, the more they felt something was wrong, and their eyes couldn't help but fall on Wang Lu. The village chief also came back to his senses and asked hurriedly, how could it be? See where the rainfall is? It seems like it's little Six's house, that acacia tree. If I remember correctly, 30 paces ahead is Xiao Luzi's rice field. That rain, it doesn't look the least bit bad, he said with a sob. Because of his family's rice paddies, it borders Wang Lu. Not a drop of that rain, not a drop of it, fell on his rice paddies. It's Hao Shen. The Hao God has manifested. God envoy. That God envoy didn't lie to me. Under the excitement, Wang Lu forcefully broke away from the two of them and knelt down heavily in the direction of Qingfeng Mountain. This next, Wang Fugue was a bit flustered. That deity actually does have divine powers? Thinking of yesterday's scene, the mountain god envoy still seemed to be a bit vain of those few people. He thought it was an illusion at first, but now that he thought back, the other parties seemed to be not a weak deity as well. A pang of remorse ran through the village chief's mind. Who would have thought that what that young man said yesterday was true? Hao Shen, can it really rain? Little Six, can you tell us how you begged Hao Shen? The village chief spoke in a conciliatory voice, desperate to know what Wang Lu had done yesterday. Wang Lu didn't say anything, he just stared at Wang Fugue's beaters who snatched his daughter. With a wink from the village chief, a burly man snatched the baby girl while kicking the thug away. He'd long since looked at the fat man with disdain. Here, meanwhile, Wang Fugue was also captured by several people from the village chief's house. Having hugged his daughter, Wang Lu's heart calmed down a little. He stood up and looked condescendingly at Wang Fugue, then stomped his foot on his big face. Dead fatty. Just so it wasn't enough, he followed up with a few more kicks. The corners of the mouths of those around them twitched as they watched. The kicks, if they hadn't been mistaken, were toward the lifeblood. Vaguely, they seemed to hear the sound of breaking eggs. You can't do this to me. Lord Yamagami will send disaster. Unfortunately, such words might be of some use to other villagers, but to Wang Lu, who was already a Haotian believer, it was complete fart. Lord Hao Shen is #1 in the world. What kind of bull mountain god can compare to his old man? It was only after venting that Wang Lu began to explain how he had worshipped the gods yesterday. The more he heard, the more the village chief felt incredulous. There are no sacrifices, no fanfare, and the rain is brought down by simply burning a stick of incense. Is there really such a god in the world? It sounded like a pipe dream, but the sight of the rain in the distance silenced him again. Facts speak louder than words. If it wasn't Hao Shen, how could there be such weird rainfall? The mountain gods can't be counted on. Find another pair of boys and girls and half the village will be driven to death. Wang Fugue only thought about making money and running away, but he had been rooted in Qingshi village for generations. How's he gonna run? By then the village will be deserted. What's the use of rainfall or not? Only, there was another huge concern in his mind. Xiao Luzi, do you think we have offended that divine messenger yesterday? And will he put small shoes on us? Yesterday, they hadn't been too polite to Li Yuan. Wang Luben wanted to shake his head. He didn't know much about Li Yuan, so he couldn't make that judgment. But ghostly, the words popped into his head. It's never too late to mend. Mending the sheep? Where is that proverb from? It just popped into my head. Wang Lu was also confused. He had never heard this phrase before, but it just came out. Gods? The village chief was secretly excited in his heart. Looking at Wang Lu, he gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Luzi, are you willing to be the village chief of Qingshi village? In case Li Yuan was of vindictive nature, I'm afraid that if the rain didn't seek, he and the others would have to get hitched. Moreover, just now Wang Lu was so aggrieved, almost broke the family. Even though it was Wang Fugue's instigation, it was inevitable that his own people would be accomplices. In that case, it would be better for him to give up his position as village head. Wang Lu and Hao Shen had a fragrant relationship, and his own move could also calm the unhappiness in his heart. How can this be? Wang Lu hastily excused himself. He was indeed a little happy, but more than that, he was terrified. Don't excuse yourself. The lives of the 376 people of our Qingshi village depend on you. The mayor didn't give him a chance to push back, directly half kneeling on the ground. With his statement, the others kneeled faster. Wang Lu swallowed his saliva. He really didn't expect that in just a small half day, he had become the head of a village. Hao Shen is above. Hao Shen not only saved his crops, but also his loved ones, and even put him in the position of village chief. Being able to become the village chief had nothing to do with his own abilities at all. It was purely because he was closer to Hao Shen. He came to his senses. Hao Shen was more like a real deity than the so-called mountain god. Unable to help it, his faith in the gods deepened in his heart. Incense +10. Ri Yuan's heart was happy. I didn't realize that there was one more true believer. It wasn't worth all the trouble he'd gone through. Name, Wang Liu. Age, 17. Physical, none. Qualification, upper C. Believer level, true believer, 10 to 20 points/day. Compared to Ling Han and Lu Yuan, Wang Lu's qualifications were far worse. Only the C class is up, and unlike Ling Han, he clearly had reached the point of extreme devotion in his faith. But there was no extra overflow of incense. It's logical that it shouldn't. Is it hard to relate to qualifications? The higher the qualification, the higher the upper limit of the believer's rank? Perhaps the level of believers is not only related to devotion to the faith, but also to qualifications. I just don't know if there is a correlation between the gifts and the qualifications. This one he would have to follow up with another attempt. It's only 29 points of incense now. Not enough for one boon. Come on, let's go to the temple and wait for them. Lu Yuan nodded, his heart excited. As a believer of Hao Shen, he could feel that Hao Shen's power seemed to be related to believers. The stronger Hao Shen was, the more benefits he would receive. I just don't know how much power a village of people can restore to Hao Shen. Yes, recovery. He had always believed that Hao Shen was revived bizarrely, and was now merely retrieving his power. Just as the people of Qingshi village were heading towards Qingfeng mountain in great numbers, Wang Fugue, who was neglected, broke free from the rope and ran toward the falling cattle slope in a lousy manner, like a wild boar digging the ground with all 4 feet. We have to hurry and notify the divine envoy. These unruly people are going to revolt. Chapter 13, 50 believers, 300 incense burners. On Qingfeng mountain, in the broken temple where Lai Yuan was, a line of hundreds of villagers knelt outside. All the villagers of the entire Greenstone Village, except those who were legless, came. Some brought red candles, others incense, and some poor ones, 2 twigs. Lai Yuan came to the rescue. He opened the door of the temple and then had these people pay their respects one by one. The temple door was worn out, but as soon as they stepped inside, everyone felt a sense of stability. That's something they rarely have. Hunger, labor, they felt more of these, before they had even knelt down. Many of them were already crying out in pain. The village chief knelt on the ground. He tilted his head up and looked at the idol in front of him. His heart was overwhelmed. It was the first time he had seen such a solemn idol. The previous idol of the mountain god, for example, was a huge bull's head with skulls hanging from the edges of its horns. Creepy, scary, powerful, shocked. He knocked heavily. Gods above, please also send down sweet rains for my Greenstone village. I would like to be an ox or a horse in my next life to repay your favor. Incense +5. Lord Spirit, save the crops in my land, and from today onward, I will surely make offerings to you every day. Incense +3. Lord Spirit, be kind and make it rain quickly. The crops in the field are dying. Incense +8. Ri Yuan stood in the doorway, his consciousness already coming into the idol. In his perception, the number of devotees he had connected with increased at an extremely fast rate. Before, he had gone through a lot of hard work for a few points of incense, but now, just for such a short while, the income of incense reached a huge 100. The number of believers is increasing at a very rapid rate. 10, 20, 30. Even though most of the increase was in ordinary believers and not a single true believer, there was enough quantity to cover the gap in quality. His current rank was that of a wild god, and there was still a relatively large gap between him and the 10,000 incense needed by a temple god. But from what I can see now, he can build up quickly by preaching in a few more villages. 10,000. Not an unattainable number. Soon, the number of incense reached 234 points, and the number of believers had already exceeded the 50 mark, but the ratio was still on the low side compared to the 300 or so. Apparently not everyone among the 300 or so people believed in the gods. Many are in the mood that they have nothing to lose by worshipping. Against these people, he already had plans in mind. After a little more than half an hour, all of them paid their respects one by one. Xiao Lu. No, village chief, are we done here? What else is needed? Is a sacrifice needed? Yeah, does that make it okay? Wang Lu was a bit at a loss for words when a voice behind him relieved him. I have received the divine decree from Hao Shen, and at Shen hour today, I will go to Qingshi village to spread rain. The so-called Shen hour is between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's actually an hour later. With the foot travel of most people, this was enough time for them to get back to the village. The crowd that got the news couldn't wait to run back. Everyone wants to be the first to see the rainfall, but they don't just simply look. What's more important is catching rainwater. Even the water level in the wells is getting low with the weather right now. They need to store enough water to prepare for special situations. Returning to the Greenstone Village, Lai Yuan saw a picture of pomp and circumstance. The young and old of Greenstone Village, with their various colored utensils, waited eagerly under the clear sky. This is the suffering people. Ri Yuan shook his head as he raised his longsword high and began to move the clouds. Dark clouds overhead blocked the sun from the sky. Compared to just individually raining on Wang Lu, the sound in front of him was unknown how much greater. Tick, tick, tick. The rain, slowly falling. It fell on the fields, on the houses, on everyone. The old village chief looked at this scene and didn't know how excited he was. He opened his mouth wide and bathed in the rain. It's rain. It's sweet rain. Falling with the rain were tears. He regretted beyond measure why he had begged that laborious mountain god. Paying for 2 pairs of boys and girls has not resulted in begging for rain. He's confused. Old fool. He wasn't the only one who thought that way. Most people did. Their faith in Hao Shen became more and more devout. Everyone was in the midst of a mad hand-wringing frenzy. Only those who have experienced drought and faced imminent starvation know how important a rain is. Incense +1. Incense +5. Incense +3. A sparse wave of incense looks less, but the number, even more than just now. Part of it is provided by newly added believers, and part of it, by believers who are just now. Each devotee offers incense up to a maximum of 10 points. However, most people can only offer 3 to 5 points of incense normally. At this point, each of these devotees, almost to their full capacity, offers incense. Cool. The number of incense has come to 300. It was the first time Lai Yuan had received so much incense, and that's just for one day. The incense provided by one village. Even the potential of this village has not yet been fully realized. Just look at the number of believers. 73. He's not satisfied yet. It rained and rained for half an hour. When the rain gradually stopped, all of them couldn't wait to rush to the paddy fields to see how the rice grew under the rain. Many faces were beaming with delight. But there was another part of the population that didn't look so good. The water in their fields, there wasn't much. It was even less compared to the rice paddies next to it. What's going on? How come there's so little water in the fields? It shouldn't be. It just rains so hard. These people gathered together and stirred up a lot of noise. They didn't dare to speak ill of the gods, but they dared to find trouble with Wang Lu. The water in Wang Liutian's field is the most abundant. Wang Lu just glanced at them and said indifferently, the Hao god doesn't need to be sacrificed, but it needs piety. And you guys aren't pious enough. If you don't want to starve to death, worship God Hao with all your heart. Hearing this, several people's faces stiffened. Some of the resourceful ones, in the direction of Lai Yuan, knelt down. Hao Shen is above. I have sinned. I hope that you will be kind enough to send down sweet rains. Others followed suit. On the rice paddies, there were neat rows of knees. Incense +3. Incense +5. Believers +1. Believers +3. Ri Yuan glanced at the data. Deity, Hao, Lai Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 523. Believers, 125. Divine Arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Call of the Wind, 20/times. God's Domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. The number of believers came directly to 125, and almost 1/3 of the people in Qingshi village became his believers. Every household has at least one devotee. As for the rest, most of them are pan-believers. But that's enough. He can't brainwash all of them. This amount, it's already very good. Just submerge the rest. With over 500 joss sticks, it was the first time he had been so rich. With so much incense in hand, wouldn't Heavenly Thunder be able to use it however it wanted? He no longer had to worry about the depletion of the divine domain. Next, he's not going to rain. It's not that you can't afford to give up 20 joss sticks. It's mainly that more rainfall, in turn, tends to produce flooding. Besides, it's natural for these people to pay a small price for making a mistake. It wasn't just them who needed to pay the price, but also Ling Han's parents. Chapter 14, Vigilance from the Mountain Gods. Is this the greatness of Hao Shen? Ling Chen watched this scene with stirring emotions. She stood tall and saw a little more than the average person. After the boon, she not only possessed divine power, but her eyes also changed subtly, allowing her to see things that normal people couldn't see. It wasn't simply rainwater. It contained a hint of special power. Although it is very weak, it is able to promote the health of the body under a long-term immersion. At the same time, it reduces the likelihood that these people will be infested with shenanigans. Worthy of the Hao Shen. She couldn't wait to go back now and admire Hao Shen's face. Not far away, 3 pairs of eyes watched this scene with resentment. It's because of this woman that we are no longer accepted in the village. I could have married Xiao Cui and gotten hitched to the mountain god. It's her fault for not recognizing her fate and actually sneaking out. That what's his name Hao Shen. How can he be a match for the mountain god? Just wait. They were none other than Ling Han's parents and older brothers. In addition to resentment, they have more unspeakable remorse. Regardless of how that Hao Shen was, he was ultimately a deity, an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. No matter what, Ling Chen's status wasn't low, at least comparable to the black-clothed divine messenger from before. If he had such a background, replacing Wang Fugue would not be a matter of words. If you don't see it, Wang Fugue is sincerely terrified of the black-clothed divine messenger. Unfortunately, everything is ruined. Of course they wouldn't blame themselves for this, much less feel that Ling Han had saved them. They would only resent it. Carrying their backpacks, they left Castle Rock Village. Not long after they left, 3 silhouettes appeared on a hillside not far away. Hao Shen. It really is the art of traveling clouds and making rain. Looking at its aura, it's not as powerful as the mountain god. That's natural. The mountain god is a ranked one, and even though it's only the lower rank of the mortal grade, it's a resounding presence within a 10-mile radius. Big brother, I've just inquired clearly. That Hao Shen, however, has only risen to fame in the past 2 days, and its main body is in Qingfeng Mountain, 5 miles away from here. The one who spoke at the very beginning was a long-faced middle-aged man named Zhao De, and the one who spoke in the middle, slightly younger, was a horse-faced strong man named Zhao Er. The last one to speak was the black-clothed divine messenger from earlier, Zhao San. They are three brothers in one family. First, Zhao De became the negative spirit of the mountain god, followed by Zhao Er, Zhao San, who also became negative spirits. The three of them, then, became the spokesman for the mountain gods. The three of them were all dressed in black, and their faces were quite unpleasant. Zhao De asked, "The main body is not here. It seems to be here as a few negative spirit people. That woman is the mountain god named to want?" Zhao San's face was agitated. "That's her. The strength is quite extraordinary, but I don't think it's because that Hao Shen is so strong. It's mostly because this woman has a special physique. If we bring her back, the mountain god is afraid that he will be greatly pleased." After pondering, Zhao Er said, "The mountain god has been temperamental lately, and I'm afraid it's because of the loss of this woman. If we can retrieve it again, this wild god actually dares to grab territory with the mountain god. It is already the way to death. Let's exterminate this group of believers and then find another opportunity to cut down the mountain and break up the temple." "Good. That yearkeeper is left to me, the second to deal with that woman. Be careful not to hit too hard. As for that teenager," Zhao San heavily patted his chest and said, "Big brother, I'll take care of it." The burly yearkeeper, he was unsure. That woman, he had suffered and was not so sure. Lai Yuan was the only one he had the most confidence in. It's a gas refiner. It was still a mere 4th level of chi practicing. If he was right, it still seemed to be a dumbass who practiced the old method. He himself had been given power by the mountain god, and it was not a handful to clean up a mere teenager. "There's an attack," Lu Yuan yelled. His reaction was quick. Facing Zhao Da's attack, he raised his hand and blocked it. "9th grade yearkeeper. Really good sinews," Zhao Da's mouth boasted, but his body gushed out a black gas, and long hairs grew everywhere on his body, and even his face changed from a human face to a look. "Negative spirit man. It's that mountain god spirit negative man." Lu Yuan was aware of that mountain god, whose original form was a bull-like deity. "Good eye. Too bad it's going to die." Zhao De grinned, and his arms snapped into action. Knock! Under the weight of his arms, Lu Yuan half-kneeled on the ground. His face was grave. The other party was also a 9th grade agekeeper. However, with the addition of the bizarre power, Zhao De had already touched the peak of the 9th grade. Judging from the force coming from the arm alone, it was 500 pounds. He was still a distance away from the peak of the 9th grade. "A couple more times, and you won't be able to catch it." On the other side, after Ling Han heard Lu Yuan's roar, a flash of lightning flashed across his body in an instant. "Bear!" Zhao Er was shocked as he swung out with a sinister blow. The only thing between his fingers was a corner of his sleeve. "What a quick response! Thunder? Is this the divine ability of that Hao Shen of yours?" A shock went through his mind. "I thought it was because Zhao San was too much of a waste, but I didn't realize that it was indeed this young girl who was not ordinary. There is a difference between having power and using it." The young girl's reaction showed that she had a very proper control of her power. "Pity, pity, you're the one the mountain god named, so I can't keep it and play with it." Zip! A thunderbolt that grazed the corner of his brow. Joji touched it, and the wetness between his fingers told him that he was hurt. Just now, if he hadn't reacted quickly, that thunderbolt, which pierced through his own brow, he admitted that he had been a little careless. Just now was your only chance. Next, feel what true fear is. Jab! Black hairs pierced through his clothes as he completed a similar transformation of Zhao De, but the difference was that Zhao De had a big body and went for power and strength, while his body was extraordinarily slender and went for dexterity and versatility. Seeing that his two elder brothers had made a move, Zhao San was in no hurry. The hard stubble are gone, the next remaining is soft persimmon. Of course, to be properly kneaded. By the way, it would also disrupt the other two, making this victory even less suspenseful to be sure. But to his surprise, Lai Yuan's expression, however, was quite calm. Zhao San quickly figured out the joints. "Interesting. Did you think I was the weakest so you didn't have to worry so much? Or did you learn from that woman that I didn't get the power granted by the mountain god? Or, do you think that with your cultivation at the 4th level of chi practicing, it's very strong?" With that said, black hair grew around him as well. Its aura was also increasing, only that compared to the other three older siblings, the speed at which he transformed was a bit slower. Lai Yuan's eyes were rather odd. This guy, has he always been this brave? So, the 4th level of chi practicing, what level is that? He originally wanted to strike him to death with a bolt of heavenly lightning, but when he heard this, he was in no hurry instead. He had always been curious about the composition of power in this world. Lu Yuan only knew that the yearkeepers were divided into 9 grades to the 1st grade, but as for the weirdness, he knew nothing about it, and as for the chi refiners, they were even more clueless. Zhao San was a little confused. The script's not right, is it? Is it that he's not scary looking? You're either scared or you're pretending to be brave. What's with the rhetorical question? Chapter 15, How do you still have the strength? The Chi practicing stage, which corresponds to the 9th and 8th grades of the Yearkeepers, and the Foundation establishment stage, which corresponds to the 7th to 6th grades of the Yearkeepers. The so-called 4th level of Chi cultivation is on paper equivalent to a 9th grade Yearkeeper. But, you're using the old law. The old law is useless. This is already recognized common sense. Hao Shen introduced it generously with his mouth, but actually moved behind his back. He figured out that he'd get the guy first and then take his time concocting it. Old law? Lai Yuan keenly grasped the point of it. Old law, new law. He could probably guess some of it from the name. Perhaps the Dharma of the alchemist has undergone some changes, just like the Yearkeepers. However, he knew very little about either the Dharma of the Yearkeepers or the Dharma of the Chi refiners. What the old Taoist priest had left him was only the basic Dharma. Hey! Hao Shen smiled sinisterly. He could see that Ri Yuan was attracted by his words, and without any hesitation, he boosted his speed. With the body of a 9th grade H-keeper and the addition of the bizarre power, his current speed was barely comparable to the thunder fired by Ling Chen. He believed that it was absolutely impossible for a mere 4th level Chi practitioner to react. In an instant, he was close to Ri Yuan. Hao Shen could even see the surprise on Lai Yuan's face. Instead of surprise, there was a less than happy face. Whatever makes him happy. Since he let himself a year watchman touch the heel, the district is a Chi refiner, or the old method of Chi refiner. It is not casually. Along with the shriek came a thunderclap. No matter how fast Hao Shen was, he couldn't be faster than thunder. Let alone the fact that this thunder was from the power of the gods. Kneeling on the spot. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? It's not a good habit to make a sudden move. Listening to the words in his ears and feeling the foot on his back, Hao Shen reacted. You seem to have lost? For just a moment, he didn't even react. Compared to that woman, this person's thunderous power was even fiercer. Even after he transformed, he was somewhat unable to carry it. Now tell me, what is the old law? Lai Yuan's voice rang in his ears, that harmless voice, as if it were the whisper of a demon. Old law is old law, Hao Shen said helplessly. That's all he knows. Really? What with the new law and the old law? That's all he's ever heard people brag about. As for what was the difference between them, how could he know? A man who hadn't even practiced to understand the Watchers. Realizing that Hao Shen was only showing off, Li Yuan was instantly speechless. On the other side, Ling Han and Lu Yuan were both in deep danger. Zhao Er's speed after his transformation was even faster than Ling Han's, and with his H-keeper's physique, Ling Han didn't even dare to come into contact with him. But the successive use of thunder caused her divine power to be overly consumed. If it hadn't been for the accident, she would have been dragged hard to death. On the other side, Lu Yuan wasn't much better. He was being suppressed from almost all sides. If it weren't for the strong body of the Yearkeeper, he would have been knocked down a long time ago. Incense 10. Lai Yuan raised his hand, 2 heavenly thunderbolts, one smashing into Zhao Er and one smashing into Zhao Da. Bang! The thunder that landed on Zhao Da's body emitted dazzling sparks. Its body was only slightly shaken before it suppressed Lu Yuan with a more ferocious stance. As for the other one, it pressed and failed to hit Zhao Er. He's fast, too fast. Ha 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 ha. Surely you are the one most favored by the gods, or would it be more appropriate to call you a surrogate? Zhao Er was fighting Ling Chen while still having the spare energy to communicate with Lai Yuan. Hao Shen said indignantly, "Second brother, you already knew that." Zhao Er roared, "Shut up, punk! What is a surrogate? The most favored person of the deity is the surrogate. It looks like the deity token is also on you. I just don't know which one." Zhao Er's gaze appeared to be sweeping over Li Yuan's body, but he had actually been paying attention to the change in Li Yuan's eyes. A few breaths passed, and he lamented in his heart. What a tough opponent. The expression in his opponent's eyes didn't change in the slightest. He didn't see it. However, it can't hurt. We came here. The same with the deity token. Just don't know. So far away. Your deity. There can still be how much residual power the power of the gods, of course, has limits, even though the gods could, through the tokens, exert their own power. This exertion, however, came with a loss. The farther away you are, the greater the loss. Just now, this so-called Hao Shen had just used such a large-scale traveling clouds and rain divine ability, and with the addition of these 2 heavenly thunderbolts, the power he had left was definitely not much. In contrast, Lok Nao Pai is closer to here. The mountain god is again in perfect condition. No matter how you look at it, the advantage is in his hands. Residual power? Ri Yuan could barely hold his breath. If anything, they came 2 days earlier and he didn't really have much left. But looking at the more than 500 incense, Lai Yuan felt that he had quite a bit of spare capacity. Just, like, 50 or so courses. Boom! Several more heavenly thunderbolts fell, 2 of which smashed into Zhao Er to ease Ling Chen's pressure, while the other few, however, all smashed into Zhao Da. Zira, Zira, Zira. Several staggered sparks lit up, and Zhao De had to slow down his own attack as Lu Yuan was barely able to even the playing field with him. Although Zhao Er was surprised, he didn't panic. Why don't you stop smashing? It seems that the gods behind you don't have much power left. Just as his words fell, several more heavenly thunderbolts smashed down. Zhao De stumbled and almost toppled to the ground. Lu Yuan used this opportunity to gain the upper hand. Zhao Er's face was unsightly as he shouted at Zhao De. Big brother, hold on. He definitely doesn't have much power after using so much heavenly lightning. Zhao De roared. Second brother, I believe you. Zira, Zira, Zira. Zhao Er's deathly white face looked even whiter under the lightning. Pust. Zhao De spat out a mouthful of blood, and the ox horn style token at his waist was emitting a bright and flickering light. He didn't know if that Hao Shen was holding up or not, but it looked as if his own mountain god was a bit weak. Penis. Big brother needn't worry. He stopped. He must have exhausted his strength. Zhao Er yelled. He could be sure that the other party didn't have any strength left. Okay, big brother will trust you one more time. Then, several more thunderbolts smashed down. Bang! The bull's horns around Zhao Da's waist shattered, and he was hit head-on by two thunderbolts, instantly seriously injured. Big brother, Zhao Er hated that one. On what grounds? On what grounds does your deity still have power left? Could it be that this is a trap? Big brother, they knew we were coming. They moved the idol to the neighborhood a long time ago. We've been tricked. Hearing his words, Zhao De almost turned his back, but he trusted his dick's judgment. After all, he had always been the smartest of the three brothers. You can't get away yourself, and the oldest is bad enough to not be all trapped here. Ah! Zhao De suddenly roared in rage as chi and blood gushed out around him, coloring him into a bloody man. Go quickly, report to the mountain god and avenge me. With that, he rushed towards Ri Yuan with a murderous rage. Chapter 16, Fearful Villagers. Looking at the murderous Zhao De, Lai Yuan did not hesitate. A heavenly thunderbolt smashed down. Without the power of the gods to protect him, he couldn't block the power of the heavenly thunder at all. It was just that Zhao Er had already taken the opportunity to run away, and he failed to stop him. Limited by his own divine thoughts, he couldn't hit Zhao Er. Sky Ray was fast, but he needed time to aim. Prejudgment was even more impossible to talk about. If the idol was here, he might be able to think with his divine body, but with a mortal body, there was obviously still a limit. Practicing chi at the 4th level. Low indeed. When you think of the boons, the last boon was 30 points and the second boon was 300 points. The number of incense in the eye, 373. A big battle that consumed 150 points of his incense. Heartache. If his own strength wasn't so bad, he wouldn't have to keep using divine arts. The Ling Chun of a one-time boon was probably at the level of the 9th grade. Lu Yuan was likewise a 9th grade yearkeeper. Thinking of the previous yearkeeper's entry into the Taoist art, he slightly regretted it. If we had the full book in hand, we might be able to train a group of yearkeepers. When the time comes, several hundred 9th grade watchmen will be lined up, not to mention the 8th grade, the 7th grade will be terrified. Of course, Ling Han and Lu Yuan, the two true believers, had to be pulled up as well. Lu Yuan first, Ling Han's second boon required the consumption of 300 incense. He thought better of it for the time being. There had to be enough incense to cover it. Who knows if that mountain god will suddenly come to attack. Lu Yuan, pry this guy's mouth open and see what he knows. Yes, sir. Lu Yuan has been looking forward to this for a long time too. He couldn't sleep at night after obtaining that half-book of Dao entry techniques. And so, amidst Zhao San's miserable screams, Qingshi village finally regained its apparent calmness. The reason why it was superficial was because a lot of people had sneakily seen that big battle just now. After all, thunder rolls in the sky, and who isn't curious about what's going on? When they saw that the unrivaled mountain god divine envoys in the past were not only easily defeated, but also killed and injured, even if one escaped, it did not affect the shock in their hearts. This Hao Shen is an extremely capable deity. Go back and offer incense, plus serve the tablet. I hope Hao Shen blesses us with a good harvest in the coming days. One by one, wide-eyed and flushed, who wouldn't want a powerful deity to cover them? The world is full of weirdness, and the Black Hills, miles away, are a paradise of weirdness. How many times have people feared that some powerful shenanigans would rush out from inside? Now with Hao Shen, they couldn't be more peaceful. It was, well, getting dark. The spookiness outside the village is also gradually reviving. There are flowers with sharp teeth, willows with black hair, and creepy creatures covered in white hair. Feeling the unique aura within the Greenstone Village, they instinctively loathed and feared it. Don't even dare make too much noise. The villagers, who had been bathed in rain all night, went quietly to sleep. Soon afterward, many people felt their bodies warm up. They all dreamed of a blazing fire. That flame, not hot at all, on the contrary, was warming all over. Lai Yuan and Lu Yuan, living in Ling Han's original home. As for Ling Han, he said on his lips that he was going to the temple to serve the Hao god, but he actually did the same thing. It was when Ri Yuan raised his eyes, he saw her flushed face and was flustered. This girl, she looks fine in the daytime, how come when it's nighttime? She's a bit oozy, but again, he was clear that the girl was human, not creepy. She'll just have to be left to it. The night was getting late. Greenstone Village fell into complete peace, but in the temple of the mountain god, it was a completely different scene. Say, what's that kid's token? Zhao Er swung his whip and viciously lashed at the three men. These three people were Ling Han's family members who had previously run away from the Greenstone Village. On the way, he was hit by Zhao Er. He originally brought it back to the mountain god temple in order to vent, but ended up knowing the identity of the three under the identification of Wang Fugui on the side. Lord God Emperor, we don't know Ling Han's elder brother seemed to have thought of something and shouted, that sword. I saw him holding that sword during the rainfall. Swords? Only then did Zhao Er remember the long sword that Lai Yuan always carried behind his back. So that's it. Also at this time, the mountain god idol suddenly grew countless black hairs, and a bizarre voice broke into Zhao Er's mind. Woman, catch her. The upper ambassador will come here on a certain day. Zhao Er forced himself to endure the stinging pain and knew the message conveyed by the gods. On the make. Hearing that word, he thought of the scene 2 days before, when that superior envoy had flogged the mountain god. The upper ambassador is also a negative spirit person. It's just that people serve more powerful gods. On the one hand, there was the urging of the mountain god, and on the other hand, there was his own blood feud. Lord God Emperor, I have an idea. Wang Fugui hated those mudbloods and came up with an idea. Zhao Er nodded slightly. With the full support of the mountain god, he already had a calculation in mind. Soon, several mournful screams came from the mountain god temple. There were 3 less people in the temple, but 3 more black cows. If you looked closely, you could see that the black hair all over the body was alive. At the same time, somewhere within the Greenstone Village, there were similar screams. Pop, pop, snap. The thorns covered with spikes acted as long whips that lashed at Zhao San's body, leaving trails of blood. Are you going to say it or not? Snap. Quite tough. I'd like to see you say it or not. Snap. Yo, let's see how long you can carry this. Snap. I say. Zhao San couldn't take it anymore and said with a crying face, what do you want to know? Come up here and whip me. Just ask me if I'm going to say anything. What the hell am I going to say? The night passed quickly. The sun rose in the east, a ray of sunrise, shining at the entrance of the village, then gradually spreading to the whole village. Unlike in the past, the first thing many villagers do when they get up is not work, but worship. Worship Hao Shen. Incense +5. Incense +7. Incense +8. Incense +2. Ri Yuan was woken up. It wasn't the clamor outside the village that woke him, but the sound of incense going into the accounts. What he didn't expect was the amount of incense today, which was quite a bit more than yesterday. Most people, who offer incense, are above the benchmark, excluding the necessary divine domain consumption. He had a balance of 632 points for today alone. Number of incense, 1005. The incense broke the 1,000 mark. Looking at it this way, it would only take 20 days or so for one to save up 10,000 points of incense. What's going on? Ri Yuan could only think of the great battle yesterday. You may seem to have lost 150 points of incense yourself, but in turn, it deepened the villagers' faith. Manifestation of the Holy Spirit before men. Miracles. This is the fastest way to harvest incense, though it didn't raise the level of their devotees. Devotion, through incense, presented itself. It looks like those heavenly thunderbolts yesterday. Not only did they not lose, but they even made a lot of money. The sound of incense, that's never ending. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual fluctuation in Lu Yuan, and there was a knock at the door. Lord God Emperor, that Zhao San has opened his mouth. Chapter 17, The Second Gift. The corner of Lai Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Feeling the content of Lu Yuan's interrogation, he really mourned for Zhao San. Originally, Zhao San was a weakling, so he didn't need to be tortured much at all. As a result, Lu Yuan hard dozens of lashes. Thorns on top of the thorn strips were smoothed out, and only then began to ask. But the more detailed stuff still needs to be told by Lu Yuan himself. After all, that thing isn't a mind reader. According to Zhao San, that mountain god divine messenger, the so-called old and new laws, he actually doesn't know much, but there is one bit of content he said that I find valuable. That is, whether it's the new method of qi refining or the yearkeeper, it seems to be related to weirdness. Hearing this, Ri Yuan wasn't surprised. It's weird that it has nothing to do with weirdness. In a normal world, its cultivation should be mentioned in the book left behind by the old Taoist priest. First refining qi, then building the foundation, writing the Jin Dan path, transforming the Dan into an infant. and eventually transforming into a god. But after the bizarre birth, the laws of heaven and earth must have changed. So, someone created a new law. It was just surprising to him how the year keepers could also be related to the spooky. Any way you look at it, that aura is out of place with the weirdness. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan continued. I used to be a soldier and got lucky and became a year keeper. But currently, the 9th rank is already my limit. To achieve the 8th rank, I need one thing. What is it? Teo, Tai Sui, is actually a kind of weirdness, but the strange thing is that it has no attacking ability. It can be eaten, and after eating it, it can greatly increase chi and blood. If you want to step into the 8th grade, you have to have the assistance of a Taiyu to do so. Is it hard to believe that the new method of refining chi also needs to use weirdness as a medium? It was difficult for Ri Yuan to judge. He didn't even know much about the old law, let alone the new one. I don't know, but that Zhao San also mentioned that deities seem to have class divisions as well. Lu Yuan spoke more cautiously, but Li Yuan heard it in his tone. The mouths of the gods are actually bizarrely afraid of following the same rules. Who let? The gods are just weird. Tell me about it. 3 levels and 9 grades. The 3 levels are the mortal, earth, and heaven levels, and then each is divided into the upper, middle, and lower levels. That mountain god is the lower level of the mortal grade. It sounds as if it corresponds to the 9 grades of the year keeper. That's true, but usually, the lower mortal grade is comparable to the 8th grade in terms of weirdness. Lai Yuan glanced at him. Creepy. The fox's tail is showing. Any other god would have cleaned him up long ago. That is, he is kind-hearted. He was, currently, supposed to be considered the lower level of the mortal class as well. I don't know which is weaker or stronger than that mountain god. The first order of business is still, to improve the battlefield. Soon, the Greenstone Village was bustling with activity. The group of people traveled to Qingfeng Mountain, in the temple of Hao Shen. Grace ceremony. What is the ceremony of grace? Did you see the great battle yesterday? Lord Hao Shen is going to personally grace the warriors. What will happen to the boon? Could we also release that kind of lightning? It seems to be possible. Can't you see the Ling family girls? That's it. You can't call it that anymore. From now on, you have to call out Divine Messenger Ling. Lu Yuan followed the rowdy group. He was both a little excited and a little apprehensive when Ri Yuan told him about the boon. Divine Providence sounds very good, but realize that the gods are creepy. And frankly, this stuff is creepy tagging you and then granting you a portion of the power of creepy. That was the case with those 3 yesterday. Having the power of guile made it hard to call himself a pure person anymore. And how could he not be apprehensive? Soon, the crowd gathered outside the temple. Lai Yuan, fussily walked out with his long sword held high, striding on the high platform. Even the Taoist robes on his body were all new. It's certainly not that he's trying to act like a pussy when he's making such a big scene. Rather, now that the believers had multiplied, he wanted to stir up the good spirits of these people while displaying miracles through his gifts. Also to establish order, reward the meritorious and punish the guilty, so that these believers can be managed. Hao Shen is above. Yesterday the heretics attacked my Hao Shen followers and were defeated by us. Today Hao Shen will be for the warriors and send down gifts. With that, he stepped forward once more. Ling Han, step forward. Yes. Ling Chen was still as frosty as ever as she knelt on one knee in front of the Hao Shen idol, her head slightly lowered. Ri Yuan extended his long sword and placed it on his shoulder. Grace, a golden light lit up, then instantly enveloped her. Powerful strength erupted from within Ling Chen's body. Incense, 300. Lai Yuan forced himself to endure the flesh pain. Soon, he noticed that the boon turned gray. When his viewpoint shifted to Lu Yuan, it reverted back to being selectable. Nice guy. It turns out that the wild god bit a person he can only enjoy twice. Next, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was startled. He was prepared for this, but the gesture of walking up was still slightly awkward. But when he saw the idol, he half-kneeled as if resigned to his fate. He's going to stop being a human being. Sensing his complicated thoughts, Lai Yuan almost laughed out loud. Incense, 30. Another golden light lit up. Unlike what Lu Yuan had imagined, a warm power surged up from within him. That power, it wasn't evil at all. What was even more special was that the power, directly integrated into his chi and blood. His realm was actually slowly breaking through when he was originally in the middle of the 9th rank, and then he reached the late 9th rank. It's only a step away from the top, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but in the chi and blood, there seemed to be a hint of special power mixed in, but when he felt it carefully, he couldn't perceive it. The imagined shenanigans are more than a little absent. He was more than human. More than human. After giving the 2 boons, the last of course was Ri Yuan himself. Incense, 300. The last golden light lit up. The realm that Lai Yuan had just broken through also began to slowly push forward, practicing chi at the 5th level. When he reached this realm, he felt that his own mana was 30% more than before. It seemed to be only one step away from the 6th level of chi practicing. The first level of Qi practicing to the 5th level of Qi practicing corresponded to the 9th grade yearkeeper. As for the 6th level of Qi cultivation to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, it corresponded to the 8th grade of yearkeepers. In a way, the difference between Tier 5 and Tier 6 is huge. The villagers' hearts were filled with envy. The thunderous light on Linghan, the rising Qi and blood on Lu Yuan, and the golden light on Li Yuan were incomparably mesmerizing. Strength. That's how many people crave power. There is no way for a regular person to face shenanigans other than with their hands tied. But now, there was a chance to get power just by performing feats for Hao Shen. Many people were secretly making hard feelings in their hearts. They must listen to the words of the divine messenger, and their faith in God Hao became even more devout. Incense +2, incense +5, incense +4. Not only the incense, but also the devotees, increased by several. His purpose, accomplished. It was just that what puzzled Li Yuan was that there were a few people's gazes that kept sweeping over him. Chapter 18, The Siege. In fact, there were more than a few pairs of gazes looking at Li Yuan. The majority of the attention in the arena was on the deity, and the remaining small half was on him. As the highest-ranking divine messenger among the three, the divine surrogate, he gets the most attention. That's normal. But what was unusual was that there were a few glances that were not his devotees. From Li Yuan's own perspective, it's not that obvious. However, through Hao Shen's perspective, it was clear as day. Looking more closely, he realized that the people were looking at, in fact, not simply him. The perspective of a few people was off to the back, behind him. Soon, he realized what a few people were up to. Looks like that mountain god is going to press on. At that thought, he hastily glanced at his incense. Just spent 630 points of incense on 3 consecutive enchants. It's only logical that there should be 375 points of incense left, but in the end the villagers had another small outburst. Over 100 believers added up to a little over 200 points. Incense count, 589 points. More than 50 heavenly thunders smashed down. He just couldn't believe which creepy top could hold up. With the end of the enjoyment, the villagers returned to their labor in the rice paddies, facing the soil. This is a life they will never be able to escape. But it's so much better than the last few days. I had to worry about pellets before, but now I don't have to worry at all. At the first sign of a drought, Li Yuan will travel in clouds and spread rain. Compared to the incense provided by the villagers, the consumption of cloth rain is only how much. This has also made it possible for the rice to grow very well in the past 2 days. Everyone's anticipation was that this year would be an excellent harvest. For breakfast, you can have thicker, thinner rice. The average farmer has only 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the evening. In the morning it was thin rice, like the last few days, and you couldn't even stand up chopsticks in thin rice. Dinner was a little better, but for a strong adult man, it was only a bowl of rice, and for a woman, even a small half bowl, which sometimes had to be shared with a child. Now, finally, I can relax a little. Along with that, I have more strength to work. Slowly, the sky gradually darkened, and even the evening sun in the sky gradually lost its light. Moo! Suddenly, a cow bellowed, spreading throughout the entire Greenstone Village. But anyone who heard this voice only felt a chill run through their body, that chill that ran from the soles of their feet to their eyebrows. The nourished Linghan and Lu Yuan opened their eyes. They leapt up and stood on either side of Ri Yuan, one on the left and one on the right. Coming, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows and looked to the southeast. Instead, they saw several strong men, carrying 2 wooden sticks on their shoulders, and on the sticks rested a statue of a bull-headed god. It was said to be an idol, but it did not have the slightest sense of solemnity. The black hairs on it were just wrapped around the burly men. If one looked closely one would realize that the burly men didn't have the slightest bit of spiritual intelligence at all, and everything they did was controlled by the bull's head bizarrely. The god of the falling cow slope mountains. Lu Yuan was shocked in his heart. The mountain god's face was described very clearly by Zhao San, and he was certain that this was the mountain god. Apart from the mountain god, Zhao Er, who was filled with a hateful look, stood next to the idol. Behind him, he was followed by the fat and gruff Wang Fugue. To his amazement, at the very front of the bull-headed idol, dozens of bull-headed, black-haired Bazaar were gasping for air. They were still chewing on something in their mouths. If you look closely, you can spot the remains of a finger on the floor. Ling Han's heart chilled as she saw a familiar aura in it. 3 ways. She drew in a heavy breath. It should be your lives. In that case, you will be sent to your death. God's envoy. Go on. Of course Li Yuan knew what she meant. The dozens of creepy heads, if he wasn't mistaken, were dozens of people. The power of weirdness is truly terrifying. You can't stop it, and there's no point in stopping it. It was just as well to see how strong Ling Han was after the second boon. He clearly felt that Hao Shen was special, and that the power received after a normal god's gift was pretty much the same. The god of the mountain. For example, bestows upon his followers the power of transformation. But Hao Shen was different. Lu Yuan, for example, had the cultivation of a 9th grade agekeeper, and the boon then boosted his cultivation. Then there was Ri Yuan himself, who likewise had a similar effect, and the mana seemed to have more indefinable effects. But Ling Chen was different. She didn't have any cultivation on her side at all, so the power she got was pure divine art, heavenly thunder. Strictly speaking, Hao Shen's current spirit negative person was the only one, Ling Han. It was only that she was able to use the power of heavenly thunder to stimulate her fleshly body to gain extremely high mobility. Zigzag. In an instant, Ling Chen transformed into a blue flash and rushed towards the black-haired Bazaar group. Boom! In an instant, there was a heavenly thunderbolt that directly shattered one of the 3 Bazaar heads. So fast. Zhao Er looked at this scene and was shocked. He had just wanted to go down, but when he saw this thunder, he temporarily extinguished that thought. Yesterday, one could still suppress her. Not today. The woman was 10% faster than he was transformed. The other side is not growing too fast. However, he was happy in his heart instead. That Hao Shen, sensing a crisis. The sudden change in the young girl's body must have been gifted by the gods. This meant that he wasn't that powerful. So as long as these believers were wiped out first, then they could gather their strength and exterminate that Hao Shen. It's called clipping feathers. Before he came, he had poked around. That Hao Shen idol is still enshrined in the temple. Boom! Boom! Ling Chen was alone as he rampaged through the weird swarm. Dozens of creeps, and she alone faced them. Knock knock. The creeps ran. The black hairs on their bodies, intertwined into a huge net, just spreading out. Boom! Ling Chen was not the least bit afraid as thunder danced on her body, slashing towards the gap between the weirdness. Zigzag. The power of thunder implicitly restrains weirdness. That Luo net was torn open with a huge gash. Another bizarre and tragic death. There was also a creepy one left that her mother had transformed into. Moo! Ling Han's mother was beyond regret. Why did she leave the village? Why didn't she hold on to her daughter's thighs? And now that it was turning weird, all she had left was the will to survive. Even if that's the case, she has to live. The thunder on Ling Chen's body, in turn, lost its severity, breaking the bloom. Joji noticed this keenly. That's exactly what he wants to see. He was instantly covered by a surge of black hair, leaving a black residual shadow in its place. Jab! He used his palm as a sword and slashed towards the young girl, covered in black fur. It was no less than any sharp blade. Just a little bit of cut skin will be infested with weirdness. When the time comes, the young girl will be at his mercy. Zigzag! But the moment he got close, terrifying lightning spread out from Ling Chen's body, and a powerful paralyzing sensation immediately came from his body. It turned out to be Ling Chen who had instantly released most of his power, forming a thunder magnetic field in the surrounding area. Lu Yuan saw this and moved as well. The terrifying power of qi and blood rose, like a fierce tiger on the lower mountain, with killing intent. Chapter 19, Target, Divine Relic. Crap! Zhao Er didn't expect Ling Han to have this up his sleeve. Without his greatest reliance as speed, his strength was on the weak side amongst the 9 products. However, it quickly occurred to him that the other party's consumption was bound to be very great as they suddenly released such a quantity and intensity of thunder. As long as he lasts through the wave, not to say that they could easily take down Ling Han, but they could end the battle quickly. But when he felt the powerful qi and blood force coming from his side, he was incomparably sad. If Big Brother was still around, how could he be in such a situation? Not far away, Bullhead Creepy wasn't eating his words either. To be able to call himself a deity, he was destined to have a spirit that was not low. Normally, they drive the negative spirit man. Now the negative spirit man is unbearable. He certainly wasn't going to sit on his hands. The dozens of humans transformed into weirdness suddenly split into 2 halves. Half of them were used to intercept Lu Yuan, while the other side was heading towards Lai Yuan. Bullhead Creepy could clearly feel the threat coming from Ri Yuan, substitute walker, even more dangerous than his previously chosen surrogate. The power of the surrogate relies on the strength of the deity behind it, and likewise has to do with the fact that the surrogate is able to withstand a few moments of the deity's power. If a perfect surrogate was able to withstand 99% of a deity's power, it could almost be equivalent to the deity itself. He could sense that this surrogate was able to withstand at least 90% of the deity's power. It must be destroyed. These shenanigans are what is used to consume the divine power of the gods. Roar! The bizarre ones hissed with a terrifying power, like 10,000 horses galloping, and the pitch blackness was extremely oppressive. Golden Light Mantra. As Ri Yuan recited the incantation, a black-haired creepy had already rushed to his heels. Bang! As its body slammed into Ri Yuan's body, the black hairs on its body were like hedgehogs, instantly exploding. Looking at the black hair that was only half an inch away from him, Lai Yuan only felt that his entire being was bad. He was at least at the 5th level of qi cultivation, and the golden light spell he had cast was almost broken by an ordinary weirdness. By previous levels, these shenanigans were just a little bit better than normal, and completely out of place. However, the creepy stopped moving after the black hair exploded. It's actually disposable? But he still had a numb scalp when he saw that there were still 3 dozen creeps behind him. He realized, once again, the importance of having power. At this point, not to mention the 9th grade vigilantes, even a group of strong men with rising chi and blood would be able to block this group of shenanigans. That would make it a lot easier for them. 2. He forcibly restrained himself from using the heavenly thunder. There were at least 60 to 70 weirdnesses in the field. His heavenly thunder, all single-point bursts, could only kill one at a time. With over 70 of them, it wasn't enough for him to use up all the incense. Even if it's enough, if you run out of incense now, the next step is dangerous. Don't forget, that bull-headed creepy hasn't really gone down yet. To ask when he's going down, Yuan turned his head to look behind him as his opponent waited for an opportunity. Knock knock. In a flash of lightning, those black-haired creeps had already surged over. One part of the creepy sealed his retreat, and the other creepy had already pounced. They take up almost every angle they can vacate. Swordsmanship. The long sword behind Yuan flew out, and the long sword, which was originally not sharp, possessed a notable lethality with the hint of divine power contained in it. A direct break in the front. From that opening, he avoided the bizarre flurry. But soon, the weirdness around them surrounded them again with great speed. The killing power of the Imperial Sword Art is also very limited. The multiple castings of the Golden Light Incantation and the Imperial Sword Art were rapidly draining his mana. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed that Yuan's condition was quite a bit better than his, and that his surging chi and blood had an extremely strong restraining power against shenanigans. Between punches and kicks, it backfired. Yuan couldn't help but spit. If he knew the new law, could he not be like the Year Keeper? But water from afar could not quench his thirst, so he could only use his mana to consume these shenanigans first and try to save a little bit of incense. On the other side, the thunderbolt released by Ling Han had reached its extreme. She could only withdraw her power and then choose to tangle with Zhao Er. Ha ha, next it's my turn. Zhao Er's pressure was instantly reduced. He was near full strength, so of course he no longer feared Ling Chen. The battle between the 3 was in the middle of a quagmire for a while. The villagers watching from afar looked anxious, but they were scared to death of Creepy, so how could they dare to come forward to help? Wang Lu was also afraid, but he also knew that if Hao Shen lost, Qingshi village would be finished. The mountain gods will never let them go. Thinking of his swaddled daughter, he was ruthless and turned to yell in a low voice, "Is there anyone with me to help? As long as we can stop a few of the creeps, maybe the god angels will win." He doesn't have much confidence in his own words, just hanging on by a thread. Most people were afraid to meet his eyes. Fear. Fear. Most people had similar expressions. There were only a few people with more than a few other thoughts on their faces. Little 6. I'm with you. I'll join you. Let's go help God Emperor Lai. Right. Add me. Wang Lu was a little surprised. These 3 people, who were usually idle, did not expect, actually had such a spirit. He was slightly emboldened by the sight of support. Well then, let's pick up our hoes and charge together. The hoe had been the only thing they could find that could be called a weapon. So it was that a group of 4 people, just like that, approached towards Yuan. Yuan was dodging around before he sensed that a blazing aura was rapidly approaching towards him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wang Lu, who was a bit surprised. That's a lot of courage, God Emperor. I've brought people to help you. Wang Lu himself wasn't powerful, but the chi and blood he possessed himself could make ordinary Bazaar feel threatened. He was in his prime and a believer in Hao Shen. It did have a small effect. Lord God Emperor, I'm here to help you too. A gray-clothed teenager spoke, not knowing if it was on purpose or not, bumping right in front of Yuan to attract his attention. The other 2, also quite tacitly, one on the left and one on the right, blocked the trajectory of the longsword's flight, and on their faces, they still wore a clear look of fear. Yuan had no choice but to slow down his flying sword, and that, just in time, was captured with precision by the duo. Without any hesitation, they each had 2 hands and grabbed on top of the flying swords. The flying swords had originally been sacrificed, so Yuan was able to use the spells as if they were his own. But now that there were 2 more on the sword, he couldn't control it. He hadn't yet reached the level of flying with a sword. Wang Lu sensed something was wrong and yelled, "What are you doing?" Without waiting for the 3 to reply, a delighted voice came from not far away. "Yes, that's it. Hurry up and bring the sword over. 5 taels of silver each. I'll keep my word." Wang Lu showed an expression of shock and anger. This voice he could never forget. That dead fat Wang Fugue. He never expected that these few shrewd scoundrels were actually bribed. "Master Wang, wait a moment. A few of us will bring it over right away." The gray-clothed teenager quickly got up with a roll, and a line of 3 people passed through the shenanigans, handing the long sword to Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue didn't slack off either, fawningly offering the longsword to the bull-headed deity. Chapter 20, Heavenly Thunder to kill the evil. Ha ha ha. Wang Fugue, well done. Seeing this scene, Zhao Er wasn't in a hurry. Revenge is in sight. No, revenge is at hand. That Hao god of yours is still at Qingfeng Mountain, right? Now without the deity token. Who are you to stand in the way of Lord Mountain God? Wang Lu's eyes were almost ready to spit fire. The three of you actually defected to the enemy. Damn it, damn it. Those three were not amused. Damn it, is there any mistake? Master Wang promised us 5 taels of silver each. You believe in Hao Shen and have money? Who's just like you mud-legged people, scrounging in the ground every day? That's what's so great about that Hao Shen. Look at Lord Mountain God. This is true divine greatness. I advise you to fold your hands, or else all the corpses will be carried away by wild dogs later. With that, a few people laughed out loud. Wang Fugue became even happier. Yesterday he fled in haste, and today he has returned as king. You unruly people, how dare you kidnap the old man? The old man in the back listen. Later on the master I want to shell one by one. He shouted, of course, to the old village chief. Woe is me. The old village chief was in a hurry. He also didn't expect a traitor to come out of the village. It's not even enough that those few are usually idle, but they actually did this kind of evil. If the mountain god came in, I was afraid that my own old bones would be used as a torch. Lu Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. With the deity token gone, they could only rely on their own strength next. If it was just these shenanigans and a negative spirit man, it would barely be manageable. But if you add a deity, he was not at all confident. How could he have overlooked this group of pigmates behind him? A little too safe under Hao Shen's command, which in turn made him not as vigilant as he should have been. In contrast, Ling Han's reaction was very intense. What if I can't do it? As a true believer of Hao Shen, her faith was above everyone else. God Emperor, hurry up. I'll hold them off, Ling Chen said, stimulating all the remaining power. In the dusky sunset, her body flashed with dazzling blue lightning. Yes, Lu Yuan also reacted. As long as Hao Shen was still around, nothing was a problem. Lai Yuan, as Hao Shen's surrogate, he was the top priority. Bright red qi and blood rose up from Lu Yuan's body. A red and a blue, like two walls, stopped in front of Ri Yuan, stopping all those black-haired weirdness. Go, can you walk? Zhao Er laughed. He wasn't standing here watching the show. In fact, he had long been on guard against Lai Yuan running away. Ri Yuan did not say anything, but only cast the golden light incantation, trying to protect the two of them with the greatest strength. Seemingly knowing the end of the two of them, they acted as if they were crazy and killed creepy. Bang, bang, bang. Under the fierce fight, those bizarre damages were heavy, but Zhao Er and the others were indifferent. These shenanigans, they're just expendable. 60, 40, 20, when there were only 10 or so creeps left on the scene, Ling Han and Lu Yuan, their power was nearly exhausted. It was also at that moment that a seeping whisper was heard in the ears of the crowd. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mountain idol moved. He transformed into a Zhonghai figure. Bull's head, human body, on which 2 eyes as big as copper bells, emitting scarlet light. Click. He stomped on Ri Yuan's longsword, and his black hairs were like swords, churning the longsword to pieces. To his surprise, the power on it was weak, but at least, that pure divine power. He captured it. The bull-headed deity was not amused, he was, now, hungry. A powerful pressure emanated from him. The gods, going on a killing spree. Zhao Er smiled faintly, looking at the desperate duo. He didn't care at all. Divine greatness is not something that mortals can fight against. Terror, powerful. It's hard to resist. This was the most intuitive feeling Ling Han and Lu Yuan had, but as followers of Hao Shen, they could not retreat. Finally, has struck. In the bull-headed deity's astonished eyes, a heavenly thunderbolt fell. How is that possible? That Hao Shen is clearly not here, Joji exclaimed, and soon he came up with the smug answer. Fake. It's all because of that woman, actually trying to scare us. Lord Yamagami wouldn't fall for such a trick. When the bull-headed deity heard this, it was the truth. The negative trickster under his own command would certainly not lie to him. That token was also destroyed by himself. Actually dare to intimidate himself. The district a heavenly thunder. Wait for him to hold through. By virtue of his body, he hardened himself against a heavenly thunderbolt. There wasn't much damage to himself. After all, it was a deity that had entered the grade, but without waiting for him to take any action, another heavenly thunderbolt fell. There was no gap between the two heavenly thunders. Still dying. Can a mere 2 heavenly thunderbolts help Lord Mountain God? Zhao Er's eyes changed slightly, but he was still full of disdain. It was only the lightning that followed that set his face pale. After that falling heavenly thunder, there were countless other heavenly thunders. Boom, boom, boom. In the eyes of the crowd, All they could see was a dazzling pillar of thunder that lit up in the evening. That moment was like day. That's Hao Shen's thunder punishment. Why is Hao Shen still able to use power? And isn't his idol in Qingfeng Mountain? The two didn't understand and just looked at Ri Yuan behind them. His face, set off by the light of the thunder, looked incredibly holy. Could it be that Hao Shen's greatness is actually so terrifying? What Lu Yuan thought of was that Hao Shen might really be able to use divine powers across 10 miles. It was reasonable to say that only those great deities could possess such power. But who says Hao Shen isn't a great deity anymore? His bitterness is, perhaps, unimaginably high. Even if it's heavenly, it's not surprising. Just by looking at the vast and sacred power you can tell it's extraordinary. He relaxed at the thought. Ri Yuan gave him an odd look. Boy, aren't you thinking too much? It wasn't like he could explain it. This would in turn easily destroy Hao Shen's powerful image in his mind. It's just as well. A little piety in a believer isn't much of a stretch. Looking at the succession of heavenly thunder, Zhao Er was completely confused. It was, truly, divine greatness. Nigh. The bull-headed deity let out a strange cry as the powerful thunder landed on him, emitting a zippy burning sound. Those black hairs that he had used as his reliance had already been destroyed by the heavenly thunder. He really believed in the evil of his own negative spirit man. He's been tricked himself. That Hao Shen's main body must be in the vicinity. Everything, waiting for yourself to throw yourself into the net. By abandoning his spiritual mind, he could change from divine to bizarre, which would allow him to abandon his current body. Being alive is more important than anything else. However, that thunder seemed to be bottomless. Even if he wanted to implement such an idea, he couldn't do anything at all. The bull-headed deity could only watch in despair as his body, one by one, was consumed by the heavenly thunder. 10 ways, 15 channels, 20 roads, 30 roads. Lai Yuan was also fuming this time. 30 heavenly thunderbolts smashed down in a row. He even made up 10 more passes to avoid the risk. 40 heavenly thunderbolts smashed a deep pit several feet wide into the ground. The ordinary people on the sidelines had already been stunned. Zhao Er also let out a strange scream before fainting. Chapter 21, Mountain God Temple. Another spirit negative. The color of the night. Descending. The weirdness in the surrounding area. 2. Gradually revived. There were scarlet lanterns, wandering around the perimeter, with blood-dripping skeletons hanging underneath them. There were cannibalistic flowers with bloody mouths, dainty and beautiful, with a blood-colored spectral light. There were also willows like human hair, like dormant snakes, sorrowfully searching for every bit of popularity. But all of these weirdnesses were trembling under the dazzling thunder light. Looking at the mountain god that went up in smoke, Wang Fuguei was terrified. He subconsciously ran off into the distance. Otherwise, you're really going to die here. But head on, it collided with Guile Willow. That's it. It was nighttime now, and if you were alone in the wilderness, you would definitely be eaten by the creepy. He gulped and ran back. Seeing the angry Wang Lu, he hurriedly fell to his knees. I know I'm wrong. I'm all blinded by the mountain god. No, the false god. I'm willing to offer all my money. There's dozens of taels of silver. I'm willing to take all of it, as long as you let me go. Q. Wang Lu kicked him over. Taking advantage of the fact that you have a few stinking dollars is terrific. Say, where's all the money? He wasn't asking for himself. All this silver, of course, belonged to the Lord God Emperor. The 3 street skaters, even more panicked, for the old village headman had led the way, coming out with a broom. Dogs, how dare you collude with outsiders? Smoke them to death for me. These were people that creepy might not dare to fight, but teaching people a lesson was still daring. Lu Yuan ignored the noise around him as he touched Zhao Er's pulse, only to find that the other party's breath was already weak beyond recognition. The negative spirit man and the divine are one. When the gods die, the spirit negative people have to suffer heavily. It wasn't to the point of death, but the consequences were definitely not good. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that half of the yearkeeper's secret art. Are you saying that the remaining half of the piece should be in the temple of the mountain god? Lai Yuan was suffering enough from having no power. 400 points of incense. That's 400 points of incense. It's just gone. That's still based on the fact that he will be counting on it. If this mountain god didn't think he would win, how could the heavenly thunder hit him so easily? The thunder in the sky that can't be hit, the deer is still unknown. This was still only a mere mortal level inferior deity in the district, and it was only with multiple calculations that it barely managed to win. According to the 9th class, what kind of monster would the heaven class be? But it wasn't without gain. After killing that weirdness, he obtained the divine art fragment. Not just one piece, but 2, together with the original piece. He already had 3 divine art fragments in his hands. I just don't know how much it would take to put together a complete fragment. The sense of urgency in his mind grew stronger. In this weird world, who can say if one will suffer an undeserved disaster? Only by becoming stronger yourself can you survive better and shelter more ordinary people. In addition to the Night Watchman's secret art, in the Temple of the Mountain God, there should be quite a few other good things as well. To prevent a long night, they decided to leave overnight. The night is, indeed, a spooky world, but he was protected by the power of the gods, and most of the shenanigans wouldn't actively mess with them. Not to mention, the strongest creep in the neighborhood is actually Bullseye. After instructing Ling Han to clean up the mess, the two of them, Li Yuan and Lu Yuan, walked into the darkness. As soon as it was dark, the atmosphere around them became eerie and spooky. The living are angry and attract a lot of weirdness. Right now, they will truly see the many evils. There were black balls of flesh trailing soggy intestines and ghastly white flotsam floating in midair. In that instant, both of them were a bit furtive in their minds. Ri Yuan is also the first time to travel at night, before only know the danger, but did not expect, more than dangerous, but also a little off the rationale. Thankfully, these shenanigans are largely out of bounds. They crossed over without much effort, but when passing through a large mountain jungle, the duo stopped. This is the Black Mountain. God Emperor, go faster. This place is where the weird chi converges. There are many powerful weirdness inside. Even during the day it's dangerous, and at night it's only more terrifying. Let's take a detour. Yes, Ri Yuan didn't ink it either. He was able to visibly see that the chi over that place was very wrong. After awakening the incense and fire divine path, the chi-looking technique could still only distinguish between people and weirdness, but it was difficult to discern the strength of their power. But within the Black Mountain, a dense and bizarre intertwining revealed a strange red color. It reminded him of the scene on the day of his awakening, far more immediate than those of course, but bringing that bright red with him had to be alarming. There's definitely some pretty scary shenanigans hiding in there. The only option is to go around. However, in a little more than half an hour, they arrived near the mountain god's temple and saw the falling cow slope that looked like half of a cow's horn. Lai Yuan looked upwards, but he found that on the slope of the fallen cow, there was a chi fortune. Someone, watch out, by all rights, Bullhead Creepy should have poured out, but it didn't seem like a big deal to have one left behind. For safety's sake, both of them were very alert and felt their way up the hill. It didn't take long to touch the front of the temple. Who? A voice rang out just moments after the two of them approached. The two were shocked and their hearts raced, and that, in turn, allowed the people inside to detect the breach. Hiss! A sound of cracking wind came from the air, something like a razor blade that plunged into Ri Yuan's golden light spell. Pieces of paper? Something familiar. The end of the piece of paper pierced his skin just right, but whenever he was a little slow with the golden light spell, the person was gone. The opponent's strength was as terrifying as it was. Without waiting for him to have any thoughts, several more pieces of paper flew in. Each piece, no less than 100 steel blades. Knock knock. Lu Yuan braced his powerful chi and blood to break through the paper with his palm blade. The paper broke through his skin, but it also allowed him to tear a gash forward. Swordsmanship. Lai Yuan seizes this opportunity. Then he remembered that his sword, it seemed, was gone, and so, a heavenly thunderbolt simply fell. That obviously bizarre tactic was a foe and not a friend. In that case, it would be better to strike first. With Lu Yuan guarding for him, he was instead able to better utilize the power of the heavenly thunder divine art. Surrogates. Where did the wild god come from? The figure let out a gasp of disbelief, narrowly avoiding that heavenly thunder, but after being caught off guard, it was also grazed a bit by the aftermath. But just touching a little bit made his hands and feet paralyzed, and even the power in his body was restrained. What made him even more uneasy was that from just now, the weird power in this mountain god temple was getting weaker and weaker. Looking at it that way, I'm only afraid that guy was exterminated. Rubbish thing, how dare you die when you haven't even done what the Spirit Lord asked? So much for that. Without much hesitation, he turned and rushed into the mountain god temple storehouse. No good. Ri Yuan also reacted and hurriedly followed. The two of them rushed into the mountain god's treasury one after the other. Chapter 22, The Complete Secret Art. Inside the storehouse, things were cluttered and disorganized in just a pile. Still vaguely visible, though, were several of the food items, tangled in black hair, but after the bullhorn bizarrely died, those black hairs, then not much use, its entangled items, no support, gradually fell to the ground. The reaction of that virtual shadow could not be described as fast. After rushing into the storage room, he rolled over, picking up an item with tangled black hair and shoving it into his pocket, while at the same time using his strength to rip another item away. For the first item, the corner of Ri Yuan's eye only saw a touch of pitch black, but the second item was different, and he saw by Hua. Don't get me wrong, it's silver for nothing. A silver ingot, judging by its size, was at least 10 taels. The shadowy figure grabbed at least 3 ingots in one hand. 3 ingots is 30 taels, equivalent to 30,000 coins. It's comparable to 1 million in a previous life. Lai Yuan was so angry, The first thing was fine. After all, he didn't see it. But the silver, he couldn't pretend he didn't see it. Money is necessary if you want to cultivate yearkeepers. Where is the meat without money? How can you raise chi and blood without eating meat? Without enough chi and blood, even if there are secret techniques, it won't work. Seeing that the shadowy figure still had a small action in his other hand, he raised his hand and launched a bolt of heavenly lightning. Stop it for me. Boom! Seeing that it was not possible, the void shadow glanced fondly at the remaining silver tails. There are quite a few other goodies besides silver. He was a bit unwilling, but when he felt the power of the heavenly thunder just now, he was weak again. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Wait until he finds help. Consider this guy saved for himself for a while. His figure suddenly stalled, then crashed through the wooden pillars of the temple, which instantly collapsed. Taking this opportunity, he escaped. Lai Yuan wanted to chase after him, but the beam that fell overhead stopped the two of them. Meanwhile, some of the wooden structures fell without support. The two were instantly buried by the collapsing mountain temple. It was only after a few dozen breaths that the two of them climbed up in a rather sorry state. The black shadow, at this point, was already far away. Damn! Ri Yuan was so angry, and what pissed him off even more was that he had to dig out the rest of the next. There's obviously some good stuff down there. They worked like that for a little while, and they sorted out a lot of good stuff. First, there was the silver, which in bits and pieces added up to a whopping 43 taels. 43 taels. Lai Yuan was all red-eyed. It was also the first time he had gotten such a huge amount of money. Lord God Emperor, all this money is enough to purchase a rather nice property in the county. Lu Yuan is excited too. He had been a soldier for so many years, and had saved up only 10 taels of silver, which he had later spent. Calm down, Lai Yuan said blandly, but your hands are shaking. That's just tired from digging, Ri Yuan said without a blush. He very calmly put the silver in his pocket. Go to the other item immediately afterward. That half-book of the secret art of the Agekeeper. My lord, this object and our half-book do match. Lu Yuan held that secret art like a treasure. Ri Yuan, however, had some doubts. Why don't they train a few more yearkeepers when they have this in their hands? Is it possible that it's more expensive to keep a keeper? How costly? For the 43 taels of silver we just got, it's probably enough to feed 10 ninth-rank yearkeepers for 4 months. Hiss. Lai Yuan once again realized his poverty. Both incense and silver are in short supply themselves. This is still based on maintenance. If there is a great war, the consumption is even more. Okay, stop it. Lai Yuan felt that he was afraid that he would face a lack of money for a long time. The secret arts and the silver, though, were not their ultimate gain. He also got a jade fat bottle. The bottles were all made of jade, and the contents, naturally, were not bad. So, Lai Yuan poured out a few black pills from it, a strong scent of medicine. It looks like it would be tempting to take a bite, but Li Yuan was afraid to eat it, not to mention the fact that it is a medicine that is 3 times poisonous. What if this thing is poison? It would really be the most ridiculous way to die if you weren't careful and poisoned yourself by messing with your medication. He's still seeing too little. All that can be confirmed at the moment is that this thing is certainly worth a lot of money. Being able to be bizarrely hidden by the bull's head, its value, even if it was not as good as the tens of taels of silver, would not be bad at all. After getting these things, they didn't give up their search. Are you kidding? They're the ones who can hold their own. Even a rag is bound to have a purpose. Halfway through digging, Lai Yuan touched a piece of paper and his face suddenly turned white. Lu Yuan keenly noticed the change in Ri Yuan's face and asked busily, Divine Envoy, what's wrong? Look at this piece of paper. Does it look very familiar? Look familiar? Lu Yuan took the piece of paper. He remembered that this thing was the weapon of the mysterious man just now. When he recognized it carefully, his face went equally white. Paper people giving away marriages. The two spoke in unison. The mysterious person's means just now was only of the 8th grade. The shenanigans behind it are only not good. The two generated so much urgency out of nowhere that even their digging movements were much faster. Mostly odds and ends though. Add it all up and it might buy a couple of silver dollars. Just as the two were about to give up, Ri Yuan suddenly touched a hard object, bare and very strange to the touch. He gave it a hard tug, and when he saw its shape, he thought it wasn't right, and wiped his hand with the corner of his coat, and the thing revealed its true form. A white bone, in the shape of a rib, but the ribs are only 1/3 the size of an adult's. Anger. Ri Yuan could hardly hide his feelings. When he dug up all the bones underground, the two of them were silent. They silently pieced the bones together into shape. What they could see, excluding some parts they couldn't find, was 74 bodies, all children. In terms of bone age, the maximum is no more than 12 years old, and the minimum is even less than a year. These people, it seems to be the handiwork of that mountain god. Lu Yuan had mixed feelings. This is the deity of this world. Put these bones away, and let them be in the ground. Lai Yuan's tone was very calm. However, Lu Yuan read a strong murderous aura in that calm expression. The two of them, one of them carrying a parcel half a person high, turned back to the Greenstone Village. As for the mountain temple, it gradually disappeared in a blaze of flames. The flames, as if they were going to burn all the sins, all of them, only when the two were gone. In the distance, behind a huge acacia tree, a paper figure quietly peeked out. After confirming that Lai Yuan had gone far away, that paper figure slowly turned into a human form. In that direction, it seems to be Greenstone Village. The bride that Ox had offered a few days ago seems to be from that village as well. Is it hard to believe that there is some connection between Oxhead's death and that bride? He addressed the other party as Wild God on his lips, but in reality, he was incredibly jealous in his heart. As could be seen from the death of the bull's head, that Wild God's battle power was definitely above it. But that surrogate, the power wasn't so strong that it couldn't be resisted. If he had a divine token on him, with the help of divine power, he could easily defeat Lai Yuan. But that was the problem. He wasn't a surrogate and wasn't of sufficient status to get a token. Unless he goes back and asks the surrogate to step in, but then all the proceeds would have nothing to do with him. Moreover, recently the Lord Spirit of God was doing a great thing, and if he went to disturb him without a single bit of empirical evidence, he was bound to end up in a miserable situation. And so it was that his eyes, looking down in both the southwest and northwest corners, seems like it's time to go borrow some power. He could never let go of the good stuff. Chapter 23, Establishing Authority. Establish the guard. The speed at which the two of them traveled was not too fast, coupled with the fact that they had delayed a lot of time at the mountain god temple before. By the time the two of them were about to arrive at the Greenstone Village, the sky was already breaking dawn. The weirdness that had been active around them was also gradually hibernating. Even the passing Black Mountain was not as terrifying as it had been earlier. Not long after, the two of them had returned to the Greenstone Village. The villagers are basically not in the habit of sleeping. At this hour, they were preparing breakfast for the day, and the pair could see the smoke from the village from afar. Wang Lu and the old village chief were waiting for Li Yuan at the village entrance early in the morning, traveling late at night or going to the temple of the mountain god. They were more or less worried, and both of them were relieved to see that the two were safe and sound. Just without waiting for them to say something, they heard Li Yuan coldly say, "Those people, they're still alive, aren't they?" Wang Lu hurriedly said, "Alive and well. I've arranged for a few strong boys to watch all night. There's no way to escape." "Well then, call the villagers. I'm going to say something," Li Yuan said, thinking of what he was going to do next, and added, "Forget the little kids." "Oh, good." Although Wang Lu was strange, he had the sense not to ask anything. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the Lai Yuan at this moment was a little difficult to approach. Soon, the people of Castle Rock Village quickly gathered. Everyone still has palpitations from that big battle last night. Luckily Hao Shen won, or who knows what would have happened. Sacrificing boys and girls is good enough. Maybe that mountain god wants adults. Even then, they had to give. In the end, it was all because Hao Shen had blessed them. Along with Qingshi Village, there were also the two brothers Zhao Er Zhao San, as well as Wang Fu Gui and his dog Legs. Several people were not rested, and the sight of the crowd below made them even more alarmed. "What is this doing?" Zhao San was already confused and couldn't stop the fear in his heart. "It's me who did wrong. I'm willing to be a cow. I have money." Money! Wang Fugui saw something and hoped that he could exchange money for a dog's life. Only Zhao Er was silent in response. Lord Mountain God was gone. As a believer of the Mountain God, he was directly hit hard, and that power, even more so, was 10 to 1. Lai Yuan's sight, looked at the crowd, then poured out the bones in the sack, slowly. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, placed it in order with great speed. The entire 74 corpses and bones were just displayed in front of everyone. There was no need for any words. The moment they saw these corpses and bones, everyone's eyes were red. At this moment, not a single person could remain calm. Even Lai Yuan, an outsider, would be furious over it. So what about these bitter victims? "Ah, my son, Nui, you, where are you? Sister, my poor sister." The sound that tore at his heart and lungs spread throughout the entire Greenstone Village. They are bitter and helpless at the same time. Their own children were dead, and they were unable to recognize which one was their own, deepening the feeling of powerlessness in their hearts. Lai Yuan didn't say anything. He just turned his eyes to Zhao Er's few people. The mountain god Creepy has been rightly punished, and next, these guys who work for the tiger should be on their way. Lu Yuan waited at the side. Hearing this, he took out the knife that had been prepared long ago. There were no beheading knives in the village, but I was able to find a pig-killing knife, which, as such, happens to match these men. With that, he raised his hand and slashed. Zhao Er's body slowly collapsed. Xiao San, who was on the side, had gone crazy and was crawling frantically on the ground. No, don't kill me. It was just this scene that galvanized the ferocity of the villagers in the field. A big man rushed straight forward, punching and kicking. The other villagers saw this and pressed on. Zhao Er, hardened to death. I have money. Money. Wang Fugue was still yelling, but Lu Yuan just came up to him. Don't worry, I'll take your money, and your life, I'll take it too. With that, he ended up with him. Along with that, the lapdogs slaughtered. These ones, none of them are innocent. Looking at the blood all over the ground, Li Yuan finally got out a mouthful of bad breath, but he couldn't quite relax. There would never be a shortage of such things as weirdly stealing the throne of God, or even, in the corners where he couldn't see, something even more tragic. He would not be so naive as to expect to save the world, but at the very least, he has to protect his followers. The frenzied crowd gradually calmed down, only that their gazes towards Li Yuan had an additional layer of respect. Thank you, Lord God Emperor. The old village chief was sincere. He had never been so strong in his faith. Li Yuan also felt that the number of believers, again, had increased quite a bit. The number of incense added in one day today is at least 1.5 times that of yesterday. Had 589 points of incense yesterday, killed the bullhorn creepy, spent 400, leaving 189. Fighting the mysterious man cost another 20 points, leaving only 169 points of incense. As a result, by now, there have been 912 more points in one day today. With the addition of 169, the incense count has come to 1,081 points of incense. More encouragingly, the number of believers has reached 161. It could be said that half of the people in Castle Rock Village were his followers. Most of those remaining, too, are pan-believers. What surprised him even more was that the number of true believers, too, had reached as many as 7. Even though most of them were not as qualified as Wang Lu, it was not like he had too much of something like incense. Deity, Hao, Li Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 1081. Number of believers, 161. True believers, 7. Divine arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Call of the Wind, 20/times. God's Domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Scanning the data, he nodded in satisfaction. However, now is not the time to relax. That mysterious man, he always had a bad feeling about it. You can never go wrong with improving yourself. With the Agekeeper's secret technique and the silver, the cultivation of forces, he would have to put it on his agenda. In order to bring them into battle more quickly, he came up with a good idea. But before you use it, you have to recruit the right people. Everything is the credit of Hao Shen. God Hao had mercy on the world, and in order for today's tragedy not to happen again, he gave the myriad laws so that each of you, like us, can be as strong as we are, and have power enough to defend yourselves, and even to protect others. For this reason, I will follow Hao Shen's will and recruit a guard. With that said, he briefly mentioned the perks, such as having meat for every meal and a monthly payment to take. Hearing this, many people jumped at the chance. Not to mention, just hearing about being able to eat meat for every meal made everyone jump at the chance. Plus, who wouldn't be thrilled in their heart to be able to have a power similar to that of a god emperor? They've seen too much of their own powerlessness. With such an opportunity at this moment, who could not be moved? Soon, dozens of people were rushing to sign up. Ri Yuan sifted out some of the unqualified ones and soon got 20 people. Most of them were men, but there were also 4 women. Chapter 24, Gifts. Li Yuan was happy, but Lu Yuan's face, however, was not too good. The Yearkeeper is a cultivation discipline, and many people have begged for it without a doorway, but Li Yuan actually said he would pay. He was riveted to the battlefield in order to become a 9th-ranked Yearkeeper. Not to say 9 deaths, but a few close calls. But these guys, they just got this opportunity so easily. The point is, even if they don't have to fight for their lives, they actually get paid. He's sour, sore and numb. Is this what Ri Yuan once said? That choice is greater than effort? He came to his senses. Incense +5. Ri Yuan felt the inexplicable incense and glanced at Lu Yuan. What is this guy mad about? His mind, however, was on these people in front of him. Truth be told, these guys are a good portion of the way from being fit and strong. To put it mildly, it's a little better than a yellow face. In fact, it is normal. They do not see a month to get a bit of meat, only eat 2 meals a day, but also to do heavy work. Can be fit and strong is strange. According to Lu Yuan, if they wanted to become Yearkeepers, they first had to build up their bodies. Otherwise, if you use the Dao entry method directly, your chi and blood will be insufficient, and you will in turn injure your body. This time is as little as 1 month or as much as 3 months. If there was no external pressure, Ri Yuan wouldn't mind waiting a little longer. But being in this world, danger was everywhere, and he had to use every possible resource to become stronger. Therefore, he turned his mind to divine magic. the power of the gift will vary from person to person. In that case, would it directly lift the chakra of these people? Wang Lu, come forward, and I will be gracious to you, on behalf of Hao Shen. Saying that, Ri Yuan took out the wooden sword behind his back. After running out of his previous long sword, he could only break a piece of peach wood and make it into a long sword. Wang Lu excitedly half-kneeled in front of Li Yuan. Under a golden light, his face gradually became red. In Lu Yuan's perspective, he could clearly feel the change in Wang Lu's chi and blood, from the glowing fire just now to the blazing flame now. Lu Yuan wanted to curse. Of course, Hao Shen he did not dare to blaspheme, and could only curse the non-existent god. In order to polish his chi and blood, he had gone through a lot of hard work, and as a result, this Wang Lu, a boon was there. He's not at all jealous, right? That's it. He gritted his teeth and forced himself, but as all 20 were enjoined, Lu Yuan tried to take a deep breath and keep his face as calm as possible. He realized once again the gold of the saying that choice is better than effort. Jesus Christ, it doesn't play with people like that, even to the extent that Dao entry method, he didn't even want to practice it. It's not interesting. Delete it. Lu Yuan, how should I nourish my chi and blood? Lai Yuan's words were not stingy in stabbing another knife in his heart with 1,000 holes. He could only say silently, almost enough, just the divine messenger. This into the Taoist art. To change. That's good. Li Yuan directly interrupted him. These people will be given to you, and if you want anything, you can ask Linghan to pay for it. As long as half of them can enter the product, I will ask Lord Hao Shen to give you a second boon. By the way, what did you want to say just now? Lai Yuan still knew how to balance things. Lu Yuan did the work and Linghan managed the money. Apart from looking at himself with a strange expression, Linghan was usually cold and couldn't have managed the money better. Nah, I mean it will be done. Lu Yuan stood up straight. Kidding aside, the last boon had given him a huge increase in strength. If it were to happen a second time, he was afraid that he would become the peak of the 9th rank, infinitely approaching the 8th rank. You can break into the 8th grade at any time with just a Teiyukai, 8th grade night watchman. In the army, if you go to the county with this strength, it is also the guest of the magistrate. The other villagers looked at those 20 people with incomparable envy in their hearts. According to the divine messenger, the principle of selection is mainly the degree of devotion to Hao Shen. Look at it this way, they will have to be more religious in the future. One bowing in the morning is not enough, it must be done once in the morning and once in the evening. Seeing the gazes of these people, Lai Yuan smiled. 20 people this time, just the current size. There will be opportunities later. With a few words, the crowd's passion was all ignited. No one wants to pass by such a good thing. Hearing that there was still a chance, everyone's enthusiasm to work was also higher. Incense +3, incense +2, incense +6. Just for a moment, he had 89 more points of incense, despite having just graced 20 people in one breath, consuming 600 points of incense. Deduct the 94 points you just got. It actually only cost about 500 in incense. 600 incense, plus some silver to get a guard of at least 10 9th grade age keepers. That was so worth it. The reason why it says 10 positions, it's still mostly the year keepers who get into the product, and there's still a certain failure rate. Combined with the fact that these people's chi and blood were not polished by themselves, the success rate might have to drop a little more. It's pretty good to have a 50%, as long as he was given enough time. It wasn't impossible for him to turn even the entire Greenstone Village into yearkeepers. If Lu Yuan heard him, he would definitely give him a blank stare. 300 watchmen, those tens of taels of silver, gone in a few days. It wasn't long before it was late afternoon. Ri Yuan felt the blazing heat and began his second line of clouds. Those paddy fields that received only a little rain last time also received a fair share of irrigation. Looking at the remaining 550 points of incense, Li Yuan welcomed the breeze and only felt quite cozy. A day that passed quickly. Lai Yuan, who was meditating in the temple, was woken up again. Incense +8, incense +9, incense count +785 points. Ugh, happy troubles. Li Yuan looked at the incense that had once again broken 1,000 and shook his head. Happiness is so simple and boring. After happily counting the incense, he once again fell into cultivation. In fact, he had been having a feeling lately that breaking through the realm seemed not far away. After 2 consecutive boons, not only had he reached the 5th level of chi cultivation, but his root bones seemed to have improved at the same time. Recently, the speed of cultivation has been much faster. Right now, it had already reached the peak of the 5th level of chi practicing, just a little bit short of breaking through to the 6th level of chi practicing. Practicing chi at the 6th level, in terms of realm, it was enough to rival an 8th grade year keeper. Of course, realm was realm, and battle power was battle power. If not for Ri Yuan having divine power in his body, the battle power would only be incomparably pulled crotch. The old law, out of touch with the times, is quite limiting, especially in the face of weirdness. I don't know that new law. What a way to go. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't curious, but for a moment he had no avenue of understanding. Right now a breakthrough was imminent, and he was preparing to close the door. So he told Linghan not to wake himself up if there was no major crisis. He was going to prepare to break through to the 6th level of Qi cultivation. The divine realm was also at this moment, emitting a faint glow as the spiritual energy around him was attracted to Lai Yuan's body, slowly integrating into his body. Chapter 25, Sudden Provocation. The waning sun dyed the clouds into a dark gold color, and the dilapidated temple shone somewhat in the golden light. Through the door of the temple, Ling Han, who was sitting in front of the statue of Hao, could be seen, and while she was praying devoutly, the thunderbolt between her fingers was also dancing around her body without stopping. All of her power comes from the gifts of the gods. Cultivation was unable to enhance the strength of power, but for the manipulation of heavenly thunder, it was possible. In order to be able to better guard Hao Shen's followers, she had to double her efforts. With an unusual amount of faith, she grinds until she's off her feet every time. After I don't know how many times she got out of it, she suddenly looked toward the backyard. In the divine realm, there seemed to be a strange movement. After Lai Yuan had run the Qi drawing decree for 108 times, within the mud pill palace, there was a sudden swelling in pain. The spiritual energy accumulated in his body had already reached a limit. The essence vein, too, surged with pure mana. He couldn't help but be pleased. It's the feeling of a breakthrough. After grinding for so long, something has finally changed. Originally, within the mud ball palace, there were 5 Qi whirlpools, and now the 6th whirlpool was also gradually taking shape under his control. Bang! It was also at this moment that the calm aura suddenly transformed into thousands of steel needles, charging retrograde along the 12 proper meridians. Ri Yuan bit his tongue with a stifled grunt, and the fishy sweetness of blood mixed with the spirit power of the spell forcibly suppressed the riotous breath. I don't know how long it took, but the raging spiritual energy was controlled and slowly headed towards the 6th cyclone. Phew! After a long time, Li Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and the mana in his body, too, calmed down at this moment. 6th level of Qi refining. Success! It could be said that after stepping into this realm, it meant that his battle power had reached the next stage, the 8th rank. Unfortunately, there were still several layers behind him, and he thought of those pills he had obtained earlier. If only they were to aid in cultivation. Even with the assistance of the boon, refining Qi was still too slow, but what excited him was that he seemed to be able to use simple formations. Formations he had practiced for a long time, but had never used them. Now there was finally enough mana to set it up. It's just that I don't know if he can go head-to-head against a mortal grade lower creepy right now. As he was thinking, he heard footsteps. It's Ling Chen. Soon, he got bad news. With a cold face, Ling Chen stood in front of him. Divine Messenger, Lu Yuan has just withdrawn 20 taels of silver from me. Why did he suddenly withdraw such a large sum of silver? He said it was with your permission. When did I? Ri Yuan just wanted to retort before he remembered that he seemed to have said such a thing 2 days ago. But what on earth for? To be able to spend 20 taels of silver in one breath. It was supposed to last a month with the expenses of 20 people, plus the allowance given to them. But with half the breath missing, I'm afraid it will only last half a month. Lord God Emperor, I must remind you that together with the 10 taels he withdrew the day before yesterday, the 20 taels he withdrew yesterday, and even with the nearly 20 taels he got from Wang Fugui and my family, there are still 15 taels and 567 won of silver left at the moment. But the way I look at him, these may not be enough either. 15 taels. Ri Yuan wanted to cry. Doing that math, he should have originally had over 60 taels of silver. As a result, the assets have shrunk by a large amount in a single closed-door effort. Even if there is nothing wrong next, 20 big men's food and drink. 15 too, only to last half a month. Even so, for such a large sum of silver, you should have notified. May I ask if this is a life and death situation? No, not. Lord God Emperor, you said a few days ago that you should never be disturbed without a matter of life and death crisis. Looking at Ling Han's cold face, Lai Yuan was defeated. Lu Yuan can be a real loser. Raising the guard, it was costly, but he never thought that it would actually be this costly. Upon further questioning, he had only been in seclusion for 3 days. 40 taels of silver in 3 days. This horrible spending speed. No, he had to visit the Greenstone Village. What did this guy do with his money? On the way, he was also thinking that if he had been able to intercept that mysterious person, he wouldn't have encountered a money and food crisis so soon. Mystery man, don't let him catch you. Within a short time, he arrived in the Greenstone Village. Just before he could enter, he found 2 groups of people angrily blocking the gate of Qingshi Village. The reason why Ri Yuan could tell at a glance that it was 2 groups of people was mainly because those 2 leading the way were too conspicuous. One of them appeared to be a yellow-faced fat man, but he was walking with a tiger's gusto, and what was most impressive was the terrifying chi and blood, properly the pinnacle of the 9th grade. The other person was a tall man with a thin face. His chi and blood did not stand out, but his body was surrounded by a weird aura, and even under the hot sun, it was hard to hide the chilling coldness of his body. The two were on the left and the right, each leading dozens of people. All of these people, all of them were big men with quite a lot of chi and blood. Where's the village chief of Qingshi village? Hurry up and come out. You must give my Pinggu village a statement. How dare you sneak up the ladder, steal our water, and destroy my Qin village's rice cleanly? This matter is not over. The yellow-faced fat man and the thin-faced tall man spoke with righteous indignation, as if the people of Qingshi village were unforgiving. Fatty Black, let go of your stale bull. When has my Greenstone village ever done such a thing? Not far away. The old village chief spat. If not for his old age, this mouth would definitely have to paste the yellow-faced fat man's face. When? Everyone can see clearly. Only your crops in Qingshi village are growing well. What is it if you didn't steal our water? The tall thin-faced man said, quietly approaching that old village chief. A grim look flashed across his face. What a shameless one. The water in my Qingshi village is all from the bestowal of the Hao god. Who the hell do you think you are? The old village chief was not the least bit afraid. Not just because of his soon-to-be earthbound age, but also because of his devotion to Hao Shen. Back in the day, swearing was honestly pretty cool. Old thing, you're pretty good at cursing. The tall, thin-faced man had already bullied his way to the old village chief's side, and then easily lifted him up with his right hand. What are you doing? Let go of the old village chief. You guys are so shameless, actually making a move on an old man. The villagers of Qingshi village came forward holding up their farming tools, but they were stopped by the dozens of young adults. They simply couldn't rush in front of the skinny-faced tall man. Like, how dare you scare my old man? Although I don't know whose orders you came to my Greenstone village to provoke me, you've obviously made a wrong calculation. My Greenstone village is blessed by the gods. Despite his face reddening under the lack of oxygen, the old village chief cursed even harder. The tall thin-faced man sniffed and was shocked. This old man hadn't lived this long in vain. He actually saw his purpose at a glance. Unfortunately, it's ridiculous to try to scare yourself with a deity. Gods? It's just a mere wild god. Don't I have any in my Qin village? Ha! What kind of deity is that of yours? It's just bizarre. Only Hao Shen is a true deity. Believe in your mouth, old man. Since your mouth is so hard, I'd like to see if your body bones are also so hard. With that, he lifted the old village chief upwards and then threw him heavily towards the ground. With the old village chief's body and bones, this fall, I am afraid that he will never be able to stand up again. Some villagers couldn't bear to see such a scene and subconsciously looked away. Suddenly, a red flash appeared. Chapter 26, The Strength of Greenstone Village. Lai Yuan's hand lifted to mid-air and fell again, then once again disappeared into the crowd. He was going to make a move, but then an unexpected person came out. No, it's not exactly an accident. Lu Yuan had the law of entry, and it made sense to cultivate a few 9th grade age keepers in 3 days. I just wonder how many there are now. 2, 3, 5 he wasn't quite thinking about. This wasn't a dumpling. Even if everything was ready, Lu Yuan was only one person, and with a certain chance of failure. The number of people shouldn't be too many. Just as he was thinking, that person also finally revealed his true appearance. Wang Lu. No, village chief. The old village chief was beyond surprised. In the past few days, he had felt that the group chosen to be in the guard was secretive. As a result, this road surface of Wang Lu gave him a shock, not to mention the surging chi and blood around his body. But the figure, which was much more robust, without looking closely, he thought it was one of the good guys from one of the families. Spirit Guard. It really works. He seemed to be able to witness a bright future for Greenstone Village. Everything is a gift from Hao Shen. The old village chief fell to his knees and cowed out heavily in Hao Shen's direction. Incense plus 10. Lai Yuan realized that he had gained another true believer. That's exactly what he wants. Yearkeeper. The yellow-faced fat man's face was startled, and his expression was grave as he looked toward the Greenstone Village. A mere beginning 9th grade yearkeeper. The tall, thin-faced man didn't put Wang Lu in his eyes at all. Whether it was him or the yellow-faced fatty, their battle power was converging on the peak of the 9th rank. Wang Lu's powerful chi and blood around his body fell in the eyes of the two of them, but it revealed his base to be weak. The opponent was simply unable to fully control a body of chi and blood. The yellow-faced fat man did not comment on his words, and the corners of his tightly furrowed brows did not relax in the slightest. But he didn't voice his concerns, just watched the thin-faced tall man perform. The tall, thin-faced man slowly stepped forward and said in a bland tone, "Kid, let me teach you what a 9th grade age keeper is like." Before he could finish his words, his figure disappeared into thin air. So fast, Wang Lu's face changed slightly. and by the time he reacted, the thin-faced tall man had already touched his side. The words just now were simply to get his attention. What a devious tactic. Wang Lu could only raise his arm to block, but he didn't want his opponent to just make a false move. The skinny-faced tall man had long seen Wang Lu's movements clearly. He was not a yearkeeper, and it was a disadvantage to fight head-on. Certainly not unbeatable. He was more interested in a hard hit than a fight to win. The tall, skinny-faced man chose to sidestep it, and then suddenly had a black needle between his fingers. Blackened needles and a touch of dark green. That's bizarre poison. The deity he serves is, by nature, a viper. The toxin, that is, comes from the gods. It had to be said that Wang Lu's combat experience was close to non-existent, and the first time he fought with this kind of sinister guy, his body and blood had absolutely no room to exert. The tall thin-faced man laughed as the needle between his fingers was about to pierce Wang Lu's chi and blood. Suddenly, a stone came flying out of nowhere, just hitting his wrist. Bang! The black needle should fall to the ground. When he turned back, he saw a large man charging towards him, and from his viewpoint, the other man seemed like a ball of flame. 9th grade yearkeeper. This time, his expression wasn't as relaxed as earlier, enough to rival a yellow-faced, fat, yearkeeper. No, even a shade stronger in terms of chi and blood. But, he sensed the other's weakness. That chi and blood is nothing more than external strength. Himself seems to have come just in time. Good timing. His figure moved and kicked Wang Lu away, using Wang Lu's body to block the incoming person and to hide his path of movement. The visitor was none other than Lu Yuan. He smoothly pulled Wang Lu, then quickly distanced himself from the thin-faced tall man. He had just used the Dao entry method, and his chi and blood were greatly depleted. If he hadn't heard the commotion, just now Wang Lu was afraid that he wouldn't be gone. This man, what a come on, both of you. If there is anything I have offended in Qingshi Village, I can say it. Why bother? Lu Yuan is trying to make peace. Seeking peace was not that he was afraid of the duo, but mainly because the divine envoy was not there, and he did not have the confidence to deal with the gods behind the duo. Trying to stall for time? The black-faced fat man shouted angrily, and when he saw Lu Yuan appear, the corners of his eyebrows stretched slightly. That seems to be all the strength the Greenstone Village has. 2 9th grade yearkeepers, their Chen family village and Pinggu village alone. It is not easy to eat down, but under the union of the two parties, there were 8 of them, alone of the 9th rank, and 6 of them were keepers of the year. Even if the Greenstone Village still had undercurrents, how could it not be more than both of their villages combined? It's a lot of money to spend on raising a yearkeeper. Together, the black-skinned fat man said as 6 people rushed out of the crowd. Damn fatso. It would have been better if you hadn't done this earlier. Is it still necessary to try? The tall, thin-faced man laughed, a cruel look on his face. So, you guys just came here on purpose to cause trouble? Lu Yuan straightened up and stared at the duo with a serious face. The two didn't reply, but the stance of several people who, if anything, surrounded them made their own intentions known. Lu Yuan looked around. He didn't panic but said lightly, "Then you all come out together." The air around them suddenly became hot and dry. The skinny-faced tall man's face changed slightly as he sensed several scorching hot furnaces that were coming this way. 1, 2, 5. The yellow-faced fat man looked at the 5 people in astonishment. These people were in a similar state as Wang Lu. Their chi and blood power was a bit weak, but even if it was weak, it was still a 9th grade agekeeper. Fortunately, our 2 villages are united together. Packing them up is nothing more than a bit of effort. The thin-faced tall man spoke softly, but in reality, his mind was already worried about how much damage would be done. But he hardened his heart when he thought of the deity's deadly orders. It's all worth it. He didn't notice that the fat yellow-faced man quietly withdrew a few steps back. Ri Yuan was also startled. He didn't expect Lu Yuan to be so forceful, having produced 6 9th grade year keepers in 3 days. It's hard to believe that the tens of taels of silver were spent on such a place, but in doing so, it might be possible to tackle a few people. Trying to wipe out the whole thing, that's unlikely. Still not quite enough manpower. Just as he was thinking about it, he realized that another person had popped up behind the 5 people from earlier. No? What the hell? Ri Yuan was confused. It wasn't just him. The tall skinny-faced guy who had just given himself a pep talk had panicked. 6, 7, 10, 10, a whole 10 watchmen. The point is, this is not counting the duo of Lu Yuan and Wang Lu. If you count it, that's 12 whole 9th grade year keepers. Look to the sky. Is he still coming to Castle Rock Village? The last time I was here was 10 days ago. It's not like the yearkeepers are cabbages in the ground that you can grow whenever you want. However, even if there were 10 of them, they were not without a fight. As he was thinking, he suddenly realized that the yellow-faced fat man behind him had disappeared. Asterisk. Chapter 27, The Soaring Incense. This is clearly a dragon's den. I'm not running away. I'm making a strategic retreat. I'm going to report the information here to the Lord God. Right, that's it. The fat yellow-skinned man ran as fast as he could. That fat body didn't affect his speed at all. Rather, those fat muscles are, in fact, muscles hidden as fat. Once exploded, it is capable of unparalleled speed. He felt something was wrong when he just saw Wang Lu. In the intelligence, there should only be one watchman in Greenstone Village. This new face of Wang Lu made him feel bad. By the time the 10 watchmen came out in full force, he was scared out of his soul. This lineup, with a little training, could go on to dislike the 8th rank. What can he do? As soon as the yellow-skinned fat man ran away, the thin-faced tall man was confused. In the past, they all said that this dead fat thief's Een. He still did not think that he thought that he was Een. But I didn't expect that guy to run away without saying hello. However, the fat man did leave a few people for him. There were 7 ninth grades on his side, and the other side had only 12. Fighting head-on was definitely not an option, even if these people's breath was weak, but at least they were all year keepers, and their hard power wouldn't be anywhere near as bad. Luckily, he brought a group with him this time, just in time to block the knife. Lu Yuan's face changed slightly. Obviously he realized what the other party was thinking. If that was the case, these villagers from other villages were afraid that they would be killed or injured. In the end, these people were egged on to provoke, not of their own volition. After all, the will of the gods could not be refused by a mortal, and he might not be able to stop the other party when the scene was in chaos. An existence at the peak of the 9th grade, paying a small price, might not be unable to run away, said Dry. Thin-faced Tall shouted, this Greenstone Village. Annoyed, we have the blessing of the god of the mountain. Dry them to death. He spoke impassionately, but his body was quietly backing away. Suddenly, his pupils shook. A mahogany sword suddenly flew to his side. Alchemist? The skinny-faced tall man was shocked in his heart, then reacted with great speed, his right hand wrapped around the gloomy and cold aura, attempting to destroy that mahogany sword. Just the moment his fingers touched the mahogany sword, he felt a sharp burning sensation. The mahogany sword itself was not special. What was special was the power on it. On the spur of the moment, he surged power between his fingers, forcing the flying sword back. Whoosh! The flying sword spun around in the air and then flew into the crowd. The tall, thin-faced man then saw a teenager, slowly walking out. The mahogany sword. It was in his hand. 8th grade? The skinny-faced tall man was alarmed. How could he not expect that a small village with a dozen or so 9th grade year keepers would be just that? But there was actually an 8th grade cultivator. Even if it's just the first time you enter the 8th grade. In his panic, he could only barely cope with Ri Yuan's imperial sword art. But as he fought, he suddenly realized that Lai Yuan's power of attack didn't seem strong. Old method? The tall thin-faced man was overjoyed. There are still people practicing this old technique. It's so undefeated. He was confident that he had a decent chance of escaping. Lai Yuan shook his head. Swordsmanship, or slightly weaker, to be precise. It wasn't that the imperial sword art was weak, but rather that in the face of the bizarre force, the imperial sword art simply couldn't bring out its original effect. Forget it. Those who should have tried their hands have done so. Ri Yuan decides to make this quick. Just as the thin-faced tall man was about to strike hard to create a moment for himself, a heavenly thunderbolt accurately smashed his head. Boom! 3 in a row, directly thwarting the skinny-faced tall man. When the others saw this, how could they dare to resist? That's the power of the gods. One by one, they surrendered, and the others, without a backbone, naturally did not dare to continue to hold out, so they surrendered altogether. In a short while, there were more than 50 people in the Greenstone Village. At this moment, Lu Yuan, with a grimace, looked at Li Yuan. God envoy, that's more than 50 mouths. And you said, in one breath, you spent 30 or 40 taels of silver on me. Now tell me where it went. Divine messenger, heaven above. I'm not greedy at all. In fact, 2 days ago I realized that this group of people were sneaking around. Realizing that it wasn't good, I managed to go to the county and get a bit of Taiyu. Teo? Where? Lai Yuan was more curious about the yearkeepers who kept the yearkeepers and couldn't get away from the Tai Sui. This thing, how mysterious is it? Soon he was looking at the small half-dish of white powder. You're telling me this thing is a Teiyukai? To be precise, it's Taiyao powder, with only a small portion of Taiyao in it, and for this stuff, it's 5 taels of silver a caddy. Tai Sui is not much more than this price. Those traders are really black. It was urgent, so I had to buy it first. Hiss. Ri Yuan was really surprised. For this stuff, which has a worrying level of taiyaki, it costs 5 taels of silver. This silver is enough for a family of 3 to spend for a year, but the thought of 11 keepers made it worth his while, and that's not even the final takeaway. He was surprised to find that he had 10 more true believers. Incense plus 110. Those 10 believers were clearly this group of yearkeepers who had just broken through, and with the accumulation of 3 days, the amount of his incense had reached an extremely terrifying number. Deity, Hao, Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 4,380. Number of believers, 181. True believers, 18. Divine arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Calling the wind and rain, 20/times. God's domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Divine arts fragment *3. Based on the current daily harvest, it would only take roughly 6 or 7 days to get to 10,000 jaw sticks. Looked at the terms of the promotion. There are 300 devotees, 10,000 incense burners, and established temples. The incense is on the horizon, but the number of devotees still falls short. The potential of Greenstone Village is nearly tapped out. He could not wait until everyone in the village had become a believer. That's inefficient. It would be quicker still to find a way to extend the faith to other villages. This group of sudden provocateurs may be the breakthrough. Beyond that, there is the last one, the establishment of a temple. The so-called temple establishment is not as simple as building a temple. Instead, they need a feng shui site. Every piece of material has to be carried by the devotee's own hands. And as for the final temple, it needs to be built bit by the true believer. Greenstone Village is still too small. The number of believers may be enough, but they all have to make a living during the week. Yuan also didn't have enough money on hand to pay them a reasonable labor fee. And if all the people went to build the temple, he was afraid that they would starve to death. This is something that can only be pushed back. The top priority is still that Xinjia village and Pinggu village. With this, they break through much faster. But there are still 9 who failed. These people can only be polished and polished again, after which they can still advance to the 9th grade. Lu Yuan saw that Yuan's face didn't change, and then he sighed in relief. He was also a little nervous about spending so much silver at once, but without being able to contact Yuan, he could only take matters into his own hands. You've done a good job in this matter. Those few 9th grades, you interrogate them. After ordering the task, Yuan found a few small children playing around. Boys, there's a task for you to do, and those who complete it will be rewarded with 5 cents each. Chapter 28, Strange Riot. The Greenstone Village had regained its usual calmness, but only on the surface. There were only about 300 people in the village, and with the sudden addition of 50 or so more youths, just watching over them was a tremendous strain. Many could not even labor, but could only watch them for the time being. On the other side, Yuan listened to Lu Yuan's report and his face gradually became grave. The gods, united, to be precise, both Pinggu village and Xinjia village, have a deity behind them. According to these people, it was because a stranger came that day that the gods gave the oracle. That's why they ran to pick a fight. The purpose is to figure out the reality of the Greenstone Village. A stranger? Could it be the mysterious person we met in the mountain temple that day? Yuan instinctively thought of that person. The thought of the at least 30 taels of silver he'd raked in, as well as a certain mysterious item that was suspected to be very valuable, made him go up in flames. Now there are a dozen keepers to feed, and there is simply not enough money on hand. Looking at the color of the sky, Yuan quickly came to a judgment. You take the guards and patrol the surrounding area. If there are any irregularities, report them in time. Yes, it was, soon enough, getting dark. At night in this world, the common people had no entertainment at all, and even if they didn't spare the precious kerosene. That thing, only a few people can afford it. Most nights, it's on to bed. It was also at this time that there was an additional chubby figure outside the Greenstone Village. Why am I so miserable? I managed to escape with my life, only to be sent to do something so deadly. This person was none other than the fat yellow-skinned man who had escaped earlier. He was now carrying a box in his hand and his forehead was already sweating. What was even more frightening was the fact that behind him, a group of weirdness was chasing behind him. If it wasn't for his own speed being fast enough, coupled with the fact that his chi and blood carried a certain amount of deterrence, he would have already been divided and eaten by Creepy. Seeing that he was no more than 50 meters away from the Greenstone Village, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's bad luck for you guys to mess with that lord. I don't know if there will be any living people tomorrow. He gulped, and with all his might, he threw the box into the verdant village. It was also at this moment that a flying sword attacked. A flame hung from it, illuminating the yellow-skinned fat man's face. No good. How could the fat yellow-skinned man not realize that he had been extremely cautious? The distance was a full 50 meters, but it was still discovered. But that flying sword power he could still block and run completely. Nothing more than a few injuries. He was tempted to say that. And then he saw that the stream of fire was followed by a bolt of heavenly lightning. Boom! The yellow-skinned fat man only realized before he died that the stream of fire just now turned out to be illuminating his position. After resolving the yellow-skinned fat man, Yuan's expression didn't relax in the slightest. Although he had seen the arrival of the yellow-skinned fat man through his lookout technique, he hadn't been able to stop him from throwing things into the Greenstone Village. What the hell is that thing? His vision, looking toward the distance, was dark. The lookout technique still has a distance limitation. 1,000 meters away, you can't see anything. In the distance, a pair of eyes were staring intently at the Greenstone Village. People are dead? This Qingshi village's deity is indeed not an ordinary mortal grade inferior. But Gui Yuan has thrown it in, and he has played his role perfectly. He could already feel it, the weird riot around him. Trick sources, that's good stuff. Last time, from the weird temple of the bull's head, it was this item that was obtained. Right now, he was paying such a big price, and the purpose was that so-called Hao Shen. This kind of not-so-good deity might be able to give birth to a good quality guile source. Whether it's for revenge or to ingest a greater good, it's worth that kind of effort. The next step is to bide your time. What do you say? With that, he looked behind him at two dark shadows. Two shadows, one in the shape of a snake, the other in the shape of a rabbit. Buzz. Answering him were two marvelous fluctuations. Under the two shadows, the villager carrying the idol had his head pressed to the ground, his form still trembling. The mysterious man, named Li Chang, borrowed the power of the gods behind him to force down two mortal grade inferior deities to serve him. Of course, he paid some price, but these two deities, whether or not they could get his stuff depended on whether or not they were so lucky. After all, the deity of the Greenstone Village was truly extraordinary then. If not, how could he have sought the cooperation of two deities? Soon, Lai Yuan noticed the abnormality around him. A rat with a bloody mouth ran madly towards the Greenstone Village. Jab! The mahogany sword with divine power tore it apart with ease. But the shenanigans just now were just the opening act. The surrounding weirdness, as if it had gone crazy, came towards the Greenstone Village from all directions. Lu Yuan and the others were already patrolling the perimeter, and when they saw this scene, their minds and souls were greatly impacted. Creepy, so much creepy. That's the human skin creep. The kid next door before was sucked dry by this creep. So much weirdness. Can we stop it? Don't blame them for being afraid. A few days ago, they were just ordinary people. Even after becoming a 9th grade year keeper, he was not able to switch identities for a while. Silence. Lu Yuan forcefully interrupted their fear. You're all yearkeepers now, and the district is just unorthodox shenanigans. With that said, he exploded his chi and blood power and disposed of one of the creeps that rushed forward. Its devastating stance really gave the crowd a lot of confidence. That's right, we have power now. Wan Lu followed suit and exploded his chi and blood power to finish off a not-so-uncommon-looking creepy. This scene irritated a lot of people. Right, we're not afraid of anything. We were afraid before we became yearkeepers, and we're still afraid after we've become yearkeepers, so it's not practicing for nothing. They quickly found their confidence and spread out to seal off these bizarre rushes into Castle Rock Village. Fortunately, there are enough people here. The reason why Creepy didn't dare to approach the human gathering place was because of the fear of chakra. Powerful chi and blood, even without doing anything, could greatly weaken the bizarre power. It also made it so that they were able to cope with the shenanigans with relative ease. Ri Yuan also slightly put his heart down, so that he could find the thing that the fat yellow-skinned man had thrown in. Soon he found the box. Upon opening it, Ri Yuan saw a dark mass, only the size of his index finger, with a very unsettling odor attached to it. Is this the thing that attracts weirdness? When he got it, he made a mistake. The easiest thing to do, of course, would be to find someone to throw the thing away. But that man must die. Unless, of course, that person was Lai Yuan himself. But once he left the Greenstone Village, the person behind the scenes would only be able to easily overthrow it. Just as he was considering what way would be more appropriate, a powerful aura was rapidly approaching. Spirits? Chapter 29, Formation. The means of an alchemist. Everyone hold their positions. We can't let Creepy rush into the village. While fending off the weirdness, Lu Yuan didn't forget to remind these people to stand their ground. He had been in the military and knew that when in combat, the most important thing was to stand your ground. Once the stand is disorganized, the heart is gone and it is easy to be broken. The reasoning is similar. Despite the fact that it's not humans but spooks that you're dealing with, he didn't have enough time to train these men, but at least they were all yearkeepers, whose qualities could never be bad. With their tight defense, the creeps were plentiful, but never managed to break through their defenses. As Wang Lu fought, he also noticed that most of these shenanigans, for the most part, were weak. For example, that lantern is spooky and able to catch a person's eye and then eat him in one bite. But when it fell in his eyes now, it was just a lantern that could move. With just a gentle shake of chi and blood, it could be burned to ashes. The usual tricksters who were hard to beat fell under his fists and feet. It was a scene that happened not only to him, but to others as well. The fear from just now had disappeared, and a strong battle intent surged out from all of them. At the same time, they were meditating in their minds. Thank you, Hao Shen. Meanwhile, the villagers sensed something was wrong, but Li Yuan strictly ordered them not to go out, so no one dared to come out without authorization. Under fear, the only thing they could do was to chant Hao Shen in their hearts. blessed be the god of Hao. Lu Yuan was in a slightly better mood when he saw this scene. Fortunately, the location where the Greenstone Village was located, the weirdness wasn't much and there were no particularly powerful existences, so they were still able to block it. But if one came to an entry-level one, the situation would be very different. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw a white figure. Boom! Without waiting for him to react, a large white foot kicked him from the side. Lu Yuan barely blocked it with his hand, but felt an extremely terrifying force coming from that foot. Bang! Crunch! With a heavy thud and a light sound, he flew backward a dozen meters. Arms broken. It was then that Lu Yuan got a good look at the guy who attacked him. A rabbit. No, a rabbit-shaped creepy, or should I say deity, divine and spooky. They bring a different feeling. The eerie is the purely abnormal, and the divine carries a lesser implication of the sacred. The weird and the sacred are intertwined, and in turn, they are even weirder. Underneath the rabbit head was a body that seemed like a human's, but it was 10 feet tall, and the muscle lines on its body were even more than what a human could work out. It felt like a cross between a human and a rabbit, with a unique sense of terror in its body. The rabbit-shaped deity didn't speak. He just swept a glance at the yearkeepers present before his figure disappeared in place extremely quickly. Bang! 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 Only a few soft thuds were heard, and 3 people fell to the ground in response. No good. Lu Yuan was horrified in his heart. These people had just broken through the age guard. Their combat experience and strength were on the weak side, and if they took this blow hard, they would be seriously injured without dying. He braced himself and stood up, his powerful chi and blood bursting out in an attempt to retard the bizarre movements. Boom! This time, he barely managed to swing a few punches, but missed his opponent. What made him feel even worse was that the rabbit-shaped deity's scarlet eyes stared at him and then opened its mouth. There was still residue on the blood-stained sharp teeth, and an unbearable stench came from them. Crap! Lu Yuan knew that this bite would definitely kill him. It was also at this moment that a heavenly thunderbolt fell from the sky. Boom! The sky scratched a bright light, and the thunder brazenly smashed on the rabbit-shaped weird, and did not smash on him. The rabbit-shaped deity avoided the heavenly thunder with great speed. What a fast movement! It's only more difficult to deal with than that day's bull-headed weirdness. Ri Yuan was glad he had come early. Otherwise, his guards would only be lost. It's just that the thing that attracts shenanigans is all he can carry around. Divine Envoy. Lu Yuan was about to apologize. Then he saw the long package behind Li Yuan. What are you doing? You'll know later. Li Yuan smiled mysteriously. I'll stop this weirdness. You guys try to stop the weirdness that breaks into the village. With that, he tossed the box aside, pinched a sword finger, and 10 peachwood swords emerged behind him. Wooden swords vary in size and some are even only in the shape of a sword. Ri Yuan could only be thankful that it was fortunate that it was nighttime. Otherwise, these peachwood swords would have somewhat affected his identity as a divine messenger. When the rabbit-shaped deity saw this, his expressionless face finally changed a bit. Without waiting for him to do anything, the 9 peachwood swords fell in different directions. The Qian Palace falls east, the Koan Palace falls west. Li Yuan spoke slowly, but in reality, the speed of the flying sword was strangely fast. This bizarre deity opposite him was too fast, and it would be bad if he didn't play it safe and the other party escaped the range of the formation. In an instant, that formation was complete. The 9 swords belonged to 9 directions, taking the meaning of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Trapping the enemy was only on the surface, and the actual formation contained a powerful and suicidal intent. Roar! The rabbit-shaped deity let out a hissing sound similar to that of a tiger as he sensed the ill feeling around him, his robust body exuding powerful chi and blood power before slamming towards the formation at a terrifying speed. Bang! The edge of the formation was violently impacted, and one of the mahogany swords, the blade had already crumbled. Seeing that it was effective, the rabbit-shaped deity slammed several more times in succession, each time accompanied by extremely strong chi and blood. How could a deity use the power of chi and blood? Lu Yuan watched the scene in amazement. He was under the impression that the power of chi and blood should have an extremely strong restraining effect on shenanigans, even if that is a deity. But this scene hit him in the gut. What worried him even more was that the formation, it seemed, could not trap the other party. The mahogany swords in the field had already disintegrated 4 of them, and if he had guessed correctly, once half of them had passed, the formation would be ineffective. God's messenger. Hold on. Lu Yuan couldn't back it up, and he still needed to block a sea of shenanigans. When the 4th mahogany sword shattered, Li Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the rabbit god spirit alien was about to make another impact, he pointed his sword upwards, and the austere killing intent within the formation had built up to its peak. Kill! 9 mahogany swords flew up, and even on the chipped mahogany swords, they carried a powerful sword aura. At the end of the sword, there was a drop of blood. In a way, that belonged to the blood of the gods, and its rank was not low. Under the stirring of the powerful mana, The sword emitted 9 sword chi. Sword chi intertwined with sword chi as if it were a web of threads, blocking the rabbit-shaped bazaar to death. Buzz! The rabbit-shaped deity let out a special voice that traveled around, but nothing was happening around them except the weirdness that was gathering. Ri Yuan didn't care, and a red light emitted from the end of his sword finger. Jab! Those 9 sword chi were like 9 gates and knives, strangling the rabbit-shaped deities among them. After the strangulation, the 9 peachwood swords also completed their mission and disintegrated in place. Ri Yuan gasped. He had gone through a lot of trouble to kill a mortal grade inferior deity. All the mana was even more depleted. This was still based on the fact that he had the assistance of divine power. In the place of an ordinary old law cultivator, he would not be able to clean it up at all. After a while of not being able to find information on the so-called new law, he had all the idea of practicing as a year keeper on the side. And I don't know if the double cross is a good idea. The moment he relaxed, the 2 fangs had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 30, Sneak Attack? Heavenly Thunder. In fact, on the battlefield, it had always been 2 deities. One was a rabbit-shaped deity and the other was a snake-shaped deity. They all call themselves mountain gods and take all their devotees to the village of Greenstone. At least, on the surface, the rabbit-shaped deity was superb in frontal combat, so he fought frontal. Serpentine deities, on the other hand, were good at sneaking around and sneaking in, so he was the one to steer the attack. At least, that's what it appears to be. But the serpentine deity did not follow the previous plan. He had a brain. In order to maximize the benefits, he kept silent when the rabbit-shaped deity was about to die, just to wait for an optimal time. He sensed that this divine surrogate in front of him had used up all his power. There is not the slightest risk in striking at this time. As long as Lai Yuan was killed, the rest of the year watchers would be his food. One's own devotees, it is not good to start, but other people's devotees, that is the best sustenance. Hiss! He spat out scarlet letters, sharp fangs, about to touch that smooth neck. With just one bite, he infuses the toxin. The district's 8th grade, under such intense poison, would all lose all mobility and then be left to their own devices. The moment the serpent bizarrely opened its fangs, it revealed its form, just in time to be noticed by Lu Yuan, who was not far away. God Emperor, look out! He was anxious. These deities, who clearly had the advantage, actually used this sneak attack technique. If Lai Yuan was killed, it would only be a matter of time before Qingshi village was destroyed. But he was off, and couldn't catch up. Serpentine Creepy chose his timing too well. Clang! The moment he bit down, his teeth crashed into a hard, unparalleled golden light. No good. Just at the moment the golden light was triggered, he saw a mahogany sword stuck in the ground. Above the sword, a faint divine light emerged, while a 1 meter square field opened up, trapping him just right. Formation. It's the formation again. However, he keenly noticed that the array was not powerful enough. This formation, it can't trap itself. It only takes a breath. With great speed, Lai Yuan pulled away a few meters, using the peachwood sword in his hand as a call to arms. Sky. Thunder. At this moment, all the heavenly lightning blasted towards the formation. That formation, which was of the same origin as the previous one, was far less powerful. After all, only 1 peachwood sword was used to set up the formation, plus his mana at this time, not 1 out of 10, but 1 breath. That's enough. Boom! The dark night shone with a unique thunder light, and all the weirdness around them shivered under the terrifying thunder light. The guards' yearkeepers were instantly less stressed. They just need to fill in one by one. In the gap between mending, they caught a glimpse of the powerful lightning in their afterglow and couldn't help but be mesmerized. This is the power of Hao Shen. It's just horrible. They had thought that the 9th grade Agekeeper was already very powerful, but under this kind of heavenly thunder, they would not be able to withstand even a single shot. Lu Yuan's mind relaxed. What a horrible calculation. It turned out that the divine messenger had already counted on it, and all 10 peachwood swords were useful. The formation combined with Hao Shen's heavenly thunder power could actually exert such a terrifying effect. All of the heavenly lightning smashed on top of 1 point, not wasting it in the slightest. That serpentine deity that was comparable to an 8th grade. Just like that, under the countless heavenly thunders, his aura gradually became weaker. Incense 10. Incense 10. Lai Yuan did not change his face, but in fact, his heart was quite painful. This serpentine deity was even more difficult than the bull-headed deity of that day, and if he hadn't entered the situation with his body, he really wouldn't have been able to catch him. He had known that 2 deities had joined forces, so he was naturally prepared. That's why I purposely kept a mahogany sword to protect myself. Unexpectedly, this serpentine deity was really playing the sneak attack trick. If he hadn't prepared in advance, he would have really had to explain himself here. As the 50 heavenly thunderbolts fell, the serpentine deity finally couldn't carry such terrifying heavenly thunderbolts, and its body dissipated under the heavenly thunderbolts. Divine Art Fragment +4. Hearing the prompt, Yuan remembered that the divine art fragment in his hand seemed to have 7 pieces already. Just as I was thinking about it, a new prompt soon followed. New divine arts unlocked. Not waiting for him to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed that the weirdness around him had moved again. It was then that he noticed that 2 things had been left behind where the rabbit-shaped deity had just died. One was a pitch-black orb and the other seemed to be a pinch of rabbit fur. Upon closer inspection, the orb was actually almost the same as what the yellow-skinned fat man had thrown into the Greenstone Village earlier. This thing, it actually drops after a bizarre death? Yuan instantly realized that this thing was worth a lot. Wait, why didn't the serpentine deity drop just now? Also, the minotaur deity from last time didn't drop. Is it hard? When he thought about it, it seemed that both of these deities had died under the heavenly thunder. Flesh hurts, lost 2 potentially huge sums of money. Too bad I don't know exactly what this thing does. The last time I got it, it was those pills. This feeling of holding a treasure in your hand and having trouble realizing it is just awful. And it's a lot of trouble for this thing. It has too strong an attraction to weirdness. Maybe Creepy can just use it to boost his strength after he gets it. If they were placed in the Greenstone Village, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single living person left in a few days. Perhaps, able to be placed in the temple. There was a divine domain in the temple. And even if it was impossible to isolate the attraction of this thing to Creepy, within the divine domain, Creepy couldn't make any waves. Temple. It suddenly occurred to Yuan that behind these 2 deities, it should be that mysterious person. And the bull-headed mountain gods all have a group of subordinates. Where are the subordinates of these 2 deities? All the weirdness around them was attracted by that thing, and there were no subordinates of these gods at all. Is it hard? Soon he remembered that those subordinates, it seemed, had been taken down by themselves a long time ago. Laugh your ass off. If these people hadn't tried, and had just gone straight to Mang, maybe the outcome would have been different. Even if he could win, the situation would be much worse than it is now. Just when he felt like scaring himself, there was a movement on the other side of the temple. Yuan hurriedly cut his eyes back to the idol. With the help of the idol, he could see farther with his lookout technique. Sure enough, just a kilometer away, there was human rising chi. In addition to human chi, he also saw something dark, far from red, but no doubt those things are, again, weird. That mysterious man, it seems, has other means of controlling the spooky. Is this the Qingfeng mountain? Li Chang smiled faintly. This is a good place to be buried. He certainly had the nerve to say that. As the saying goes, it's all in the open and in the dark. There in the Greenstone Village, facing 2 deities of the same level at the same time, Hao Shen would have to use up a great deal of divine power even if he could win. A mortal great inferior deity that had consumed most of its power was still not a handful for him. Even with 90% certainty, he was still very cautious. None of the surrounding weirdness was strong, but it was enough to test Hao Shen's power. Go on. The white runes between his fingers suddenly burst into flames, and those weirdnesses also rushed towards the Hao Shen temple in unison. As far as the eye could see, the number of spooky ones was in the hundreds. Behind each creep, there was also a white paper figure attached. Chapter 31, Where did you get so much power? Control shenanigans. It was a divine art possessed by the deity he was worshipping. The spooky action can be controlled by attaching a special paperman, which was also divided into grades. The one in his hand was naturally the lowest grade, and could only control some unusual shenanigans. It is said that the most advanced ones can even control the shenanigans of the entry grade, but that's good enough. Driving these unintelligent spooks to scout the way for themselves is just that. Hundreds of spooks, just swarming towards the temple. Ling Han, who was seated at the end of the table, had already noticed the weird atmosphere around him. It's not right. When she looked through the temple door, she saw the sudden and bizarre hordes. She didn't know what was going on, but she could tell from the bizarre and rather consistent actions that there was an enemy. Ling Han didn't panic too much. She just raised one hand and said reverently to the idol, "Praise God how." Just like that, watch Creepy rush into the temple. As soon as he stepped into the temple, the weirdness around him felt a powerful force suppressing him. The lantern that was originally flying in midair bizarrely just landed on the ground. It not only couldn't get up, it couldn't even exert its power. The not-so-much spirit still made it feel fear. It wanted to escape, but it couldn't move. The paper man behind it, firmly controlling its movements. Snap! Without waiting for it to think any further, a long whip flew in, its end hitting the air with a sonic boom. All the weirdness dissipated where the long whip passed. Li Chang, who was in the distance, was a bit surprised. What an awesome woman. The woman was beautiful, he admitted, but her methods were even more impressive. Turning lightning into a long whip, the heavenly thunder. It seems, is that Hao Shen's divine art? A very rare divine art, but also very powerful. Unlike the trick control technique, this is powerful in a positive sense. If it wasn't for the fact that the gods of this world were all weird, he almost thought that this was a proper god. This Hao Shen, was lucky to receive such a negative spirit person. Suddenly, he thought of the paper bride that had been lost in this area earlier. It won't. Such a coincidence. He laughed. If that was the case, it would be a great feat, and I was only afraid that the gods would grant themselves more power. The thought excited him. He didn't lose his head, though. The young girl in front of him was a curiosity. But this Hao Shen, no matter how extraordinary he was still only an inferior deity of the mortal level. The only thing to be afraid of was the force that suppressed the weirdness. As for running, that's certainly not possible. In order to plot this so-called Hao Shen, he had only persuaded 2 deities with his grace and authority, and even used the tricky source. Paying such a large price, how could he run easily? And that young girl, most likely, was her own target, so that was all the more reason not to give up. Thinking of this, he once again took out a pitch-black orb. Tricky source. This is the name of the orb. A special thing born after a bizarre death. Ordinary shenanigans have the potential to become even more powerful after absorption. It's a lot faster than cannibalism. Its value, of course, was more than that, and among many Shinmen cultivators, Gui Yuan had more uses, which is not necessarily free of trickster sources for year keepers. This thing, a precious resource, was enough to rival gold among the mundane world. However, in order to be able to benefit even more, he could only choose to use the second trick source as bait. With any luck, the trickster source would be able to be recovered. So without any hesitation, he raised the guile source high. The unique aura emanating from the source of the spooky attracts the spooky around it. Waiting for guile to come to him, he threw Guiyuan directly in front of the temple entrance. The weirdness around them instantly rushed towards the temple like mad. Buzz. Once inside the temple, the weirdness was once again suppressed. Snap, snap, snap. Lingchen skillfully wielded his long whip, purging the weirdness around him. She was firmly in the temple and had no intention of going out. The man outside, strong, more than strong, seemed to have seen this man himself. Paper man. She suddenly thought of the word for a moment in a trance. It was like going back to that helpless day when he was about to marry a creepy god. At this moment, a bazaar of notable strength, hardened against the pressure, was about to touch Ling Chen's side. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt lit up, and Ling Chen's consciousness was once again restored. Seeing the eeriness dissipating in front of her, she realized she had made a mistake. How can you be distracted in the middle of a battle? Praise be to Hao Shen. She was not the weak, unarmed woman she had been a few days before. With the sonic boom of the long whip ringing out, all the weirdness around them was purged. However, Ling Chen's divine power, too, was almost depleted. Hundreds of bizarre, even if they were lined up for her to kill, it would take her a long time to kill them, and more importantly, her divine techniques consumed all the divine power that had been saved up. The long whip state of thunder was already the least consuming practice. The immediate weirdness is eliminated, but the outside world is still running in sporadically with weirdness. It's a small number compared to before, but it's still a good number. Even Scarface Zhang San came to help with his sword. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary human, and could not stand it after barely killing a few creepy. Ri Yuan looked at the scene and could only take over the next job. Boom, boom, boom. A heavenly thunderbolt struck down the scattered shenanigans. Ri Yuan was a little heartbroken. If he were here, he would only need to consume a small amount of mana to do so, but now each one cost 10 points of incense. Flesh hurts. In the future, near the temple, it's better to keep some people for defense. God's domain, he now felt, was also a bit smaller. After being promoted to temple god, I wonder if the scope can be expanded. Feeling the heavenly thunder that was not bad in terms of power, Li Chang was very glad that he was cautious. It's just that, you should have used quite a lot of such heavenly thunder. Now, how much power is left? He laughed and taped a yellowed paper man to his chest. Above the paper man, there was a faint glow of runes. Then, he stepped into the temple. Buzz. The moment he stepped in, he felt a powerful oppressive force. He, who was originally an 8th rank, actually had the feeling that he was about to fall down to the 8th rank, but where he was slightly weaker, his battle power would only be at the level of a 9th rank. He straightened his body and arrogantly looked towards the Hao God statue in the center. Maintaining such a divine art has consumed you quite a bit, right? In order to protect the Greenstone Village, you should have used quite a bit of divine power as well. How much battle power do you have left now, even if you are a deity? Ling Chen was furious at hearing this blasphemy. Is the majesty of Hao Shen not something you can offend? Shut up, let me demolish you so-called gods. Boom! What greeted him was a bolt of heavenly lightning. Li Chang had prepared for this and easily dodged this heavenly thunderbolt, then mocked, is that all the power you have? 2 more heavenly thunderbolts fell. He not only avoided it, but also threw the knife-like white paper at the idol while provoking. Haven't you eaten? Immediately, what greeted him were dozens of heavenly thunderbolts. At that moment, it was as if the heavens were washing over the earth with thunder. Scarface on the side had already looked confused, leaning hard against the wall, fearing that he would accidentally be smashed to death by the chaotic lightning. Ling Han, on the other hand, had become mesmerized by the sight, silently chanting in his heart, "Praise God Hao." Only Li Chang himself wanted to curse. Where the hell did you get so much divine power? The only thing that greeted him was an even more violent heavenly thunder. Chapter 32, Harvest. New divine art. To the east, there was already a glimmer of reddish light on the hills, and some bright colors around them. The day is about to break. The heavenly thunder in the temple was also coming to an end. Hao Shen. No, Lai Yuan was reflecting at this time. Impulsive. Still too impulsive. Just a moment ago, he had smashed down at least 70 heavenly thunderbolts. Not to mention killing a suppressed 8th grade. Even an 8th grade in his heyday wouldn't be able to use this much. He, for one, was still too juvenile at times. How can you be so agitated? 700 or so joss sticks are saved for less than a day. Thinking about it that way, it doesn't seem like much. Just after Lai Yuan felt that he had finished cleaning up this person, a glance at the air made him feel that something wasn't right. The man's chi is still alive. A yellowish paper figure rushed out from the ashes after Li Chang was killed just now. The paper man rushed out of the threshold of the temple in an instant. Li Chang was now very impressed with his own prudence. Scapegoat paper man, a gift from the gods. As long as the power didn't get stronger than the gods behind him, he could convert into a paper man and resist lethal attacks. He had to escape. As long as the gods know, they can be avenged. As for the previous inputs, he couldn't care less. Only his life was most important now. Sensing that the heavenly thunder had stopped, he was going to take advantage of Hao Shen's miscalculation and run. But without waiting for him to run out of the temple, several more heavenly thunderbolts fell. How is that possible? How could he not expect Lai Yuan to be able to open up and see his life and death state? Play dead. That kind of thing doesn't fool him. After sensing that the other party was not dead, Lai Yuan added a few more heavenly thunder. The paper man, after blocking a lethal attack, finally had the momentum to shatter. Seeing this, Li Chang finally panicked. You can't kill me. The deity I worship is Origami-sama. If you kill me, he won't spare you? Hearing this, Ri Yuan's heart thumped. Origami man? Is this the deity he worships? To be honest, he had been worried about the gods behind the paper people. A negative spirit man who could possess an 8th grade was at least of medium mortal grade. It could even be a superior deity. If that's the case, the gap is too big. Just as he was about to condescend, Li Chang sensed that the heavenly thunder had stopped, so he leapt out of the divine realm's range. After he was free of the suppression, he was in a much better state, and his figure recovered from his papery state. He's going to run while he has the chance. Boom! Several heavenly thunderbolts fell. This time, he had no means to save his life, and his chance of survival was finally extinct. Ri Yuan only felt some pity that he couldn't get more out of the other party's mouth. However, judging from the means he had just seen, this person was very difficult to deal with. This guy actually wasn't even a surrogate yet, and judging from the fact that he could drive 2 mortal grade inferior deities, that origami man was only afraid that he was a mortal grade upper deity. A sense of urgency washed over him at the thought. Must get stronger faster. It was at that moment that a prompt came to his mind. Analysis of new divine arts completed. Deity, Hao, Lai Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 3,880. Number of believers, 192. True believers, 18. Divine arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Call of the Winds, 20/times. God's Domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of True Sight, /times. First he looked at the incense. A few hundred less than yesterday. That's still because a lot of incense was added today. Otherwise the shortfall would have been at least 1,000. Most of it was used up by the Heavenly Thunder technique, but some of it came from the consumption of the Divine Domain. This was something he hadn't previously known. Suppressing those shenanigans would actually increase the burden on the Divine Realm. The burden is naturally expressed through incense. This also begs the question, if an existence far stronger than Hao Shen appeared in the Divine Realm, would it be effective? And if so, how much would it consume the incense? Ri Yuan felt that it was better not to try. Don't think 3,000 is a lot, but when you really use it, it's not so much. Fragrance, that's his bottom line. If the amount of incense wasn't high enough, it would have been really counted. Who would have thought that Hao Shen's power came from a nebulous incense? A few more believers couldn't hurt. His real concern was still divine magic, the Eye of True Sight. Being able to probe the item just puzzled him as to why the consumption was. It's hard not to. A possibility occurred to him, and he gazed toward the pitch-black orb in front of the door. ____. Source of intrigue. Grade, lower. The most and evil thing. Bizarre swallowing can enhance the power. Lai Yuan realized that he could only see part of the message. By the time he tried to continue reading what was behind him, the rate of consumption of the incense became faster. Can be wrapped in animal fur to insulate the breath. Seeing this, Ri Yuan stopped. Just a little bit of information. 100 joss sticks gone. He finally realized why it was a question mark. The more the emotions see, the more they consume the incense. This divine magic is good, but it's just too costly in terms of incense. Finally, though, we know what that thing is good for. More importantly, get the save way. Animal fur. This stuff is still relatively easy to find. Unfortunately, the guile source was useless to him. He was a deity, so eating this was obviously useless. But it didn't work for him, but it worked for the other gods. Perhaps, as currency? Ri Yuan only had rough ideas in his mind, and if he really wanted to trade, an ordinary bazaar would definitely be useless. Speaking of eating, Ri Yuan remembered that he hadn't gotten a few pills of unknown use before. It's just that those pills, they are all on the person, so they can't be seen for a while. His gaze, on the other hand, looked onto the pile of ashes that Li Chang had turned into. Ashes. The ashes left behind after the destruction of the heavenly thunder. Incense, 50. Lai Yuan. People are really quite speechless when they are speechless. How does this thing have to be turned off when it's on? One time, 50 joss sticks are gone. If you do that math, a few thousand points of incense just isn't quite enough. Look at it a few times and it's gone. He could only let Ling Han pick through the pile of ash first. Actually, there is something under the ashes. The first thing is silver. The 3 silver ingots were just shining there. To say it's 3 ingots is still a bit of an exaggeration. Under the thunder of the sky, the silver were still able to maintain the previous appearance. But then again, silver is silver as long as you can spend it. In addition to the silver, a piece of yellow paper and a specially shaped token remained in the center. Ling Han took it out and said, "Deity, it's a map. It's a map of the area outside Ningyuan County." Ningyuan County, it was where Lai Yuan was. The Real County, though, is inside the city, and those of them outside the city can hardly be counted as Ningyuan County people. Having such a map in place would have saved a lot of things. What made him even happier was that the map had marked the location of a number of villages. Among them were the mountain gods of Qinjia Village and Pinggu Village, who had just been killed. His perspective then turned to the token. A twisted dragon-shaped token. Chapter 33, Digesting the Harvest. Mirage, lit, or fig. Grade, inferior. With this token, on the 15th day of every month, the day when the yin is at its peak, seek out a place where the yin is extremely strong, and with this token you can enter the Mirage City. 1 token allows 2 people to enter. Incense, 100. Mirage Trickster City. Ri Yuan naturally heard this name for the first time, but by the name, it seems to be a trading place, and it seems to have something to do with weirdness. Did someone build it through Creepy, or did Creepy build it himself? If it was the former, it would be fine, but if it was the latter, I'm only afraid that this weirdness was extremely powerful. Thinking about the weird 3 levels and 9 classes, if this thing was real, it would at least be in existence above the earth level. 15. That's the day after tomorrow. As for the tricky market, Lai Yuan was happy to see it. Buying and selling things is secondary to the exchange of information. He knew so little about this world. The unknown, sometimes, means that you don't even know where to hide when danger strikes. So information that is necessary. At this time in the Greenstone Village, all the yearkeepers were exhausted after a night of fighting. Many of them suffered minor injuries, and a few others were injured on rabbit-shaped deities, all of which were seriously injured. Lu Yuan wasn't badly injured either, but he couldn't stop to rest. There were a bunch of things waiting for him to get busy at this point. One of the most important things to do was to incorporate the Chen family village and the Pinggu village into Hao Shen's belief system. There's not much resistance to doing this. The gods they worshipped were dead, and the only few who could be called warlike were near useless. These few people, none of them are negative spirit people. Once the gods died, they naturally suffered a heavy blow, but they were still of some use, even though they had become invalids. Lu Yuan mimicked Lai Yuan's operation in Qingshi village, beheading the most sinful people inside one by one in front of the people. The relatives and friends of these people are then expelled from existence. When they do evil, their friends and relatives enjoy the benefits. There is no reason why they should die without any loss to their friends and relatives. Also, Lu Yuan had to guard against these people stabbing in the dark. Expulsion is the most appropriate course of action. These, however, could only guarantee the inclusion of Pinggu and Chen villages into the power of Hao Shen, but could not guarantee Hao Shen's faith. So, one last thing was needed from Hao Shen. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lai Yuan nodded. He traveled to 2 villages and laid 2 separate showers of rain, exhibiting the miracles of Hao Shen. This time, the results were very noticeable. Lai Yuan got more than 70 believers, compared to the 2 villages combined. With over 800 people, this number is on the low side. The reason why the number of believers was small was mainly because Hao Shen's faith was in its infancy and many people were still ignorant. And there are a significant number of pan-believers. In contrast, the incense received was quite substantial, scattered in the hundreds. Deity, Hao, Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 4,385. Number of believers, 261. True believers, 18. Divine arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Call of the Winds, 20/times. God's Domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of True Sight, /times, just a little bit away from 300 believers. Devotees were no longer a problem, and there was enough incense saved for a few days, so the next step was to build the temple. Previously, it was a concern about the lack of manpower, but with the addition of 2 villages, totaling more than 1,000 people, it's not so stressful. Feng Shui treasure. He was already searching for it using the Qi-looking technique. The next step is to prepare the materials. Ling Han was already preparing to do this. She had inherited a little bit of the art of lookout, and when she saw a person she could probably tell if the person was a believer or not. Having her in charge ensures that every piece of material is hand-carried by the believer. Things are in order. It was only then that he was in the mood to organize the rest of his haul. First was the silver, which, after plowing through 2 temples, came to 115 taels in his hand. The treatment of some of these injured watchmen required the removal of 10 Rio, and only 105 Rio could be taken on hand. Based on a yearkeeper, 1.5 taels of silver a month. 10, that's 15 taels. There are still a couple of reserves, so 6 or 7 months is plenty. But let's not forget that he now has 3 villages, and a dozen or so watchmen would be totally inadequate. When things come up on a regular basis, you still need the yearkeeper to step in. Yuan is only 1 person anymore. The size of the guard, therefore, must be expanded. Not to say more, at least 10 watchmen in each village would be enough insurance. This, plus the reserves, would require at least 40 recruits to be sufficient. Based on 30 watchmen, the money would only be enough for 2 months. Yuan could only lament that he had obviously seized a lot of silver, but as a result, the bigger the spread became, the money in turn became more and more unused. In addition to the silver, there were some other miscellaneous matters that Yuan had left to Yuan to deal with. He had a few unknown elixirs left in his hand, and a pinch of rabbit fur. Tonic elixir. Grade, lower mortal grade. Refined with Reiki combined with Guichi to replenish Reiki and enhance cultivation speed. Incense, 50. To be honest, when he saw the name, Yuan was quite happy, but when he saw the combination of aura and guile, he didn't dare to take a bite. Qi refiners, naturally, absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and live forever to become immortal. But what the hell is weird gas? Yuan felt more and more that so-called new law was only really inseparable from the weirdness. This elixir, he couldn't use it for a while, unless he can figure out a way to remove the creepy aura inside. He turned to the handful of rabbit fur. Great rabbit fur. Grade, lower mortal grade. Description, a creepy object dropped by a creepy deity. How to use, insert the rabbit hair into the body. Effect, enhanced strength. Cost, loss of sanity when used. This thing, it's the trickster thing? Yuan was really knowledgeable. I didn't think that creepy would actually drop this thing. So, the other 2 deities, would they also give birth to such a creepy thing? Just thinking about it made him feel like he'd lost tens of millions. Celestial Thunderbolt misled me. That said, it should be used, and if there was no danger, he could choose to make up for it himself in the end. It's this stuff that he's not quite brave enough to use on his own. Enhance strength, reduce sanity, and as the saying goes, trade your brain for strength. If it's a small amount, it's just fine, but if it's a large amount, a little cutie with a huge amount of power, that's even scarier. Okay, looks like we'll have to find a way to get Yuan to try. After all, as a devotee of Hao Shen, what's wrong with being a guinea pig for a while? It's not like it's permanent. Soon, 2 days had passed, and Yuan had traveled all over the surrounding area and had a few good alternative places. Yuan had also integrated the 2 villages pretty much, and the 40-man guards, too, had basically finished recruiting. At the same time, Ling Han was not idle. She had already prepared more than 50% of the supplies for building the temple, and the remaining only 3 days would be enough. As for Yuan, he had already gathered the people from the 3 villages to Qingfeng Mountain. He began by announcing the time for the building of the temple, which was just 5 days later. In the meantime, he's going to be gracing Yuan and the guard with his presence. Chapter 34, The Mirage of the Mirage City. Yuan was very excited when he saw the mahogany sword land on his shoulder. Gift of grace. And it's a second boon. Maybe he can break through to the 8th grade. But when he thought that breaking through the 8th grade would require a Tai Sui, he felt that it was impossible. When the golden light fell on him, Lu Yuan had only one thought in his mind. I am willing to die for Hao Shen. He hadn't broken through to the 8th grade guardian age, but the changes in his body were even better than directly breaking through the 8th grade. Root bone. His roots and bones changed. Lu Yuan could clearly feel that there was still room for his qi and blood to improve. The most tangible manifestation of the root bone is how much qi and blood your body can hold. The more qi and blood capacity, the greater the benefits of breaking through to a higher level. The 8th grade quenches the internal organs. The more qi and blood you have, the more effective and rewarding the quenching will be, and the better the results will be. The second gift, so to speak, pulls up as his ceiling. For a man who had been disenchanted all his life, he could be called a man of honor. This was much better than just breaking through the 8th rank. With just enough Taiyu, even if it was white Taiyu, he could break through to the 8th rank. Unfortunately for this thing, it's too expensive. A miserable bit of white taiyaki powder costs 5 taels of silver a pound. A caddy of white taiyu requires at least 100 taels of silver or more. That's it. You couldn't buy it if you wanted to. Otherwise, why would he bother with something that was laced with countless impurities? If you want to break through to the 8th grade, you're afraid you'll need 10 pounds. Counting up, it's 100 taels of grain silver. After the boon is complete, Lu Yuan looked over at the guardsmen's reserves. Come forward, and Hao Shen will bestow 1 boon for each person in the guard. The next boon will require the establishment of sufficient merit to be granted. With that, he graced each member of the guard one by one. Incense 900. Feeling the surging qi and blood in their bodies, all the members of the guards were excited. In the past, the gods they worshipped only knew how to take and rarely gave back. It's just a matter of making offerings of money for the sake of rain, and in the end, they can't even keep their children. At that time, when Lu Yuan beheaded those divine traitors, many people had already cried once. At this time, most of these Hans also cried. Incense +5. Incense +6. Incense +3. Several of these people became true believers outright. The rest, too, provided a lot of incense. It would only take a few days for these men to make up for the depletion of the boon. Not only that, when the people around them saw this, many of them directly believed in Hao Shen. Showing miracles is the key to lifting up believers. Deity, Hao, Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 6,125. Number of believers, 292. True believers, 21. Divine arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Call of the Winds, 20/times. God's Domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of True Sight, /times. The final number of believers has reached 292. The number of incense is even an exaggerated 6,001. Now the incense in a day is about 14,000. It's only 4 days away from 10,000 just sticks, even if you do nothing. If there had been more feedback from the devotees on the day of the temple erection, it could even have been a little earlier. Still, he inevitably felt nervous when he thought about the possible imminent arrival of the origami man, suspected to be a deity of the upper mortal level. Soon, it was nighttime, and the full moon in the sky with its blood-colored glow just shone coldly on the ground. Lai Yuan arrived at the mass grave 3 miles away from Qingshi village, and the Mirage Kuei order in his hand shone with the same red light. The 2 red lights mirrored each other, gradually outlining a blood-red door in front of him and Lu Yuan. The 2 looked at each other before stepping through the door. What came into view was a huge bazaar. Saying that it was huge, its size was more than 10 times bigger than the bazaar where Lai Yuan had sold marinated meat before. In front of the store, people were coming and going, as many as 1,000 at a cursory glance. This tricky city, just how much territory does it cover? Upon entering, Lai Yuan felt an extra layer of blurring on his face. Looking at Lu Yuan again, he realized that he had an extra mask on his face. It was a cow's face, whose expression seemed to cry or laugh. Lu Yuan also looked at Ri Yuan. Just one look at that face. He was really a bit tense. Ri Yuan felt something was wrong and asked, "What kind of mask is on my face?" Lu Yuan said, looking around. Even when he was pushed to the point where he couldn't stand it, he didn't say anything. Lai Yuan was about to probe what was going on in his mind when a person broke into the duo's field of vision. "Both of you, is this the first time you've come to the Mirage Trickster City?" The man who spoke wore a monkey face, but through those eyes, he could feel the other's curtness. Lu Yuan forced himself to act natural and said, "Who said that? We've been here several times." The monkey-faced man smiled at his words. "This ox-faced guest is joking. I heard your words clearly just now. The 2 of you shouldn't be too vigilant. I'm nothing but a guide in the Guile City, waiting here and just earning some hard-earned money. Seeing that the 2 of you are new to the city, I'm helping you guys run errands." "Oh, what price?" Lai Yuan was equally alert, but he also knew that the 2 of them were new to the city and didn't know anything or the rules. In case of breaking a weird taboo, that's dangerous. It does save a lot of things if you have a good guide. It's not expensive. For only 1 scale of lower grade Gue Yuan or 10 taels of grain silver, I can help you guys find anything you want, with some explanations attached. Don't worry, it's definitely worth it. Hiss. Ri Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart. Luckily, there was a mask to cover it up. Otherwise, it would have exposed his poor pussy thing. He had guessed that Gue Yuan was useful, but he hadn't expected it to be so expensive. 10 taels of silver. To be honest, Lai Yuan almost wanted to sell all the Gue Yuan on his body for silver. This would solve the immediate problem, but he also knew that since the guile source was worth so much, it could probably be exchanged for something even more precious. At the thought, he didn't move and nodded. In that case, let's go to the idol in front and notarize it. Notary? An idol? Ri Yuan followed the other party's movements before he saw a statue of a god standing in the center of the bazaar. On the fossilized coral stone, there was a coiled idol that looked like a dragon. Not a dragon, with quicksand-like patterns carved on the idol's body, and a bead in the mouth of the dragon's head, glistening with a strange luster. That is the deity that established this place, the god of fortune. As long as you make a contract under the statue of the god of fortune, even high-grade weirdnesses can't violate it. Hearing this, Ri Yuan was on guard for a moment. If that was the case, this deity's strength was unimaginable. Ground level? No, it's highly likely that it's heavenly. He took a closer look at the behavior of the people around him and realized that there were no holes in the man's words, and so it came to pass that he followed suit and entered into a covenant. At this point, he also knew that the so-called 1-scale guile source was actually a standard container. Just the amount that will fill the container is 1 scale. After all, different shenanigans drop different sizes of shenanigans, so you can circumvent a lot of bull ***** with this. But when it came to making the contract, he was much more professional. Specifies the content and details of the services, as well as the corresponding remuneration and the time of payment of the remuneration. After all, he had come from a previous life and had suffered a lot, so he was especially serious. So serious that the monkey-faced wizard's face changed. This guest really does come from a remarkable background, and is so purely skilled at making contracts. You may call me Monkey 3. May I ask what this guest's name is? Lai Yuan was not amused. Just shout according to the mask. Monkey 3 glanced at him, wanting to say something, then shouted, okay, pig face. Guest. Chapter 35, I'm poor. Pig face? Ri Yuan couldn't tense up. Why? One's face would be a pig's face. No wonder Lu Yuan's laugh didn't stop at first. How to give him a pig face along with it? Yes, he was convinced it was random and just his own bad luck. So, in a low voice, he asked, this mask, can I change it? It can be. It's just not cheap. How much? 10 scale. Hearing this number, Ri Yuan thought about his trickster source. It's estimated to be just 3 or 4 ticks. Using the 10 scale simply to change the mask, he couldn't do such a thing. Just have to move forward with this pig face. Monkey-san saw Lai Yuan's embarrassment and said, this customer doesn't need to be too sad. The masks are all randomized, and it's normal to have bad luck once in a while. Ri Yuan finally had a little interest. With Monkey 3's guidance, Lai Yuan finally understood the basic information of this tricky city. The establishment of this place originated from the power of a deity. Its strength was said to be such that even the Great Zhou court, which was a behemoth, had to compromise. The spirit-negative people who are burdened with the power of this deity are scattered throughout the world, and with them as nodes, a trick city is formed. Within a certain area, anyone holding a token can enter this place. This area, according to Monkey 3, was probably the land of one house. The administrative units of the Great Zhou are divided according to the hierarchy of state capitals and counties, and there are 13 states in the world, with a dozen or more prefectures or even 24 prefectures in each state. There are countless more districts and counties underneath the government. This token was inferior, so the Guile city he entered was a house of one. The name of this mansion is Lone. If it was medium, he would be able to enter the tricky market that connected to a state. The upper class. That is the tricky market that connects to the entire Great Zhou. I just don't know if there is more above the top. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty was not the only superpower in this world. When asked how one can get the Guile City token, Monkey 3 said meaningfully, it is said that the token will select every guest on its own. Everyone who comes to the Guile City is chosen. However, this is just a rumor. I don't believe it anyway. These words made Lai Yuan's heart grow fuzzy. It's just a token. Is it so evil? Lai Yuan also learned that in the midst of the creepy city, it was not possible to move weapons. As soon as someone moves, the negative spirit man himself will take action to expel him. In the midst of the creepy city, the negative spirit man is invincible, with no more safety hazards. Ri Yuan relaxed a little and began to curiously poke around. The first thing he noticed was the street vendors. Each stall had bits and pieces of things, most of which he couldn't make out. Lai Yuan was playful and tried to use the eye of true vision to see. Incense 100. Incense 100. Just a brief glance at it yielded quite a bit of information, but the incense went to 500. What made him even more furious was that most of the things inside were fake. Viewed this way, inputs and outputs are simply not proportional. Unless he had enough incense to squander, picking up the slack would be nearly impossible. Most of the stuff on the street is fake. These people are so savvy that if they really have that special stuff, they won't put it out easily. Most of them are scamming white people, or the kind of people who deliberately pick up the pieces. For white, buying and selling in the store is the safest. Saying that, Monkey 3 led Ri Yuan to a store with a decent decoration, the Wanba Pavilion, which houses the god of wealth's negative spirit man. The things inside the store are all genuine and extraordinarily guaranteed. The only thing is that the prices will be a bit more expensive than the things outside. No matter how deep Lai Yuan City was, he was blinded by the sudden sight of the dazzling array of treasures. Each item has a transparent bubble over the exterior of the item, and the bubble just floats in mid-air. One didn't even need to use the eye of true vision to see it to feel that the things placed inside were extraordinary. Among them were humanoid lingji as red as blood, compasses that emitted an unsettling aura, long swords, and special techniques that felt extraordinary just by looking at their names. Under each item, the price is marked. Through the labels, he also knew the names of several items. Red Teo, lower Gui Yuan 5800, Spooky Compass, 45, 000 lower grade spooky sources, top quality Gene Dan method, 50, 000 lower quality Gui Yuan. One look at that price, Lai Yuan instantly calmed down. Tens of thousands. It's not even silver. It's tens of thousands of trick sources, based on a scale of 10 silver taels for a lower grade guile source. Every single item is above 100, 000 silver. It's too expensive. Poor. One is simply too poor. Mind you, that's just the most common shenanigans of the market. If it was a trick market in a state, there would only be more good stuff. Lu Yuan was even more brightly blinded by the red Teiyukai. Teo. Unfortunately, it was red Taiyaki and the price was just too high. Monkey 3 could see Lu Yuan's desire and said, the red Tai Sui is quite expensive, and is usually only used by those who are above the 6th grade of the yearkeepers. I see that this ox-faced guest is quite interested in this Tai Sui. Wan Bao Ge has black Taiyu, and even white Taiyu, in addition to red Taiyu. The boy at the side sniffed and said in a lazy tone, white Tai is it? 5-scale Gui Yuan a caddy. So expensive. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shout. Without waiting for him to say anything, Ri Yuan interrupted him. How much do you need to break through? If it's a white Teiyukai? Probably, around 10 pounds. Lu Yuan touched his head in embarrassment. Divine messenger, it's going to not count. Lai Yuan sniffed and fell silent. 10 pounds? That's 50 scales of Gui Yuan, 500 taels of silver. To be honest, it is quite a bit cheaper than in the county. He had just 3 or 4 scales on hand, plus 100 taels of silver. Barely enough to buy 2 or 3 pounds of white Taiyu. The difference is a bit much, and there is no guarantee at all that Lu Yuan will break through. Unless, of course, he can get his hands on more trick sources. Seemingly sensing Ri Yuan's dilemma, the Monkey 3 at the side smiled and said, the two of you are new here, and it's understandable that you don't have a lot of weird sources. If you can't make up your mind for the time being, we can probably go somewhere else to hang out. It might be a good catch. Li Yuan glanced at him. He seemed to have a feeling that this person's mind was not too clean, or maybe the other side has something else in mind. What could it be? Could it be that it had something to do with where the other person was taking him or her to? Good thing too. Lai Yuan didn't object. There was no point in him lingering here anymore. He couldn't steal or rob, not to mention if it was against his code. The consequences of acting rashly in the face of a mysterious deity spirit negative person could be that the person was gone. Hearing Ri Yuan's reply, Monkey 3 smiled, a smile mixed with some grimness. It's just that he walked at the front and Lai Yuan and Lu Yuan couldn't see his expression at all. After walking behind Monkey 3 for a long time, Lai Yuan suddenly heard an unusual cacophony. Drive. Just pick that one. It'll work this time. It's out. It's a medium-grade Gui Yuan. How can this be? There's nothing in there. I've spent hundreds of scales of guile source. Impossible. Curious, after Ri Yuan went through the crowd, he saw an extremely shocking scene. Chapter 36, Gambling. A yearkeeper with a strong chi and blood emanating from his body was holding a small 1-foot square knife and quickly polishing it against a stone. Its harshness was stronger than any of the yearkeepers Lai Yuan had ever seen. 7 pints, maybe even 7 pints upwards. But it was like such a strong person was actually sitting in a row full of people. The strength of the forces behind it is evident. Everyone does similar things. Everyone's eyes were focused between their palms, or laughing, or angry, or sad. Many people's joys and sorrows are changed by what opens in the stone. It had to be said that the owner behind the tricky stone workshop had a thorough grasp of human nature. This is the gambling creepy place. How many bizarre under the sky, and how many bizarre objects. among which there are also countless dead and powerful people. Under some special terrain, the dead bazaar, or the dead powerful people, will condense into a piece of stone, forming a unique creepy stone. Its surface is open, but inside there is a hidden secret. In the stone, there may be powerful trickster objects, or pure trickster sources, or even the inheritance of a strong person. That's why the business of gambling on guile gradually developed. If you're shy, you might as well bet on your luck, Monkey 3 said, just as someone in the arena chanted, Gue Yuan, medium grade Gue Yuan. I'm hit. It was a deer-faced man, richly dressed, with an unusual appearance. The elation within him could also be felt through his movements. A medium-grade guile source is equal to 1,000 copies of a lower-grade guile source. Needless to say, it's a marvelous asset. For Lai Yuan now, it was an astronomical sum. Lu Yuan was also shaken for a moment, but quickly reacted. He tugged on Li Yuan's sleeve and whispered, Divine Messenger, don't listen to him. In this gambling business, you lose 9 out of 10 times. People are not here to make money by the so-called luck. He said this, of course, because he had suffered losses himself. Once when I was in the military, I gambled in my spare time. Quite a lot of hard-earned rates just fell into other people's pockets. Lai Yuan, however, shook his head. No harm, just taking a look. He more or less guessed why Monkey 3 was so solicitous. Presumably, there will be a commission? After all, if you really want to find a wrongdoer, of course, a new talent like him would be the most suitable. Unfortunately, the ingrate himself is not so rich. This place is such a big store. Of course it won't just be a big business. A small business like his naturally looks the other way. Not to mention, there's such a thing as an unpaid bill. He associated his entry with the sight of the idol, and a question suddenly occurred to him. What would happen if he owed a gambling debt and didn't pay it back? Thinking of the God of Fortune statue from before, he felt a chill in his heart. It sure didn't turn out too well. Monkey 3 heard, heart secretly happy, but on the surface does not show. Guests front please. This gambling trickery workshop. There are big gambling, medium gambling, small gambling. The so-called big gambling hurts. That is for us. For those rich people, big gambling is also small gambling. We are now going to the small betting area. The stones are basically between 1 and 3 scales. After picking out the trickster stones, the gambling and trickster workshop will have special people to help cut them, just like the one we just saw. But the year keepers in the big gambling area are all of the 7th grade. The year keepers in the small betting area are slightly weaker, being of the 9th grade, but their craftsmanship is absolutely outstanding, and they won't do the slightest damage to what's in the trickster stones. Following the store inward, Ri Yuan saw the so-called small gambling area. There are several times more people here than outside. Even the year keepers who opened the trickster stones were as many as 20. It's just that the scene is not as lively as outside. After all, the guile stones are the cheapest here, and the probability of something good coming out is also less. Ri Yuan could clearly see that not far away, in a few bamboo baskets, a bunch of trick stones were placed for people to pick from. Most people open the trickster stone with high hopes and most end up with nothing. There are gains to be made, few and far between. Ri Yuan squatted down and carefully picked it out. Speaking of which, the surface of each trickstone had some intricate patterns that looked like they were drawn in ink, but when you touched them carefully, they had a smoothness and were cool. Just as he picked up one of the pieces, a voice came from the side. Kid, want to gamble on shenanigans? Looking at your clothes, you're not a rich or wealthy person, so I advise you to forget about it. The guide you chose is not a good person. Ri Yuan looked up and saw a man wearing a horse face. His stature was tall, and the loose clothes on his body still had trouble concealing his burly frame. The intensity of its chi and blood actually caused him to have a piercing sensation. This man is extraordinary. In terms of cultivation, it wouldn't be worse than the yearkeepers outside, maybe even stronger. That was his first feeling. There's money. It was his second sense. The strength is extraordinary. The clothes are extraordinary. The background is not simple. Just why would such a person suddenly strike up a conversation with him? He himself looks like a broken Taoist priest. Ri Yuan arched his hand and politely replied, "Thanks for your kind words, brother. I'm just having fun." The horse-faced man didn't dwell on it either. That's all there is to say. He just mentioned it on a whim. In fact, 9 out of 10 who come this far won't listen to him. Lai Yuan smiled sardonically as he turned his sight back to the cluttered pile of bazaar stones. Lock on to one of the stones. The eye of true sight. The incense was burning at the moment of lockdown. -10. If he dares to play this, he certainly has something to fall back on. The eye of true sight first saw through the outermost layer of the trickster stone, and as one layer went in, the consumption of the incense became more. It took roughly 50 points of incense for him to see through the trick stone in his hand. No. After spending hundreds of joss sticks in a row, Lai Yuan still hadn't found the trick stone that hid something. Sure enough, Not bad for being in the trickster stone business. The tactics are really high. Those that have something should be mostly screened away. Those that remain, with items hidden, are few and far between. The multiplier of this thing is not much better than the lottery in the previous life, I guess. Even higher per unit and, in some cases, more pitiful. Yuan would like to play with the medium gamble, but the medium gamble's guile stones would require at least 10 scales of guile source. More than that, it may take a couple dozen scales. It really wasn't for a poor man like him to play. It's true that it's hard to beat a penny. Really, if there were so many trick sources, he would have bought the red taiyaki and left long ago. Finally, after looking at close to 10 empty trick stones, he found an anomaly. It took 100 joss sticks to see through the outermost layer. There's drama. By the time he tried to see through to the innermost layer, the incense suddenly burned at an extremely terrifying speed. 100, 300, 500. In 2 breaths of time, his incense was reduced by as much as 900. Heartache. While others bet on the tricky flowers for the tricky source, he bet on the tricky flowers for the fragrance. I just hope this incense is worth the money spent. Don't say make. At least don't lose money. Through the trick stone, information about the items inside unfolded before him. Chapter 37 Jingueshur? Wealthy. ____. Source of intrigue. Grade, lower. You don't really need to read the rest of it. There is indeed something inside the trick stone, but it's a trick source. It's not that trickster sources are bad, but there wouldn't be many, if any, trickster sources in a trickster rock this size. The thought of the empty pile of trick stones he had just seen gave him another headache. Just this piece. The boy wearing a dog's head mask took it, passed the weighing, and said, 3 scales of Gui Yuan. Lai Yuan took out the cowhide wrapped Gui Yuan and handed it to him. The heart was aching as I handed it to him. He only hoped that the trickster source inside wouldn't disappoint him too much. Soon, the source of the trickster in the trickster stone was gradually exposed after the expert polishing by the yearkeeper. Seeing this, the boy who had been cold just now, his tone warmed up quite a bit. Guest number 30 has opened a 10-scale Gui Yuan. What good luck! Yuan was also relieved. Luckily, it makes a lot of money. Glancing at the center betting area, he shook his head again. The more precious something is, the more incense it consumes will only increase. And the middle gambling area, or not for yourself. The horse-faced man from the party was a bit shocked when he saw this. Kid, hurry up and stop when you've earned it. Gambling shenanigans can be much more sinister than gambling. Who are you? Is it your turn to tell my guest what to do? Monkey 3 ran over at some point. The guest is really lucky. If I were you, I would have played 2 more rounds while my luck was good. Yuan glanced at him, and the other party's mind was on display. Apologize. What? I asked you to apologize to this brother just now. If I remember correctly, you're just the guide I hired. Didn't you hear me? My God, Male told you to apologize. Yes. Monkey 3 could only apologize to the horse-faced man due to the situation. The horse-faced man waved his hand. He wasn't interested in small characters with bad intentions like Monkey 3. Instead, he was curious about Li Yuan instead. Kid, I see you're quite a smart guy. Why are you still indulging in this kind of thing? Why are you here? Brother, when you are so sober? Hearing Li Yuan's rhetorical question, he didn't speak. He also realized that he was being a bit nosy, but doing so was mainly because of, well, the aura on Li Yuan. Alchemists who practiced the old method, with the cover of the Trick City. It might be hard for others to see it, but not him, because, next to him was a fellow practitioner of the old law. He was extremely sensitive to the old law. Unfortunately, the cultivation level is a bit too low. Li Yuan smiled and didn't say anything else. His eyes once again plunged into the pile of tricky stones. Incense 20. Incense 100. Incense 200. As the incense continued to consume, Li Yuan was not in a hurry on the surface, but there was inevitably some anxiety in his heart. It's not easy to save up incense. It takes 10,000 points of incense to promote a temple god. And the more you consume, the further back you'll have to go to promote the temple god. Li Yuan didn't notice a pair of spiteful eyes behind him staring at him. Monkey 3 kept cursing in his mind as he granulated. For 10 scales of guile source, he gets at least 3 scales. I don't know how many times I've sifted through the tricky stones in the lower betting area, but it's already a stroke of luck to come across a good one. He's going to make sure this guy loses his money. Just when Li Yuan was a bit discouraged, he noticed another trick stone. Incense 300. Incense 500. Incense 800. Nice guy. One breath removed 1600 incense, almost twice as much as just a moment ago. Soon, he saw the items among the trick stones. Jadeite. Grade, inferior. Able to suppress the scent of creepy things. Li Yuan only saw a small part of it. It will take quite a bit of incense to keep watching. He just wasn't going to look at it anymore. There was definitely no shortage of people who knew this stuff amongst the creepy city. Judging from the incense consumed, the value of this item was definitely not low. At least it wouldn't be lower than the trickster source just now. It was just strange to him that this thing didn't seem to be a trickster. It looked like a special material instead. As usual, he took the guile stone to the boy who had just been there. Another 3 scale. As the yearkeeper drove halfway, he suddenly stopped with a serious face. Soon a strange watchman came up to him. 8 pints. Ri Yuan confirmed without a doubt. He suddenly realized that something like opening a stone was only still a risk. It was normal to think about it. After all, the inside was bizarrely formed. In case something dangerous opened up, ordinary people couldn't afford it. That thing called the Jingui sure is really not simple. The people present also realized that something was wrong and gathered around. The horse-faced man, too, looked at Ri Yuan with some astonishment. He could see clearly that this thing was the stone that Lai Yuan had just chosen. This kid, his luck can't be that outrageous, can it? A trickster stone that could make an 8th grade agekeeper make a move was definitely not simple. Even, he thought about what he had come here for and looked excitedly at it as well. Monkey 3's face was unusually ugly. The commission he had earned, but seeing that Ri Yuan seemed to have opened another good thing, that was not to mention how hard it was. There was still a glimmer of luck in his mind. Just because there was something in the guile stone didn't mean it was valuable, and extremely dangerous things had been opened in it, and even the 6th grade agekeeper had stepped in to suppress them. It ended up being a mess. 2. This person may be just that. As the item in the trick stone was slowly cut open, everyone's mood was tense except for Ri Yuan. Barely. Soon, one of the Jingui stones was exposed to the crowd. Jingui stone. The horse-faced man was unusually energized. Half a month and finally another piece. Good stuff. This thing will sell for at least hundreds of Gui Yuan. This person is really good luck. The people around them couldn't stop admiring it. Lai Yuan also learned the approximate value of this item from these people's words. Hundreds of trick sources. Sure is good stuff. Looking at the name, I guess it's something to suppress the weirdness. In his case, it was not of great use. Sell it, but it's enough to buy white taiyaki for spending money. Brother, if you don't want this Jingui stone, can you sell it to me? I'll offer 120 Gui Yuan. Don't listen to him. I'm out 134. Low. I'm out 140. It was just the warmth of the people around him that flattered him a bit. Is this stuff that good? Monkey 3 was incomparably jealous when he saw this. This is lucky. Why should a know-nothing idiot open 2 stones and get such a good thing out of them? He worked himself to death as a guide, and only credited a piece of guile source a month. This comparison made him even more indignant. However, he still feigned a happy tone and said, "Guest, congratulations, but none of these people are bidding appropriately. The Jingui stone is more than this price." As he was saying that, he had a tendency to want to pull Ri Yuan away. Unwillingly, a big man stopped in front of him. He looked up, only to realize that it was none other than the horse-faced hunk from earlier. "Little brother, I'm interested in this guile-suppressing stone. Are you willing to part with it? I can offer 150 scales of guile source." Chapter 38, Buy. 150 trickstones, converted to silver, that's 500 taels. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a huge amount of money. It's a huge amount of money that ordinary people don't earn in their lifetime. This also includes what was once Lai Yuan. He decided to trade on the spot. Horse-faced man under the ping-pong. Several times to give him advice. Character is seen. The other party's bid was, in all probability, close to the market price of the Jingui stone. Maybe this thing could sell a little more because of the tight market, but it would take more time. What he lacked most right now was time. Ri Yuan needed to turn his resources into strength the fastest. The horse-faced man also didn't expect Lai Yuan to be so painstaking, causing him to be a bit embarrassed. In fact, when the time is right, the market price of the Jingui stone can be a bit higher. "Brother, there's no need to say much. I'm waiting to use the guile source." The horse-faced man froze for a moment, then nodded heavily. "I'll take you up on this favor." Saying that, he painfully pulled out a 150 scale guile source. Just like that, he suddenly took it out in front of Ri Yuan. Space items. Moreover, unlike Ri Yuan who wrapped the Gui Yuan in cowhide, the Gui Yuan he took out was packed in tiny containers placed in neat rows. On closer inspection, there are 15 of them. Sensing Ri Yuan's astonished gaze, the horse-faced man smiled and explained, "Gui Yuan is prone to attracting weirdness. So this containers, they are all specially made. Don't look at the tiny piece. It's filled with 10 scales of Gui Yuan." Obviously, he had seen the Gui Yuan that Lai Yuan had wrapped in cowhide earlier. "As for my trickster source, I keep it here." He nodded at his waist, a belt made of leather. A spatial artifact of guile. The price is that after wearing it, it will slowly absorb the power of qi and blood. For the first time, Lai Yuan felt what it meant to be rich and powerful. Space items don't come cheap. Any one of them was hundreds of Gui Yuan, which when converted into silver was more than 1,000 taels. For that matter, the space is basically small and equally costly. After all, how precious were space items? The larger the space, the value of all of them multiplied exponentially. Out of curiosity, what exactly is the purpose of a subterfuge stone? Hearing Ri Yuan's words, the horse-faced man froze for a moment before saying, its utility is very simple, capable of briefly suppressing people infested with weirdness. Ordinary people, after being infested with weirdness, will either die directly or directly degenerate into weirdness. There are only a few people that will maintain it for a longer period of time. The Jingguo stone will be able to extend this time, making there still be a chance of survival. When he said this, the horse-faced man's tone was a bit low. It will turn around. Lai Yuan had a keen sense that this person might have someone close to him, and that was the case, but didn't ask much. When people interact with each other, it is most taboo to make shallow conversation. After obtaining the guile suppression stone, it's almost time for me to leave. This item will be given to you as a gift. This is something that fewer and fewer people can use. Next time the Mirage Guile market opens, if you're not in a hurry, you can go to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and I'll personally entertain you. After saying that, he took out the Guile City token, and with a gentle pinch, his figure was hidden in the mist and disappeared. So that's how you leave early. Lai Yuan nodded darkly. He took the trickster source in one hand, while with the other he slipped the gift the horse-faced man had just handed him into his pocket. Touch, like a book. I still have to go back and look at the specifics. After having a source of shenanigans, there was finally some bottom line. Go to the court of 10,000 treasures. At those words, Monkey 3 hid his own resentful eyes. Okay, let's go. In the envious eyes of the crowd, Lai Yuan walked all the way to the 10,000 treasures pavilion. White Teo, buy it. Kung Fu, buy it. Black Taiyaki, buy it. This time, he was so wealthy that he bought 24 pounds of white Taiyao and spent 120 points of Gui Yuan. The remaining 30 points of trickster source bought something else. For example, feats, the new law in the mouths of the people. What exactly was it like? Lai Yuan had always been curious. There were quite a few feats for sale in the tricky market. He chose the most common of them all. Invoke the tricky decision. There was only one name difference between it and the technique that Lai Yuan cultivated. He estimated that this should be the most rotten and most versatile going method, like the old method of Qi drawing decree. Don't tell me, it's not cheap. It's 10 Gui Yuan for this stuff. So there were 20 shenanigans left. For the remaining guile source, he chose the black Taiyu. Only the price of the black Taiyu, which was 10 times the price of the white Taiyu, was 50 ticks of Gui Yuan a caddy. He only bought 4 taels. According to Lu Yuan, after breaking through the 8th rank, Tai Sui will be added to the daily diet. Otherwise, not only would you not be able to progress, you might even fail in Qi and blood. After the purchase, he handed Monkey 3 the one scale guile source that he had previously agreed upon. Monkey 3 hurriedly bowed and said, "Many thanks to the guest. For this service, there are still places that are not well thought out. Do not blame." With that, he pulled a drawing out of his pocket. "This is a sketch of the perimeter of our Luowan mansion. You can take a look at it. As an indemnity for my poor service." Li Yuan took that map and saw Ningyuan County at a glance. Under Luoyang Prefecture, there are 6 major districts and counties in addition to Ningyuan County. Unlike the previous map of Ningyuan County, this one was a bit more sketchy, but it was good to be able to see the overall terrain. "Thanks a lot then." Ri Yuan slightly arched his hand, and after bidding him farewell, he walked to an unoccupied corner. He dropped the map he had just made. "God Emperor, are you worried that he's leaving tricks up there? Defense is not an option. Worthy of being a god ambassador, Sama?" Casual words are so philosophical. If you can't kiss ass, don't kiss ass. What I say is obviously true. The two of them then disappeared into the Mirage Creepy Market. As they left, the bustle of the Mirage Trickster City was about to reach its end. Everyone was leaving in an orderly fashion until the Trick City was empty. No, there was still someone, and a figure slowly stepped out in front of the idol in the very center. Phew, another tricky market is over. He made a move towards the sky, and countless colors flashed within the Guile City. The luster, the majority of which was incorporated into the idol, and the smaller half into his body. As the luster disappeared, the silhouettes vanished into thin air, and the Guile City fell into complete silence. At this time, somewhere in Ningyuan County, several people are gathering. Quickly, 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 look around for any suitable fat sheep. It's so hard to take the time to make a quick order while the gentleman is busy. I hope we're lucky today. One of the men, a sharp-tongued man, was holding a nose-like object to the top of his nose. The moment he put it on, his eyes changed. A man on the sidelines hurriedly took a bone and shoved it into his mouth. With the bone, his expression was clearly calmer. North, 20 miles, too far. Southwest, 3 miles, very close. And no, Not fat enough. Northeast, 5 miles. It's him. Hearing the man's words, a few other people got interested. How? Remember that fat sheep that little brother told you guys about earlier? I marked him too. I thought it would be cheaper for others, but I didn't expect it to end up in our hands. You mean the kid who won the Jingue stone in a good luck bet on Gue? Naturally he is. Ha ha. I didn't think that we, the brothers, would have this kind of luck. Wait, what is this person's cultivation level? Don't worry, big brother. Are you still not assured of my work? That person is a chi refiner. He's at the 6th level of chi refining, so he's only an 8th grade warrior. His attendant, not to mention, is only a 9th grade. With us, we'll be able to take him on. Monkey 3, point out the location clearly. The only woman among them unclasped the red silk satin around her waist while raising her palms. There were only 3 fingers left in what should have been a 5-fingered hand. Phew! With a flash of the blade, only 2 of the 3 fingers remained, and the decapitated fingers fell into the red satin. Roar! With a muffled cry, a bloody mouth grew from the red satin and chewed. After the chewing was complete, a cool mouth-like door stood in front of several people. Next, hold on tight, the group slowly entered the mouth. Chapter 39, intercepted in the middle of the road. The night is the world of the spooky, the countless wandering spooks that try to capture the scant living life. Suddenly, a few of them eerily stopped as they eyed the red light intertwining into a blood-red door not far away. Vibrant popularity. A few reacted bizarrely fast, following their instincts and lunging, but what greeted them was blazing hot chi and blood. Zigzag. A few bizarre as if they had touched a frying pan. They instantly burst into flames and swept all over their bodies in a whirlwind. The surrounding weirdness saw the situation as if it was stimulated. The 9th grade year keeper was not yet able to deter them, until a bolt of heavenly thunder appeared. Boom! Many shenanigans fled under the powerful thunder. At this time, the 2 of them did not pay attention to the weirdness around them. Ri Yuan looked around and picked up the map that he had previously obtained from the Origami Man negative creeper, before determining his location. Along the east, about 3 miles is the village of Castle Rock. The deviation is just about a mile. Lu Yuan's face was filled with admiration. I didn't realize that Mirage Trickster market was actually a random teleportation. The weirdness after the weird city is indeed powerful. This power of spatial teleportation should be a very rare power. The price of space items backs this up. This also showed side by side how terrifying the strength of someone who could possess such a large-scale teleportation ability should be. What was the purpose of the other side going to all the trouble of doing such a thing? The god of wealth? Is it surprising that Creepy would take such a divine name? Lai Yuan realized that not all weirdnesses were cannibalistic, and that there were some powerful weirdnesses whose true purpose was only hidden deeper. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a strange movement ahead of him, only to see a bloody mouth open out of thin air at the forefront of the duo. Not good. It's bizarre. Lu Yuan instinctively defended himself. The chi and blood around his body rose up and he instantly entered a fighting state. Ri Yuan, however, was a bit more calm. What he saw, instead of weird powers, was people. It was a trick item with the ability of spatial teleportation. Sure enough, the 3 men and 1 woman who appeared corroborated his suspicions. All 4 of them were masked, and their figures were hidden under the black clothes, so they could not be seen at all. One of them, seeing the duo, grinned widely. Hey, guest, long time no see. Monkey 3? Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Yuan was shocked. How did you know we were here? It's only because we lost that map. Monkey 3 smiled faintly. I didn't expect you guys to be so cautious, but unfortunately, as long as you guys touch that map, you will be stained with a lingering flavor, and this nose of mine can trace that unique flavor. What's the point of nagging with him? Hurry up and split what's on him. That Tai Sui is a good thing. The one who spoke was a strong man, with chi and blood rising around him. There's no need to be in such a hurry. This little Taoist's fine skin and tender flesh looks very tasty. If it's offered to Lord Deity, I'm sure his old man will be greatly pleased. Underneath the shrill voice was a man with a shadowy turtle dove. Mother-in-law. Still not a man. Old me has spent so much, and I'm still waiting for my share of the money. This time it was a woman. Her voice was quite shrewish, but her hot body couldn't even be hidden by her night clothes. Lai Yuan was secretly surprised in his heart. He had obviously been very wary of this Monkey 3, but he didn't expect to be pestered. Just the 3 in front of here. Not a single weak hand. The first burly man, judging by his chi and blood, was an 8th-ranked yearkeeper. The second man, whose aura was obscure and unknown, was an 8th grade negative trickster. The last woman was slightly weaker, with only a 9th grade, but she held a spatial shuttling artifact in her hands, and her ability to save her life was in turn the strongest. And that Monkey 3, it was then that he noticed that the other party was a chi refiner. It was at this time that several lights suddenly lit up beside the crowd. Don't be in a hurry. The reason I'm willing to say so much is, of course, to make sure things are alright. Monkey 3 said. His foot stepped heavily towards the ground, and several auras burst out from underneath his feet, mixing with the glows to form a transparent barrier. Li Yuan's face changed slightly. Formation? Not bad. You're quite knowledgeable. At least it's a cultivator of the old method. To be able to cultivate to the 6th level of chi refinement at such an age, it's also considered to be an amazing talent. It's a pity that in such an era, the old method should have been thrown into the garbage heap a long time ago, Monkey 3 said with a face full of triumph. He hadn't just gotten mouthy and deliberately tried to mock a few things. The main thing was to delay the casting of the formation. After all, if this fat sheep, Li Yuan, ran away, tonight would really be a waste of time. Hearing about the amazing talent, Ri Yuan was more than flattered. After all, the old Taoist priest had always said that he was not qualified, and now it seemed that the old man was definitely wrong. You see, the enemy can't help but praise himself. It shows that one's qualifications are not that bad. This was the result of his efforts, and it didn't have 100% to do with the divine principle. So the new law is strong? Li Yuan really wasn't mocking. It was not easy to see a new Dharma cultivator, so he in turn was not in a hurry to move the heavenly thunder. After all, he's really curious. It was just that these words, when they fell into the eyes of Monkey 3 and the others, were nakedly mocking. Ha 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 ha. Monkey 3 hear that? He taunts you. Interesting. It's really interesting. No wonder he practiced the old method. So he has a pit in his head. Monkey 3, I'll leave this kid to you. We'll clean up the other one first. With that, the three of them surrounded towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, he single-handedly took on 2 8th grades and 1 9th grade. Really? Honestly, he greets the other female parent. One's own district was only a 9th grade year keeper, so how could one be able to play such a lineup anymore? Unfortunately, the surrounding area had been sealed by a formation, so there was no place to escape even if one wanted to. Want to fight? There's really no fight, to be honest. Fighting across the ranks, that was all the ability of the genius yearkeepers of large sects. What did he have the right to do? By virtue of being older? Fortunately, the God Emperor is the surrogate. With the power of a deity in his hands, even if he couldn't kill these people, escaping was always not difficult. He did, and turning around, he saw Li Yuan fleeing in a state of disarray. Monkey 3 pinched his spell, and several flying swords headed towards Li Yuan at the same time. Quick, very fast. By the time Li Yuan reacted, the flying sword had already reached him. He cupped his sword fingers in his hands and responded with the mahogany sword behind him. Bang! In just one look, his peachwood sword was in pieces. The flying sword's remaining momentum did not decrease, and it killed towards Li Yuan. Golden Light Mantra. Li Yuan protected his body with golden light, barely blocking the flying sword's attack, but very barely. Lu Yuan looked dry, especially when those 3 unsuspecting people were getting closer and closer to themselves. Can't the God Emperor stop playing? Where's Hao Shen's heavenly thunder? You chopped his damn ah. If we keep playing, Li Yuan might not be so good. He's definitely going to be missing an arm or a leg. If he hadn't been worried about revealing his identity, he would have almost yelled. Ri Yuan could only shake his head, so he stuck a pinch of rabbit fur in his arm before kicking Lu Yuan toward the 3. Go you! Chapter 40, Counterattack. Lost your mind? Several people's first thoughts were this. Soon they noticed something was wrong. The body of Lu Yuan, who was originally not in their eyes, suddenly swelled up, while his eyes turned bright red as if they were filled with blood. Lu Yuan didn't know what was happening. He only felt filled with power. Even if it was 2 8th grades, he was not afraid in the slightest. Sanity? What the hell is that? Rogue objects. The spirited woman changed slightly. It's a direct increase in battle power type of trick item. No harm done. Increasing the battle power also depends on who it's on. A mere 9th grade age keeper. How strong can it be after the increase? The burly man, who was a guardian of the year, full of concern, stepped forward and toughened up with Lu Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. In a very short period of time, the two exchanged several punches. Under the powerful recoil, the burly man pulled away from Lu Yuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That power. How can it be so fierce? Let me try. Seeing this, the man with the shadowy turtledove flicked out several drops of blood between his fingers, stretching several long red threads. The moment his body moved and brushed against Lu Yuan, the red silk wrapped around him. Jab! Lu Yuan was bound in place, and under the terrifying power, the red silk ripped into his body. It was as if one more push and he would tear himself apart. Well done! The spirited woman and the burly man were overjoyed. The two of them regrouped and were about to go forward to clean up Lu Yuan. However, he didn't want to, but the moment he was just close to Lu Yuan, he moved. Bang, bang, bang. Under the terrifying power, with a few soft sounds, the red silk broke as much as it could. Meanwhile, the closest duo was greeted by Lu Yuan's furious fists. Boom, boom, The strong man was suffering at the moment. Whether he was an 8th rank, or the other party was an 8th rank, the force of each of those punches was close to the peak of the 8th rank. If he hadn't already hardened half of his internal organs, a few punches wouldn't have seriously injured him. The spunky woman wanted to curse even more. Who would have thought that a 9th grade agekeeper would be so terrifying under the increase of a trickster object? Just took a punch. She almost threw up her organs. Eldest, what are you doing? The red thread can't even lock a 9th rank. The second one he was talking about was, naturally, the Hat man. In the ordering of the 4, she was the 5th oldest. The strong man was the 4th oldest. Monkey 3 was naturally the 3rd oldest. And as for the Hat man, he was the 2nd oldest. The Hatchet man was also very speechless at this moment. Do you see that he looks like a normal 9th grade? No normal 8th rank is like this. And it's reasonable to say that he has definitely suffered a considerable amount of injuries from forcibly breaking free from his bindings. But by the looks of it, it doesn't look like that at all. Tell old 3 to hurry up. That creepy thing shouldn't be able to last. Refiners are good at trapping people. So if he strikes, wear him out. Monkey 3 heard a few people talking and said helplessly, fine, fine, I won't play with you then. Saying that, the flying sword he was maneuvering suddenly became harsh. Do you know what is the most essential difference between the new law and the old law? Oh, Yuan raised an eyebrow, not caring in the slightest about his own wretched posture. I wish to hear about it. Good thing too. Let you die with a little understanding. Old method cultivators, using the spiritual power of heaven and earth, cultivate mana and need to follow a step-by-step process. The new law cultivator is different. He combines spiritual power and Gui Qi into one, allowing the cultivator to start refining his own life magic treasure in advance. This long sword of mine, it's a magic treasure and a tricky thing with minimal side effects. Hearing this, Yuan sort of understood why the other party's battle power was so strong. He'd seen a lot of the effects of the trickster. Whether it was the other party's weird thing that was rushing, or the weird thing on Lu Yuan's body at this moment, all of them showed how powerful this thing was. If all the new law cultivators are this strong, that old law really isn't in play anymore. Someone like himself, who could single-handedly take on a mortal-level inferior deity, actually couldn't even win, even if he had set up a lot of things in advance last time. But then again, he still had some strength amongst the 8th grade, that's all, and it was abused so badly. There was hardly any fight back. Is this the new law? Interesting. It's so interesting. Hearing this, Monkey 3 did not rise a hint of vigilance. This guy, has he lost his mind? Regardless, it's better to settle the fight here quickly. Be an understanding ghost and die. This time, Monkey 3 used his full strength. He was certain that the opponent's golden light curse would definitely not be able to block the attacks of several flying swords. Boom! Suddenly, he heard a clap of thunder. The shining thunder instantly illuminated the surroundings before striking above the formation. Strange? What's with the sudden thunder? In doubt, he heard several more thunderclaps. The formation he had just set up was under the heavenly thunder, and the metal disintegrated. Without waiting for him to react to what was happening, several more heavenly thunderbolts fell. This time, the landing point was the top of his head. The protection that barely reacted to hold up didn't last more than a few hits before it was simply scrapped. Monkey 3 couldn't figure out where this heavenly thunder came from until he saw Lai Yuan's submissiveness before he fell. It was then that he realized that the woeful situation just now was actually all an illusion. Pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. He actually did think it was a fat pig. Before he died, he only had time to shout 2 words, run. The cry was out, but it was too late. Upon seeing the out-of-place heavenly thunder, the 3 had realized that something was wrong. The spirited woman directly chopped off a finger, and the red silk satin around her waist had begun to transform into a bloody mouth. Unfortunately, since Lai Yuan had struck, it was of course a thunderbolt. The moment he killed Monkey 3, he dropped his sight on a few people. The spunky woman, the one most likely to run away, had long been on his radar. After several heavenly thunderbolts, she became a pile of scorched earth. Generation Walker. The Hatchet man was a negative trickster himself, and he was naturally incomparably familiar with the power in Yuan's body. With its thick divine power, it was not an ordinary negative spirit man at all, it was a divine surrogate. Damn, how come I ran into this guy on a roadblock? If they had known that the other party was burdened with the power of a deity, the 4 of them would have run away a long time ago. Seeing the movement of the other man's raised hand, he turned and just ran. Unfortunately, as fast as he was, he couldn't outrun heavenly thunder. Lai Yuan, who was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, was no longer going to make the same mistakes as before. Seeing his 3 companions dying back and forth, the strong man also despaired, not to mention the surrogate in the back. Just this little cutie in front of him. He was no match. Not a little cutie, is it? After fighting for so long, the other guy only knows how to throw a king's punch. Skill is SOSO in the face of absolute values. Seeing that he was about to die, he cried out anxiously, "You can't kill me. I am a subordinate of the county magistrate's son. If you kill me, the sun will surely take my place." Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder interrupted his last words. Ri Yuan didn't even want to hear his next words. Can't kill? At this point, is there any room for peace talks between the two sides? The magistrate's son is, indeed, a threat. The great Zhou dynasty, the power is still strong, and the county magistrate, as an official of the great Zhou, is bound to possess notable power. No Gami, still too weak. In the midst of his feelings, he was then sent flying by a charge from Lu Yuan. Tron! Whoa! 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 Lu Yuan was still shouting unknown words out of his mouth. Chapter 41, Transmitting Trickster Objects. Preparations before building the temple. Hiss. Gently, gently. Inside the Hao Shen temple, Li Yuan grimaced in pain. Ling Han was on the side, wiping the wounds on his body. Lord God Emperor, is that group of people so strong? The wounds on your body, they're not light. Yeah, a moment to fall for them, Ri Yuan echoed sheepishly. Lu Yuan, however, stood bewildered and said, Divine Messenger, then my head full of big bags and burnt yellow hair is also their doing? Not only did he feel a cool chill on his head, but both sides of his buttocks ached. Honestly, if he hadn't come back in full whiskers, he even thought if his innocence was gone. That's for sure. I've been beaten like this. How much better can you be? Ri Yuan said with a straight face. He really didn't want to recall yesterday's scene too much. Sanity lowering is such a horrible buff to the enemy. In a moment of inattention, Lai Yuan was made whole by Lu Yuan's piggy surprise. On the flip side, though, last night was rewarding. Several people had some silver on them, adding up to about 20 taels or so. Sort of a nice income. Meanwhile, one more creepy thing. It was supposed to be 2 pieces, but unfortunately the other one was on Monkey 3, which had been shattered by heavenly thunder. _____. Scary band of blood. Grade, medium mortal grade. Introduction, the ability to temporarily connect 2 points in space. The farther away the 2 points are, the more consuming it will be. How to use, mentally read the direction and distance. Walk into the door. Cost, consumption of a part of the user's body. Also at the mortal level, the blood trick band can cost mostly more than vigorous rabbit fur. The lack of sanity was temporary anymore, just a part of the body that consumed it, and if he remembered correctly, the spirited woman had only 2 fingers left on her hand. The cost of this almost irreversible damage is too great. Perhaps this world also had secret methods or elixirs to revive severed limbs, but the cost was definitely not low. For such a large price, its effect is sufficient. Ri Yuan coveted space-type artifacts, whether it was the kind that could store things or this kind that could make spatial leaps. The only unfortunate part is that this thing costs too much. Consuming a bit of hair is fine, but if you're missing an arm or a leg, that's not going to happen. The nice thing is that this thing sells and the price is certainly not bad. According to his previous understanding, a few dozen Gui Yuan could definitely be sold. He was a bit reluctant to part with it though. It wasn't impossible to really use it. Just find an expendable item like the gang did. He has quite a few followers. Surely he can identify such a person. But there's no need. He's a true god, not an evil one. Just because you can't use it now doesn't mean you can't use it later. He suspected that as his strength increased, the consumption would decrease. After all, a single hair of a strong person was higher in energy than the entire body of an ordinary person combined. Carefully putting the trickster away, he removed a tome, a gift from the horse-faced man. The foundation building experience. Seeing these words, Lai Yuan instantly raised his spirits. He was currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and was still a considerable portion of the way to foundation establishment. But waiting until the 9th level of Qi refining to understand foundation building would be too late. It was mentioned in there that building the foundation was casting the foundation of the Tao, which would have an extremely far-reaching impact on the later realms. For example, in the subsequent Jindan realm, the quality of the Tao foundation would affect the grade of the finished Dan. The Taoist foundation for building the foundation is also called the Immortal Platform. There are 9 levels of the Immortal Platform, but not everyone can cast 9 levels. Since the bottom, the energy and time consumed at each level was multiplied, and if it wasn't for great talent and abundant resources, very few people chose the 9-tiered Immortal Platform. It also mentions that it's not the higher the number of layers that's better, but the size of each layer is also extremely critical. Ri Yuan watched with great interest. The old Taoist priest probably didn't think he could break through the foundation establishment realm in his entire life, so he didn't leave anything similar at all. This book, in the future, will help him immensely. Honestly, it's still him who has the advantage. There were fewer and fewer old law cultivators, and the circulation of canonical books was naturally low. To find such a thing, money is secondary. The key is to consume a lot of time and energy. He also realized at this time that beside the horse-faced man, there must also be chi refiners who practiced the old method. Herein lies the serious question of which is better, the old law or the new law. If the new law won across the board, the person who could be acquainted with the horse-faced man would certainly be of notable status, so why would he choose the old law? Except for the special case of Lai Yuan, most people's exposure to the new law is simpler than the old one. The old law, maybe buried some kind of hole? The battle with Monkey 3 just now, Lai Yuan had studied it carefully. The means of the new law are similar in form to the old law, but they are already different on the inside. The practice of transforming a magic treasure into a trickster is truly special. He remembered the guiding guile decree he had bought earlier and studied it. The more he looked, the more grave his face became, drawing shenanigans into the body, the half-screamy body. If it wasn't for that route of transportation, Lai Yuan would even have to wonder if this thing was some kind of evil method. There was actually a mention in there of a method of refining tricksters with human blood. Compared to Lai Yuan's chi drawing skill, this sneaky drawing skill was much too strong and at the same time much too bizarre. To be honest, he was afraid to practice. He always had a feeling that when this thing was practiced, it might turn into what? Humans fixing to be weird? It's not impossible. He still mulled over something more realistic. Deity, Hao, Lai Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 5085. Number of believers, 298. True believers, 23. Divine arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Call of the Winds, 20/times. God's Domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of True Sight, /times. A trip to the Trick City in the Incense is costing over $3,000, but now that the number of devotees has come up, the average day's incense is about 15,000. It's barely still around 5,000 now. With this momentum, 10,000 incense will take another 3 to 4 days. The day he planned to build the temple was just 4 days later. Just in time, Ling Han had just reported on the preparations for building the temple as well. Stone and lumber, too, would be enough for only 2 days. The only thing left to do is to determine the final location of the temple. This, Ri Yuan already had a bellyful in his mind. The most important thing at the moment, on the contrary, is to use the Teiyukai out. There was a saying in a previous life that my neighbor was my granary when I was stocking up on food and I was stocking up on guns. There is no point in having more resources, no matter how good they are, if you don't use them. Part of it can be used to train new people, and the other part can be used as a commendation for the last heroic battle. And, with this accolade, the scene needs to be bigger, especially letting everyone see that those who serve Hao Shen will definitely not treat him poorly. This helps morale even more. Moreover, he already had a rough expansion plan in mind. To expand, relying on him is definitely not enough. It's truth to have more keepers on hand. Thinking of Lu Yuan's previous cultivation program of utilizing the white Taiyu to facilitate their entry into the product, he decided to follow it. Inputs, even greater than before. After all, he now had the balance of a dozen pounds of white taiyaki in his hands, so of course he didn't have to buckle down as he had before. If someone has the power, are they afraid of not having the money? Chapter 42, The Way to Get Money. Fear. Ri Yuan admitted that he was still too loud yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, he gathered the young men of the 3 villages and held a commendation ceremony. Not surprisingly, the incense went up a couple hundred. That wasn't the main thing. The main thing was that 10 people had become 9th grade year keepers that day. 5 of them were from the original Greenstone Village, while the remaining 5 were from 2 other villages. In this way, out of the 50 men in the total guard, the year keepers who had entered the grade had come to as many as 21. The depletion that immediately followed it increased dramatically. In a month, it's nearly 40 taels of silver just for food and drink. With each man's pay, it can go up to 60 taels. When you do that, that's 2 taels of silver and 2,000 kanji of copper a day. That's all, not counting the expenses of treating the injuries in the past few days. It can be a spendthrift. Right now the remaining silver, there are still more than 100 taels. 100 or so. That sounds like a lot, but don't forget, he has a temple to build. Built? It was no small temple either. At least several times larger than the original broken temple. As a good young man of the 21st century, how could he be embarrassed to let believers work for nothing? Those villagers also didn't expect that they could actually get money for helping the gods. One by one, more motivated. Incidentally, the amount of incense was more than what was offered before, and a few more true believers were added. There is more incense and more money to spend on silver. Ling Han reminded him that at this rate of spending, when the temple was completed, the silver would be left at an estimated 30 taels. 30 taels? That's only half a month's expenses. That's all. In half a month, there can't be any accidents. Stress. Huge pressure. He now had some regrets as to why he hadn't traded the trickster source for some silver. The main thing is that in the pavilion of 10,000 treasures, there are just too many good things to hold on to. but it was too late for regrets. He had to get money. Not only do we need to get money, but we need to get more incense. There are still too few people under his command, and the incense builds up too slowly. It must be quickened. Whether it was the origami man, or the nail in the mouth of the group that intercepted him, it was a hidden danger. The best way to deal with hidden dangers is to be strong enough yourself. Deity, Hao, Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 6,835. Number of believers, 305. True believers, 35. Divine arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Call of the Winds, 20/times. God's Domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of True Sight, /times. He looked at his strong incense and then at the forces under his command. Yuan lined up the map, figuring out how to take the surrounding villages. Unfortunately on the map, there was only the name of the village, which contained no spooky specific information. Fortunately, he had already inquired about the shenanigans of several surrounding villages. The point remains, which creepy is richer? While he was studying it, a middle-aged man with a hobbling gait came outside the temple. Its face was yellow and thin, and the whole person seemed to be floating. Save my family. Linghan hurried forward and fed a few mouthfuls of water before asking, "What's going on?" "My name is Chen Fa. I'm from Green Bamboo Village, and with the days of drought, the village was barely able to get by, and naturally, our filial piety to the mountain god was not up to par. So for the past few days, the divine envoys of the Lord Mountain God have been harvesting our blood as offerings. Most of the villages old and weak have already died. I heard that the Hao Shen of Qingshi village is so powerful that he can move clouds and make rain, so I had to come here to try my luck." Linghan said in a cold voice. "So, what is the purpose of your coming here? Please also ask God how to save my Green Bamboo Village. I am willing to bow day and night to repay God Hao's kindness," Chen Fa said, knocking his head on the ground with several soft thuds. This commotion naturally startled Yuan. "The Hao God has heard your plea. Tell me about the mountain god of Green Bamboo Village." "That mountain god, a lantern, sucks people's blood on weekdays. Its powers are vast and it seems to be afraid of water." "Weakness?" Yuan frowned slightly. Green Bamboo Village he knew. It was only 5 miles from Greenstone Village. The scale and the Greenstone Village, too, are in between. The probability of the strength of a weird deity is tied to the territory. It is highly likely that it is of the lower mortal class. However, even if the other party was a mortal grade medium, with his current incense reserves, it wasn't like he couldn't touch it. Hundreds of heavenly thunderbolts smashed down, and one would be seriously injured without dying. There's just no way to tell if the creep has any money. If it's a poor shenanigan, then it's just a matter of making some believers. Without much hesitation, he led the 5 watchmen and set off for Green Bamboo Village. Soldiers are precious. Yuan and Linghan stayed behind to watch the house. With them were half a dozen other watchmen. According to Yuan, the Hao Shen temple was the base camp, so it was natural to keep more people. The remaining yearkeepers are spread out in the other 3 villages. Yuan's power was also considered to be gradually taking shape. Several masters. Green Bamboo Village is just ahead, and it's not more than a mile from here. Chen Fa attentively led the way. When he felt the chi and blood of the big man behind him, he couldn't stop the shock in his heart. Yearkeepers. Under that Hao Shen's command, there would actually be 5 ninth grade age keepers. He had clearly heard that Hao Shen was just a newborn deity, but he didn't expect to have such a power. Yuan sniffed and just nodded slightly. He glanced in the direction Chen Fa was pointing. A lush, dense forest. Trees and weeds were intertwined, even in the daytime, still carrying a slight sense of eeriness. Strange, is Green Bamboo Village in this direction? I remember coming to Green Bamboo Village before. It wasn't this way? The speaker was Wang Fusan, so named because when his parents gave birth to him, together they were exactly equal to 53 years old. He was one of the true believers of Yuan, and the first of the group to become yearkeepers. Seeing this direction, it was hard for him to avoid doubt in his mind. Chen Fa, who was at the side, sniffed and hurriedly explained, "This stalwart is indeed right. This road is not the one that is often traveled, but this one is a bit faster. I wanted to save the townsfolk too much, so I couldn't help but choose the faster road. If Lord God Emperor is worried, we can take the main road." Yuan glanced at him and said faintly, "No harm done, just go through here." Hearing this, the few watchmen naturally didn't have much of a problem with it. They are Hao Shen's followers, and Yuan is Hao Shen's messenger. So what the messenger says, they do. But they didn't notice the hint of a cold smile at the corner of Chen Fa's mouth. Breaking headlong into the dense forest, the crowd felt that the temperature around them had dropped quite a bit, and their vision had been blocked by a considerable amount. While being much darker, several people were secretly on guard against sudden shenanigans. In the shadows, the spookiness may not fail to revive. To their relief, there were no twists and turns until the exit. Chen Fa took the first step and his figure disappeared into the light. Yuan followed closely behind. but the sound of whooshing wind came from his ears. By the time his eyes adjusted to the light around him, all he saw were a dozen flying wooden spears. Brothers, slaughter them. Chapter 43, Lantern God. In the direction from which the spears flew were a dozen heavily armed men. It was said to be fully armed, but only a dozen wooden spears were placed in the basket behind him. The fact that he was able to do this among the townspeople shows the means of his people. Chen Fa then stood beside these people, painfully speaking about what he had seen in the temple of Hao Shen. While not forgetting to take credit for it, he said, "That mountain god called Hao Shen is, as Lu Wu said, very unimpressive, but with my superb acting skills, I was able to trick their main force out, 5 year keepers, and a surrogate. That temple is bound to be empty amongst them. Not bad, not bad." One of the big men with long beards patted him heavily on the shoulder and boasted. Whoosh! Several peachwood swords behind Li Yuan flew up and turned into a formation to block his body. A dozen or so spears that were enough to pierce a fierce tiger through were blocked by him. He was outwardly relaxed, but actually under a lot of pressure. One of them, a mahogany sword, already had a crack in it. One could imagine the power of a dozen spears fired in unison. The long-bearded man's face went cold. Chi refiner? 8th grade? Chen Fa. How did you kid get the information? I don't know. Chen Fa instantly cried out. 8 pints. According to this, it is highly likely that the weirdness behind it is of the mortal level medium. Not only them, even the subordinates behind them were worried. But soon, the big man with the long beard reacted. He was also considered to be knowledgeable and could see that something was wrong with Ri Yuan. A new law? Incorrect. This person's realm is not an achievement of divine power. It was almost a bluff. The long-bearded man's words instantly stabilized the army. At this time, a few of the yearkeepers also leapt out, seeing the scene in front of them, and were enraged. Chen Fa, you actually dare to deceive Hao Shen? Under the wrath of God, heavenly thunder removes filth. God Emperor, grant me permission to kill him. Their threats, but Chen Fa didn't care at all. So what if you lied? Come kill me if you're capable? However, you won't be able to return alive today. But don't worry, your revered Hao Shen will soon come to accompany you as well. The long-bearded man was impatient. What's the point of talking so much? Surround and kill them first. Thinking he had established the reality, he once again had the yearkeepers behind him throw their spears at the same time. A dozen or so yearkeepers, throwing spears at the same time, were powerful enough to hunt down an 8th grade powerhouse. Li Yuan also didn't expect that there were people among the townspeople who had such insight. It's better than rushing up with your head buried in the sand, and the nodes captured are very clever. The moment you come out of the jungle is when the guard is at its lowest. If not for Li Yuan's early defense, he would have suffered a great loss. Seeing another dozen or so spears coming, Li Yuan shouted, "Spread out." As he spoke, he dispersed the formation and used his body to dodge the spear while protecting his body with the golden light mantra. The reason for blocking so much just now was to protect the subordinates behind him. Now that they had time to react, they naturally didn't need him to do this again. Avoiding this wave of spears didn't make their situation much better. Behind a few people, there were a dozen more of these spears. If one round doesn't work, just do another round. These people set their minds on rounding them up here. If Li Yuan had used Heavenly Thunder, he could of course easily swat them away, but he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he watched a few of the watchmen woefully escaping. The big man with the long beard thought he had suppressed the crowd and shouted happily, "Go on, they must die here." Chen Fa also became more and more happy. Pity, pity, you guys are about to die. If you want to blame it on you, the so-called God envoys, for being so stupid. As he said that, he didn't forget to look at Li Yuan provocatively. Stupid? Li Yuan laughed. Do you think that I really didn't see that you were pretending? Or maybe I really didn't know that there was an ambush ahead? He had been thinking of taking down the nearby village in a preemptive strike. And yet, he didn't realize that someone actually thought of the same thing as him. Or perhaps the recent destruction of 3 gods in a row had triggered a panic among the surrounding gods. Only just now did it occur to him that perhaps it was meant for him. To be precise, it was towards the power of the gods in him. He himself was the bait, but he didn't realize that these people, too, were bait. What is the purpose of the bait? It's been called out. In that case, he would do as these people wished. It just so happens that a few of the yearkeepers have been practicing about as much as they should. What do you mean? Chen Fa was on alert. The long-bearded man, however, was full of concern. Bluff it. Ri Yuan smiled and lightly raised his right hand. Boom! A thunderbolt flashed under the clear sky. The long-bearded man stood in shock as one of the watchmen beside him died just like that, without waiting for him to react. The thunder from that day fell like rain. Boom! 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 Each heavenly thunder represents the passing of a life. A 9th grade agekeeper could not carry the power of heavenly thunder head-on at all. Even if they carried 1 or 2, they could not carry 3 or 4 in the end. How? You a surrogate? he finally realized something was wrong. If they were surrogates, why would they have them rounded up? Surrogates are able to use the power of the gods through divine tokens. Once again, a divine spirit of the same caliber was comparable to an existence of the 8th grade. I had thought that a dozen or so 9th grade yearkeepers would be able to surround and kill a few 9th grades, handily, not to mention the 9th product. With this lineup, it may not be impossible to kill 2 8th products. Is it possible that it's an intelligence problem? Nope. Just as he was about to figure it out, he saw a red lantern. Lord Yamagami. The moment the words were shouted, a red ribbon pierced his body. The blood in his body was absorbed by the red lantern as much as possible. Chen Fa trembled as he watched the scene, finally realizing that something was wrong. Turns out he was bait himself. In the beginning the spirit lord followed them. The purpose is this surrogate. Thinking of his own mocking words just now. How ridiculous. He did his best to do his job and it ended up like this. Deity. It's more vicious than creepy. For no reason at all. He thought of Hao Shen, that deity that he had falsely prostrated himself to, and that bundle of false incense. In this way, that Hao Shen is more like a true god. Incense +5. Ryuan sensed his dying thoughts and was somewhat helpless. If you had been sincere, you wouldn't have had to die. Even though Chen Fa became a believer, he had no intention of saving anyone. 1. There's no way to save it. And 2. If you make a mistake, you have to pay for the mistake you made. As that red ribbon passed through Chen Fa's body, the red color above the red lantern's body became even more vivid. And behind the red lantern, there was a deity. It was shaped like a chain, with a rotting severed hand trailing at the end of it, and its eerie aura was chilling. Under the green sky and white sun, 2 deities, one on the left and one on the right, were in a position of extinction. Chapter 44, Stealing a Home? Under the Qingfeng mountain, a group of a dozen people hid under a hillside. The man at the head of the group had a clean face and a gentle temperament, except for a scar on his brow, which added a bit of fierceness. Without waiting for him to speak, several people under his command had already pressed on. Lu Wu, the mountain god has already met up with that generation walker. When do we strike? That Hao Shen is not a human son. We must destroy him this time. Just waiting for this order from you. Let's agree in advance. After slaughtering that Hao Shen, we'll each have one of the 3 villages. No one will rob them. Lu Wu only felt a pain in his brain. We haven't even done it yet, and we're thinking about dividing the harvest. A bunch of rabble-rousers, but he could use the rabble. 2. That Hao Shen, according to the information gathered over the past few days, was a deity with extremely strong growth potential. If he was allowed to develop recklessly, it might not be impossible to metamorphose. It was reasonable to say that every metamorphosis of a deity required the Great Zhou's qi, but there were a few deviants who didn't rely on the imperial court. Every powerful deity was more or less inseparable from Great Zhou, regardless of whether or not this Hao Shen had the possibility of metamorphosis. He had to get rid of the other party at such a critical juncture. Wait a little longer. Wait for a signal from the lantern god himself. The sky is divided into yin and yang. Day belongs to mankind, and night belongs to the spooky. Even the strongest spooky will be suppressed to some degree during the day, but once creepy steals the throne of the gods and becomes a deity, even in the daytime, he can exert his original battle power. The 2 deities within the field carried an extremely strong sense of oppression. Lord God Emperor, you hurry and run, we'll hold them off for you. Wang Wusan swallowed the saliva in his mouth. From his simple conception, 2 deities on par with Hao Shen, Li Yuan definitely couldn't cope with them. Unlike that night in Greenstone Village, Hao Shen isn't here. Li Yuan waved his hand. No harm done, you guys can just withdraw to the side. With that, he blandly stepped forward. The right hand was lightly raised, and heavenly thunder then descended. He didn't have any intention to test the waters, and just turned on the big one. Boom! Dozens of heavenly thunderbolts, pouring down. The lantern god stood in place, a dazzling red light emanating around him. The chained god, on the other hand, avoided the area where the heavenly thunder was falling at an extremely fast speed. Above the arm he was dragging, an extremely strong qi and blood power was emanating at the same time. The instant the heavenly thunder fell, Lai Yuan found himself covered in a red aura before his eyes. Vaguely, they could only catch the blurry shadows of 2 deities. As long as that shadow moved slightly, it would pull out a long streak of residual shadow. There was no way to catch the traces of the 2 deities in normal sight. Is this the lantern god's technique? He was secretly alarmed. The means between different deities were truly extraordinary. What puzzled him was that while it was clear that the lantern god's spell had taken effect, the chain god had not taken advantage of the opportunity to strike. Instead, it surrounded Lai Yuan's body, seemingly fearing Hao Shen's strength. This scene completely corroborated Lai Yuan's previous judgment. However, as if he didn't notice, he used the heavenly thunder haphazardly as the lantern god expected. Boom! Boom! There wasn't even a need for camouflage. With his vision clouded, he couldn't even hit the two deities. This scene fell in the eyes of Wang Fusan and the others, causing them to be anxious. What should we do? The divine envoy seems to have fallen for that lantern god's tricks? The power of the heavenly thunder is not even allowed. At this rate, it's only going to be dangerous. What can we do? I remember that Chen Fa said earlier that lantern god's weakness is water. Maybe we can try that? Can his word be trusted? There's nothing to do but try. The five came together and soon had a pot of strong-smelling water. Taking advantage of the fact that the two deities' attention was on Lai Yuan, Wang Wusan pinched his nose and threw it with force, and the jug of water fell straight onto the lantern god. The lantern god didn't react until the kettle was near him. However, seeing that it was only a kettle, the manipulation of the sagging ribbon pierced the kettle and the water poured out. Zigzag. Water that should have had no effect caused a notable effect. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Does it really work? No. Is it hard to believe that it's the effect of children's urine? Who's a child? Not me. The crowd denied it. Just kidding. Who would admit to being a virgin? Ri Yuan was a bit tense. These guys, aren't they all bachelors? I didn't realize that children's urine could really ward off evil spirits. A few missteps created opportunities for him instead, and so it was that he stopped pretending. The red lantern had indeed clouded his vision, but he was equipped with his own lookout technique. Just by looking at the chi, one can pinpoint his location. Boom! Thunder rolls in the sky. This time it won't be a small fight. Hundreds of heavenly thunderbolts just fell. In order to prevent the two deities from having any means of preserving their lives, Li Yuan added another 50 channels, a total of 150 heavenly thunders. It was almost equivalent to 150 full-strength attacks from an 8th grade expert. What was more crucial was that these more than 100 heavenly thunders were almost back and forth. There wasn't a moment's respite in between. The lantern god was disturbed by that child's urine, and just as he was about to make a move, he was struck dumb by the heavenly thunder that followed him up. The chained god was even worse. He didn't even get to perform his own unique means, hard by the heavenly thunder to death. Run? The press had no chance to run. 10 ways, 20 roads, 40 roads. That thunder seemed to be endless. The chained body, too, gradually disintegrated under the heavenly thunder. What weaknesses! In the face of absolute strength, all shenanigans are paper tigers. At this time under the Qingfeng mountain, Lu Wu is still waiting. Well, how's that surrogate consuming divine power? His plan was actually quite simple. The soldiers were divided into two paths, one guiding the surrogates and consuming Hao Shen's divine power. Both the big man with the long beard at the beginning and the gods that came later were there to accomplish this. The other way is here, where they have to clean up a weakened Hao Shen. For this reason, there are still two gods here. For deities of the same level had struck out just to clean up one Hao Shen, and he had been extremely well prepared. He also valued Hao Shen enough. But what answered him were two miserable screams. God of the mountain! God of the mountain! What is going on? Several of those present fainted after shouting. Two of them even lost their breath. Lu Wu was silent. Those two, if he was not mistaken, were the lantern god surrogate and the iron cord god surrogate. Surrogates are not like normal negative creeps. Ordinary negivers, after the death of a deity, would be seriously injured at best, but the surrogates and the gods, as often as not, live and die together. They were dead, which meant that something had gone terribly wrong at that Hao Shen substitute. Neither of the two gods could leave a surrogate. That Hao Shen, is he really that scary? Looking at the not-so-high Qingfeng mountain, an unspeakable fear rose in the hearts of the crowd. Fear not! That surrogate walker was able to take care of two deities, which is indeed out of my expectation. But that Hao Shen is only the lower level of the mortal grade no matter what, and the amount of divine power he consumed is definitely very large. We are at the best time now. Besides, with the death of two deities, we'll have more than enough to share. Lu Wu roared. No matter what, he must put up a fight. Otherwise, they don't stand a chance. Chapter 45, Total Annihilation. Snap. Just as Lu Wu's words fell, a clear applause came. Not bad, not bad. I said which villain is counting on Hao Shen, but I didn't realize there were a few heroes left. Who? Lu Wu hurriedly looked behind him, and what came into his eyes was a long, thin, tall middle-aged man, and dozens of strong men behind him. Naturally, Lu Yuan stepped out with a six-fold stride, a devotee of the calculating Hao God. How is that possible? We're exposed here? Lu Wu thought he was hiding it well. It was done so quickly that there was no time for anyone to be tipped off. Even Chen Fa, who was a key node, didn't know the full extent of the plan. How could it be so easily exposed? But the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't afford to disbelieve them. Your Excellency is really good at this, but so what if you guessed it? Lu Wu quickly slowed down. Whether discovered or not, it's all about strength in the end. That surrogate walker independently couldn't have solved the two deities no matter what. He must have borrowed the Hao Shen divine power. He himself now had 2 other deities, plus 7 or 8 ninth grade H-keepers. Even the Hao Shen in his heyday could touch it. Not taking advantage of our carelessness to strike is your biggest mistake. Brothers, strike with all your might. Yes, the many ninth grade H-keepers roared. The powerful chi and blood were loud and clear for a while. Lu Yuan was full of disdain. Isn't it just the year keeper? Who doesn't have the same? Brothers, don't let them look down on you. Okay. Wang Lu was the first to respond, erupting with a powerful chi. The others followed suit, even though most of them had just broken through the ninth grade. But the good food, plus there is a small supply of white taiyaki, the spirit of these people, far better than the opposite side of the light on the power of chi and blood, but also far more than the opposite side of the thick. The simultaneous eruption of chi blood from a dozen people directly crushed the opposite side. Even the 2 deities behind Lu Wu revealed a trace of humanized fear. How the hell did a mortal level inferior deity get together a dozen or so year keepers? If Lu Wu remembered correctly, he seemed to have lured away 5 more. Ridiculous to think you're luring away the main event. In that case, the total number should be more than 2 dozen ninth rank year keepers. 20 of them. He had assembled 4 mortal grade inferior creeps to barely scrape together that amount. I thought I had already overestimated Hao Shen, but I didn't realize that I had still underestimated it by far. Is this really something a lower mortal grade creep could pull off? Not to mention, where did the other guy get so much money? Lu Wu couldn't figure it out, but that didn't stop him from having room to struggle. Don't panic, we still have 2 deities. Even if we can't win, we can still break out. Say it's a breakout. In fact, he had made up his mind to take advantage of the chaos and escape himself. That Hao Shen is more than weird. Obviously, he was only at the lower level of the mortal grade, but he had exploded with such strength in a short period of time. If he were given a few years, this Ningyuan county outside of the county would only become his world. We must report to the Duke and nip this deity in the bud. He had an idea in mind, but the others might not listen to him. Seeing a dozen or so burly men on the opposite side of the room who were fiercer than they were, they had no intention of fighting at all. Lu Wu wasn't used to them either. It was the gods who cooperated with them, and they were only lackeys in the end. Don't do it yet. Do you want to really die here? This time, he was speaking to the gods behind him. If we break out, I'll tear off these 2 talismans with my own hands. There was no other way. He could only pull out his last resort. Special shenanigans from the origami man. It's also its mass-producible shenanigans. Upon hearing this, the 2 deities finally moved, and the spirit-negative people under their command also moved. The relationship between a deity and a spirit-negative person is that of a master and a slave. He is able to make it mandatory for these people to die if the need arises. Do it! Lu Yuan yelled. A playful figure, standing high above, silently looked at the place. Heavenly thunder! With that, a thunderbolt slammed into the crowd. Thunder? This week? Lu Wu was puzzled, but he saw that the wind and clouds above his head had already changed. Boom! Boom! At the same time dozens of heavenly thunderbolts just landed above the heads of Lu Wu and the others. The 2 deities reacted extremely quickly, and he took the lead in shielding himself, like an ostrich, against the thunder in the sky. Let the other negative spirit people, who had been struck by heavenly thunder, become charred. Lu Wu went numb. The coverage area of that heavenly thunder was 10 meters. With such a large area, there was absolutely no room for flickering. As for running, if he dared to abandon his defenses and run, there was no other possibility but death. There was nothing he could do but defend where he was. Saying that he was in place, he actually secretly leaned towards the 2 deities. If you carry through, you'll surely escape. Lu Wu silently gave himself a pep talk. Heavenly thunder with such a frequency must be very consuming of divine power. It was just Hao Shen, who lasted longer than he thought. Lai Yuan was supposed to be different from the other creeps. He uses divine magic and uses incense. With an endless supply of incense, his heavenly thunder could be released indefinitely. Sure, there was no mortal level trickery that could withstand such a bombardment. 10 ways, 20 roads, 50 roads, all the way up to the 80th course. Lu Wu was desperate. Even by relying on the 2 deities, he barely managed to block many waves, to the point where he finally couldn't hold on anymore. I have top secret information. Let me go and I'll tell you. Nearing death, the desire to live made him choose to beg for mercy. But there was no way Lai Yuan was going to stop. Once he stopped, it was highly likely that those 2 deities would take advantage of the chaos and run away. Once he runs away, the aftermath will be endless. Besides, he couldn't verify the truth of the news from the other party's mouth. No matter what, these 2 deities had to be completely exterminated before they could be killed. 80 channels is not enough. That's 100 ways. 100 channels is not enough. That's 120 courses. Lai Yuan was fuming this time. These 2 deities were, indeed, very strong. Stronger than the 2 he had personally faced. but under the most extreme fire coverage, any shenanigans have and only have one downfall: extinction. Lu watched everything up close and personal. It was clear that there were 4 deities and an 8th rank this time, but it looked even easier than last time. The Hao Shen's power was truly profound. Ling Chen, on the other hand, was much more calm. Isn't it common knowledge that Hao Shen is omnipotent? She had to go back quickly. It was really a sin to see Hao Shen for half an hour less today. Incense +8. Incense +6. Incense +7. Wang Lu and the others once again lamented Hao Shen's greatness in their hearts. Incidentally, the faith became more devout. Since then, a total of 4 deities in nearly 29th grades had been eliminated by Li Yuan in one go. The battle was fierce and the consumption of incense was very great. Before the war started, Li Yuan's incense was supposed to be 6,835. After a big battle, the number of incense left is 4,265. The fruits of war, all smashed out with incense. Unfortunately, there were no trickster items or trickster sources to be harvested from this battle. That's the bad thing about divine magic. It kills too cleanly. Still, there's something left over. Divine Art Shards *9. New Divine Art Analysis. He just wasn't in the mood to study this for a while. There was something else very troubling coming up. Chapter 46, 300 Believers, 10,000 Incense Burners. Aftermath. Preaching, to be precise, spread the faith of Hao Shen into several villages. Strictly speaking, there's nothing difficult about this. With several evil gods gone, Li Yuan only needed to exhibit miracles, and miracles were simple: traveling clouds and rain. So far this year, almost all of Ninoe County has been affected by the drought. Traveling clouds can be tried and true. Without this divine art, Li Yuan wouldn't have been able to develop so quickly with just heavenly thunder. However, preaching was simple, but trying to bring several villages together into Hao Shen's belief system was more troublesome. The management of the personnel, the selection of the guards, it's all extremely tedious. So Li Yuan chose to swing for the fences very decisively. Isn't that what believers are for? Look at Ling Han, look at Lu Yuan. Aren't they doing quite well? All he had to do was cop a plea. Thus, Li Yuan quickly finalized the general direction of things in the name of Hao Shen in a single direction. He himself led the way and began to copy the temples of those few gods. A bit of fumbling around. It really did lead him to some good stuff. There aren't a lot of trick sources, maybe 5 scales, which is better than nothing. The amount of silver was quite a lot, totaling more than 230 taels. When converted, each deity, on average, contributed 60 taels of silver. It doesn't look as good as Castle Rock Village, but let's not forget that Castle Rock Village only has 3 year keepers under its deity, and the extra money is stashed away. And a good portion of the silver received at that time came from wealthy families. Wang Fugue deserved to die, but the rich families of other villages, where there are so many handles to catch, let's just say that these pigs are not easy to kill now, but later, when there is a mass base, you can try to turn over old scores. This current silver greatly relieves the immediate need. It was the thought of another increase in the number of guards behind him that gave him a headache. Obviously the amount of silver seized each time was quite large, but each time it was not enough. In addition to these things, a couple of battle techniques and a spellbook were also captured. When they said they were battle techniques, they were actually all ordinary punches and kicks, none of which could be called secret techniques. That book of spells is, indeed, somewhat interesting. Spiritual breath technique. As the name suggests, it is a spell that hides the characteristics of mana. To be honest, as soon as he did it, he could easily be recognized that he was practicing an old method. It is not a big problem at this stage, but it may not be so later, because he keenly noticed one thing: his own self at the 6th level of chi refining was a genius in the eyes of others. If he showed the level of the Foundation Establishment realm one day, wouldn't he be an absolute genius? There was definitely a reason why some of them were not well informed, but he also felt that the talent he had shown was definitely not weak. All he knows now is the difference between the old law and the new law, in terms of practice, but there was no way for him to know what was hidden, and it was not clear what the taboos were. That's why it was important to hide mana characteristics, or at least not be so easily seen at a glance that one was practicing an old method. This spell is, indeed, good. There was an interlude in the middle. One of the village deities, which had a better reputation, probably behaved in such a way that they didn't eat people, but just required you to make an offering of 70% of your rations. Li Yuan wanted to curse when he heard it. 70% of the rations. How much is left? And for that, the people are grateful. Lu almost got knocked out when he went far. However, when he saw that God Hao didn't need to make offerings, and could even make clouds and rain, the old man who had led the beating knelt down on the spot. His mouth was also chanting "Long live Hao Shen." He also has one more true believer. 1/3 of the village became his devotees straight away. To be honest, Li Yuan wasn't that happy. That stupid and simple and crafty townspeople. After organizing the rest of the rags, Ri Yuan was next up with the exciting enchantment assembly. 3 days had passed since the last great battle. Lai Yuan now had a total of 8 villages with a combined population of around 3,000. So this time, he chose to hold the conference on the new site where the temple was being built. This new site, about 3 miles from the original Clearwind Hill, is also on a hill. In honor of the old address, he chose to name it Cool Hill. The mountain is 500 meters high, and the view all around is more open. And more importantly, this place is closer to the 8 villages, all of which are relatively close. It's not even far from the county seat, either. The only thing that's not so good is that it's not far from Montenegro, again, but this place was too suitable, and thinking that there was a divine domain around, Lai Yuan wasn't worried about that. This time, he recruited a total of 40 watchmen from 4 villages. It's all believers and the bottom line is cleaner. After a series of 40 graces, the incense went straight out of 1200. The flesh still hurt, but when he thought that more than 20 true believers had been born inside, he wasn't so sad. After all, you earn it back in a few days. Deity, Hao, Lai Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 9,560. Number of believers, 378. True believers, 59. Divine arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10/times. Call of the Winds, 20/times. God's Domain, 20/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of True Sight, /times. Divine art, the number of incense has come to over 9,000. In fact, it broke 10,000 today. It's just that enchantment spent 1200, and the goal of breaking 10,000 in incense has been accomplished. He's now getting about 2,000 a day. In incense, think of the hard life you used to live. It's a month to get a few points of incense, and then look at it now. It's 2,000 a day. The believers, 300, are even more overrepresented. Given a little more time to develop, 400 or 500 won't be a problem. The next step is simply to wait until the temple is built, then invite the idol and complete the temple ceremony. The only thing that irked him was that he was never able to use the new divine art even though it was clear that it had been resolved. Because, the divine art is full. In the words of the previous game, the skill grid is full. Dry. Damn bit of rank. Lai Yuan could only hope that, after breaking through to Temple God, he would be able to see new divine arts. I wish I knew what the new divine art was. The Eye of True Sight cost 7 divine art fragments, and it was that powerful. Wouldn't it be heavenly to spend 9 shards on a divine art? Just when the matter of building the temple was in full swing, within a farmhouse, there was a man kneeling in front of the door, and 2 more guards on the left and right. The man kneeling on the ground said, "My lord, something is not right." The monkey 3 guys, they've been out of the loop for days. A voice came from inside the room. What's going on? This node disappeared. What if our business is leaked? In the background, there were a couple of minor screams. I don't think so. They are all negative tricksters. As long as that trickster is in our hands, they won't dare to betray it. I'm worried. They're dead. Dead? If I remember correctly, these guys frequented Mirage Creepy City and seemed to be in the business of robbing people? Your Excellency. Indeed. Ha! A bunch of waste. In the end, it is also my Lu House's family general, and it is not something that can be killed by cats and dogs. Go. To ask Lu Wu if there is any news. He has been outside the county for so long. There should always be some channels. I wouldn't mind packing it up on the way. It's so boring in Ningyuan County that it's suffocating me. The room brightened up with the sound of a male with a sinister air, fastening his belt. Behind him were several bodies disfigured with blood loss. The ground was drenched in blood, but his body was white as snow. Chapter 47, Setting up a Temple. Elderly man, if someone carries the weight of the world, then there must be someone to take care of the years for you. Ling Han and Lu Yuan, busy as they were. Ling Han was responsible for overseeing the construction of the temple, and had to coordinate the work of all parties to ensure that the construction went smoothly. Even though she came from a merchant family, she was still busy with her head. If it wasn't for the fact that Hao Shen could get a bigger house, she would have given up. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was to be responsible for the training of the guards, and the spawning of new yearkeepers. The former alone, Wang Lu could still share for him. As for the latter, he could only do it himself. It wasn't that he couldn't part with that secret art. The point was that these people had only just broken through the H-keeper, and this secret technique would have an even lower success rate for them to use. In order to be more efficient, he purposely took half a day to practice. After swallowing 10 pounds of white Taiyu, he finally broke through to the 8th grade. The 8th grade, according to the realm of the Age Watchers, is the quenching of the internal organs. People have 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, and after the quenching is completed, the 7th product, the 6th product can begin to quench the bones. However, the 7th grade was still too far away from him, and to have the 8th grade was already a blessing from heaven. No, a blessing from God. After breaking through the 8th grade, the speed at which he catalyzed the H-Keeper accelerated further. 2 days passed in a flash. It was rare for Li Yuan to spend a few days of comparative leisure, and even his cultivation had refined quite a bit. He now really felt that the divine realm was indeed beneficial to the cultivation of the old laws. It had something to do with the fact that he had 2 consecutive boons, but he could clearly feel that the effect of cultivation within the divine realm was very different from the effect of cultivation outside. If you put it in numbers, it's about a 4 or 5-fold difference. With the addition of the Qi replenishing pill, this speed could be accelerated by another 2 times. After 2 days of accumulation, the amount of incense in Li Yuan's incense, too, had risen very considerably. Believers are making a good effort too. Deity, Hao, Li Yuan. Rank, Nogami. Incense, 13,465. Number of believers, 389. True believers, 59. Looking at the sun rising gradually in the sky, he straightened up and prepared for the ceremony of erecting the temple. The most central part of the ritual is the materials prepared by the believers and then built by the true believers. The remaining part is for the devotees to carry the idol from Qingfeng Mountain to the new temple on Qingliang Mountain. Whether it was the Greenstone Village or several other villages, they were all bustling with rare activity. It was hilarious, not forced, but from everyone's heart. It's hard to really be happy when you can't fill your stomach on weekdays, even on New Year's holidays. But Hao Shen came, and the good times followed. They no longer worry about timing. Under the traveling clouds and rain, the crops grew exceptionally well, and even the vegetables matured faster, and the livestock did not lack food and grew well. Not having to worry about going hungry made everyone very motivated. A banquet of 1,000 people was prepared in a half-spontaneous, half-organized manner. A flowing mat, hundreds of meters long, surrounded the temple and was put together by the crowd. Underneath the flowing seats were tables and chairs of all colors and sizes, chaotic, but orderly in their chaos. The lively atmosphere attracted many passing vendors. They usually wandered around the village and did small business, and when they saw such a big scene, their eyes warmed up for a while. Someone then grabbed the surrounding villagers and asked, "What a lively banquet! Is there a happy event in any family?" "A happy event. Our Hao Shen is building a temple." "Build a temple? A deity?" "Yeah, Hao Shen can be very spiritual. Several rains have fallen. We can have a good year this year." With that, he went back to helping with the dishes. There is no money in this job, but most people enjoy it. There was a short vendor who asked for many things before quietly breaking away from the crowd and heading towards a few people not far away. Most of the several people were dressed in rough linen, except for 2, who were dressed in something special. One had a rugged face, the other a shady dove. The crowd was also dominated by the duo. That punk Lu Wu actually fell into the hands of a wild god. All of his advanced layouts were ruined in his hands alone. Waste indeed. For the sake of this time, we invested heavily for the sake of a head start, and we ended up with no blood money. That origami man is also a waste. So what if he's middle of the mortal level? If he doesn't perform well this time, he won't be able to get the paperwork. As they were chatting, the man who had just disguised himself as a vendor leaned over. "My lord, I've inquired clearly. That Hao Shen seems to be building a temple?" The rough man was startled. "Building a temple? It's hard to believe that he's reached the juncture of metamorphosis?" The Een Hat man grinned. "Interesting. A wild god is a wild god. Doesn't he know that a metamorphosis requires a court-appointed chi for it to work? Interesting. Rather than needing this male to personally take action, it's not like the fire is cooking. In that case, we'll just watch from here? No, go and see. It's no fun just watching. It's just as well to fail and have some fun. Fun for thousands of people. What do you say to setting a fire?" Listening to the male's bad taste, the crowd could only laugh sardonically. They're evil, but they're still normal people after all. The male, he, is not normal. The group just strutted closer to the flowing table, and 2 members of the guards, who were standing guard on the sidelines, noticed that something was wrong. Wang Wusan, who came from Qingshi Village, was the first to stop a few people. "A few of you. Where are you from? 9th grade year keeper?" Gongzi smiled mockingly. This kind of goods also dared to come and stop him. Wang Wusan could see the other party's mockery, and he also knew that the clothes on the light body of this publicist could not be afforded by the money that the previous him estimated to have earned in his whole life. But as a follower of Hao Shen and a member of the guard, he certainly had the responsibility to prevent all risks. "A few more positive answers please, or else." "Why else?" A big man with a beard walked out, the chi and blood power of an 8th grade age keeper bursting out like a tiger pouncing on him. Wang Wusan subconsciously took a step back, but he hardened himself against the pressure and stood straight again. "Say it again. Please tell us where you come from. Otherwise, you are not welcome here." "Phew, a little 9th grade year keeper with such guts?" The bearded man said that he was about to make a move. Snap! A lightning whip flew from a tricky angle, striking his hand with precision. "Who?" He looked back, but saw a cold-faced young girl, Divine Envoy Ling. Wang Wusan hurriedly saluted. Under Hao Shen, Li Yuan, Ling Han, and Lu Yuan, the three of them were special, not only because they were the strongest, but also because they were the closest to Hao Shen. Are a few of you trying to make a scene here? Ling Han's cold tone stimulated the ferocity of the bearded man. At least he was in 8th grade. How could he possibly wimp out when facing a mere 9th grade negative spirit man? Unexpectedly, the eunuch stopped him. What a cold-faced beauty. I didn't realize there was such a superb beauty amongst this countryside. In his eyes, there was greed in addition to lust. Chapter 48 Doomed Promotion? Gamble. You're not welcome here. Ling Han did not show any expression because of the male's molestation. She knew that any weakness in the face of such a person would only provoke the other party. What she just didn't realize was that her performance still inspired a desire for conquest in some people. Not welcome? The eunuch laughed. I, Lu Jingchuan, have grown up so much that there really aren't many places that I can enter? Do you know what happened to those who said no? Cowhide blowing the sky. If you have the ability, not to mention the palace compound, but the princes and nobles, high-grade officers, you dare to touch it? Who dares to deride this gongzi? Lu Jingchuan broke his defense. After all, anyone who gets punched in the face in front of a pretty girl isn't going to be in a very pleasant mood, especially when what people say is still true. He was used to being arrogant on weekdays. Who would dare to hit his face like that? If he catches him, he'll have to torture him to death. We have just made it very clear. A few people are not welcome here, so please leave. Lu Yuan struck what he thought was a dashing pose. Having just broken through the 8th rank, he was at a time when his ambition was high. A mere 8th grade. How dare you be so arrogant? The rough man behind Lu Jingchuan said in a muffled voice, taking a few steps forward as his powerful qi and blood power violently erupted. Wang Wusan could no longer hold on and could only step back. 7th grade. Lu Yuan's face was quite a bit more grave. That powerful force of qi and blood. The suppression on him was not small, but at least he was able to stand in place. How is it that at this juncture, a 7th grade powerhouse has come? Lu Yong, good job. How? Do you still dare to speak up now? Don't think that you dare to be so unbridled by relying on some wild god born from nowhere. Lu Jingchuan said, not forgetting to step on 2 more feet, in front of little master. It's the dragon that has to be coiled. It's the tiger that has to lie down. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt just creepily smashed in front of him. It only needed to be deflected a little to land on top of his head. His face instantly rose to a pig's liver color. My lord beware. Several attendants rushed forward and surrounded him tightly. The rough and large man known as Lu Yong also looked behind Lu Yuan with a grave expression. Substitute. That was just a warning. I think my 2 companions have just said that you are not welcome here. Ri Yuan was glad he had come quickly. Otherwise, a few people are going to be at a big disadvantage. 7th grade yearkeeper. In such a tight place, such an expert actually appeared. Not to mention the 7th grade. By all accounts, the 8th grade is not common. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Lai Yuan's turn to reign supreme here. Well. Did a mere mortal level inferior deity give you the guts? Lu Yong, catch them for me, and then crush that godhouse idol into powder and stuff it into their mouths. Lu Jingchuan was trembling with anger. He himself was actually forced into this by a few ordinary villagers. Strange shame. If word got back, I don't know how I'd be ridiculed by a few other idiots. Only, to his surprise, Lu Yong stood still, not moving a muscle. Lu Yong, what's wrong with you? Gongzi, it's better to hold off for a while. You're crazy. The district is a mortal level lower bazaar. The string, it's burning. Strings. Lu Jingchuan remembered that the string was still a weird object that his own father had plucked, and was specifically used to subdue Lu Yong. A 7th grade yearkeeper, even in the county, was not to be underestimated. The string does not have a combat effect. Its true function is to warn of things or people that threaten it. Being hot meant that someone on the other side was able to threaten them. You know, Lu Yong is a 7th grade. The opponent was hiding a power capable of threatening the 7th grade. More critically, it is hard to say whether the other party can kill Lu Yong, but they can definitely kill him. Instantly, his face became even uglier. Ri Yuan was on standby. He was ready for the other party to flip out. To be honest, a 7th grade yearkeeper was indeed strong, but don't forget that he now had over 10,000 incense, which when converted into heavenly thunder, would be over 1,000. With the bombardment of more than 1,000 heavenly thunderbolts, even if each of them only had the power of an 8th grade strike, with thousands of 8th grade attacks, he didn't believe that any 7th grade would be able to block them. Even if you don't fight it head on and choose to hide, it's not like he can only single point and range bomb at will, so where can he hide anymore? Lai Yuan was ready to pay a huge price. Normally, he'd be willing to say something nice and concede or something, but in the face of this, a knife is better than a mouth. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the other party actually wimped out. He didn't know that the other party had a weird object that tended to avoid evil, but he could also sense the other party's scorn. Good, good, good. Lu Jingchuan laughed instead of being angry. He really didn't dare to make a move. Other than that, he's still more than a bit of a lifesaver. He cherished his life, but he also had a small heart. Since he knew full well that the divine spirit metamorphosis would fail, he certainly wasn't willing to leave just like that. The gods that failed to transform were bound to be metamorphosed, and that was the opportunity. Your reliance is that deity, right? In that case, how about a bet? Let's bet that he will fail, and if I lose, this artifact will be yours. In case you don't recognize it, this artifact is of medium mortal grade, and if it is converted into an artifact source, it will require at least 50 scales. By the way, you country bumpkins probably don't know what a Gue Yuan is. All you guys need to know is that one scale of Gue Yuan can be exchanged for at least 10 taels of silver. 500 taels. Those present instantly arrived at this figure. The crowd's eyes got hot. Money moves people. Even Lu Yong didn't expect that his own son would actually take such a valuable thing as a bet. 500 taels. Even if the Lord is embezzling, will take some work. Lu Jingchuan was very satisfied with the effect, so he continued, if I win, I want that woman. Aren't you guys devoting your faith in that so-called Hao God? It's not so bad that you don't dare to bet with me. He also used agitation. No bet. To everyone's surprise, Lai Yuan refused without even thinking about it. Hao Shen never uses human life as a bargaining chip. I refuse your wager. Even if it was a surefire bet, he had his own bottom line. Human life, it can't be traded. This is a basic concept of right and wrong for a person who has received 9 years of compulsory education. How can you refuse? Lu Jingchuan didn't expect that such a bet would actually be rejected, just because of a village girl. A trace of scorn also flashed in Lu Yong's eyes. The person in front of him was by no means a pool animal, and to have such a surrogate walker, the deity behind him was only extraordinary. For no reason at all, he was actually vaguely worried that this surefire bet would be lost. Just then, Ling Han but suddenly stood out. God Emperor, I'm willing to be the bet, but I'm going to add one thing to the bet. Lu Jingchuan was very worried about her backtracking, so he hurriedly said, speak. If you lose, you don't just have to take out that weird thing, but at the same time stand still and take 3 lashes from me. With that, she flung the sonorous thunder whip in her hand. Good. In the face of this sure win bet, how could Lu Jingchuan not agree? Chapter 49, Temple God. A new divine art. God Emperor, there's no need to worry. I have ample confidence in Hao Shen. Yes, Ling Han didn't feel that Hao Shen had the possibility of failing at all. A weird thing worth 500 taels of silver. Why not take it? It was supposed to be very short of money lately. Her worried hair is white. 1. Just as there is a wrongdoer. Not pitched white. Sensing Ling Han's thoughts, Lai Yuan felt as if he wasn't being a little too kind. Sure enough, 1 is still too much of a phenom. The new Hao Shen temple was being completed at an extremely fast pace. The framing of the most troublesome foundations in foundations was all but completed yesterday. The 9th grade year keeper was a strong fighter and worked much faster. To tell the truth, Li Yuan felt that such physical quality, put in the previous life, high and low is also a born to fight Grey Holy Body. Fighting with these guys is still condescending. By the time today rolls around, most of it is skilled labor. They don't have the bodies of the keepers, but they are skilled enough. So the inauguration was very, very fast. Ever since he had agreed to the wager he had just made, Ri Yuan had if anything hidden certain yearkeepers. In the guard, the total number is 90. Among them, the number of 9th grades had come to 30. 39th grade age keepers was already an extremely terrifying number. These people, even without any tactics, had the chance to surround and kill the rest of Lu Jingchuan's party, except for the 7th rank. Too many people tend to stress people out. How could one possess such a strong power when one was just a mere wild god? Sometimes too much power is an affliction. He decided to hide only 27 for the sake of these people being able to watch the ceremony in peace. The 3 people in plain sight were Lu Yuan, and the 2 men who had stood guard before. As long as the yearkeeper didn't explode in chi and blood and didn't make a move, it wasn't easy to be discovered. On the outside, it's just a bunch of tall, strong men. These people were hidden in the crowd and were easily distracted by the popularity rolling around them. After all, regular people have chi and blood too. If they were gathered together, it would also be an extremely terrifying amount. How else would it deter the weirdness around it? Looking at the temple that was gradually being completed, Lu Jingchuan was filled with disdain. In order to see more clearly and comfortably, he also found a seat with a better view in the running seat. In his mind, it was a countdown to self-destruction. Metamorphosis. Creepy still wants to become a deity? That's if the court allows it. To say who the court of Ningyuan County was, it was naturally his father. 7th ranking magistrate. 7th grade. It doesn't sound big, but when placed in this land, it's a proper party of great power. A county with a population of hundreds of thousands was managed by his father. Even the gods are no exception. Compared to Lu Jingchuan's disdain, Lu Yong was much more wary. The sizzling temperature of the string was a constant reminder of the danger here. To be honest, he was reluctant to engage in so-called betting, even if it was a sure-win bet. My lord, perhaps you can take shelter for a while. I'll just stay here. No, I have to be here. Don't worry about that woman. I'll make sure it's all whiskers and all. Is that what I look like to you? A horny bastard? Lu Yong didn't reply, but his thoughts were written on his face. That woman, she's a superb one. I don't know how the origami man works, but he can let go of such a superb woman. Hearing this, Lu Yong's body could not help but go cold. The extreme quality in the other party's mouth only refers not to the posture. Origami man. That's spooky, evil as hell. It's obviously strong, but it doesn't claim to be God. He really didn't want to deal with it if he didn't have to. Whatever they had in mind. The temple was finally completed in time for lunch. The temple as a whole was a square block of stone and then wood as the main frame, covering about 3 acres of land. Proper mansion compared to before. Li Yuan took a deep breath and stood in front of the temple and shouted, "Invite Hao Shen." At the same time, lively gongs and drums sounded all around. 7 or 8 big men, carrying the statue of Hao, slowly went up from the bottom of the mountain. To make it easier to get up the mountain, they paved the path up the mountain with stone slabs. The crowd stepped on the stone slabs at an extremely steady pace. Li Yuan was feeling marvelous right now. His consciousness, at the same time, split into 2. One on the hill and one at the bottom. The 2 realizations drew closer as the crowd cheered. His vision, by definition, should also be split into 2. But what was special was that he was obscured by a patch of golden chi in front of his vision. These golden chi, in front and back, left and right, even up and down. The front and back are human, left and right are people. As for up and down, it's popularity. Thank you God Hao for blessing my Qingshi village. Hao Shen is above. Accept my obeisance. Hao Shen. Thank you for saving my family's rations, my dog, and me. Thanks to God Hao, we can have a good harvest this year. Even my dog Egg can have a decent job. The voices of the crowd rang in his ears from an unknown time. He suddenly realized that these golden chi seemed to be an individual in front of him. No, again, not exactly. These golden chi were born because of one individual. The anger is them and they are not simply angry. Gas. Chi luck. Li Yuan finally realized why the temple was built with great fanfare. It was ritual. No, rituals, to be precise. Its most central role is to bring people together. The incense is the power of the heart. It was also at this moment that the 2 separate thoughts intersected. Hao Shen idol came to the place where he should be. Bang! With a heavy thud, Hao Shen was situated in the center of the temple, and the plaque, which had been prepared long ago, was hung up under Lu Yuan's attentiveness. The ceremony is complete. Li Yuan listened to the soft ringing in his head, looked at the group of eagerly awaiting people, and added, "Open the banquet. Incense +5. Incense +3. Incense +7. Incense +10. Boom! A loud shout erupted from the crowd, and the front of the flowing seat was already crowded with a dense crowd of people. This is not disrespectful to Hao Shen. That's what the gods want. Lu Jingchuan didn't pay attention to the murmur of voices around him, his eyes, dead set on the idol. The squire on the side quietly gripped his belt knife, just waiting for an order. Only a faint golden light emerged from the statue of God Hao. There is absolutely no sound of the initial awakening, but it was only Li Yuan himself who could clearly perceive the changes in his body. Deity, Hao, Li Yuan. Rank, Temple God. Incense, 13,956. Number of believers, 456. True believers, 79. Devotees, 2. Divine arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10-100/times. Calling the winds, 20-200/times. God's domain, 1000/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of true sight, 100-/time. Possession, 10-/ each time. Purification, 100-. The incense increased by as much as 500 in that instant. That's not the main thing. The number of believers has broken the 400 mark and is heading straight for 500. The number of true believers, 2, is 20 more. It is no exaggeration to say that this group of true believers alone can provide a small 1,000 incenses a day. Of course, what excited him more was the bit rank, finally promoted to Temple God. It's even more of a good divine art. There were some divine arts that seemed to have been upgraded. That is, why did the consumption of the god's domain directly double 100 times? It's a money grab. Chapter 50, Useless Artifacts? Move. Lu Yong felt something was wrong the moment he saw that faint golden light. The metamorphosis was successful. Just like that, it worked without much of a ripple. This was completely different from the divine metamorphoses he had seen in the past. At the very least, it's a paperwork that requires a big seal from the court. and then the gods perform all sorts of weird rituals to make it work. Rituals, he could understand as rebuilding new temples. After all, quite a few deities have this requirement, but the instrument is really not there. It wasn't that there weren't examples of this, but he didn't think that he and the others would just happen to run into it. The string on his wrist was already hot when that golden light disappeared. This suggests a growing danger. Lu Jingchuan also knew it was wrong. He lost the bet, but he didn't want to bear the cost. That trickster alone, 500 taels of silver, was not something he could easily afford. Aside from the creepy things, being whipped was even more unacceptable to him. They'd like to leave, but something is faster than their reaction. The realm of the gods. When Ri Yuan realized that the god's domain was consuming an extraordinarily large amount of energy, he noticed something. The range of the field, too, has become larger. Before it was 10 meters square, now we have 100 meters square. It's not just a tenfold difference. Squaring the circle, it's a circle. A comparison in terms of ranges would be a circle with a diameter of 10, versus a circle with a diameter of 100. Just 100 times. Reasonable is reasonable. But flesh pain is also real flesh pain. As soon as the god's domain unfolded, it just about covered the running mat. It was also just right, covering Lu Jingchuan's several people. After all, he was in an excellent position. Lu Jingchuan now hated to slap himself. A good location of your own choosing. Several people. Don't be in a hurry. The bet we just made. Don't we have to end it? Lai Yuan acted harmlessly, but the members of the guards around him had already been on standby. The other side but dares to say a word of no. 30 big men just swarmed in. Yes ha. Lu Jingchuan smiled awkwardly, feeling the immense pressure on his body. He glanced back at Lu Yong. Lu Yong shook his head. He felt a powerful oppressive force. If one's guess was correct, that should be a power unique to this deity. Within a certain range, it can suppress the enemy's power. The reason why it was certain that it was a unilateral suppression was evident from the as-usual looks of the people around them. When the party didn't have this negative field, he wasn't even sure. Now that he was being suppressed, he was even more unsure. Seeing this, Lu Jingchuan also dropped his fluke, willing to bet. With that, he threw out the trickster object from earlier. This guy, he's pretty decisive. After receiving the trickster, Lai Yuan was still a bit surprised. He almost thought the other man was fooling around with a random trickster. There could be a difference of 10 times or more between a mortal grade inferior and a mortal grade medium. The eye of true sight looked at it briefly before realizing that it was indeed a mortal grade medium. On the outside, it's just a colorful orb that's kinda pretty. Details will have to wait until later though. How's that? The real deal is mortal grade medium. Now we can go, Lu Jingchuan said, somewhat impatiently. Here, he really didn't want to stay for a moment. Slow down. The voice that followed him broke his fluke. Aren't you forgetting that the bet is still missing something? Snap. The thunder whip in Ling Chen's hand emitted a sonic boom with a crisp sound. Lu Jingchuan's face was extremely ugly. The trickster object has already been given to you. Don't push people too far. A few. Over. Lu Yong also had to step forward. As the saying goes, the Lord insults the subject, and if he doesn't show it, he won't feel too good when he goes back. Passed? Li Yuan laughed. Did I force you to make the bet? Did I force you to place the bet? You can't say that. When you lose, you say that others have passed. Just now you said you're willing to gamble and accept defeat? It turns out that the bets are going to be reneged on. So that's what rich people's noble sons are like? Lu Yuan teased from the sidelines. And you can't tell. It still works well. June do not see. Lu Jingchuan's face, more and more red. That put on the white powder. Cannot cover. My patience is limited. After Hao Shen's breakthrough, Ling Han's bottom line was getting stronger. A medium mortal level deity was enough to rival the 7th grade. When the Hao Shen fan level is inferior, it can easily kill the 8 products, medium, and kill a 7 product. I think it will not cost too much effort. Your Excellency, want. Lu Yong was tempted to say a few more hard-hitting words, but then he noticed the thunderclouds in the sky and shut up. It's more important to be alive than bull ***** like the Lord's humiliation. Still the original line. Just because he can run, doesn't mean Lu Jingchuan can run too. A little humiliation is nothing compared to death. There won't even be a flesh wound. Lu Jingchuan understood his words, but think about who you are. Think about growing up smooth, and then think about your life. This shame, he suffered. Yes, the district was just a 9th grade negative spirit man, with so many treasures on his own body. So what if he let her fight? A little humiliation. One gets it back sooner or later. He stood still and stared viciously at Ling Han. If his eyes could kill, he would have cut Ling Han into 1,000 pieces long ago. Come on then. Ling Chen could finally catch a chance, and the lightning transformed into a whip, unceremoniously lashing out. Zira. The moment the lightning was drawn up, the weird thing on Lu Jingchuan's body was instantly activated. That seemingly ferocious whip didn't even touch his clothes. How can you use a trickster object? Ling Han was furious. You just told me to stand still. You didn't say that I couldn't resist it with a trick object. Lu Jingchuan laughed. The second whip that immediately followed did not scare him in the slightest. The district's 9th grade couldn't break the defense at all. Is that all the strength? Lu Jingchuan smiled arrogantly. Come on, towards here, towards my face, use force to whip. He suddenly felt as if the whole thing, in and of itself, wasn't much of an insult. Nothing at all. Not only is nothing happening, but on the contrary it's kinda cool to see the other guy raging with incompetence. Like, he was abusing those people. Li Yuan shook his head. This girl, too impulsive. It's still got to be a steady man like him. Gift of grace. The third boon, after promotion, has been unlocked. Incense, 3000. Honestly, 3000 incense is pretty needy. But when he saw Lu Jingchuan's look of indebtedness, he suddenly felt that 3000 joss sticks didn't seem too expensive. There will always be incense, but it's uncommon when you want to smoke someone so badly. Just as Ling Han was about to crack the last whip, she suddenly stopped. The third blessing is the metamorphosis from the 9th to the 8th grade. Her natural talent, in the first place, was extremely outstanding. The divine power in his body increased dramatically in an instant. Along with that, the thunder whip in her hand was also a whole lot thicker. Not good. Gongzi, be careful. Lu Yong was worthy of being a 7th grade. He keenly sensed the change in the young girl, but as fast as he was, it was still the speed of sound. The end of the thunder whip, again, is the speed of sound. Ling Chen's hands could be much faster than his mouth. Snap! This whip, which directly broke through Trickster's defense, solidly smacked his face that was covered in white powder. The ghastly white face looked so vivid with an extra bloodstain. Seeing this scene, Lu Yong forced himself to hold back his anger, supported Lu Jingchuan, and shouted, "Go!" Li Yuan watched the other party leave and did not stop them. Chapter 51, a comprehensively enhanced divine art. God's ambassador? Not chasing? Lu Yuan was worried about letting the tiger out of the bag. This line of people is from a different background, and there is a good chance of retaliation afterward. Ri Yuan didn't say anything, but gestured for him to look around. Surrounded by the villagers who were packing up the banquet, some were washing dishes, some were sweeping, others were carrying tables and chairs and benches in batches, and of course there were some people gathered not far away to watch the fun. Lu Yuan's face changed, then quickly lowered his head. God Emperor, it's my fault for not thinking things through. Lai Yuan patted his shoulder and said slowly, always remember that you are a believer of Hao Shen. Lu Yong, who had decisively withdrawn, was always on the alert for possible attacks from the rear. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he left the range of the god's domain. Just now, he was really afraid that the other party would leave himself and the others here despite everything. Fortunately, that deity shouldn't be sure that he could take down himself and the others. Of course he wouldn't think that it was Lai Yuan who was concerned about the surrounding villagers. A deity who has mercy on believers? No kidding. Would a bunch of bizarrely incarnated deities really be in that kind of mood? So that thought didn't even stay in his mind for a second. Kill them, fell the mountain and break the temple. Especially that woman. Give her to the origami man for a good concoction. I'm going to make her, well, creepy. Lu Jingchuan shouted hysterically, and the gusts of pain from the wounds on his face made him appear more and more frantic. My lord, they won't live long. The top priority is Black Mountain. Lu Yong is very sober. That Hao Shen, having already completed his metamorphosis, was at least in existence comparable to a 7th grade. If the string's hints were correct, its mortal rank inferior would be able to threaten itself. Mortal grade medium, only stronger. Such a force would inevitably have to ask the county magistrate for help, but unless the lord himself took action, the others might not be able to do anything to each other. At this important juncture, extraneous matters are a big no-no. Lu Jingchuan's face clouded over, anger that didn't quite overtake him. The fact that it had gone smoothly for so many years was not only because of his family history, but also because he was smart enough. A person can be bad and cruel, but not stupid. The purpose of his trip could not be forgotten. A mere wild god. When he was done with this, he would just beg his father to take action. The premise is that this thing has to be done beautifully, to hold a few others down, but with the path paved in advance by his father, it wouldn't be easy to really fail. Originally the origami man was about to make a move. In that case the range will be widened a bit. I'll see if he can take care of it. The lives of 2 villages will teach him a lesson. 2 villages, hundreds of lives, spoken so lightly. Those who were present also had their hands covered in blood, but it still felt a piercing cold. Lu Yong wanted to say something, but stopped. This was already the best possible outcome, and he knew deep down that if this one didn't let out this evil fire, something was bound to happen. Oddly enough, that so-called Hao Shen was so aggressive. Ri Yuan knew nothing about this yet. he was now more curious about his own divine arts. The first was the original divine art. The amount of incense consumed, compared to before, became a zone. Excluding the Eye of True Sight, which was a special divine art, the zone meant that the power of the other divine arts was proportional to the amount of incense consumed. For example, a heavenly thunder of 100 fragrant flames is of the power of the 7th grade, while a heavenly thunder of 10 fragrant flames is of the 8th grade. Traveling clouds and rain are similar, but what it expanded, like the divine domain, was the range of the rain cloth, and besides the range, he felt that something else had changed with this divine art. The weather around here is still a little blazing hot, just perfect for a rain shower. As the sky clouded over, heavy rain poured down on everyone's face. It's raining, Hao Shen. Thank you, Hao Shen. Come and get wet. Rain, which was annoying to people in their previous lives, was an extremely valuable resource for them. They were more worried about dying of thirst than getting sick. However, someone soon felt physically out of place. Ouch, ouch, head. Why does my head hurt a little? Face, why is my face suddenly scabbed over? Ling Chen looked at this scene in surprise. Miracles, those dissimilarities are not bad, they are good. This rain actually has a healing effect. What surprised her even more was that the grass and trees began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye near the originally barren temple. This is no ordinary rain at all. This is a blessing from the gods. Ri Yuan was also shocked by the effect. He felt that the qi drawing skill that he himself cultivated, under the rain, cultivated faster. In the rain, it was laced with spiritual energy. This is the main reason why the congregation is in better health. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with the rain and the divine domain superimposed, his cultivation speed was 15 times faster than before. Off the charts. It's outrageous. In contrast, the changes in the heavenly thunder were, on the contrary, somewhat flat. Is this really the kind of change that a boost in bits can make? Can't figure it out, so I won't think about it for now. His eyes were now focused on the two new divine arts. One divine art, from promotion, and the other, condensed from previously accumulated divine art fragments. Both divine arts had one thing in common. There is no upper limit to the amount of incense that can be consumed. It's the same path as the Eye of True Sight from before. In the previous course, the name was mediocre. Possessed spirit. After looking at it carefully, Ri Yuan understood the function of this divine art. As the name suggests, it is to give an object a bit of spirituality. Spiritual items have unique effects in their own right. To check the effect of this spirituality, he picked up the mahogany sword behind himself. Possessed spirit. Incense, 20. With a hint of incense deduction, the peachwood sword in Lai Yuan's hand seemed to have become his other eye. He could roughly sense the situation around him through the mahogany sword. The range is small, just within a meter, but this was already a huge exaggeration. If he had put a neighborhood full of possessed things, wouldn't it be the equivalent of a scaled-down version of surveillance? What surprised him even more was that the spirit in it actually had a means of attack. Boom! Lai Yuan took the initiative to inspire it, and the peachwood sword summoned a heavenly thunderbolt out of thin air. Its power. It actually had 9 grades. Even though Lai Yuan himself spent 10 points of incense to strike out a heavenly thunderbolt that was much stronger than this, but there is a huge difference between the two. When Lai Yuan struck down heavenly thunder, he needed to see it, but this object was different. As long as it sensed the danger, it would automatically activate, the equivalent of an amulet. If every household had a possessed item, it would not only be the equivalent of a monitor, but also a warning device, and an amulet for believers. The only bad point is that the spirituality inside will, over time, slowly dissipate. At this rate, it will dissipate cleanly in about a month. No matter how much incense he consumed, this was the result. The amount of incense would only affect the accuracy of his perception and the power of the heavenly thunder. It's about a 10x difference compared to his own use. 100 points of incense can only inspire an attack of the 8th rank, but it's pretty good too. Dissolution also has the advantage of helping believers consolidate their faith in themselves even more. Chapter 52, The Terror of the Purification Divine Art. Since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, but only the setup to win the hearts of the people. When they learned that believers with devout faith were able to be blessed by God Hao himself, everyone boiled over. Everyone took out some of their treasured items in the hope of being blessed by Hao Shen. Some people even went as far as chopping down trees on the spot to make a rudimentary wooden shrine for Hao Shen. However, not everyone gets what they want. Let me go. Why don't you let me in? I'm also a believer of Hao Shen. A middle-aged woman, blocking the doorway, tried to cry foul. Ling Chen, however, could tell at a glance that this person was not a devotee of Hao Shen. God Hao's bestowal of blessings is limited to true believers. If one is a devout believer, the bestowal of blessings one receives is much more effective. Everything, God Hao's benevolence treats everyone equally, but God Hao's favoritism is only bestowed on believers. A statement that alarmed a number of people. A wave of panic washed over the woman who had just spilled her guts. Oops. How does she know I don't believe in Hao Shen? There were others in the middle who tried to fish in the water, but they were all thrown out. Ling Han, as Hao Shen's only negative spirit person at the moment, still had no problem with the eyepiece. After the small interlude, Lai Yuan took a breath and spent out nearly $10,000 in incense. Except for some true believers who have 100 incense attachments, most of the rest have 10 incense attachments. If he added the 3,000 that he had just graced Ling Han with, he had spent almost all of his incense in one breath. The reason why it cost so much is because the number of believers, of course, skyrocketed. At the time of the first promotion, the number of believers was 456, but now it has reached 745. Not only that, the number of true believers, too, soared from 76 to 98, nearly breaking the 100 mark. Had some devotees not been here, more incense would have been consumed. By all rights, after spending 13,000 in one breath, his incense should have bottomed out by now. But on the contrary, he still has a considerable amount of incense now, 5,456. These, of course, were offered by those believers in their passion. There is no need to talk about the spirituality of Hao Shen. What an honor to be blessed by the god of Hao. Almost everyone provided top dollar for incense, with a loss of less than 8,000 joss sticks, but a gain of 200 devotees. The business was not a loss. After all, the loss is only temporary, and devotees will continue to provide incense. Deity, Hao, Lai Yuan. Rank, Temple God. Incense, 5,456. Number of believers, 745. True believers, 98. Devotees, 2. Divine Arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10-100/times. Calling the Winds, 20-200/times. God's Domain, 1000/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of True Sight, 100-/time. Possession, 10-/each time. Purification, 100-. Speaking of believers, that's when he noticed that he had 2 extra devotees. It was Ling Han and Lu Yuan respectively, and Li Yuan was not surprised. His level of believer, another level unlocked, above the pan-believer. The believer, the true believer, is the devotee. Devotees provide between 20 and 50 points of incense per day. Even though thousands and thousands of dollars of incense had already come in, he still didn't feel less. Every little bit of incense is hard to come by. The number of devotees is sure to grow as time goes on. What intrigued him even more was the fact that the connection between the duo and himself, after they became devotees, had become even stronger. Within a certain range, he could sense the approximate location of the duo. Not only that, but he was surprised to find that the duo could borrow the power of divine magic through prayer, as long as they weren't too far away from him. The power of divine magic depends on the distance between them. Interesting, the forces under his command are getting better and better. All that remained next was the last divine art, purification. This was the point that Lai Yuan was most concerned about. I wondered if this divine art was as effective as he had expected. After carefully feeling this divine art, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Ri Yuan remembered that he still had a trick item in his hand that he had just obtained. ____. Bizarre. Grade, medium mortal grade. Description, a relic dropped by a spooky deity, crafted by a spooky master. How to use, hold the artifact tightly and let the colorful artifact wrap around your body. Effect, hide your body and blend in perfectly with the environment. Cost, randomly devour a body part each time you use it, and again randomly devour a part for each movement during use. Through the eye of true vision, he saw the complete aura of the trickster. Seeing the effect, it's a very powerful trick item. Hiding one's form is simply a must-have artifact of assassination theft if there's no price to pay. The price is not small. Randomly devouring a body part. If it was skin, hair and all that, it would be just that. Wouldn't it be a blood loss if my little brother was gone? Even more outrageous is the randomness. Accidentally followed to the heart and hit straight GG. This stuff, with its strong effects, comes at a ridiculously strong cost. He sort of knew why the guy was so dry. Although this thing was a mortal grade medium, the cost was too counterintuitive for a low realm to dare to use it. The higher realms dared to use it, but at their level, the effects of this thing were probably not very useful. Chicken ribs. If the previous Lai Yuan had gotten it, he would probably only be able to sell it at a low price. But it's different now. Purify. Incense, 100. A faint white light fell on the 7-colored guile, and the message of the 7-colored guile changed. Everything else is as usual, except for the cost column, which has changed. ____. Bizarre. Cost, randomly devour a body part each time it is used, and again randomly devour a part for each movement during use. In purification, no price to pay for 3 minutes. This is the effect of purification, the ability to forcibly erase the cost. Although this erasure is time limited, this time limit can be extended indefinitely as long as the incense is paid. In this way, The 7-colored guile went from being a chicken rib to a powerful guile, or magic weapon. New Dharma cultivator. You can possess trick objects in advance to achieve the effect of a Dharma artifact. However, for old law cultivators, if they wanted to have a magic weapon, they could not start refining it until at least after they had built their foundations. A magic weapon was definitely an important part of a chi refiner's strength. If he had the right artifacts in his hands, his strength would definitely not be inferior to a new Dharma cultivator. What's even more interesting is that in this world, there's definitely a lot of shenanigans where powerful effects come with a huge cost. The vigorous rabbit fur from before, and the blood trickster belt, were both similar trickster items. What's more, the price of this kind of trickster thing must not be high. The price of the artifact depends on the effect and the cost. The stronger the effect, the higher the price, and the lower the cost, the higher the price. It seemed that the next time the Mirage Trickster market opened, it was necessary to keep an eye out for such a trickster. Tricky things that could greatly strengthen one's battle power. Speaking of war power, he pulled out a few blackened pills. Chi replenishing elixir. This thing, which contained spiritual energy, likewise contained a weird aura. Lai Yuan had no way to expel the weird chi inside before, and he didn't want to practice the new method rashly, so he put it aside. Now maybe try it with purification. Chapter 53, Paperman Attack, plus 1/2 chapter. Purify. Incense, 100. A blackened chi replenishing dan gradually turned red under the soft white light. When the purification was complete, this chi replenishing dan and the other chi replenishing dan would be very different from each other in terms of appearance. It was red, not like an elixir, but rather like a freshly picked fruit. He looked again with the eye of true vision and the effect changed. ____. Tonic elixir. Grade, lower mortal grade. Refined with Reiki combined with Guichi to replenish Reiki and enhance cultivation speed. Purified. An elixir containing aura. Unlike the trickster, the chi replenishing pill didn't show a statute of limitations on it. In other words, the purification of the elixir is permanent. He excitedly purified the other chi replenishing dan one by one. Although I spent 500 incense, I got 5 elixirs containing aura. So far in his cultivation, Ri Yuan had never gotten high. He wanted to refine pills instead. However, there is no formula, no furnace, and no master. You need recipes to cook, let alone the more detailed and complex alchemy. Right now he happened to have nothing to do. He had already been busy for most of the day. That had not to be well practiced. So, he found a nice place, sat down on his knees, and turned his 5 hearts to the sky. After swallowing a chi replenishing pill, the flat and uneventful chi drawing skill gradually began to operate. The wind, blowing the hair on his forehead, around him, it turned into a huge funnel, pulling the nearby aura into him. The important thing about the chi replenishing pill was not the spiritual energy inside, but its effect of accelerating the operation of the technique, using the small world inside, stirring the big world outside, swallowing the great with the small, so that the cultivator can emulate heaven and earth. There were no years in cultivation, and the sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dark. The night is a spooky world. However, ever since Hao Shen's promotion, it was incomparably quiet within a radius of 1,000 meters. Creepy isn't a cutie either. Tend to be lucky they still do. The really reckless ones would be pretty much dead by now. No weirdness dared to touch Hao Shen's brow. It was incredibly quiet underneath Mount Qingliang, but at the moment in one of the villages, once it was dark, most of the people were ready to go to bed. The whole village was quiet except for the cats in heat, the dogs sleeping late, and a few faintly audible gasps. The village was a giant flame in the eyes of Creepy, so they basically take a detour, and there are quite a few creeps waiting at the head of the village, expecting to run into a few unlucky people. It was also at this moment that a white figure suddenly appeared. It was a white paper man. What had been quiet and eerie suddenly exploded, because behind this white paper man, there are hundreds of identical paper men. It's not entirely accurate to say they are the same. They still have a different body shape, just like people. Tall, short, fat, thin, only none of them had any facial features. It just stood there straight, even if Creepy didn't dare to mess with them. Looking down at the village, the paper people whirled down. It was dark and unbearably quiet. In the cellar, some teenager had one hand desperately covering his mouth to keep from making a sound, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Realizing something was wrong, his parents pushed him into the cellar and then pressed their bodies against the cellar door. That's what dodged a bullet. Until, a very long time passes, he felt a hint of warmth. Dawn. No, it's already late afternoon. The cellar can be extra stuffy in the afternoon. He gulped and tried to push against the cellar door. The door, it's light. The teenager's heart was cold, and his intelligence had realized that his parents had suffered an untimely death. When he climbed out of the cellar, he realized that he hadn't seen any bodies or even a bit of limbs around. He ran outside, only to find every house empty. Pops? Simone? Auntie? Uncle? All that responded to him were the echoes of an empty place. The afternoon sun, falling on him, was not the slightest bit warm. Cold. Incredibly cold. He just walked out of the village in a muddle, with countless towering paper figures in its wake. From late afternoon to afternoon and from afternoon to evening. It wasn't until late afternoon that he realized what he was in for. Once it got dark, a small body like his would absolutely die. Soon, he saw the curling smoke. When there is smoke, there are homes and villages. If he remembered correctly, that village was called Greenstone Village. Just as he was about to reach the edge of the Greenstone Village, behind him, there was suddenly a terrifying coldness. He looked back, only to see the most horrifying scene of his life. Paper Man. It was as if endless paper people were rushing out from behind him. All the paper people just passed him by without any of them noticing him. He was ignored. The teenager didn't comprehend the situation at hand, but he understood that these villagers were about to end up like their parents. He tried to call, but realized he couldn't make any sound. One could only watch as these paper people rushed into Castle Rock Village. The surging chi and blood within the Greenstone Village did not stop them from advancing at all. They were the escorts of deities and had no fear of the erosion of ordinary chi and blood. The only people who can block them are the year keepers of the entry grade. Creepy! Wang Lu roared angrily, igniting his surrounding chi and blood to be on guard. His cries drew the attention of the other watchmen. Within the entire Greenstone Village, there were a full 6 watchmen, each consciously standing in a different part of the village. After a period of Lu Yuan's battle formation training, they barely possessed some organizational qualities. Combined with the many bloody battles with Creepy, it's rather fledgling at first glance. However, there was not a trace of joy on Wan Lu's face. If all the year keepers were there, they might still be able to keep it. But now, he didn't have the slightest confidence. There's just too much weirdness, much awesomeness. What's even scarier is that these creeps are all clear paper people. Obviously, behind the paper man would definitely be a powerful deity. It was much more powerful than the previous mountain gods. Phew! A flame burned from the center of the paper man. There was the first wave of clashes between the watchmen and the paper men. But there were so many paper people, and their footsteps were surprisingly consistent, almost comparable to a powerful army if they weren't so dull. They easily broke through the 6 year keeper defenses. Many of the watchmen then rushed into the homes. Not good. Wang Fusan, stop them. Wang Lu's eyes were glazed over. Once the paper people stormed the village, the consequences were unimaginable. Their parents and children, all in the village. Village chief, can't stop it. Wang Wusan was already surrounded by several paper figures. Even if he exploded his chi and blood again, he would only be able to ignite a few paper figures, which would have no effect on the situation in front of him. The teenagers outside the village watched the scene woodenly. There was only one thought left in his mind. Done. This village is finished too. Those paper people, they will never let these people go. But what are they up to? His brain hurt. It was as if someone had taken an awl to his brain. He seems to have forgotten something very important. Suddenly, the teenager glanced down at his arm, thin as a sheet of white paper. Turns out, he's a paper man. 2. Chapter 54 Hao Shen's Divine Might. +2 halves. Bang! The paper man eventually breaks into the villagers' homes. Most had doors that had long since been weathered out of shape and barely served as a shelter. Certainly couldn't stop so many paper people from pushing and shoving. After breaking through the door of the room, the paper man followed the scent of the living and quickly found the hiding villagers. The villager couldn't stop trembling as he clutched a wooden sign in his hand. Lord Hao Shen, save us. The only thing he can rely on now is a believing deity. Just hope Hao Shen's blessing really works. The paper people didn't care what the human in front of them was saying. They had only one goal in mind, and that was the human in front of them. Hollow out your heart. Create more of the same. This is an oracle of the gods. Wang Lu's heart had sunk to the bottom. Done. It's completely over. The paper people had already rushed into the village, and there was no longer any point for them to stand guard. They also rushed into the village. Save one if you can. Of course, the key thing is to save your loved ones. No one is a saint. Of course, we should save the closest people first, and save the other villagers if we have the spare capacity. Wang Lu was the first to rush to the front of the house. He only had his old mother, wife and daughter at home, and once they were touched by the paperman, there was absolutely no chance of survival. It was also at that moment that he heard a roar not far away. What's that noise? Boom! Not far away, a heavenly thunder fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! As if in a chain reaction, a series of thunderclaps rang out over the entire village. Just in front of him, a similar thunderclap rang out. What was different was that the heavenly thunder in front of him was a bit more voluminous and powerful, too. Even the house, half of it was shaken down. He rushed forward and found his shivering mother and wife and daughter. It's the Hao Shen. Wang Lu then realized what kind of gift yesterday's bestowal was. Without this, one's family would only die here, so it seems that the other villagers should be in pretty good shape. That is, a flash of joy crossed his face. Hao Shen's blessing was indeed powerful, wiping out at least half of the paper people in that instant. But the number of paper people, even if only half of them were left, was not something that could be stopped by their mere 6-year keepers, unless the God Emperor brings someone. But the new Hao Shen temple, which was 10 miles away from here on the mountain road, would take a little more than half an hour even if it was faster. Little half hour. He didn't know how many people would be left in Castle Rock Village. What Wang Lu didn't know was that since the time when the heavenly thunder had been triggered, Lai Yuan had already seen the scene in Qingshi Village. Paper people, densely packed paper people. He instinctively thought of the origami man that the negative spirit man had mentioned earlier. Could it be that the other party already knew that they had robbed Ling Han? A deity with a medium minimum mortal level and a suspected upper level is a real concern. But no matter what, the Greenstone Village still had to be saved, so he summoned Ling Han and Lu Yuan. When they heard that the Greenstone Village had been attacked, the first thing they did was to wonder if there was a fraud, and then they asked a question. God envoy, such a long distance, how to rush over? Only afraid, no harm done. Lai Yuan took out a weird object. Blood trick tape. Trickster? God Emperor? Never. The cost of this trickster seems to be great. Lu Yuan hurriedly stopped it. Teleportation shenanigans. Such a powerful effect. Yet it appeared in the hands of a woman of the 9th rank. Looking at its status, it's not very high, so the cost of this thing is only very steep. No need to worry, Ri Yuan said, quietly using purification. Incense 100. Within 3 minutes, the blood trick ban had no more negative effects. Through the possession, he was able to pinpoint where the Greenstone Village was. Looking at the blood bowl generated by the trick band, he took the first step in. Ling Han and Lu Yuan looked at each other, their hearts incomparably shocked. They saw the divine art just now, and, somehow, they felt that they could use it themselves. Its effect. Lu Yuan thought of the vigorous rabbit fur he used last time, and if there was no cost for the lack of sanity, its enhanced battle power would certainly be even more exaggerated than last time. Now he felt more and more that Hao Shen might have been very powerful before, and now he was just gradually retrieving his previous power. Ling Han's thoughts were much simpler. Hao Shen is omnipotent. Stepping through the blood trick band, the group soon appeared in the Greenstone Village, and behind them were the 9th grade age keepers and reservists who were originally stationed at the temple. Seeing the chaotic situation at this moment, Ling Han and Lu Yuan did not need to be instructed. Their strength of the 8th rank completely erupted and rushed into the village to save the people. The rest of them, too, went at breakneck speed to clear the paper people. Wang Lu really didn't expect that Hao Shen's support actually came so quickly. He didn't even come to despair. Ling Chen was even like the wind sweeping away the leaves, sweeping away the surrounding paper people with great efficiency. The original crisis that was about to overthrow the Greenstone Village just dissolved into nothing. It was so fast, he even had a sense of unreality. Looking at his daughter who had settled down in his arms, his tense spirit, too, finally relaxed. Hao Shen is above. The mountain gods of the past were not even worthy of our Hao Shen's shoes. No, no, no. Is a crooked guy like that worthy of being compared to Hao Shen? Sin, sin, sin. For their part, the villagers of Qingshi Village felt it most profoundly. Just when they were about to die, the blessing of Hao Shen saved them once. By the time they were in danger for the second time, it was the guards under Hao Shen's command, the group of yearkeepers who had received Hao Shen's gift. One by one, like a godly soldier, he saves them from the fire. The original image of that illusory Hao Shen became more real. It is no longer a vain saying that God will shelter his devotees. Incense plus 10. Incense plus 3. Incense plus 8. This time, even those who had no faith in their hearts inevitably felt some gratitude towards Hao Shen. This is the true deity who can save them. Not far away, the paper boy watched the scene woodenly. Light. What a bright light. Whether it was the heavenly thunder or the burning fire of qi and blood, in his eyes, there was only the grandest light. I don't know if it was because of his special physique, but he saw the difference in Ri Yuan at a glance. The light that permeated that circumference was brighter than any other, so bright that it was as if his body was on fire. He tried to lean into the massive light. No, it's not a hallucination. His own arm, it seemed, was literally on fire. Was it the proximity to the man? The flames were burning and he was probably dead, but it's hard to say he's still alive in this condition. It's good to just die. Anyway, the parents are dead and so are all the relatives. But he was in this state now, and as he looked at the massive light, a hint of anticipation surfaced in his heart. Deity, can the god save the village of Castle Rock? And can they save him? Paper man? Looking at the paper man who was close to him, Lai Yuan had been ready to clean up with a sword, but a link was perceived in the mind. Another believer in himself, and the believer is a paper man? Chapter 55, Behind the Paper Man. Deity, Hao, Yuan. Rank, Temple God. Incense, 11,308. Number of believers, 765. True believers, 112. Devotees, 2. Divine Arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10-100/times. Calling the Winds, 20-200/times. God's Domain, 1000/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of True Sight, 100-/time. Possession, 10-/each time. Purification, 100-. Right now, in a day, Yuan could have more than 4,000 incense, and after deducting the 1,000 from the divine realm, the net income was about 3,000, plus the 2,000 or so incense that just skyrocketed. The amount of incense came to over 10,000 again. The number of believers and the number of true believers, too, have increased to varying degrees, but there is one believer who is very conspicuous. Name, Zhao Tong. Age, 15. Physique, creepy paperman/psychic body. Qualification, lower A. Believer level, believer, 10 to 20 points. He never thought that creepy could be a believer in himself. Sensing the other party's consciousness, the other party seemed to still have the consciousness of being a human. Not just consciousness, I should say, but also the human mind. Something to do with his psychic physique? This physique, unlike Yuan's pure yang body, was so intuitive, psychic. In this world, he didn't seem to sense the existence of such things as ghosts. Considering the other party's qualifications, under Class A, it was only slightly inferior to Ling Han. Ling Han's special he saw, the only negative spirit under his command, the Heavenly Thunder Divine Art, in her hands, had been developed to the extreme. To be honest, Yuan himself couldn't use that fancy effect. It was just the body of the paper boy that seemed to be burning. It was then that Yuan noticed that there were too many guardians of the year around them, and their chi and blood power, for the bizarre, often had a passive burning effect. The paper boy was no more special, body-wise, than an ordinary paper man. He was a little guilty. You can't get a special believer 1 second and then the person is gone the next. Perhaps, try a boon? A faint golden light enveloped the paperman boy. Zhao Tong only felt that his body was incomparably warm, and that warmth did not come from the outside world, but from within. To his surprise, his arm, which had just been burning, had returned to its original shape. In the back of his mind, there seemed to be a voice from the Dawn Guard. Hao Shen. He subconsciously knelt and offered the only thing he had, devotion. Yuan realized that he had one more true believer. Lord God Emperor, can I beg you to save my sister? Zhao Tong fell to his knees. He had already understood Yuan's identity. Yuan's gaze unintentionally glanced over here, and when he saw this, his eyes almost fell out. Hell no! He saw Creepy kneeling to the God Emperor, wiping his eyes again. He heard Creepy talking? Hell no! This paper man, does he really have such a thing as a spirit? Ling Chen glanced at him and simply said indifferently, Hao Shen can do anything. Yuan, lean. That makes him look like he's not devout in his faith in Hao Shen. Thus, he forced himself to hold back his surprise and came to Yuan's side. You're just in time. There's a Zhao village 15 miles away. You go with this little guy. See if you can discover if there are any living people. The living? Right. Yuan said without a word of humor. After dispatching Yuan left Ling Han to clean up the mess. His gaze, on the other hand, went to the white paper figure that had sneaked away not far away. This paper man, compared to the others, moves a little more spiritually. If most of the paper people were not in the grade of weirdness, then the paper person in front of him could be called the 9th grade. Yuan didn't kill the paper man, but put it back. It's not about letting the tiger out of the bag, it's about following the trail. The paper man in Castle Rock Village, was it premeditated, or did it just happen? Whichever one it was, he had to figure out what the paper man was up to. If it's just a simple killing, it's fine. In order to hide himself better, he chose to use the 7-color guile. The spirit breath technique that he had previously obtained could only hide the nature of his mana. It was not half as effective at hiding. The cockamamie 7-colored shenanigans were much better than his half-assed hiding technique. Purification. Incense, 500. After confirming that its negative effects had disappeared, he clutched the 7-colored guile and allowed it to wrap around his entire body. Soon he realized that it was like a thin veil was covering his eyes. Between actions, it's also quite daunting. About half the usual speed. If he was in the eyes of outsiders, he was in a completely transparent state. After confirming his status, he quietly followed the paper man. A mile, 2 miles, it was soon over 5 miles, until it was completely dark. Yuan's purification had been used 4 times. A total of 2,000 joss sticks were spent and still no paperman was seen to stop. This purification is good for what it is. It's just too short. In order not to lose what he had on him, he had no choice but to continue purifying. After 3 more purifications, he noticed and saw that the paperman stopped. Stopping in front of the paperman was a bright red figure. Looking more closely, the figure was wearing a red wedding dress with a red head, just standing straight up at the very front. It looks like a bride about to be married. The white paperman fell to his knees in front of the bride, and there was a sound of grit and sand coming from his body. It was a long time before the white paper stopped. Mission failed. Under the red cover was an extremely hoarse voice. Is this the origami man? Lai Yuan guessed in his heart. He could sense that the opposite side was weird, not weak, and feared that it was of the lower level of the mortal grade. Saying it's an origami man doesn't quite seem to do it justice. The origami man must at least be a mortal level medium, not to say mortal level upper, but he'd been marked by the origami man before, somehow, and he'd seen the origami man's scent. There was a similar scent on the creepy bride in front of her, but it wasn't strong enough, associated with Ling Han's previous encounter. He suspected that the weird bride feared that the origami man had trumped it up. It was also at that moment that he saw other chakras in his vision. People, 5 of them. When he saw the amount, he was shocked that, if I remember correctly, that Lu Jingchuan and his group from yesterday were also this number. Waste. Before you see them, you hear them. Soon a man in a drapery hat stepped out. The so-called drapery hat was originally a kind of hat worn by women with a light veil in front to cover their faces. There's something chic and delightful about a man wearing one of these hats at the moment. So many paper people, but they can't even clean up a broken village. The origami people have raised a bunch of losers like you. That's the target outside of the mission, creepy bride said, word for word. Fart. The man then kicked at his bride, trying to vent his anger, but awkwardly, the kick went down and the bride didn't move. Chapter 56 Conspiracy. Dilemma. It's really this guy who's poking around in the dark. Things are getting a little dicey. Not to mention Lu Jingchuan's background. Let's just say that this origami man was not a good character to deal with. The key is real body. Lai Yuan had never seen until now. If it's really a mortal level upper, it's dangerous. But what is that plan that the bride mentioned referring to? It looked like they're dealing with the Greenstone Village was just Lu Jingchuan's impromptu idea. Thinking of the village where the paper boy was all but wiped out, he had a vague feeling that he had caught a little pulse, but it was not clear. I don't understand. What are they doing slaughtering the village? What is their purpose in colluding? Kicked by Lu Jingchuan. Creepy bride didn't react in any way. There was no such thing as face for her. Good. Lu Jingchuan laughed back in anger. There are still 2 days left. Among the Black Mountain. Don't let me down. With that, he turned his head and walked away. Lu Yong followed closely behind, with a few other attendants following at the end. Ri Yuan quietly followed. It was mostly the creepy bride that just stood still and didn't move. Having no choice but to follow Lu Jingchuan, he could only eavesdrop on the chatter of the 3 attendants, trying to get any valuable information. Why do you think it's so dangerous inside that Black Mountain to risk so much to go in there? Don't inquire blindly. Guess why the prince is speaking so subtly? Because he's afraid we won't keep our mouths shut. Pry less into the affairs of the Lord's house. Lai Yuan. That's not the right script. It stands to reason that the villain shouldn't be talking to himself and revealing what he's planning. And the protagonist happens to overhear the plot and then defeats the villain in one fell swoop. How is it that a couple of attendants, 2, have this realization? Seeing that he couldn't hear what he wanted, Ri Yuan wasn't going to follow him down. The 7-colored shenanigans are good, but they consume too much incense. Now at least it is known that these people have designs on the Black Hills. There is an opportunity to maybe dabble in it. By the time he returned to Mount Qingliang, the sky was already glowing red. To his surprise, a number of villagers had already gathered at the bottom of the hill. It looked like they had arrived just as the day was breaking. The temple was still some distance away from the Greenstone Village. It was reasonable to say that after last night's scare, they hadn't fully recovered yet, and as a result, they came to the temple early in the morning to return their wishes. Incense plus 10. Incense plus 3. Incense plus 6. A large wave of fragrant prompts sounded in his head. A normal day's incense is over 4,000, and today there was obviously a lot more than yesterday. About 5,000 incense. After the consumption of the god's domain, there are still more than 4,000. Unfortunately, yesterday's use of the 7-color guile consumed quite a bit of incense. Offsetting this, the number of his incense remained at around 10,000, 11,289. However, after these people's possessions were consumed, the Greenstone Village was at least his home base. There are more than 300 people in Greenstone Village, roughly 130 households. Strictly speaking, he only needed to possess 130 people. The families of the year keepers among them, however, are still given extra favors, and the consumption of the attached spirit is marginally greater, one way or another. The incense also consumed more than 1,500. The remaining incense 9,789. It seems like a lot too. but the difference is not that big compared to the requirements for the next promotion. Only now did he have time to study the conditions for the next stage of promotion. After the temple gods, there are the county gods. The demand for incense has once again gone up, a few notches, straight from 10,000 to 1,000,000. The target for the number of believers also skyrocketed directly by 3,000. True believers, on the other hand, are 500. In addition to this, there is a requirement for devotees, which requires 10 people. None of these goals are well accomplished. Millions of incense. At his current rate, it would take almost 300 days without eating or drinking. However, as long as Hao Shen's influence gradually expanded, something that consumed a large amount of incense was bound to happen. Either fighting or cultivating power is unavoidable. This slows down development even further. At the current size, it's basically impossible to advance without a year or two. That's not all. It's followed by a requirement to kill an upper mortal level creepy. Well, Lai Yuan almost spit out the fragrance. When the wild god advanced to temple god, he only needed to kill a mortal level inferior creepy. How is it suddenly super doubled? Shouldn't it be medium by definition? Don't play if you can't afford it. It's that last one that's not right. 1,000 devotees, gathering firewood, roast the idol on fire for 3 days. It's really on the fire. What is this ritual? It could be said that it was several times more difficult for a temple god to advance to a prefectural god than it was last time. The rate of expansion must be increased. He couldn't wait a year or two. That origami man or Lu Jingchuan wouldn't give him that much time. There were currently 90 members of the guard, of which the number of 9th grade guardians had come to as many as 40. This number has increased over time, but there's a problem. The 8th grade yearkeeper is currently only Lu Yuan. Can't see the problem right now, but over time, without an avenue for upward mobility, there will be problems within the guard. It would be nice to have access to a steady stream of harvesting Tayans. Mirage Trickster isn't a no-no, but he's got too few trickster sources. You can't go to the gambling den too often. He was intercepted last time, so he might be targeted by someone stronger this time. In addition to the yearkeepers, he's going to get some old law resources. There were only a few chi replenishing pills, and they were about to run out. After eating it, it was estimated that it would be too slow to advance to the 7th level of chi refining. If only I could make my own pills. In short, there is a shortage of money. The problem at hand can be solved for the most part with money. Obviously the development was not bad, but Lai Yuan felt that the gap was getting bigger and bigger. He's tempted to go into the home invasion business. None other. It's just too profitable. According to Lu Yuan's current strength, bringing along a group of yearkeepers, ordinary mortal grade lower grade creeps were simply no match for them. Thinking about the current predicament, maybe we can slaughter some fat sheep. Robbing people is nothing. If you want to be able to do it, go rob the gods. Saying that, he was on his way to find Lu Yuan. Suddenly he remembered that he had asked him to check out the village of the paper boy. What took you so long? According to the teenager's dictation, his village shouldn't be far from Greenstone Village. Lu Yuan actually felt the same way, but when they arrived at the village the teenager had mentioned, they found no one. The whole village, it's empty. The air still smelled of fishy blood, but puzzlingly, he didn't see even one body. It was as if everyone in the village had vanished into thin air. At best, you can see signs of someone living there. Boy, when the hell did you turn into a paperman? I don't know. The paper boy was overwhelmed with fear. Go back first. Lu Yuan patted him on his light shoulder. The paper boy looked up, but his wooden expression showed a hint of sadness and anger. Blood feud, paper man, creepy. At his fingertips, there were hidden flashes of lightning. Hatred, since then, has been rooted in his heart. Chapter 57, plus 1/2. And so it went for 2 quiet days. Ling Han prayed in front of the idol on a daily basis, and Lu Yuan led the year watchers and rounded up a mortal level inferior creepy. Notably, the paper boy, Zhao Tong, was also involved in the siege. The guard's watchman also learned that a strange paper figure had been added to the temple. Seeing the harvest Ling Han had organized, Li Yuan nodded. 3 scales of trick sources, 60 taels of silver. There's also a martial arts technique for yearkeepers. And, of course, the entire village of over 400 people. The only unfortunate part is the lack of shenanigans. Lai Yuan now had 3 artifacts on hand, 2 auxiliary ones and 1 attack, which was still on the power side. It was not very compatible with one's own means of being an alchemist, at all. He wanted his battle power to rival that of a new Dharma cultivator, and he needed a powerful artifact to do so. The best option, still, is to buy. Unfortunately, it will be more than half a month until the next trick market. It's harder to expect shenanigans to drop the right shenanigans. It is worth noting that the number of incense has increased from 9789 to 17,546 in 2 days of accumulation, approaching the 20,000 mark. What disturbed his mind was that he never figured out what kind of things Lu Jingchuan and the origami man were messing with. It was also at that moment that he suddenly heard noisy commotion outside the temple. Beyond the temple, hundreds of families had been sparsely established. A significant portion were family members of the guard, and some true believers. A circle was built around the temple 100 meters away. They instinctively wanted to get closer to the gods. After all, it wasn't like Hao Shen was one of those evil gods of the past. Lai Yuan also listened to it. He just planned for them to be built in such a way that they couldn't block the road, and the specs of the houses, they had to be consistent. The mess is not suitable for a pilgrimage of believers. So from the outside, it looked like an extra village on Mount Qingliang. Therefore, it was then looked at by a line of people. I didn't realize there was a village in the middle of nowhere. One of the horse-faced men said. I was planning to take a detour to another village to resupply, and this isn't just the right place. Another long-faced man chimed in, but they were just attendants, and the ones who really made the decisions were the two at the front, a tall fat man in flashy clothes, and a lean man with a lean body. Uncle Zhong, I think this place is good. Besides supplies, do we need some guides? Young lord, there seems to be something wrong here, the skinny man known as Uncle Zhong said, his eyes looking towards the temple not far away with some gravity. It was the first time he had seen a village built around a deity. Aren't these people afraid that this so-called deity will eat them? No longer wrong. With you, Uncle Zhong, the 7th grade yearkeeper, what are you afraid of? The tall, fat man didn't care at all. Hearing this, several other attendants understood. The horse-faced man walked to a villager with a big grin. You, get our young lord some food. Ha, stupid, said get us some food. The horse-faced man was full of impatience. Ha, this time, the horse-faced man was really angry. With his position, who should not give him a little face, except for a few people. He himself is a hallowed 8th-ranked yearkeeper. Ahem, Uncle Chung, who was on the sidelines, stopped him from overdoing it. He had a bit of a headache. These people, they're used to being arrogant and bossy in their day-to-day lives, looking for people for food and not even wanting to give them silver. There's something wrong with this village. It's better to stay out of trouble. The next step was to get some cannon fodder from this village, and it was not advisable to tear it apart at this time. Please ask this little brother to find some food for us. This 1 or 2 tale of broken silver is offered. Lu Yuan glanced at this person before nodding. Good. Wait. For the love of money, it wouldn't hurt to run an errand. Soon, several dishes were so served. Not a bit of meat could be seen in it, and the food was very humble. The tall fat man only took a bite and his face instantly changed. Ugh, is this meal pig food? Is this what you're fooling me with? In anger, he toppled the meal in front of him. The few villagers on the side couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache when they saw this. There wasn't a bit of meat in it, but it was all dishes that you wouldn't normally be able to spare. Only those who have lived through a disaster will understand that every grain is hard to come by. Just that one bite of food can sometimes save a life. Seeing the other party so spoiled, a wave of anger went through them. But when they saw the traveling clothes of several people and the murder weapon behind their backs, they all dared to be angry. Lu Yuan on the side coldly lowered his face. This is not an inn. The food you want is given to you, and the money and goods are cleared. You are not welcome here. Please leave. The horse-faced man instantly became furious and said loudly, I've been upset from the start. A mud-legged man. How dare you be so arrogant? On weekdays, not to mention these mud legs from outside the county, even those losers in the county have to be respectful when they see him. Uncle Zhong wanted to say something else, but when he saw the tall fat man's face, he didn't say anything else. He knew that the horse-faced man was taking the heat for his own young master, which was also tacitly authorized by the young master. With his status as a young lord, it was detrimental to him to take offense with an ordinary citizen. Lu Yuan was getting pretty upset too. Who isn't an 8th grade keeper? Besides, this was their own territory, and a few people actually dared to be so arrogant. Just as he was about to make his move, a cold voice came. Who dares to clamor near the temple? Ling Chen walked out, his face cold, matched with a green coat, as if he was trying to shut everyone out. The tall fat man's face changed. There is actually such a beautiful woman here. He's played with a lot of pretty women in his daytime, and most of them have been curt favorites. Some of the ones who took the accent also fell to his monetary attack. It's a rare one. This one. Ling Chen looked to Lu Yuan who was at the side and asked, what's going on? Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Just what you see. These people are causing trouble here. So, are we going to blast or are you going to roll your own? Ling Han looked coldly at the group of people in front of him. The other day it was that what's his name Lu Jingchuan, and today it's a dead fat guy. Where are all these dudes coming from? What a temper. The tall fat man laughed. Introduce yourself. I'm Ding Ningxian. My father is a viscount. And then what? Will the viscount's son roll better? Ling Chen didn't give a damn about him at all. Ding Ningxuan's face froze. However, it also fueled his desire for conquest even more. It was the young girl in front of him that was more energizing than the women who gave it to them. If it's in bed, a fire burned in his heart at the thought. I didn't realize that what I thought would be a chore would be such a racy encounter. Go on, you guys teach her a lesson. The horse-faced man understood, and the long-faced man at the side also understood the young lord's meaning. The two of them walked towards Ling Han, one on the left and one on the right. The icy look on Ling Chen's face became even heavier. A lightning bolt flashed across his body. Snap! A lightning whip flashed. Caught off guard, the two instantly felt a fiery pain on their faces, and a scorched scar appeared on their faces. Chapter 58, The Fat Sheep Delivered to the Door, +2 halves, boy. Lu Yuan hurriedly dodged to the side and evacuated the people watching the show around him. This girl has a real temper. Then again, of course, these people are, indeed, disgusting. I didn't realize before that those of good family background are so horny and hungry. Last time one went away. This time another one came. This one is not as good as the last one. To be honest, he always felt that Lu Jingchuan was not simply for beauty. Ding Ningxian was also taken aback. I was expecting a thorny peony, but I didn't realize it would be a cannibalistic flower. He himself is an 8th grade year keeper, borrowing from the strong foundation laid down by his father. An ordinary 8th ranked year keeper was no match for him. Even a 7th grade age keeper would be able to hold out for a few moves without being defeated. Rather, he actually didn't see the trajectory of the thunder whip. Negative spirit man. Uncle Zhong was shocked. It wasn't strange to have a negative spirit man. The key was the young girl in front of him, who was in 8th grade. An 8th grade negative spirit man, which meant that the weirdness inside was at least medium mortal level. It rivals the weirdness of the 7th grade. No wonder he'd been feeling out of sorts. Young lord, it's best to hold off. You are the 7th rank. Why do you need to fear the so-called gods? This woman, I must have. Ding Ningxian had never seen a woman like this before. A woman like that is flavorful to conquer. Compared to that, those women in the past were just mediocre. Uncle Zhong, help me take her down. I'm going to concoct a good one later. Alas, Uncle Zhong knew he couldn't be persuaded, so he had to step in. The two of them, who had received 2 lashes, were originally furious, and when they saw Uncle Zhong making a move, they were overjoyed. This revenge will be avenged immediately. For a moment, the whip marks on his face didn't hurt as much. Ling Chen did not panic when he saw this. There was a flash of lightning on her body and she quickly distanced herself from a few people, just as several people were entangled together. Ding Ningxuan's gaze looked towards Lu Yuan. There's still something about me? Lu Yuan was confused. Just serve this young master pig food like that. How dare you? The moment Ding Ningxuan's words fell, his body erupted with powerful qi and blood power. The body moved with a swift momentum. The moment he was about to touch Lu Yuan, an equally powerful qi and blood came crashing down on him. Year keeper? Caught off guard, he caught Lu Yuan with a punch to the face. Bang! Ding Ningxuan's figure then flew backwards, and after he managed to stabilize himself, he was greeted by a torrential downpour of fists. His qi and blood were more dominant, but he really didn't have much experience in fighting. Most of the battles he was proud of were the result of squires letting go. As soon as they fought someone, they exposed their shortcomings. He's got some serious fighting talent, though, and manages to control Lu Yuan's punches with his face, his stomach, and his hands. On the other hand, Ling Han's situation was very bad. She could only barely get through the speed tangle, but against a 7th rank and 2 8th ranks, she still had the heart to do so. Just at the moment when Uncle Zhong was about to touch the young girl, he suddenly felt something in his heart and his figure suddenly stopped. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt that smashed in the direction he was traveling. In that instant just now, if he didn't stop, he would have properly received a heavenly thunderbolt. Being defenselessly hit by a 7th grade powerful heavenly thunder would at least result in a minor injury. Not bad for a 7th grade year keeper. Ri Yuan was not surprised. If a 7th grade age keeper didn't have this kind of strength, it would be too watery. Substitute. Uncle Zhong's face, completely blackened. That heavenly thunder just now had already proved that this deity's strength was not bad. There are also these surrogates. If the fight continued, he and the others were afraid that they would be left here completely. Stop. He stopped the 2 attendants, but the fight between Ding Ningxian and Lu Yuan continued. Stop it. He wasn't so hardened when facing the young lord, only softly. Ding Ningxian wanted to cry. Can't you see? Is it a question of whether or not I should stop? Obviously he's been taking a beating. It's not life-threatening, but it's humiliating. This surrogate, it was our fault just now. Please also tell your subordinates to stop. Uncle Chung had no choice but to concede. He could have made a move to stop it himself, but he had a premonition that once he tried to make a move, a heavenly thunderbolt would fall. Lai Yuan, however, had no intention of speaking, just staring at him. Uncle Zhong thought about it and could only take out a silver ingot from his pocket. Here's 10 taels of silver, just to make amends. Lai Yuan still didn't move. Uncle Zhong had no choice but to pull out 3 more ingots. 40 taels of silver. No honor. Ri Yuan didn't want to speak. Uncle Zhong couldn't take it anymore and said helplessly, 50 taels, any more and there really isn't any more, who has nothing to do with carrying so much cash silver on them. Feeling that the other party was telling the truth, Ri Yuan sighed. It's only 50 taels of silver, and a 7th grade yearkeeper. What a poor man. Stop. Lu Yuan readily accepted the good advice and replied, okay. After he withdrew his hand, what was left behind was Ding Mingxian, whose face was swollen into a pig's head. Already fat, he got even fatter. Ding Mingxian exploded with anger. He himself, the son of a viscount, was actually beaten by a mudblood. A strange shame, a strange shame. Along with that, his gaze towards Uncle Zhong was not right. Uncle Chung was helpless. The situation is stronger than the people. If you don't concede, you may be planted. How could he not be angry in his heart? Suddenly, an idea came into his mind. It was our fault just now. Please don't take it personally. A few of you, we're actually not here to cause trouble. There's something we want to negotiate with your party. Say, Ri Yuan was mentally calculating the cost of taking these people down. The incense is secondary to whether or not you can keep them. Last time, Lu Jingchuan was within the divine realm, so he had a bigger advantage. Right now, it was impossible for the other side to get too close to the temple without authorization. At least, this Uncle Zhong, compared to that Lu Yong last time, was more cautious. It's like this. We came here to go to Black Mountain to pick up a special kind of medicinal herb. Our Lord has some old illnesses and needs this medicinal herb to regulate them. But we don't know anything about Black Mountain. So we came here, on one hand, to resupply a bit, and on the other hand, to find a few guides. Uncle Zhong said while secretly observing Lai Yuan's expression. He's telling the whole truth. Not even a tricky thing that specializes in lie detection. Montenegro. Lai Yuan's eyes lit up. Lu Jingchuan was also going to enter the Black Mountain, and so were these people. So he didn't think it was a coincidence. Inside, there seems to be something very precious. Is it hard to believe that the purpose of these people is for something? Seeing this scene, Uncle Zhong's heart rejoiced. The other guy took the bait. He just needed to spice it up a bit more. Wizard, I'm willing to pay a high price. 1 man, 3 taels of silver a day. Number of people, more is better. The main thing is that thing is going to be huge, and more people will be needed to carry it out. And don't worry, we enter the Black Mountain at noon when the sun is at its peak. There won't be any danger. 3 taels of silver. An ordinary person can't earn that much silver in a year. That's a lot of money, no matter who it's for. Li Yuan laughed. Not enough. 5 taels of silver, and that supply. You have to buy it from me too. Hearing this lion's share of the money, Uncle Zhong nodded his head in a meaty manner. At least, the fish are hooked. Some money. That's all chump change as long as that thing gets there. Chapter 59, The Weirdness of Montenegro. Ding Mingxian came with 4 people, but left with more than 30. Originally, Ri Yuan wanted to add more, but considering that some people were not yet skilled in collecting qi and blood, so it was just a matter of holding back the money. Each head, when 5 taels of silver, is sold. No, rented to them. Of course, the rental doesn't say that these people are 9th grade keepers. At best, they're burly men. Of course Uncle Chung suspected that there would be a watchman inside, but he didn't voice it. How many yearkeepers can you afford to have in the middle of a mortal class? The gods are more inclined to cultivate spirit-negative people than yearkeepers. None other. Save money. What a nice guy. 39th ranked yearkeepers made 150 taels of silver. The fat guy was reluctant when he paid out the money. Together with a Lu Yuan, he's worth 30 taels alone. That adds up to 180 pieces of silver. There were also some basic supplies, another 20 taels of silver. Not to say it's a huge amount of money, but with that money, the remaining 50 yearkeeper reserves will be able to birth yearkeepers more quickly. When those people walked away, Lai Yuan quietly followed. Inside Black Mountain, what was there? He was very curious. With Lu Yuan around, even if he couldn't see these people, he could still sense the general location. Just hang back. The 7-color shenanigans are just too expensive. Time to save and spend. Walking on the road of Black Mountain, Ding Mingxian finally revealed a cruel smile. It's still Uncle Zhong who has a way, actually managing to pit these people over as cannon fodder. Young lord, that deity isn't weak. We're at too much of a disadvantage in someone else's realm. It's fine to concede, as long as we can reap the benefits. These people are good cannon fodder, and they are Creepy's favorite food. When the time comes, if you see a bad situation, take them to attract attention. Nature. I understand. Ding Mingxian nodded slightly. With so much cannon fodder, the other few should not be able to rob us. Do not be careless. The item this time is not of low value. It's also related to your advancement to the 7th grade. Lu Yuan looked at the way the two of them were plotting in whispers and disdained them. He couldn't help but think secretly in his heart that if these people knew that these 30 people behind them were all 9th grade year keepers, their expressions would be very interesting. 39th grade age keepers who formed a battle formation was fun to think about. A group of people, each with their own agenda, headed toward the Black Hills. Black Mountain. On the surface, is a huge black forest. It was like a creepy, ferocious beast that was prostrate and emanated an eerie aura. In a short time, when the sun was shining, they entered the midst of the Black Mountains. The guide in the guard, according to Uncle Chung's description, led them on their march. Montenegro, too, has been entered. After all, starvation is dying, and anywhere there is a possibility of food, someone has been there. But only a small percentage of people make it out of the Black Hills. As soon as they stepped into the Black Mountain, the crowd felt their bodies sink, while feeling a cold chill around them. It was a stark contrast to the scorching heat outside. Many were jittery, but most calmed down again when they touched the wooden sign in their arms. That's the wooden sign that Hao Shen possessed, being able to help them fend off danger once. With faith in Hao Shen, they continued on. Not long after entering, someone realized their shadow was being swallowed by something dark. By the time he realized it, the small half of his body was gone. What made him feel fearful was that the part of his body that corresponded to his own had also become stiff. Phew! The chi and blood in his body suddenly rose. Along where the shadow was, it stretched outward, burning away the weirdness that had attached itself to it. Lu Yuan saw this and was on guard. At least he was a 9th grade age keeper. Not to mention that it was still in the daytime, but he was actually almost taken out by a creepy. That one, creepy, is clearly not yet in the grade. Montenegro lives up to its name and is truly terrifying. Uncle Chung glanced at it, not surprised. He thought he had guessed Ri Yuan's small mind. A few 9th-ranked yearkeepers in the district had no effect on the big picture. On the contrary, he would lose a lot of money because of this little thought. 9 pints can be much better than the usual cannon fodder. Just now was just an interlude. Everyone's speed did not decrease, heading towards the location Uncle Zhong had mentioned. With the previous lesson just learned, everyone raised their spirits. Soon, a few more spooky ones were encountered. A wolf's head, a scarlet poplar tree, and a hollow man. 3 bizarre ones, all of which were at the lower level of the mortal grade. But this time, Ding Mingxuan's 2 retainers stepped in. The 2 8th grade age keepers, exuding powerful chi and blood, began to engage with the 3 bizarre ones in front of them. Uncle Zhong suddenly struck out with a hammer blow, his chi and blood like a tiger, suppressing the 3 bizarre as much as he could. It was only a few dozen breaths before and after, seemingly seeing Lu Yuan's doubts, Uncle Zhong smiled and said, "We are in a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship. Naturally, we won't treat you as cannon fodder. Let's move on." Lu Yuan saw this, but he became even more vigilant. "I'll believe you. Bad old men are bad. Let's just say that it's not time to use your own group of cannon fodder." "Good. Keep going." Lu Yuan didn't show his face. The relationship between the two, on the surface, was quite cordial. A group of people just traveled in the middle of the Black Mountain, the sunlight of the outside world, through the dense forest, barely able to penetrate in a few strands. It also kind of added a warm glow to the hearts of the crowd. Some of the sudden shenanigans didn't exceed the crowd's ability to cope. With the assistance of 1 7th grade and 4 8th grade, it was a surprise. The crowd, with it, went deeper and deeper into Montenegro. The temperature, more than a little lower than when he had just entered. Ahead, a huge rocky mountain. On top of the stone, something like flesh and blood was attached. Behind the blood and flesh was something as white and miserable as human fat. Most people were a little uncomfortable when they saw this scene. Lu Yuan's heart shook as he recognized this object. Tai Sui. Looking at the scale in front of me, the amount of taiyaki, at least in the hundreds of pounds, maybe even thousands of pounds. 1,000 pounds of taiyao, even if all of them were white taiyao, would be worth tens of thousands of silver. It wasn't strange that there were taiyaki in Black Mountain, but he didn't think he was actually here to dig them up. Seeing this, Ding Mingxian couldn't help but rejoice. This Tai Sui is just about to mature. It looks like I'm the one who came out on top this time. Brother Ding is too early to be happy. We, the 3 of us, can always stand guard here. Only when they heard the sound did the crowd notice that 2 men and a woman came out of the dark place behind the stone. Chu Heng, Yi Shan, Lu Tong. Ding Mingxian shouted out the names of the 3 people, and the joy he had just felt was gone. The 3 were from 3 separate families in Ningyuan County, and they had been married for generations, forming a solid alliance. Is a formidable foe in this scramble. Behind the 3, there were several other figures. Li Dong. Uncle Zhong's eyes also sharpened. The one that could raise his spirits was naturally also of the 7th rank. However, the other party was not a year-keeper, but a chi alchemist, a foundation-building chi alchemist. Chapter 60, A Multitude of Calculations. Ri Yuan hid in the distance, vaguely observing the scene here. With so many Taiyans, it was no wonder that Lu Jingchuan and Ding Mingxian, two people of uncommon status, were involved. There is, perhaps, some element of testing mixed in there. Otherwise, there's no need for the heir of the family to step in. The son of 1,000 pieces of gold does not sit in a hanging room. But then again, it is said that a jade cannot be made into a weapon unless it is cut. Seeing the clash between the two sides, he had no intention of approaching. Using the 7-colored guile to lurk nearby is too easy to get caught in the waves in case of a fight. The 7-colored guile only cared about hiding and didn't care about defense. Besides, he had hidden worries in his mind. The group that just appeared, which he also noticed, was not Lu Jingchuan. It's only logical that these people should have the same goal in mind. Why is Lu Jingchuan the only one missing? Is he plotting things that aren't too old? Or is he still hiding in the shadows? Thinking of the paper man he had seen earlier, he always felt that there was a layer of window paper in front of him, but he could never pierce it. It can't be late. Lu Jingchuan, definitely a smart guy. Next to the Teiyukai, the two groups of people had their swords drawn, but there was no intention to make a move. Teo isn't fully mature yet, and a fight right now is completely unnecessary. Besides, they were actually worried. Chu Heng, who was the tallest, was the first to ask, Ding Mingxian, have you seen Lu Jingchuan? Ding Mingxian shook his head. No, I came from the east, Yishan said after thinking. We came from the north direction. The road into the Black Mountain, by definition, is only in these two directions, and we didn't even run into him, so where did he go? Can it be that he is still behind us? Lu Tong, however, said worriedly, Lu Jingchuan prides himself on being the smartest. I suspect that he may have other schemes. Let's not clash for the time being. Ding Mingxian was non-committal. He agreed with Lu Tong, but didn't think the other party could rob him. The cannon fodder that the three had brought with them all cowered, short in stature as well, and no match for the ones he brought with him. When Chu Hong and the others saw the cannon fodder Ding Mingxian had brought with him, their faces really couldn't be said to look good. Where the hell did this fat ass recruit people? Where did you get the dead soldiers from? I see that if we raise them again, there are into the Taoist law can be into the product. Dead soldiers are expensive. Probably got lucky. I'm not worried about him. On the contrary, that Lu Jingchuan delayed to come forward. It's hard not to play the idea of snipers and mussels fishing for the benefit of the fishermen. If he doesn't show up, there's no way we can fight, right? Even if it's Taiyu in his face. It's hard to say. That dead fat guy, his talent is okay, but his brain is really not too smart. If it wasn't for his father following the right people and mixing up a knighthood, there would be nothing for him. It can't be helped. People are well cast. Ding Mingxian was the son of a viscount, but they were each also the first son and daughter of a 100-year-old family. Honestly, no better than the viscount's son. At least the other side has a bigger background and more money at home. Losing is all about money. They agreed that the big dog owner was just bashing his way through. If you want to get Taiyu, you can't decide with just a little cannon fodder. The two parties were silent, waiting for the moment when the Teiyukai was fully ripe. A moment, 2 moments, 3 moments, a little more than half an hour passed, and all eyes were focused on the Teiyukai. Zip! With a soft thud, a milky white light glowed above the Teiyukai. It's like human fat that spews out and then falls to the ground. Teo, mature. The weirdness around them was suddenly much more active. That Taiyaki, in terms of quite a bit of weirdness, also has a huge appeal. But Uncle Zhong and Li Dong's reactions were especially quick. One person's body erupted with chi and blood power, while one person's body stirred with mana. One man makes a sword, the other squeezes a talisman. The power that erupted from both of them spread out towards the surrounding weirdness. Among the weirdness, there was no shortage of lower mortal level existences. However, they couldn't carry the outburst of the two 7th grade and were all worn down. Among them, there were also existences of medium mortal level. At this moment, it was daytime, and under the hot sun, their power was weakened a lot. So under a full force outburst, even a mortal grade medium creepy wouldn't be able to survive. Without the shenanigans of stealing a god's throne, there's a huge difference in battle power between day and night. The sun, it would limit the bizarre power. Unless he collects believers and transforms them into gods. The duo worked together in a conscious effort to clear away the weirdness around them. Calm was restored to the surroundings once again, and the two of them looked at each other. There was an intention to make a move, but the movement was quite restrained. Something's not right. The magistrate's son hasn't come yet. Can't really be prepared to wait until we snipe. It may not be otherwise, unless we find them first. They looked around. Every shady place could be Lu Jingchuan's hiding place. To be honest, without finding out the other party, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to harvest the Teiyukai in peace. Once the hand cuts through the Taiyaki, it triggers a bizarre riot. The riots will be even more intense than they were just now. Cannon fodder. That's for then. Creepy would be attracted to most of the cannon fodder. and they'd have plenty of time to harvest the Teiyukai. A couple of 8th grade year keepers would have no problem at all carrying 1,000 pounds of taiyaki on their backs. The so-called need for cannon fodder to carry it is all a front. Naturally, Lai Yuan was paying close attention to the scene in the distance, and he was even more curious regarding that Tai Sui. Unfortunately, it was too far away for the eye of true sight to be effective. At the same time he noticed that there seemed to be a sanding sound coming from around him. Only he looked around and couldn't find the source of the sound. For no apparent reason, a wave of tension ran through him. It was also at this moment that he suddenly sensed Ling Han's intense emotions. Earlier in the Hao Shen temple, Ling Han was teaching Zhao Tong how to use divine power. Ling Han only felt tisk tisk tisk. A paper man capable of using divine power is bizarre when it comes down to it. It was clear that the other party didn't even have meridians, yet they were able to contain divine power. What's even more peculiar is that he has a human mind. What made her curious was how the teenager went from creepy to human, turning into a paper man. What does he survive on? This guy, he doesn't seem to be afraid of fire, but a little afraid of water? That's funny. Just as she was teaching Zhao Tong, a man suddenly ran to report the news. Divine Envoy Ling, something big has happened. A large number of paper people have been seen heading towards the direction of Lokfeng village near the Zheng family village. Ling Han remembered this village. Lu Yuan had just cleaned up this village's deities earlier, and Hao Shen hadn't had time to bestow his blessings yet. Remember the location? Remember. Ling Han silently prayed and reported to Hao Shen. At the same time, he rushed towards the location of the village with a few 9th grade year keepers. Falling Wind Village, can't help but save. On the one hand, the number of believers is at stake, and on the other hand, there is the fear that something bad will happen. By the time they arrived, Falling Wind Village had already fallen under the paperman. She witnessed a paperman throwing away the villagers' entrails, and then using green flames from nowhere to ignite its blood, burning it along with its entrails. A living, breathing person just turned into a paperman. The smell of blood still hung in the air around them. This scene, likewise, appeared in Ri Yuan's mind. Is that where the paperman turned out to be? The question is, what is the other side doing creating so many paper people? Cannon fodder? Still, Lai Yuan suddenly tilted his head and he saw it. The White Paperman. Chapter 61, The Final Winner. Chaos. Lai Yuan finally realized what he had overlooked. Those paper people, they are converted from people. The other side's intention in getting so many paper people was not to be used as cannon fodder. The sun-covered paper figures overhead blocked out the daylight. The presence of the sun weakens Creepy's activity, and weakens Creepy's battle power. But without the sun, although Creepy's battle power could not reach its peak state at night, it was at least a notch stronger compared to before. Blocking out the sun is what the other side is doing by creating so many paper people. What a good calculation. He was glad he wasn't involved. Just members of his guard rolled in. However, they were all age keepers, and if they formed a battle formation, their battle power was comparable to that of a 7th grade age keeper. However, this is still second. More importantly, it's intertwined huge chi and blood, but far more than the 7th grade year keeper to be huge. For bizarre, chi and blood has a very strong deterrent. Lu Yuan's reaction was quick. He had the 10 strongest 9th grade year keepers surround those of themselves. The main reason why not 30 people exploded at once was to hide a hand. Even so, the 10 or so 9th grade age keepers suddenly erupted in chi and blood, startling the crowd. What the hell? Already using such advanced cannon fodder? Right now, Xu Hong didn't have any intention of covering up. The cannon fodder wasn't used where it should have been, but it came in handy to help keep them alive. But he didn't expect that the cannon fodder that Ding Mingxian had found were all so advanced one by one. The 9th grade watchman, too, was trained at great expense. It just doesn't make sense to leave it here. If you don't see, their attendants are clear of the 8th rank. Ding Mingxian was also startled. Boy, I can't believe I'm hiding such a big thunder around myself. 10 9th ranked year keepers would at least be able to suppress the 2 8th ranked around him, plus Lu Yuan, an 8th rank, might mess something up. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be thankful or sad. Still sad mostly, seeing that thousands of pounds of taiyaki had nothing to do with him. That's a lot of resources. At the very least, they were able to cultivate more than 10 digits of 8th grade age keepers. With a bit of luck, it wasn't impossible to cultivate a few 7th grade age keepers. In that instant, many thoughts surfaced in the minds of the crowd. But then, everyone was faced with a problem. Stay alive. The moment the sun was obscured, the weirdness around them began to riot. Countless living angry people are the best bait. Everyone's next goal was one: to survive. Hiss, roar, coo. Many unusual sounds rang out around them, one strangely bizarre, challenging their fragile nerves. Phew, weirdness and the fire of chi and blood, intertwined, bloodbath. It's starting. Lu Yuan commanded the crowd and surrounded them in an arrow. The fire of chi and blood of the 10 9th grade year keepers piled up and burned together. He himself was at the forefront of the arrow, and the power of an 8th grade H-keeper was like a sharp knife. Meeting the riotous shenanigans, he took the initiative and rushed forward. Boom! It's as if heaven's thunder has set the earth on fire. They were clearly the weakest of the group, but they made the biggest noise. The strong chi and blood even raised the surrounding temperature by a few degrees. The group of cannon fodder that Chu Hong and the others had recruited was different. They were supposed to be in it for the money, not to mention their strength. Even their guts were not as good as ordinary people. Faced with many bizarre sieges, there was no way to fight. Chu Hong and the others naturally wouldn't make a move for a bunch of cannon fodder. They've paid these people enough to buy their lives. The group of cannon fodder attracted Creepy's attention, favoring their breakout. Compared to the two, Ding Mingxian was furious in his heart. What kind of losers do you recruit when you've spent a couple hundred in silver yourself? Right. Lu Yuan fell back on himself and broke out to the outside, unable to help him attract Creepy's attention at all. They have become a force unto themselves. Right now, with Lu Yuan and Chu Hong and the others breaking out, he was somewhat embarrassed instead. Uncle Zhong. He could only look at the middle-aged man beside him. Uncle Zhong nodded helplessly. He didn't expect it to be such a situation either. Where does a small village pull out 10 ninth grade year keepers? It wasn't as if a mortal level medium deity couldn't cultivate 10 ninth grade age keepers. But even if they were cultivated, they wouldn't just take a bite out of them. Even if you don't care about human life, you have to care about resources. At that instant, he even thought that the remaining 20 would be of the 9th rank as well. Soon he put such absurd thoughts behind him. How can it be? 39th grade year keepers. Where did that creep get the resources? A mortal level upper class deity might be able to hold up such a lineup. A deity is not an official's jurisdiction is large enough. A deity is not, he has strict territorial limitations. Places not covered by strength naturally could not be included in the sphere of influence. Once you become a god, you become an idol and are unable to walk at will. The range covered by the upper mortal level shenanigans could not support him in raising too many year keepers. Uncle Zhong stopped thinking about these things as he found a direction and started to break out as well. When Lai Yuan saw this scene, he instead chose to move forward instead of retreating. This time, however, he used the 7-color guile, with the 7-colored guile covering his entire body. A glimpse of the unnoticed background was slowly moving towards where Taiyu was. He was looking for a chance to get a little taiyaki. Trying to take them all is unrealistic. Since Lu Jingchuan had made so many preparations, he naturally would not easily let others pick the peach. Just by himself, he had a 7th grade battle power. With the addition of a guardian of unknown strength, it was too risky for Lai Yuan to take the tiger's mouth. Just see if you can get a little edge. Until then, Lu Dingchuan finally showed up. They stepped in cardboard boxes made of paper people and floated in midair, isolating their own breath. In addition to his party, there was a red-clad bride and a withered-faced old man beside him, whose hand also held a pair of scissors. It looks like it's cropping something. Seeing the wretched appearance of Ding Mingxian and his party, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, a bunch of losers, actually daring to rob with this gongzi. Go eat dust. If he ignored the scar on his face, the current Lu Jingchuan was a proper winner. Gongzi, when they've broken out about the same time, we can start harvesting the taiyang. The quality of the taiyuis this time is very good. Apart from a large amount of white taiyuis, there are also a small amount of black taiyuis. Lu Yong also could not hide the joy on his face. This time the errand was done, and there was a lot that could be shared in his hands. Even though the white taiyu could not help him get through the bottleneck, there was a chance to exchange it for a higher quality taiyu. Not bad, not bad. Lu Jingchuan patted Lu Yong's shoulder. This is something to get done, so let father step in and clean up that wild god. The instrument of enthronement, when will it be given to me? The withered old man on the side let out a hoarse voice. Lu Jingchuan frowned slightly, but he hid his impatience well. When we return to Ningyuan County, we'll give it to you. The withered old man did not care, just stood there woodenly. His hands quickly cut out a wonderful paper man. Chapter 62, Harvest? Breakout. Requesting golden tickets. Powerful. Creepy. Not available. This was what Lai Yuan saw from that withered old man. Seeing the paper cutter's movements again, there was hardly too much doubt that Lai Yuan immediately reacted to his identity. Origami man. He had never imagined that origami would look like this. It looked, well, like humans in general. If he hadn't had the chi technique, it would have been difficult to recognize the other party's true form with the naked eye. Ri Yuan suddenly realized a question. Could there be spooks, or gods, living in a human way? Deities, and needless to say, powerful deities should not be immobile, mighty, spooky, and not overly afraid of the sun. He quickly noticed, however, the instrument of enrollment in the origami man's mouth. What's this thing for? When Li Yuan thought about it, Lu Jingchuan seemed to be very certain that he would fail in his promotion before. Could there be a connection? And he felt that the pressure the origami man brought to him was not as great as he had imagined. Could it be that the origami man was not the upper mortal class as imagined, but a medium? It's not right. Something's very wrong. Ri Yuan cautiously kept his distance from the other party, his eyes looking towards the Taiyu behind a few people. Underscore. Nickname for SB who is the most powerful in an area. Countless bizarre chi condensed into a special bazaar, able to grow the power of chi and blood. Just look at the hundreds of incense consumed in such a short time. As you continue to watch, the rate of consumed incense is getting faster and faster. Until, that is, he saw the black teiyukai after the white teiyukai. Next, it's already going back to the roots of the taiyaki. The speed of the incense had begun to burn in thousands. Lai Yuan hurriedly closed the eye of true vision. In just a moment, he consumed 2,000 of the incense. That's 2,000. He admitted that he was slightly curious. As a result, the curiosity was not yet satisfied, but the incense went quite a bit. One can only say that there are countless hidden secrets behind the birth of the Tai Sui. At this rate, burning tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars may not even show anything. Better to explore it later. But it wasn't like there was no gain just now. After this white teiyukai, there were indeed some good things left. Thinking of this, he didn't continue to move forward, but chose to retreat. Do it! Everyone was already powerless to interfere with what he did next, and Lu Jingchuan and the others no longer hesitated. The two attendants behind him skillfully took out their long knives, jumped off the paperman and then headed towards Teo. Zira! The long knife cut through the teiyukai, and a sweet aroma gushed out instantly. The weirdness that was already agitated smelled the odor and all of them rioted. Roar! The roar of the nameless growled and grew. The pressure Lu Yuan was under was also growing. Although he barely protruded a bit, the weirdness in the Black Mountain was nearly endless, and every step forward was difficult. It wasn't just him, the Ding Mingxi and several people were the same. Young lord, we can't go on like this. These bizarre deceptions are soft and fearful. We must make a powerful charge, Uncle Zhong said, his eyes looking towards Lu Yuan and the others at the front. What do you mean? Under the panic, Ding Mingxian didn't understand Uncle Zhong's meaning at all. Most of the spooky ones are born without a spirit. They have the instinct to avoid evil, and if we act strong enough, we can transfer the pressure onto others. The other person in Uncle Zhong's mouth was, of course, Lu Yuan. Of the several forces now, the weakest were undoubtedly Lu Yuan and the others. Since he doesn't want to be cannon fodder, force him to be cannon fodder. Could it be that the power of 1 7th grade, plus 3 8th grade, bursting forth would be inferior to a dozen or so 9th grade age keepers? Ding Mingxian subconsciously nodded as he listened to the voice that was almost in a roar. He was now out of ideas and had to do what he was told. Chu Hong and the others reacted the fastest, and after realizing that the weirdness was getting more and more numerous and stronger, they collectively erupted their strongest power. The powerful force was indeed an extreme deterrent to creepy. Most of them strangely switched directions, and the pressure felt by Lu Yuan and Ding Mingxian increased greatly. Hurry! Charge out together! Uncle Zhong shouted. He was originally a veteran 7th grade, and his chi and blood were incredibly thick. A few others didn't want to die either. So naturally, they also erupted with extreme battle power. Adding together, their voices even overpowered Chu Heng's group. This time, most of the pressure was transferred to Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Ding Mingxian finally had a moment of respite. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of mud legs, still want to overturn the sky. Go be cannon fodder honestly. Although he had lost his teiyukai, he felt much better when he was able to recover a little bit of ground. Chu Heng, a few people, were also gloating. That fat bastard was lucky to find such a group of people. I just hope they can hold out for a little while longer, in which case our chances of breaking out are getting better and better. Alas, it's a pity for that Tai Sui. I didn't expect that Lu Jingchuan to actually join forces with Creepy. That origami man, not a mortal level medium deity, would actually do something for him? I'm afraid that he's exchanging it for the instrument of enrollment. He's really made a fortune this time. This fellow, isn't he afraid of raising a tiger? Once it is promoted to the upper mortal grade, then the shenanigans will really be done. I don't think so. This magistrate of ours is not a good person to deal with. There's no way he doesn't know about this. That paper folding man won't believe Lu Jingchuan either. A few people were stressed. Apparently not so much. They still had the heart to analyze what happened next. Lu Yuan was a different story. Most of the shenanigans were directed towards him. Even though there weren't many powerful creeps in there, the sheer number was too much to handle. These two groups of people have truly sinister intentions. Apparently, he became a scapegoat. If, indeed, they are only so strong. Brethren, full eruption. As his words fell, a group of 30 people, 39th grade age keepers, simultaneously erupted. Powerful chi and blood rushed up to the sky, and even the paper figure on top of his head burned a hole. The creepy ones that were approaching around them, the weak ones were directly set on fire. and even the strong ones were intimidated in place by the force. Seizing this only break, a group of 31 people, like a steel knife, pierced through the surrounding weirdness. Boom! They instantly opened a gap, through which they leapt. Word mar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A moment's worth of angry curses rang out. Who would have thought that these 30 people, all of them, would actually be yearkeepers? The chi and blood that erupted in that instant was close to catching up with the sum of both of their chi and blood, although it couldn't last, as long as they could break out of this area. The next danger wasn't as great. Chu Hong cracked. Where did you get this group of people from? 39th grade. Ah, Lu Tong as a woman also cannot tense up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What exactly did you guys promise to make people come to Montenegro to sell their lives? Ding Mingxian, also stupid, subconsciously said. 200 taels of silver? Yishan froze. 200 taels? Are you kidding me? Uncle Zhong, who was on the side, was also numb. It's really nifty that it's 39 pointed keepers. Thinking of the young man's harmless face from earlier, he straightened up. What made him even more numb was that with Lu Yuan making such a mess, he himself would be able to walk away, but they would be the ones to take the blame for the shenanigans that would follow. No way, we can't let them go. They are bound to not last long. We still have a chance. All of us explode our chi and blood. Hold them back. Chapter 63, The Yellow Bird. That's mean. Lu Jingchuan looked happy. He recognized the tall, thin man at the front. That Hao Shen actually got involved. 39 pointed yearkeepers. It was fortunate that they hadn't been impulsive before, or else there was a real possibility that those of them could have been trapped inside. I didn't think it would be cool to actually witness these people die now, with 2 7th grade age guardians stepping in. All that was needed was to break the formation of Lu Yuan and the others, and Lu Yuan would surely die. These 30 watchmen, too, are to be all but wiped out. That Hao Shen. It's time to get a great deal of energy. Lu Yong was also overjoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that there was too much weirdness in the neighborhood for them to dare enter, or else they would have added a few fires high and low. But even so, it's a beautiful thing to watch a dog eat a dog. Feeling the 2 hot chakras coming towards him, Lu Yuan was also anxious, but he didn't panic, because La Yuan is just ahead. Boom! Suddenly several heavenly thunderbolts fell and stopped in front of the 2 7th grade. Substitute. Uncle Zhong and Li Dong stopped where they were, and the two of them looked at each other with a trace of gravity flashing in their eyes. A 7th grade powerful heavenly thunder. Even if they were spared, they wouldn't dare to casually resist it. Taking advantage of the other party's days, Ri Yuan took out a red ribbon. Go! In reality, La Yuan was not really trying to break out when he told them to explode. In the current situation, even if they could break out of the Black Mountain, they would still suffer heavy losses. If you can't get the taiyaki, so be it, at least don't die. Blood trick band. Lu Jingchuan's teeth gritted as he looked at the familiar item. Who else is he going to say the losers died at? I didn't realize it was one with my own enemies. Moreover, the other party ran away on the spot with the bizarre things he had snatched from his subordinates. How? He was especially angry. Even though he knew that Ri Yuan would pay a huge price for using the blood trick band, he was still very angry. The group was supposed to be a total loss, but ended up being hardened and saved. Damn it. As the last thunder light dissipated, Lu Yuan and his group completely disappeared from the crowd's view. Ding Mingxian and Chu Hong, among others, had their minds blown up. Why are those cannon fodder suddenly gone? Is it possible to break out in such a short time? All of their vision had just been blocked by the heavenly thunder, and they hadn't seen the crowd leaving at all. Cannon fodder gone. Is this a steal? Next they'll have to face Black Mountain's shenanigans alone? Even if there were 2 7th grade, they didn't have much confidence. This time, how many will survive? They can only struggle in despair. Your Excellency, please also calm your anger. Let them live for a few more days first. As long as this matter is done properly, the extermination of a mere mortal-level medium shenanigans doesn't need to take too much work. Lu Yong was afraid that Lu Jingchuan would be disorganized in his rage and hastened to admonish him. But Lu Jingchuan was smarter than he thought. Even in his anger, he did not lose his head. Don't worry, I'm in my right mind. Although we didn't manage to leave them behind, we also let them make a trip for nothing. And the biggest harvest is always ours. With that, he quietly watched as a few people cut the taiyaki. Each time they cut the tai sui, several people were very careful when transporting their chi and blood. Taiyaki is, after all, spooky and invasive to the human body. Only the year keepers, for a short time, can isolate this effect, so the person who cuts the taiyaki is supposed to be the one who keeps the taiyaki to carry it out. They move slowly to prevent attracting any weirdness around them, and a quarter of an hour passed with about 1/5 cut. There are 8 quarters of an hour, and it takes more than half an hour to cut them all. Lu Jingchuan was in no hurry. The taiyaki, anyway, are all his. A moment sooner, A moment later, it doesn't matter much. A couple of watchmen, doing an extraordinarily energetic job. These taiyaki don't reach their pockets, but they can more or less share them. This alone can sustain cultivation for a long time. Laoy is one of them. He was a house slave of the Lu Mansion, growing up in the Lu Mansion since he was a child, and the idea instilled in him was to be loyal to his master, so do it with extra vigor. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Hey, did any of you just cut here? It turned out that he was in the neighborhood and saw the traces of the cut taiyaki. The marks were fresh, as if they had just been made. It was logical that they all started cutting in one direction. And this place, it seemed a bit abrupt. I don't know, maybe someone cut it. What's the kink in that? With the mail here, can anyone else cross them for anything? That's just it. Wishy-washy. These people, more or less, looked down on Lu Hua as a dog leg, so they didn't take it too seriously. Lu Hua's face flushed a shade of red when he heard this. He wanted to report it truthfully, but considering the Duke's temper, he held back. Indeed, how could there be anyone here? Someone must have cut it, turned their head and forgotten it. So then he continued to bury his head in the sand. He didn't notice that there was a covered hole where the taiyukai had just been cut. As you go in along the holes, there are actually taiyaki. Not white, not black, but red. According to the grade, tai sui can be categorized into white tai sui, black tai sui, and red tai sui. The red taiyaki, which is still worth more than the white and black taiyaki. If a caddy of white taiyu requires 5 scales of guile source, a caddy of black taiyu requires 50 scales of guile source. That red taiyukai, still above both, 500 scale, 1 pound, uncompromisingly sky high, a figure, standing just inside the hole. If Lu Jingchuan was here, he would definitely have to scream out. If one were to make a list of the people Lu Jingchuan hated the most, then Lai Yuan would at least be ranked second. Everyone didn't expect that Lai Yuan not only didn't leave, but instead sneaked into the middle of the cutting Taiyang's team. If Lai Yuan didn't have the eye of true vision, he wouldn't have been able to discover this pass at all. It is not unusual for people to cut the taiyaki and be done with it. Who would have thought that behind the taiyaki, there are even more precious red taiyaki? Don't look at the hole there. That hole was secretly made by Lai Yuan, and on the outside, it was just a rock full of weirdness. It's a pity that the number of red taiyans is too small. Ri Yuan shook his head. If you ignore the smile at the corner of his mouth, these words barely have a little bit of persuasion. There is a fart persuasive. There are indeed few red taiyans in sight, just a pound or two. Converted into trickster sources, it was only a small 1,000 lower grade trickster sources. Its value, those white taiyans out there, add up to the value of the red taiyans and look at parity. In terms of preciousness, the red taiyuyu in Lai Yuan's hand could even fetch a higher premium. Of course, selling is the dumbest thing to do. It's definitely only right to use such a good thing for yourself. Sneakily cutting the taiyu away, Lai Yuan no longer stayed, so he prepared to run away. However, while running away, he didn't forget to pick up the things on the ground. So much shenanigans just now. A lot of shenanigan sources were actually dropped. The others didn't dare to pick it up, but Li Yuan had the 7-color guile and wasn't afraid at all. A little while later, there were 30 ticks of trickster source on the body. In addition to this, he also obtained a few pieces of bizarre objects, but unfortunately, they were all inferior, not very useful. When the time comes, the bizarre market will be sold. This time, he's making a fortune. Unfortunately, he was still in danger at the moment, and he didn't have enough time to pick up the pieces. Halfway through his run, he suddenly noticed that Ling Han's state was not right. In fact, after Ling Han encountered that group of paper people, due to a series of things coming up one after another, Lai Yuan didn't have the energy to pay attention to Ling Han's side of the situation at all. Nah, the other guy's mood, it's just so bad. Outside of Falling Wind Village, Ling Han was holding a 7 or 8-year-old girl, and behind him were these few injured yearkeepers and a group of panicked villagers. You lead this group of villagers and run. Hold on to the girl. God envoy Ling. Cut the crap. The only way you can survive is if I'm here to stop you. In front of her were hundreds of paper figures and a dowry bride. Chapter 64, Ling Han's Trap. Rescue. Begging for golden tickets. Wow. Seeing that Ling Chen's situation was not good, Lai Yuan directly took out the blood guile belt. Sensing Ling Chen's approximate location, he was about to teleport, yet the blood trickster belt didn't respond in any way. Even the use of incense and purification could not stimulate the creation of a blood bowl. This thing, strike! Ri Yuan realized that the trickster was actually not strictly speaking a dead thing. The power of purification removes the cost of using artifacts, but it doesn't change the properties of the artifact itself. Every trick item is definitely not for unlimited use. Teleporting more than 30 people at once had long since reached the limit of the blood trick band. He tried to look at it with the eye of true sight. Sure enough, it was for the reason I had guessed. It just takes up to 7 days to recover. In other words, within 7 days, he wouldn't be able to use the blood trick band. Even more so, he couldn't immediately rush to Ling Han's side. He could only evacuate while watching Ling Han break his back. Ling Chen's strength could not be said to be unimaginable. With Hao Shen's 3 gifts and her own exceptional talent, ordinary paper people were not even a match for her. But a dowry bride is different. She was a lower mortal grade creepy, comparable to an 8th grade existence. Together with the assistance of having hundreds of paper figures, she captured Ling Han after consuming him to the limit. People? The bride in wedding clothes lifted the red cover, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. But the horrible thing was that the face seemed to be made of countless pieces of paper pieced together, and occasionally you could see from the wave-like folds surging. It was a stark contrast to the paper people around them. She gently touched Ling Han's face, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. You, like me, should be, right, married bride. Sensing a kindred spirit, Ling Chen's body suddenly trembled a little. Wedding bride. If she hadn't been saved by Hao Shen, this would have been her end. Become a creepy. She was going to kill herself when the voice of Hao Shen came to her mind. Save it for something useful. Hao Shen has been paying attention to his followers? Thinking of this, Ling Han left behind tears of emotion. Since this was the case, no matter what suffering was to follow, she had to live and continue to serve Hao Shen. Falling Wind Village once again regained its calmness, and countless paper figures left with this. Ling Han was tied up, and then carried by several paper figures to leave with him. Origami Man. Ri Yuan mumbled the name. There was no doubt that the dowry bride would definitely have to bring Ling Han to the Origami Man. If that was the case, Ling Han would be in danger. The Origami Man has the ability to turn humans into creeps. Not just him, but many shenanigans have such means. Tricky Chi, by nature, carries an extremely invasive nature. But he had a feeling that the Origami Man's methods were far more than ordinary shenanigans. You know, even the paper people under his command can transform humans into paper people. That dowry bride is bizarre and only made by his hand. If Ling Han was made to be weird, it would only be very unimpressive. More importantly, with Ling Han gone, he had one less potential devotee. But the problem now was that he didn't have the confidence to deal with Origami Man. Mortal grade medium. It looked like the same as Ri Yuan, and one-on-one. He still had a chance to win, but the other party is with Lu Jingchuan, with a mortal grade medium deity, plus a 7th grade agekeeper, and several 8th grade, his confidence wasn't as high. Moreover, he couldn't be sure that the Origami Man must be of medium mortal level, powerful gods and weirdness, all with their own intelligence, treating him as a cutie. The ones who do are the real cuties, but it's time to be saved anyway. After returning to the temple, he met up with Lu Yuan and the others. Upon hearing the news of Ling Chen's capture, most people expressed their anger and requested to fight. Don't look at Ling Han, who was usually cold, but his popularity was really not low. Alright, let's stop for a while. Since we want to save people, we have to prepare for everything. To be honest, Ri Yuan didn't have much to do but to forcefully charge. More than 49th grade agekeepers was a very terrifying amount of power. It was capable of dealing with the 7th rank if it worked well together. But the strength of the other party, more than that, the power of these people at the moment, is still a bit weak. The gift of grace is a method, but the second gift is 300 incense. 40 people is 12,000 jaw sticks. Lai Yuan's incense count is now at 13423. It barely pays for the expense, but just barely. If he ran out, he would have no more means against the enemy. So the gift of grace is not the way to go. Lu Yuan could see Ri Yuan's confusion, and he came up with a solution. God Emperor, maybe we can use Tao. Tao? What does that mean? The power of Taiyang can also inspire the power of Qi and blood to improve. In fact, the best way to absorb Taiyang is to fight. Lai Yuan heard what Lu Yuan meant. Tao can act as a stimulant. It not only boosts the amount of Qi and blood, but also enhances battle power for a short period of time. Although some medicinal power would be wasted, the victory was that there were no side effects, and the amount of Qi and blood would be increased by a long way if they survived. It's a lot faster than going through the motions. A lot faster. No, there are still a few side effects. Expensive. Cultivating with taiyaki is already expensive. However, the consumption of the precious taiyaki as a medicine to boost battle power for a short period of time is even exponentially higher. This is not an economical approach. Usually only disciples of large sects would use such extravagant means of cultivation. Lai Yuan could not have afforded to use it. Most of the black Teiyukai from last time was given to Lu Yuan for promotion. There's not much left, but let's not forget that he just got the red taiyaki. In addition to the red taiyaki, he also got some black taiyaki and white taiyaki. Not much, just about 20 pounds of white taiyaki. The black taiyaki is a little less, just 5 or 6 pounds. Any more than that and he couldn't take it. To be honest, the eyes of the crowd were glowing at the sight of those 20 or so pounds of white teukai. Who doesn't know? It's good stuff. Without any hesitation, each of them pulled a few bites and ate them with a satisfied look on their faces. Even Lu Yuan is no exception. It's over 20 pounds of taiyaki. Who fought a war so rich? Now it wasn't like they couldn't take a chance on even the 6th grade, not to mention letting them do the 7th grade. Just then, the 6 people stood outside of Mount Qingliang. Is this the residence of that? If it weren't for them, wouldn't we have been surrounded by so many shenanigans? I must kill them. They must have suffered heavy losses if they were able to rush out so quickly. We have 2 7th grade. We're bound to be able to clean them up easily. I second that. Several people spoke with great bravado, but a closer look revealed that everyone was in a very sorry state. The scratches on their clothes were secondary. The main thing was that everyone's face, their legs, inevitably, were covered in color. On top of that, there was a creepy aura like a hawk. All the squires except them have been buried in the Black Hills. They didn't dare to go to the origami man to settle the score, so they chose to take revenge on Lu Yuan and the others. You have to pick the soft ones to get the best out of them. It was also at this moment that a powerful chi and blood rushed up to the sky. At the same time the ground seemed to be trembling. Chapter 65 The Deal. Unstable Alliance. Golem, Ding Mingxian, a few people, swallowed their saliva in unison. Even the 2 7th grade, their eyes were filled with disbelief. 45 ninth-rate keepers, one by one, their chi and blood flourished, and their eyes all seemed as if they were filled with blood, just like a hungry wolf pack. The pressure pulls full on everyone facing these people. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We just came to ask for a bowl of water. Chu Hong hid his hand with his weapon behind his back, his face piled with kindness. Right. To be honest, we were just passing through, and we definitely didn't have any intention of making enemies of you. Ding Mingxian also hurriedly explained. I'm just a weak woman. How could I have such a wicked heart? Lu Tong acted very softly, as if none of it had anything to do with her just now. Uncle Zhong also hurriedly said, Yes. We didn't have any grievances in the first place. There's no need to fight with swords. They were all very nervous. I'm afraid that these people will be careless and move. It would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid. Having just gone through a big battle, everyone had some color hanging on their bodies and their strength was not at its peak. I thought I was picking up the pieces, but I didn't realize that the other side hadn't lost a single person. It wasn't even 39th grades as previously thought, but 45. Cam, what's going on with this Hao Shen? Where did he get so much money to feed so many watchmen? Did the yearkeeper grow up on a ing diet of grass? It takes a long time just to train these seedlings, to be able to reach the standard of a 9th grade yearkeeper. Long training and good food are indispensable. It wasn't that the 2 7th grade age keepers couldn't charge the formation. It was just that in their state, it was hard to know whether they would live or die. If they were still like this, these young masters and sons would naturally not be spared. There's nothing to do but concede the point. In that case, Lu Yuan, give them some bowls of water. Ri Yuan didn't expect to run into these people. By the looks of them, they knew what a price it had cost them to escape the Black Hills. The entire entourage had been wiped out. On several people, there were also notable injuries. Even with 2 7th grades, the state is no longer. To be honest, he had a little bit of a heart attack. These guys, they may not be impossible to take down. If it had been a different point in time, he would have definitely done it. If we let these people go back, there will only be a lot of trouble. But now, he had other ideas. Receiving those bowls of water, a few people looked at each other. Lu Tong carefully touched the ring of his finger and saw that there was no change in the ring before he drank it with confidence. A few others saw this and drank it as well. For a moment, where was the demeanor of a man of the world? Is that a creepy thing that tests for poison? Lu Tong's movements, of course, could not be hidden from Li Yuan's eyes. I have to say, these big sons and daughters do have a lot of good things in their hands. Such a rare and tricky thing to get. Seeing that several people had finished drinking the water, Li Yuan continued. Shang Hui, 10 taels of silver. What? There's a charge for water? Ding Mingxian was stunned. 10 taels of silver for a few bowls of water. Is it a bit expensive? It wasn't that Chu Hong didn't have the money. It was mainly because paying would give him a feeling of being an ingrate. Who said 10 taels of silver for a few bowls of water? That's good. Lu Tong hadn't celebrated for long before she heard the words that followed. It's 10 taels of silver for a bowl of water. Cam. Everyone's heart was in the right place. 10 taels of silver for a bowl of water. Why don't you go and grab it? Thinking about it, they wouldn't dare say so with their mouths. Now in someone else's territory, surrounded by dozens of big men, it was time to concede. Good. It's just 10 taels of silver. Several people took out their silver rather painfully. 5 bowls of water for 5 people is 50 taels. Lai Yuan realized that sometimes money wasn't that hard to make. Look, that's 50 Rio coming in. Next, we can leave, right? Uncle Zhong was asking on the surface, but in actuality, he had already planned in his heart that once the other party refused, he would rush out himself. Mustn't get caught in the middle of a siege, otherwise the results are very dangerous. There's no rush. Hearing Lai Yuan's words, several people were instantly alerted. Uncle Chong and Li Dong, ready to break out. Don't be nervous. Lai Yuan smiled. I just want to ask if you guys are interested in making a deal. What deal do we have with you? Ding Mingxian subconsciously just refused. How could he make a deal with a mudblood? Chu Heng, who was on the side, however, noticed that something was wrong. Shut up, fat ass. Who is dead fat? Chu, can you make it clear? Yi Shan Lu Tong, you two help me gag him. Seeing that Ding Mingxian was restrained, he then turned to Li Yuan. What a deal. Smart man. Lai Yuan nodded slightly. The deal is to block the origami man, or rather, block that Lu Jingchuan. Hearing this, several people were shocked. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about blocking the other side's path of necessity, but to be honest, with the two of them in such a state, going to block the origami man would be like giving away food. However, if the wave of Lai Yuan was added, the situation would be completely different. A surrogate walker, plus 40 or so 9th grade year keepers. There were also 2 7th grade year keepers, at least the equivalent of 4 7th grade. The 4 honored 7 products may not be unable to. No, it is definitely able to touch it. Lai Yuan watched the change in these people's faces and had a good idea of what to expect. These guys, aren't they just good mercenaries? How bad it is to fight and kill. It's still got to be human. What do we need to pay? Chu Hong was very clear that there was no such thing as a free lunch. You guys can make a bid, but it's advisable to hurry, or you won't stand a chance if he returns to the county. Lai Yuan acted very blandly, as if he wasn't in a hurry at all. Several people from Ding Mingxian gathered to discuss it. After a quick and intense exchange, a quick agreement was reached. A yearkeeper martial skill, grade mortal grade medium. You can take 30%. Tai Yu. Hearing these two conditions, Li Yuan shook his head. Not enough. To be fair, the martial arts are not bad. At least Lu Yuan and the guard used it. In the future, if he were to cultivate the Agekeeper, he would also use it. But too little. Asking for too little doesn't fit his persona. More crucially, asking for too little would make it easy for a few people to suspect his true purpose. If he revealed his true purpose, he would be the one to be taken to task. I see that you should be a chi refiner, so I can add a copy of the recovery of chi pills formula, which comes with an alchemy base. Hearing this, Ri Yuan was a bit agitated. Elixir. Although it wasn't the chi replenishing pill that he needed the most, the chi return pill, which sounded as if it was restoring mana and increasing renewal, wasn't out of the question. Only, he still chose to shake his head. Not enough. You guys are just making empty promises. What if you back out? You. Ding Mingxian exploded a little. It's not good enough. What do you want him to do? I have an old method here that is also beneficial to the new method, which can be used as a deposit. In addition, another 200 taels of grain silver is attached. Chu Heng's heart crossed and he took out his family's fortune. This was an old law, but it had once been the collection of a great immortal cultivation clan, and it had been tossed around and strayed into his hands. If the Tai Sui was not too precious, he really didn't want to take it out. Oh, that's fine. Ri Yuan looked unconcerned as he took the Dharma door, which had a few large characters written on it. Triple True Elemental Secret Art. Chapter 66, Blocking, Seeking Golden Tickets. At this time, Lu Jingchuan, it is the time of complacency. Thousands of pounds of Taiyans were in his pocket, and by the way, he also struck down those few guys who often went against him. All the previous unhappiness at Qinglian Mountain had dissipated. However, it is impossible not to hold a grudge. As long as the Teiyukai was in hand, it wouldn't be a simple matter to get his father to make a move for once. He just didn't believe that his own father, personally, would not be able to exterminate a tiny mortal grade medium deity. At that thought, he glanced at the origami man beside him. It would have been nice if the origami man had been a mortal class upper. In that case, he'd just have origami man step in directly. However, it's not going to happen. Outside of Ningyuan County, the existence of a mortal level upper class is not allowed. Neither the gods nor the bazaar can break through the boundaries of the mortal class medium. Once he broke through the upper mortal grade, it was enough to rival a 6th grade powerhouse. Even in the county, the 6th rank was an absolute powerhouse. When a deity reaches this level, it's very easy to get out of his father's control. When the time comes, will Ningyuan County listen to him or to Creepy? So, the origami man wanted the instrument and was doomed to not get it. Not only do they not get it, but as soon as this batch of Teiyukai reaches the government office safely, that's when the death knell of the origami man will ring. After all, origami man was only one step away from being promoted to the upper level of the mortal grade. Ningyuan County does not allow the existence of such a powerful deity. the origami man had not realized the crisis that was upon him, and he directed the paper man to carry the teiyukai. It was then that he noticed the mood swings of the dowry bride. It's only logical that a dowry bride is a creepy thing he made and shouldn't have any emotions. In doubt, he heard the voice of the dowry bride. The gods, Lord, have captured and escaped. Bride. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered that a bride seemed to have escaped not long ago. It was only that all this time he was so busy scheming for the teiyukai that he didn't have time to deal with it instead. I didn't realize that I didn't have to go on a special quest to capture it. And I wonder, what are the qualifications? Will it meet the needs of the ambassador? Regardless, make it spooky first. And so it was that he told the dowry bride to hurry up. A group of people, out of the Black Mountain, a vast group of people headed in the direction of Ningyuan County. The large number of paper figures, traveling under the dusk. Frightened I don't know how many pedestrians rushing on the road. They have no intention of hiding at all and just walk around in a big way. On Lu Yong's face, a trace of worry flashed. Your Excellency, should we restrain ourselves? These paper people, they are too eye-catching. Lu Jingchuan, however, waved his hand. It's good to be solid. This makes the official road smoother. We need to rush back to Ningyuan County in the fastest time possible. Otherwise, if we wait for a few people to recover, it will create many loose ends out of nowhere. It's just, whether this whereabouts is exposed too obviously. Worry about nothing, just be fast enough. What used to take most of the day was shortened by a good half on the back of a paperman at full speed. It's only 5 miles from the county seat. It was just then that the dowry bride finally caught up. He was originally a mortal level lower creep. It's also faster than a large group of origami people with one person in tow. Much faster, even. Seeing Ling Han, before the origami man made a move, Lu Jingchuan couldn't sit still. Ha, it's actually you? He laughed, laughing with unbridled pleasure. Could it be that today is my lord's lucky day? Not to mention that I just got 1,000 kilograms of taiyao, but my enemy even personally sent it to my door? Moreover, it's still tied up in 5 pieces. He was tempted to find a temple to worship. Just as he tried to step forward, he was stopped by an origami man. Good fodder. With just one glance, the origami man realized that Ling Han's qualifications were far superior to the dowry bride beside him. If not, this bride would not have fallen into his hands. Material like this can't be tainted by the male in front of you. What do you mean? Lu Jingchuan watched the distance to the county town getting closer and closer, and did not hide the displeasure in his heart. My lord, please also leave her to me to be properly concocted. The origami man looked humble, but the paper body had no intention of backing down. At the same time the dowry bride stuffed Ling Han into the sedan chair. The origami man's fingers, which were behind his back, suddenly fell down and transformed into a tiny paperman before climbing onto Ling Han. It is? Ling Chen only felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. This thing, it must never be touched. But she had been completely bound, and was powerless to get rid of it, so she could only watch the thing, sticking to her body. Then there was a rapid loss of consciousness. It was also at this moment that they suddenly felt several strong auras coming from them. The ground, as if it were shaking. Looking along with the fluctuations, Lu Jingchuan saw that dozens of 9th grade guardians were like tigers and wolves. Where do you get so many watchmen? He was puzzled, but at the same time he noticed the unusualness of his surroundings. To the left, to the right, there were powerful power fluctuations. As a 7th grade yearkeeper, Uncle Chung, there's also foundation building cultivator Li Dong. The two of them joined forces to kill, one on the left and one on the right. My lord beware. Lu Yong touched the rolling string and stepped out to stop the duo's attack. Bang, bang, bang. In his heyday, Lu Yong fought 2 7th grade alone. Even though both Uncle Zhong and Li Dong were not at their peak, their combat experience was still there. So with Uncle Zhong fronting and Li Dong flanking to receive, he forcefully suppressed Lu Yong. Lu Yong removed the copper bell on his waist and then shook it. Buzz off. As a pleasant ringtone spread, Lu Yong only felt that his 5 senses had become dull and incomparable, and his body was shrouded in a lingering black aura. Crap! Lu Jingchuan tries to get the origami man to make a move, but he doesn't want a bolt of heavenly lightning to interrupt his next move. Lai Yuan, out of the blue. His purpose, of course, was the origami man. Sensing that Ling Han was in good shape, he was slightly relieved. It was just that the palanquin cut off his own vision, and he couldn't see exactly what was going on with her. I'm glad I'm not late, but it's not that easy to save a life. At least, clean up this origami man first. Substitute. Origami man tried to maneuver the paper people to surround Lai Yuan, but he didn't want to be directly dispersed by the year keepers who rushed forward. For a dozen or so year keepers, rushing into the pile of paper people, was like a sheep into a tiger's mouth. One is raw and fierce. Some of the paper figures burned before they even touched the watchman. Thousands of paper people, surprisingly, had the appearance of collapsing. He let the grafted bride strike, and then it was blocked by Lu Yuan, An 8th ranked yearkeeper is exactly equal to a lower mortal level creepy. Bang! One person and one trickster were then engaged in battle. The origami man had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Holding a pair of scissors, he took a hobbling gait towards Lai Yuan, like an aged old man taking a slow walk in the park. It looks like it could fall to the ground at any time. Not right. In just an instant, he arrived before Ri Yuan. Raising the scissors in his hand, he made such a light cut towards Ri Yuan. Click. Scissors, falling short. The only thing left on the ground was Ri Yuan's shadow. Chapter 67, The Mighty Origami Man. Phew. Ri Yuan took a long breath. Just now it was really too thrilling. Dozens of meters away, the other party instantly rushed to his front. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the scissors would have actually touched him, although he didn't know what effect the scissors had. Once he touched them, the result was bound to be not too good. But just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Only a thin line of blood appeared at the originally smooth neck. The skin and flesh had also been partially cut open. Look at the notch, as if it were a pair of scissors. How? I obviously dodged it. Ri Yuan's afterglow caught a glimpse of his own shadow. Only the shadow, which was originally intact, was missing its head, the part of the head, which had been cut up by the origami man. ********. Ri Yuan did dodge it, but Shadow didn't. He never expected that the scissors would actually be able to harm his own body through the shadow. Though, the injury wasn't as bad as Shadow's severed head, but the bruise on his neck, it wasn't shallow. At the very least, it had affected some of his battle power. Seeing that Shadow was slowly recovering, he let his heart drop a little. At least the damage that had just been done wasn't permanent. Otherwise, wouldn't it be the equivalent of having a wound on him that would never heal? That's way over the top. A medium mortal level deity shouldn't have this kind of power. Seeing the other party's bizarre tactics, Ri Yuan was fully focused. Heavenly Thunder! Boom! The powerful Heavenly Thunder fell, and the origami man glanced at it and avoided it by gently moving his feet. While avoiding it, its figure came towards Lai Yuan. Very strong surrogates, but the power itself, too weak. Here's the origami man's comment. If this deity's main body was here, one would still need to worry, but a mere surrogate. Boom! Another heavenly thunderbolt fell. Origami man avoids without a care in the world. No, there's no avoiding it. He was surprised to find dozens of heavenly thunderbolts falling at the same time. Dozens of heavenly thunderbolts covered as many locations as he could dodge. No matter which direction one dodged in, a heavenly thunderbolt was bound to fall. Snap! The origami man didn't panic. Dozens of white papers floated out from his body and blocked his head. Bang! The heavenly thunder fell on the paper and set it ablaze. Pust! The flames ignited the white paper, but failed to hurt the origami man himself. Lai Yuan's face was ugly. Origami people are not only powerful in themselves, but their intelligence is not weak at all. He is more of an old cunning man than a creepy one. Difficulty: very tough. The chaotic situation in front of him made it difficult for Lu Jingchuan to remain calm. Seeing that the Teiyukai was about to fall into his pocket, these people were unknowingly blocking the way again. How they didn't die in the Black Hills. However, he also knew that there was no point in venting on his own, and it was imperative that he found a way to transport the Teiyukai away. There's no point in fighting this group to the death. But when he wanted to leave, Ding Mingxian and the others wouldn't let him go. Lu Jingchuan, you think you're smart, but did you ever think we'd intercept you halfway? Lu Jingchuan's face instantly darkened. Without waiting for any reaction from him, Lu Tong had already struck out. A long sword cut through. Lu Jingchuan narrowly avoided it, but he could avoid it, but not the hat on top of his head. The hat on his head split in two, revealing clear whip marks on his face. The crowd froze, then burst into laughter. I say you're a big old man wearing a drapery hat, and I didn't expect to be whipped. The son of the county magistrate actually made such a big scandal. I'm afraid it's not that he's been smacked by a little girl for trashing a little girl. Needless to say, their taunts are very close to the truth. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Lu Jingchuan was furious. Good. Let's see, then, who the deer is. The moment the words fell, he had several more black runes in his hands. The moment the talisman paper ripped open, the field was filled with several more creepy. All of them are into pint shenanigans. For a while, Ding Mingxian and the others were locked in a bitter battle with Lu Jingchuan and his retainers. However, all of this clamor had nothing to do with Ling Chen. She was, now, in a strange position. In the back of his mind, a frantic voice came over and over again. The body, too, is undergoing an aberration. The slender hands, for a moment, turned papery, but then quickly changed back. But no one noticed the change in her. Lai Yuan couldn't do two things at once either. The origami man in front of me is just too tricky. It's not just about speed, It's about means. The white paper on that body can not only act as a defense, but can also be used for attacks. On Lai Yuan's body, there were already several more wounds rubbed out by white paper. It was still that he saw the opportunity quickly. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as rubbing his arm. That's what he thought. And why wouldn't Origami Man think the same? A mere surrogate walker was actually so tricky. The deity behind it was only not bad. Is it hard to believe that it would be the same situation as yourself? Both sides were very scrupulous, but the exchange of blows was very fast. The Origami Man had shifted his thoughts as he ran towards Ri Yuan's shadow. As long as the shadow is clipped, it can still do a decent amount of damage. With this thought in mind, Ri Yuan was exhausted. Originally, Origami Man was fast, and as he dodged, he had to be careful to hide his shadow. If you're not careful, you'll get an extra gash on your body. Just as the Origami Man was once again running towards Ri Yuan's shadow, a sword light suddenly flashed on the ground. At the same time, several sword lights lit up at the same time. Formation? Origami Man quickly realized what was happening. He subconsciously thought that the surrogate only had divine power, but he didn't realize that the other party was actually a chi refiner. But, 6th level of chi refining? But it was only at the level of the first 8 products. Boom! The scissors of the Origami Man just gently cut. The formation was broken, and the mahogany swords of the formation also turned into flying dust. The opponent's strength was so strong that the formation didn't even manage to fight for a breath of time. Half a breath. Barely enough. Lai Yuan responded by using 20 heavenly thunderbolts, directly coming with a ranged bombardment. With the power of the formation, he drastically compressed the opponent's space to dodge, so the heavenly thunder was able to fall more intensely. Boom! That shining thunder light made the people around, all of them, look sideways. Cam, is that Hao Shen's surrogate that strong too? Ding Mingxian was incomparably afraid. It was fortunate that he didn't clash with the other party at that time, or else the result would have been hard to predict. Lu Jingchuan was also startled. He was also intuitively feeling the power of that heavenly thunder. Previously also suspected that Lu Yong's strings have problems. So it seems that if there is really a conflict, life and death is difficult to predict. What worried him more was that the Origami Man, it wouldn't be gone, would it? A medium mortal level creepy is not so bad that he can't beat it against a mere surrogate walker. The surrogates and the gods, but there is still a layer between them. Even if both sides were on the same level, it was only right that a surrogate would never be a match for a deity of the same level. Lai Yuan didn't think that much as he tried to harden his opponent to death through enough heavenly thunder. He did the same thing, but just after 30 heavenly thunderbolts had fallen, he saw several pieces of white paper flying towards him. Chapter 68, Abandon the light and turn to the dark? Game. There's still power left. It was the first time Lai Yuan had encountered such a difficult deity. Even if it's a mortal level medium, it shouldn't be this strong. Usually when the heavenly thunder fell, he was equivalent to locking up the victory in advance. After all, under the heavenly thunder wash, rare shenanigans can be countered. But Origami Man did. Looking at the white paper coming towards him, he naturally had to dodge out of the way. However, I didn't want the white paper to stop where it was after falling through. Then combined together, the Origami Man's figure is sketched out of white paper. Cam. Now it wasn't just a counterattack. The other team actually came charging out. Just as Lai Yuan threw out another heavenly thunderbolt, the aggregated white paper suddenly scattered, then reorganized in a different position at an extremely fast speed. 30 heavenly thunderbolts and more than 3,000 joss sticks smashed down, and the Origami Man actually looked unharmed. This takes the high end of the game. In fact, the Origami Man was far more surprised than Li Yuan. Almost he fell into it. The power of that heavenly thunder had an extremely strong suppression on him. It was even higher than the influence of the power of chi and blood. Just now, it seemed that he was unharmed, but in reality, his power was extremely depleted. A man and a trickster, scornful of each other. Lu Jingchuan glanced at this scene, but his heart was not much reassured. He had been counting on Origami Man to solve the immediate trouble sooner and then come to his assistance. But seeing the other side's situation, it didn't seem much better than his own. On the other side, Lu Yong was surrounded by the duo, and the situation could not be described as good. The scales of victory are clearly tipping in the direction of the enemy, unless there can be some variable that favors you. It was then that he suddenly glimpsed a corner of the white paper sedan chair, the previous young girl's body on red paper with a creepy smiling face. It clearly didn't exude any terror, but it was a bit unnerving. Origami Man tactics? He suddenly remembered what Origami Man had said about good material. If memory serves, behind the Origami Man was a martial arts clan. The other party cultivated the trickery, and its purpose was to supply that clan as well. That dowry bride, a mere substandard semi-finished product, that is, an inferior product. What can be achieved with good material? Mortal grade medium, or is it upper mortal class? Superior is unlikely. and Origami Man is only mortal class medium. Medium, however, is not impossible. That seemed to be the opportunity to turn the tables on himself. And you guys are willing to work with that mudblood? Between the exchanges, he suddenly said to Chu Hang. What do you mean? Chu Hang asked rhetorically, but the movements of his hands had no intention of stopping. Don't you guys just want taiyaki? I can share it with you. Yeah, and how much are you willing to give? And what is the price? 25%. 25% of your family. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you get rid of us with so little? We can get more if we slaughter you. Ding Mingxian felt that it was too little to be moved, and outputted one after another. A few of Lu Jingchuan's attendants screamed in agony. 30%. Oh, what do we need to do then? As long as you guys help me out and slaughter those mud legs, we're the ones playing together. What qualifies them to be at a table with us when they're just a bunch of mudbloods? Not enough. I want 35%. I want 35% too. Yes, it's fine. Lu Jingchuan agreed in a single breath, only needing to take down Lai Yuan and his party. That gentleman, do we need to make a deal? I'll help you clean them up. We only need 3 accomplishments. Lu Yuan's voice came as he led the year-watchers, who had already packed away nearly half of the paper people. It was only a matter of time before the remaining paper men were resolved. Theoretically, they're the first group to split the difference. Right now, he has the biggest advantage in turn. Lu Jingchuan was moved. He meant to move, of course, not because he ended up with 70% left for such a reason. Collaboration never crossed his mind. Not to mention 60%, even 10% he is not willing. This batch of taiyaki is worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, not to mention that it is a precious resource in its own right. Enough to produce a large number of yearkeepers. Everything, it's just a delay. Yeah, it's not impossible, he said in a feigned voice, as if he might actually agree to do so at any moment. Ding Mingxian was anxious. 25%. I'll take 25%. I can help you. Chu Hong was speechless. What's with all the sudden bidding? Ha? And that Ding Mingxian guy, what the hell? Is this how negotiations are done and then agreed to mindlessly? People are holding you. 25%. That's not impossible. Lu Jingchuan is still acting. I can be 20%. Look at my battle power. It's enough. Lu Yuan watched the fun. Smoothly eliminated another half of the paper people. Right now dozens of paper people were surrounded by more than 40 big men along with the dowry bride. If you don't know, you'll think they're villains. Chu Hong didn't say anything. He always felt wrong. He still had an understanding of Lu Jingchuan. This guy, indeed, is smart and clever and cruel. Complete and utter scum, so to speak. By the meaning of this hand, the other side seems to be stalling for time. Is it possible that there are reinforcements? The thought of it was extremely disturbing. Don't stall, fat ass. Take him down, he shouted towards Ding Mingxian. When Lu Jingchuan heard this, he also hurriedly shouted, Young lord, I can give you 40%, as long as you help me. When Ding Mingxian heard this, his heart was happy. Yeah, who are you to share with Chu Hong? In that case, 40% was still a bit low, so he shouted, I want 50%. Lai Yuan almost gave the whole thing a miss. All of a sudden, you're playing house. But he had to deal with a tangle of origami people and couldn't focus his thoughts at all. One can only realize that the other side seems to be stalling. In a short period of time, he couldn't hold the origami man at all. The opponent's strength was so strong that it didn't look like a mortal grade medium. But the origami man's attacks never left the realm of the mortal grade medium again. Very cutthroat. It was also at this moment that he suddenly sensed that Ling Han's state was not right. Before he could think carefully, the origami man rushed up. The scissors in its hand went straight towards Ri Yuan. These worldly powers. Lu Yuan had long ago realized that these people could not be trusted. He had just been nothing more than a fish in troubled waters. Now it looks like that fat is really heartbroken and the balance is going to be upset. In that case, it has to be a quick one. That's what Lai Yuan meant. His body was glowing with a faint golden light. Along with the golden light, there was also Lai Yuan, who directly stepped over the threshold of the 6th layer and broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining. The third boon, the consumed incense, had come to a whopping 3,000. 4-2, that's 6,000. Boom! Suddenly several thunderbolts fell from the sky. They landed in 2 different places, and a few smashed above the origami man's head, but it was clear that all of the heavenly thunderbolts fell short, but they also temporarily blocked the origami man's attack. A few others, however, landed on top of the head of the dowry bride. Lai Yuan did not dare to operate like this just now. The origami man was just too fierce. However, in the battle just now, although origami man had escaped from the heavenly thunder, his own attrition was not small. Hao Shen's battle power was unaffected as long as he had the incense, and he had in turn established a considerable advantage under the circumstance. Borrowing the power of that heavenly thunder, Lu Yuan headed to drum up his body's qi and blood. and then rushed towards the wedding bride who had been attacked by the heavenly thunder. Chapter 69, Shocking Changes, plus one more chapter, begging for golden votes. At this point in time, Lu Yuan's chi and blood power had been raised to its peak. The third boon directly boosted his chi and blood power. Originally, he was only at the level of a beginner's 8th rank, but at this moment, he was comparable to a late 8th rank. Even with the power of the Teiyukai, his battle power was enough to rival the peak of the 8th rank for a short period of time. Together with that wedding bride, she had eaten a heavenly thunderbolt and was not lightly injured. As a result, Lu Yuan nearly destroyed the paper man formation and smashed it. The rest of the yearkeepers rounded up the remaining paper people, while Lu Yuan surrounded the dowry bride and attacked fiercely. The chi and blood around its body were like flames, carrying a shocking suppressive power over the dowry bride. Lu Jingchuan was shocked when he saw this scene. That Hao Shen, where did he recruit his subordinates? Its battle power was even stronger than his own thousands of selected followers. There is also the art of battle array. Is not an ordinary person will, at least in the army stayed for a period of time. Its status is not low. Seeing that Fat Man's lion's share of the money, he had to agree. Good. 50% for 50%. Word of mouth is no proof. Let's sign the contract, Ding Mingxian said, taking out a piece of yellow paper. The deed of the Mirage Trickster Market. Shu Hong shouted anxiously. Dead fatty, think clearly. Even if you sign the contract, with your brain, you may not be able to successfully get your hands on the Tai Sui. Only this shouting spoiled things. Ding Mingxian blackened his face and his offense stopped. Calling me a dead fatso is fine. I hate it when people say I have a bad brain. Seeing this scene, Lu Jingchuan's heart rejoiced. Okay, I'll sign. Right after the two agreed, they each dropped a drop of blood, and words appeared on top of that yellow paper. What was agreed upon therein happened to be exactly what the two had in mind. As the contract was established, the yellow paper turned into flying ash and disappeared, and all of them were bound. Ding Mingxian also immediately turned his gun around. Uncle Zhong shook his head. He felt that the young master had gotten sidetracked with things, but as a guard, he was not qualified to tell Ding Mingxian what to do. One could only turn his head and face Li Dong. At this moment, it was Li Dong's turn to face two 7th grade alone. The three of them, Shu Hong, were also facing the siege of the two groups of people, Ding Mingxian and Lu Jingchuan, at the same time. Stupid. Shu Hong was that angry. There was just no point in saying anything more. The pact was already established and he had to face both sets of people alone. At this point, he'd already developed a sense of withdrawal. If the fight continued like this, not to mention whether or not he could snatch the Teiyukai, he would still be trapped inside. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse in an instant. If you have this thing and didn't bring it out earlier, you really intend to renege on your debt. Ri Yuan wasn't surprised. He was just a little curious that that thing was actually something that flowed out of the Mirage Trickster Market as well. That's a really good technique for signing a contract. I just don't know how binding it is. Guessing by that weird grade, I'm afraid it's only not something that the 7th grade can resist. He also saw Chu Heng's withdrawal and glanced at the sedan chair where Ling Han was, his mind made up. Be quick. He himself was not originally running towards Taiyu. Saving people was his true purpose. It wouldn't occur to anyone that he'd leaned out and risked total annihilation just to save the day. Boom! Lu Yuan exerted his full battle power, erasing all the means of the married bride one by one. At the same time the chi and blood gathered around them was like a hot flame, baking the body of the dowry bride. Before they could resist for long, they were worn down as much as they could. The origami man still wanted to move, but he was stared down by Ri Yuan. Once he made any unusual movements, what greeted him was heavenly thunder. At the same time, he had to be on guard against any formations that might exist. If you can get out from under the heavenly thunder once, you may not be able to get out a second time. Even if he could get rid of it, how much of his vitality would be left? Then, he saw Lu Yuan leading more than 40 watchmen and rushing in unison. Its vast chi and blood seemed to have condensed into a huge blood tiger that came with an astonishingly ferocious aura. That moment was even more oppressive than the previous surrogate. With this lineup, even the 7th rank would have to retreat. 2 or 3 7th grades, and you can also touch them head-on. This is the power of the battle formation. Spared as a deity, the origami man panicked a bit. God Emperor, I'll stop him, Lu Yuan angrily roared. The implication being that Lai Yuan went to save the others first. Lai Yuan naturally understood what he meant, but considering the weirdness of that origami man, he actually wasn't too worried about Lu Yuan. For some reason, he always felt that the origami man seemed to be hiding something else. It was so hard to cultivate this wave of class. If we carelessly planted it here, it would be too late to cry, so he quietly took out a tail or two. On the surface of the Teiyukai, the reddish color. This is, eat up, but this, Lu Yuan was stunned. Ah, the red Teiyukai, a caddy of several hundred scales of Gui Yuan. converted over to several thousand taels of silver. Just this little piece, big couple hundred taels. So much, enough to feed the guard for 6 months. Where did the God Emperor get this from? It won't. He looked at the Taiyu behind Lu Jingchuan and had a shocking guess in his heart. I can only say that it is worthy of being a god's ambassador, and that god will get the biggest gain in his hands without realizing it. This is the will of Hao Shen. Hearing this, Lu Yuan no longer refused and took the red Taiyu in his mouth in one bite. The reason why he didn't dare to swallow it, he was afraid that he would be propped up by this piece of Taiyu Kai. He used the powerful rabbit fur at the same time with the help of Hao Shen's power. In that instant, his chi and blood power rose once again, straight into the 7th grade, steadily standing on the same level as the mortal level medium creepy. You guys take my place in the battlefield. I'll fight him. Lu Yuan was also worried that these yearkeepers would be shaded by the origami man, and only utilize the power of their chi and blood to suppress the origami man. It's better to be in the real fight, or on the field yourself. The origami man was in shock. Why didn't the other side seize such a great opportunity? It's hard not to. He glanced to the other side of the battlefield. It wasn't as if he was there for support. Be careful, Mr. Chu, I'll help you, Ri Yuan said, his figure bursting out. Chu Hong was overjoyed at his words. He was going to back off. But now, looking at Lu Yuan's battle prowess, there seemed to be hope. I didn't realize that in the countryside, there are still people of such high moral character. I was too cautious just now. If this matter comes to fruition, I can make the decision to share 50% of the Taiyu with you. 50% doesn't bother him at all. Originally, I could not get a single point, but now I can get 50%, which is already an invitation to heaven. Then, he saw Lai Yuan shouting with his mouth, but his figure was getting farther and farther away from him. What's going on? It wasn't just him. Lu Jingchuan didn't see it either. He had been careful to be on guard, but he didn't think that Lai Yuan hadn't come towards him at all. It's hard not to go to help Li Dong, but looking at the direction, it doesn't seem quite right. What does that surrogate want? His eyes went further and he looked at the white paper mache sedan chair. Origami Man had been prepared to directly break through the battle formation and stop Ri Yuan, but when he saw the other party land beside the white paper sedan chair, he stopped instead. I didn't realize that the Saget's purpose was actually her? Could it be that Hao Shen had also discovered this woman's extraordinary qualifications? That would be interesting. Counting the hours, it should be a done deal. Chapter 70, Sickly Pampered Linghan. Backstabbing. Strange? Lu Yuan only felt that there was something unusual about the origami man's behavior, but with his chi and blood bursting out, he didn't have much room to think. Even though Hao Shen's divine art had weakened the cost of the vigorous rabbit fur, the overinflated strength made his blood run a little hot. Carrying a huge force of chi and blood, he directly pressed over. Unlike Ri Yuan's fighting style, Lu Yuan, who was a year keeper, fought wide open. When he touched the scissors, he hammered over with his body wrapped in chakra. Boom! Under the initial encounter, with his huge chi and blood, he had unexpectedly directly pressed against his opponent. The origami man didn't care. Or rather, he didn't use his full strength at all. He is waiting. Wait for Lai Yuan to lift that white paper sedan chair. Cam! Chu Hong cursed angrily in his heart. Sure is a mudblood from the countryside. He didn't expect that Lai Yuan would actually make a false move. Fooled him to death. After all, it's the jack-o'-lantern that's so appealing. Why else would he be slow to leave? If they really retreated, not to mention the loss of the 1,000 kilograms of taiyaki, they and the others would also lose a lot of money. Even the stupid dead fat guy earned it. Brother Chu, withdraw. Yeah, that guy's real purpose is afraid that he's not a Teiyukai, but he's here to save people, and we're being used as a gun by others. By now, if they still couldn't see Ri Yuan's true purpose, they would really be stupid. Although they couldn't believe it, it was true. Why else would he run for the white paper sedan chair? Then let's. Just as Chu Hong was about to make up his mind, Lai Yuan finally arrived in front of the white paper sedan chair. Ling Han, go. Just as he lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, a hand like alabaster poked out. Bang! In an instant that white paper sedan chair instantly exploded. Broken pieces of paper carry amazing killing power. Golden light curse. Caught off guard, Li Yuan barely managed to cast the golden light curse to protect his body, blocking all those pieces of paper from the outside. But, blocking the pieces of paper didn't stop the alabaster hand. The hand reached right up to his body, just short of pulling out his heart. Luckily he took a few steps back. Ri Yuan was a bit backed up. The palanquin had just instantly blown apart, and although it was dangerous, it had given him a little time to react. Otherwise, the consequences are hard to predict. But what shocked him even more was Ling Han's appearance. At this moment, Ling Chen, who was as white as jade, was wearing a red coat, but there was a unique beauty under the red and white proportion. The beauty flourished a little more than usual, but soon the face suddenly smiled, laughing horribly. The corners of his mouth had crooked to his chin, and his beautiful features looked distorted. It was several times more terrifying than the smile Ling Han had seen before. What used to be the realm of the human is now as good as a spooky. No, judging from the other party's aura, there was no doubt that Ling Han was the trickster now. Still late? Lai Yuan clearly remembered that Ling Han had just arrived when he rushed here. Where does Origami Man get the time? And as far as Ling Han's current aura was concerned, it was very strong. It wasn't just the lower mortal level, it was approaching the middle. Given the speed just now, an unusual 7th rank would need to pay a certain price if they wanted to take her down. Ha 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 ha. Lu Jingchuan was fastidious. I didn't realize that your purpose was actually this woman. Do you think you came just in time? One look at this and he knew that the Origami Man had quietly moved when Ling Han arrived. Mortal class lower creepy. The other side's ability to create shenanigans is really top-notch. Chu Hong and the others' faces were grave. Crap, how is it that there's another creepy? Look at the very unusual aura. There's really no way to fight this time. The Origami Man's ability to make weirdness is not bad. Why is there only a mortal rank inferior under his command? Shu, just know it in your heart. Chu Hong obviously knew the inside story and interrupted Lu Tong's words. A few of them, already ready to slip away. Ding Mingxian was incomparably happy with the choice he had just made. Ha 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 ha, let's see who's the stupid one. He didn't hide his mockery. Chu Hang's 3 people's faces, not to mention how dark they were. The Origami Man was overjoyed. The first time it turned weird it entered the grade, and given some more time it would at least be a mortal grade medium. This was countless times stronger than the dowry bride just now. The other party's qualifications are, indeed, good. In this way, the offering was made to the superior ambassador, and he was able to derive unexpected benefits from it. Young girls, though, can't die. How dare you get distracted while fighting me? Boom! It was also at this moment that Lu Yuan utilized the qi and blood around his body and kicked out a full force kick. There is more power in the feet than in the fists. Under the augmentation of the vigorous rabbit fur, his strength had reached a point unimaginable to himself. This strike, paired with the powerful qi and blood, was nothing short of an absolute kill. He was confident that if this kick hit, Origami Man would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. As he expected, the distracted Origami Man failed to avoid the punch, and his withered body exploded under it. It's not right. According to the power of qi and blood, it should set the Origami Man on fire. What's the meaning of blowing up? Only the exploded pieces of paper were seen spreading in all directions with a sharp edge. Each piece of paper had an extremely dangerous aura. Spread out, Lu Yuan shouted, and the members of the guard hastily dispersed. One of the unlucky ghosts was scratched by a piece of paper and instantly collapsed to the ground, the horrible creepy aura moving up his body, trying to infest him with creepiness as well. Phew! However, its powerful qi and blood surged out and acted as a layer of insurance, expelling that weird qi. He himself, however, was quite injured and passed out. The pieces of paper that flew apart went towards Lingchen. Hao Shen's scent. Ling Han took a deep breath. It smells so good, so fragrant. I'm going to take you apart inch by inch. Where did you hide, Hao Shen? Her eyes were dead set on Lai Yuan, not hiding her greed. Ri Yuan looked a little embarrassed. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the piece of paper, and the expression on his face remained unchanged. Under his expression of both helplessness and powerlessness, a heavenly thunderbolt fell. Even if Ling Chen was talented, he was still at the lower level of the mortal grade. A heavenly thunder of 7th grade power was extremely lethal to her. The Origami Man is there to prevent this. His body blocked in front of Ling Chen after polymerizing at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Eating this heavenly thunder in a hard way wasn't easy for him either, but it always saved this precious shenanigans. Seeing that Ri Yuan did not continue to attack, he seemed to have thought of something. That Hao Shen, having used divine magic so many times, should not have enough divine power left. Thinking of this, a humanized smile appeared on his withered face. In fact, he guessed well. The incense under Lai Yuan's eyes was not too much. Having just used more than 60 heavenly thunderbolts in a row, that was more than 6,000 joss sticks. The 2 boons add up to 6,000 as well. The number of incense he now has, as it were, is only 434. Converted to heavenly thunder? That's 14 channels. After the 14 heavenly thunders were used up, he was completely out of means. On the face of it, yes, but he stopped for more reasons than that. After the Origami Man blocked the heavenly thunder, he landed in front of Ling Han. Now that Ding Mingxian had fallen on his sword, his side had added another combatant, and Chu Hong was prepared to run away with a huge advantage. He can't imagine how he lost. Jab! Suddenly, he beholds an alabaster hand that pierces his chest. At the same time, a thunderous light raged through the body. Chapter 71, Money for Life and a Deal. Backstabbing. This scene shocked everyone. Where is this going? Chu Hong was all set to run, and then he was hard controlled in place. Wasn't that creepy made by origami people? How come it's still hollowed out? Zhang Shan exclaimed that he couldn't understand it. Could it be a bitter trick? That origami man doesn't have a heart and lungs either, does he? Lu Tong thought a little more. This situation doesn't seem normal in any way. Lu Jingchuan's smile froze. He had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. It's such a big lead. It won't be overturned, will it? The most shocked of all was the origami man himself. He hadn't expected the shenanigans he had produced to backstab him? It doesn't make sense. He made it so bizarre that it was theoretically impossible to get out of control as long as the bit didn't exceed him or use any special means. The opponent had just turned spooky, and it was too late to perform any tricks. Bitgraphs are even more unlikely. Not to mention that the other party was only at the lower level of the mortal grade. Even if they were at the middle level of the mortal grade, or even at the upper level, they wouldn't be able to break through before they did. And, what's with the thunder on himself? Isn't this that Hao Shen's divine art? How can you use the negative spirit man's tactics when you've been turned into a creep by yourself? The only one who wasn't surprised was Ri Yuan. To be honest, he was taken aback at first. But notice your panel. The number of devotees is still 2. Ling Han remained as a believer. That heavenly thunder was the condition in which he had deliberately created a backstabbing for Ling Han. He knew that the origami man must have seen Ling Han's qualifications after going to such lengths. It's just an unspoken bureau. Seeing that Ling Han had helped him control the origami man, he was no longer polite. Dozens of heavenly thunderbolts fell. Ling Chen took several steps back and avoided the heavenly thunder. This time, the origami man never stood a chance. It could only be covered by dozens of heavenly thunderbolts. Boom! Looking at the heavenly thunder of the vast heavenly might, everyone was silent. Those 3 7th grades, too, stopped fighting. The power of the gods was as terrifying as it was. Lu Yong touched the rolling string and was shocked. That mortal-level medium deity actually has such great power? A mere surrogate could exert such terrifying power. It was fortunate that he hadn't initiated a conflict before, or else he might have gotten himself caught up in it as well. Now that the origami man is gone, Lu Jingchuan's biggest dependence is gone. Waste. Rubbish. All he could do was rage impotently. Seeing the origami man's body gradually dissipate under the heavenly thunder, Li Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Divine Art Fragment +5. The pressure brought to him by this mortal-grade medium deity was simply too great. If the mortal rank medium was this strong, how hard would it be to kill the mortal rank upper in the promotion ritual? 100,000 joss sticks? 500,000 joss sticks? Or 1,000,000 joss sticks? These can only be thought of later. After removing the toughest origami man, he looked toward Ling Han, who was not far away. Ling Chen in that stance, even though he was still a devotee of Hao Shen, it was still a bit unnerving to look at him, so then he tentatively used purification. However, he saw a faint golden light emanating from Ling Chen's body. It slowly changed back to its original form. Li Yuan caught up to her and held her in his arms, feeling the body heat of her body, gradually reassuring her. It seems, all right. Right now is not the time to scrutinize it. It's not time to fully relax. He hadn't forgotten that there were 3 other forces in the field, 3 7th grade powerhouses. Seeing Ri Yuan's gaze, no one dared to meet his eyes. In terms of power, Lai Yuan was already properly the strongest power. The other 3, tied together, were barely even with Lai Yuan. Not even close. But Li Yuan didn't look at those Teiyukai. His gaze locked on Lu Jingchuan. Now, let's settle the score. As his words fell, Lu Yuan looked at Lu Jingchuan intently. Lu Jingchuan felt Lai Yuan's killing intent. That mudblood really dared to kill him. In other people's hands, the odds are that they won't die. But in the hands of Lai Yuan, he would surely die. And with that comes fear. It was the first time he had ever been pushed into such a position. Even more so than the last time. It was embarrassing. Throw away the Teiyukai. Lu Yong, go! Driven by intense fear, Lu Jingchuan yelled. Lu Yong had already prepared for this. He kicked the Tai Sui apart while carrying Lu Jingchuan is running away. Boom! At this time a heavenly thunder fell, but did not want to brush against Lu Yong. Ri Yuan wants to stay on the ground but Lu can't catch up with him. They could only watch the other duo flee, and in order to flee faster, they even left their entourage behind. How decisive! Ri Yuan regretted in his heart that he hadn't been able to keep the other party here, and there was no small risk in the future, but to leave them behind. With his power, it wasn't quite enough. There are only a few hundred of incense left. He's an empty shell now. However, when his line of sight turned to Ding Mingxian and Chu Heng, the pressure on them instantly increased. Just now we agreed, right? Tai Sui gave you 30% and I gave you mortal grade medium martial skills. And what was just promised? With that, he signaled Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong took out a yellowed book and handed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked away and nodded slightly. Not enough, huh? Not enough. Old Immortal here also has a bone-hardening secret art. Uncle Chung, that's, young lord, no harm done. It's not like Uncle Chung is Ding Mingxian, a confused man. The other party even dared to kill Lu Jingchuan, and the young master was not much higher in status than Lu Jingchuan. Being alive is what matters. Receiving that secret art, Ri Yuan nodded. Get out. But that Teo. What? Do you still want me to do it? There's no need for the God Emperor to be angry. I'll clean him up for you, Chu Hong said, truly ready to make a move. Just now, that dead fat man's face was extremely mocking, and now was the time to get it back. Damn fatso, keep laughing. Why don't you stop laughing, fat ass? Later I'm going to see how much fat I can squeeze out of that pile of meat of yours. Seeing this, Ding Mingxian swallowed his saliva. My father is a viscount. Uncle Zhong, let's go. With that, he ran off without looking back, fearing that Chu Hong and the others would make a move. Chu Hong just shook his head. Sure is a dumbass. Of course he wanted to do it, but to do it in front of so many people would be out of his mind. People, there are parents. With Ding Mingxian gone, only two groups of people remained in the field, him and Lai Yuan. But honestly, he was terrified. Chu Hong incomparably regretted not signing the contract before, and to be honest, he was now prepared for a grainless harvest. I just hope I don't have to pay for my life like that dumbass, just being that attentive just to raise a little favor. Taiyu can share 20% of it with you, but you need to promise me one condition. Well, Chu Hong froze for a moment. He had planned to agree to whatever Lai Yuan said, but he didn't expect that there would actually be a Taiyao in the account. On what terms? In exchange for your full set of alchemy there, 20% is not enough. 30%. Those pills, they're all universal. Whether it's a new method or an old one, they can be used. Good. Sign the contract. Chapter 72, Great Harvest and Hidden Worries. Extra shift requests for votes. Divine Messenger, why do you still want to give him 30%? That alchemy, it shouldn't be worth 30%. According to Lu Yuan, not to mention 30%, not even 10%. He could remember the wave that had just been repeated. Although it's not like Ding Mingxuan's, why give him the benefit of the doubt when he's always thinking about backtracking? It's a good thing you don't get a beating. Of course it's not worth it. The main reason for giving him 30% is still to help us share some of the pressure. We took such a large amount of taiyaki in one breath. Will that viscount or the magistrate make it easy for us? With them around, at least all the focus won't be on us. Lai Yuan knew deep down that this 30% could not be saved. The 7th grade may not be their limit. When a 6th grade came later, he might be able to defend himself, but the pressure would definitely be high. As for that alchemy, it's just a gimmick. He knew that Chu Hong felt the same way. For Chu Hong, these would be a windfall. Along with that, he also had a huge change of heart towards Lai Yuan. That person really doesn't look like a mudblood, knowing what to do and having strength. It's just that this hand of exterminating the origami man is still a bit hasty. So there's a hidden secret behind that origami man? Naturally, if Lu Gingchuan killed, that killed also killed. We're barely enough. The origami man is similar to us, to put it bluntly. One of your people's dogs. Don't look at him as some kind of deity, some kind of weirdness. In the presence of a truly strong person, shenanigans can also be used. This is the end of the conversation. Let's split the Tai Sui and go back to our respective duties. Chu Hong obviously knew more than the duo, but he was full of secrecy, so the two of them did not continue to pursue the question. Anyway, it's not like the origami man died at their hands. While it was still dark, dozens of 9th grade yearkeepers ran along carrying the Teiyukai. Everyone's face was beaming with joy. We all know how precious taiyaki is. Although the things inside were not theirs for the time being, as long as they were willing to make merit, the taiyaki inside would not be given to them to use sooner or later. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lai Yuan finally had the time to check Ling Han's condition. Name Ling Han, age 18 years, physique, the body of extreme guile, qualification, upper A, believer level, devotee, 10 to 30 points day. Changed, not just the physique, but even the qualifications have changed. The body of extreme guile, what's that supposed to mean? The qualifications have actually been enhanced? Was it the origami man's tactics or an accident? Ri Yuan preferred the latter kind. Grade A qualifications. He had only seen 2 people up to now. You can see how rare it is. I just don't know. What's so special about this physique? Lai Yuan didn't choose to use the eye of true vision to see. The amount of incense consumed by something of this level is bound to be massive. He's down to a few hundred joss sticks now, so let's save some. As long as Ling Han was still the same Ling Han from earlier. After returning to the temple, Lai Yuan and Lu Yuan then had the energy to organize their previous harvest. The first is related to the Yearkeeper, a martial art called the Thunder Fist, mortal grade medium. There was also a secret art, the 9 Revolutions bone hardening art. The 7th and 6th grades after the 8th grade are in the same realm called bone hardening. The most basic means was to use qi and blood to slowly quench the bones, but the effect was poor and the results were slow. So then slowly someone developed another method of hardening the bones. This technique, collectively known as the secret art. The 9 revolutions bone tempering technique was a way of utilizing 9 different materials to temper the bones in conjunction with qi and blood. According to it, the higher the grade of the material, the better the quenching effect. It's a very good secret art. Unfortunately, Ri Yuan wasn't sure if he wanted to practice as a yearkeeper on the side at the moment. His main concern was that the old law and the yearkeepers would come into conflict. After all, until now, he hadn't seen anyone practicing both. In case of a random attempt and the person tries to lose it, that's not good. He wasn't really craving this right now anyway. The top priority was still qi refining cultivation. So he took out that old method from Chu Hong, the triple true elemental secret art. It was only after reading it that I realized that this secret art, its main function was to purify aura. No wonder Chu Hong said it would be beneficial to the new law as well. The biggest effect of purifying the aura is to enhance the quality of the aura. The same amount of aura, the higher quality of casting the same spell is naturally stronger. That's just one point. A more important point was that a pure aura would help with the promotion in the back. He was now at the 7th level of qi refining, not far from the 9th level. This stuff, gotta practice. The foundation building technique he is still unsettled. It's best just to look at it from the trick city. There are still more than 20 days before the opening of the tricky market. So wait more. Sorting these things out, he was finally able to turn his perspective to these teiyukai. In his hand, in addition to the red taiyao, the white taiyao had 732 pounds, and the black taiyao had 12 pounds. If it's converted to silver, it's about 40,000 pieces of silver. Boy, a few days ago he was worried about tens, hundreds of taels of silver. In a flash there is already such a large income. This would be nothing compared to the several hundred taels of silver that had just been obtained. But he'd be less inclined to actually exchange it for silver. Silver's biggest current role is to buy food. A few hundred taels of silver. Enough for a while. More to the point, it's a matter of quickly converting that silver into your own strength. It just so happens that a major battle has just been fought and 90 members of the guard are no longer enough. Next, keep expanding. With more than 700 pounds of taiyaki in hand, the number of yearkeepers will be in a spurt. Even more, he was able to cultivate more 8th grade age keepers at an extremely fast pace. Even Lu Yuan had to be promoted to the 7th rank quickly. 8 pints, already completely insufficient to deal with it. Wrap up the origami man, the village under your command, and continue to expand, so much so that it's like a snowball. At the very least, there were no forces within Ningyuan County that could block Hao Shen's preaching. It was also at this moment that the paper boy from earlier suddenly appeared. Lord God Emperor, has Sister Ling Han been rescued? Hearing the youngster's tender voice, Ri Yuan nodded. Back, great. The paper boy finally let go. I'll go check on her then. Just as the paperman boy was about to leave, Lai Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, Today, did you feel anything wrong? Wrong? What are you referring to? Like a headache, or discomfort or something? But I'm a paperman now. I don't have normal human feelings anymore. The paperboy boy was a little down in the dumps. He is, now, no longer human. No? Lai Yuan's face became grave. It's not right. Something's very wrong. How can you not feel anything at all? Paperboy was born because of Origami Man. Even with Hao Shen's gift, there should still be a weak connection between them. Is the Paperboy himself special? Or is it the Origami Man, who isn't dead at all? Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the Origami Man's negative spirit man he had met earlier. The other side seems to have a hand in scapegoating. He never seemed to see the Origami Man cast it. The lookout technique didn't find any abnormality either, so it should be really dead. Unless the other person has already cast it, but he or she didn't notice. Isn't it over yet? Chapter 73, 1,000 people converge. 30,000 incense burners. 2 or 3 days after the great battle, uncountable crowds had gathered on Qingliang Mountain. Young and old from 8 or 9 villages came. Not only that, but some people even came from other villages and came here just to see more. After all, they all rumored that a Hao god, who can move clouds and make rain, and does not receive any offerings, just incense. Many people traveled all the way and saw that not only was there no water shortage in the nearby villages, that the growth of the rice was several times better than it had been in the previous years when the year was at its best. It's no longer simply laying down rain, it's a miracle. The point is that such a miracle was not in one village, but in several nearby villages. Now, there was no room for disbelief. It was supposed to be the size of 8 or 9 villages with only 3 or 4,000 people. It went straight to 4 or 5,000. The point is that this is not the limit. The numbers are growing. People from a dozen villages were converging towards Mount Qingliang. Ling Han also had to start planning the buildings near the temple in advance. After all, Some people had already begun trying to put down roots in Mount Qingliang. It's important to plan ahead in order to prevent too much chaos later on. What had been 3,000 or 4,000 people suddenly dried up to 4,000 or 5,000, and was even heading for 5,000 or 6,000. Where has the common man seen this scene? Fortunately, they had a large number of people on watch, and had now dried up to 70, and those who hadn't been inducted into the pints had in turn become a minority. Order on the scene was pretty much guaranteed. Lai Yuan awoke from his cultivation. After 3 days of cultivation, his incense count once again broke the 10,000 mark. Deity, Hao, Lai Yuan. Rank, Temple God. Incense, 14,356. Number of believers, 812. True believers, 123. Devotees, 2. Divine Arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10-100/times. Calling the Winds, 20-200/times. God's Domain, 1000/day. Enchantment, 30/times. Eye of True Sight, 100-/time. Possession, 10-/each time. Purification, 100-. It's not much. There is still a significant portion of the way to the million goal. The purpose of the day was supposed to be to discuss merit as well as increase the membership of the guard. The 700 pounds of taiyaki were piled up in the temple storehouse, and he decided to take out 50 pounds to share. 50 pounds doesn't sound like much. Converted to Shenzhen it's 250. Converted to silver, that's 2,500 taels. Those of them, who earn their whole lives, are estimated to be this amount. It's an unquestionably huge amount of money. Heavy rewards can motivate old keepers on the one hand, and help recruit new ones on the other. But when he saw the scene today, he felt the need to add another item. 5,000 is still small. Let's set a small goal of 10,000 for the next village's combined population. Out of 10,000, even if only 1/5 are believers, there are 2,000. With 2,000 devotees, a day's worth of incense is at least 10,000. Looking at it this way, a million joss sticks are just around the corner. God Emperor, the hour is almost up. Outside the temple, Ling Han's voice came. Ri Yuan smiled and walked out. He was still wearing the same Taoist robes from before, clean and tidy without any tattered feeling. The whole person was bathed in sunlight and seemed to be surrounded by a golden light. Zhu Heng's few people hid in the crowd and looked at the lively scene, slurping in wonder. It's really a great sound. This Hao Shen is not unusually weird. Yi Shan said unimpressed. What's so unusual about it? It's nothing more than a demonic trick. Lu Tong, however, noticed something unusual. There seem to be even more 9th grade vigilantes around than in previous days. I've just observed that there should be 73 of them. It looks like they must have used Taiyans, otherwise they wouldn't have such a terrifying number in a short period of time. When really willing to give it up, Chu Hong had to admire Lai Yuan. This kind of handiwork is not for the average mudblood. The more economical thing to do would of course be to pile on more powerhouses with taiyaki. A 9th grade year keeper can be trained with just a little more time and a little more money. Using a Teiyukai, it's too extravagant, but it is also clear that this person is trying to do quite a lot. One can be shallowly befriended, just in case the forces behind the origami man strike. As the rewards prepared by Li Yuan were handed out one by one, the enthusiasm of the crowd gradually rose to its peak. They didn't know what a Teiyukai was, but when they heard that a serving of Teiyukai amounted to dozens of taels of silver, each of their eyes glowed red. When Li Yuan heard that the guards were still recruiting, one of them couldn't wait to raise his hand. Me. I can. I'm fit. I'm not in bad shape. Ri Yuan lightly selected 110 people. Together with those who had been there before, it made up 200 people. That's as far as it goes. With a population of 3,000 or 4,000, drawing 1/20th is already a tremendous proportion. Those who are left have to farm and engage in production. If it wasn't for the fact that Lai Yuan was able to get money from somewhere else, it would be hard enough to rely on these people to provide for 29th grade age keepers. The only way to expand next is to expand the number of believers. So he went straight to the last thing, traveling clouds and rain. Ever since he discovered that traveling clouds and rain contained aura, he realized that this thing was a divine skill, the best manifestation of the divine spirit's display of greatness. Rain? It's raining? What is this? Chu Hong was a bit puzzled. There's not much of a water shortage in this part of the world, is there? Soon, he realized something was wrong. The rain was mixed with some very warm forces. Seeing again the enthralled expressions of the ordinary people around him, and the changes that were visible to the naked eye around him, he seemed to realize something. This is spirit rain? Even though he was a year keeper, he had at least studied chi refiners. Where else would he get the alchemy on hand? He could see at a glance the power this rain contained. It's the knowing that's shocking. It's not really easy to get some aura in the world nowadays. I didn't realize that Hao Shen did it in one rain, and so extravagant for a bunch of mudbloods. Ri Yuan bathed in the rain and felt the tinkling sound in his head. Incense +6, incense +8, incense +2, incense +7. The sound of incense rose and fell, with devotees offering it, pan-devotees offering it, and true believers offering just as much. After all, they were rewarded by Hao Shen. Along with the increase in incense, there is also an increase in the number of devotees, a tangible miracle that could only be considered unusual for the people of Castle Rock Village, but for those who are about to go out of business, it is sweet rain, especially when they truly saw that Hao Shen did not accept any sacrifices. Many people shed tears of emotion. At this moment, they truly saw the expected deity. The incense count went straight 14, 356 dry to 31, 562, a direct increase of 17,000. The entire crowd of over 6,000 people provided an average of close to 3 points of incense each. The number of believers even went directly from 812 to 1156, a direct increase of more than 300 believers. If one did the math this way, excluding the effects of the divine realm, the incense he gained in a day would only be between 6 and 7,000. 10,000 joss sticks a day is within reach. The rain had been more effective than he had expected. Faintly sensing the thoughts of the added believers, he felt that this was only the beginning. The mouth of the mission had been torn open, and by destroying the evil gods there, the village could be quickly brought under the banner. He doesn't even have to do it himself. In the middle of the temple, the paper boy watched the rain with heartfelt joy. Earlier, the parents were also begging for rain to come, just a little bit of sadness in the midst of happiness. In his current body, he couldn't feel the exhilaration of bathing in rain. Chapter 74, Alchemy. Looking at the Dan furnace in his hand, Lai Yuan was quite happy. Chu Hong and the others had left before the rain stopped. Before leaving, he gave the promised alchemy to Lai Yuan along with a number of Dan formulas. Not to say it was precious, but it saved Ri Yuan some work. Moreover, the other party also gave a Dan furnace, and a fire control art, and even some spiritual pills, saying that they were gifts. Before leaving, Chu Hong also left some messages. County Magistrate Lu seemed to be caught up in something and couldn't find any trouble with him for the time being. Lu Jingchuan is also grounded, but the Viscount, having made a trip to the Chu family and left in a negative mood, might come after him later. Another concerning piece of news was that behind the Origami Man, there was a powerful clan. Clan? Is it a keeper or a refiner? Not much difference, of course, but for this so-called clan, he already had ill feelings in his heart. What is the opponent doing making shenanigans? Is it hard to collect money, or is it related to cultivation? Lai Yuan's understanding of this world was still too one-sided. Knowledge of the cultivation system is even less. Even in Ningyuan County, he didn't go out. Putting aside the distractions in his mind, he carefully studied the fire control technique. The fire control technique itself wasn't difficult. One only needed to master the mantra to summon a flame. The power of the flames was average, much worse than that of the Imperial Sword Art. This spell, however, was not meant to be used for attacking but for alchemy. He opened those books and read them hungrily. Alchemy, to put it bluntly, is to refine various kinds of spirit herbs with different characteristics into a pill with a specific effect through a unique technique. Based on the difficulty and effect of the elixir, it can be simply categorized into 9 classes: heavenly, earthly, and mortal levels, each divided into upper, middle, and lower classes, with spooky grading in general. The entire structure of the world is, by and large, divided according to the 9 grades. That's a sight to behold. In the books, apart from some essentials of alchemy, the most common thing was the names of spiritual herbs and fruits of various colors, and even some exotic beasts. But since Creepy was born, most of the exotic beasts have been gone. Even the demon race, too, had become extremely rare. Only common beasts and domestic animals are not affected. The reason is very simple. The demon race brain cannot work. The more the spirit is low, the more likely to be infested by weirdness. Not easy to be affected by the contrary is the kind of no spirit, or the spirit is very high. Slowly, the demon race gradually withdrew from the stage of history. Skimming over those spirit herbs that required a lot of time to memorize, Li Yuan's gaze fell on the several Dan formulas: rejuvenation elixir, chi replenishing elixir, chi and blood elixir. In total, there were 3 types of pills, all of which were of the lower mortal grade. This was not a surprise to him. What was a surprise was that Chu Hong had actually prepared 10 copies of the spirit grass for the chi replenishing pill for him. He had used the chi replenishing pill, and the effect was very good. After those 5 were used up, he had almost raised a small realm. Unfortunately, the elixir was gone, and the cultivation speed dropped again. He was still some distance away from the 8th level of chi refining. Without the aid of elixirs, the time would have to be stretched out quite a bit more. Interesting, a very thoughtful gift, I must say. To refine these several pills, one needed to gather a large amount of spirit herbs. That would take a lot of old-fashioned effort. This hand of the other party saved Lai Yuan countless hours. The moment he got his hands on it, he could start learning how to refine it. Elementary alchemy, which contained basic alchemy techniques and general knowledge of alchemy, was exactly what he lacked today. Cultivate the four arts: alchemy, weaponry, formations, talismans. Cultivators from large sects might be able to specialize in chi refining, but casual cultivators usually had to cultivate several sects at the same time. After all, it was tough for casual cultivators, and they needed to save up their own resources. If you don't have a skill, it's hard to get by. Alchemy, especially refining pills that could enhance cultivation, was a top priority. He couldn't wait to start the first refining of the chi replenishing pill. At this moment, Chu Heng's few people were on their way back. Yishan was a bit upset. Brother Chu, those books are fine. Why do you still need to give him an alchemy furnace and specially prepare the materials? The reason he was upset was, of course, that Lai Yuan had taken most of the Teiyukai. It's just a matter of making good karma. This person is by no means a pool animal, but giving him the spirit grass was not a mere friendship. That was actually a good-natured joke. A joke? Lu Tong was puzzled. Alchemy is notoriously difficult to learn. Do you think you can refine it with 10 portions of spirit herbs? I really want to see that guy's annoyed expression. At those words, the two of them stared at first, then laughed out loud as well. Then there's some shame in leaving too soon. The next time we meet, I'll be sure to ask how your potion practicing is going. Indeed, alchemy is notoriously difficult. Without talent, hundreds of copies may not result in a finished product. Every alchemist was hard-fed by countless spiritual herbs. Of course, Lai Yuan didn't know Chu Heng's small mind, and his face was a little dark right now. 3 copies, 3 portions of spirit herbs in succession were fused into a pile of paste that emitted a strange pungent odor. You can't eat, and if you don't see a couple of greedy dogs next to you, you've been gone for a while. Don't ask why dogs crave this stuff. How can a man guess what a dog is thinking? It couldn't have been stuffed by him himself. How could he be the kind of person who abuses small animals? The dog was already like this when Lai Yuan came back. What exactly is the problem? The steps are clearly correct. And even if there is a problem with the control of the fire, it shouldn't be like this. Is it possible that the reaction was insufficient? Or not enough contact time? Or maybe the reaction temperature wasn't reached? Ri Yuan tried to use the chemistry from the 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life to explain this matter of alchemy scientifically. The underlying rules of the two worlds are very different, but the study of the laws is the same. Thus, he was no longer in a hurry to concoct the Dan, but instead picked a part of the spirit herb to reproduce some of the details mentioned in the Dan formula. In this way, a spiritual herb can be repeated several times. It had to be said that this method not only saved spirit pills, but also greatly advanced his understanding of the characteristics of spirit herbs. Soon he began his 4th refining. There were no surprises and it still failed, but this time, it was a smile on his face, because he had already proceeded to the final step, condensing the Dan. Condensing pills was not simply condensing a liquid into a solid, but required stabilizing the medicinal properties. The fact that it ends up as a solid is just a product of the stabilization of the medicine. If you really want to, it's not impossible to refine it into a square, or the liquid to drink directly. 2 more attempts were made, and Lai Yuan had pretty much figured out the last step of condensing the Dan. Apart from those experimental spirit herbs, the last of the spirit herbs will still be able to make one more attempt. With barely too much hesitation, Lai Yuan once again began refining. This time, from the beginning of the medicinal fusion, to the stripping of impurities, to the fusion and extraction at the back, every step he did was perfect. All of them were already chi refiners, and his hands were certainly steady as can be. The final step, condensing the Dan. It didn't stop him either. As the 3 pills slowly condensed, Lai Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. It took 2 days before and after, and it looked as if it was practiced. Practiced 6 in a row. Get a volunteer dog and try it. Soon another dog was lying on the ground. Don't get me wrong though, the dog is still alive, and he's lying on the ground out of pure exhaustion. The moment I just ate the elixir, it was like drinking a stimulant, and I ran for a little more than half an hour before finally stopping. Looking at the dog didn't die. Lai Yuan also slightly put down his heart. Just took one to taste. The moment he swallowed it, he felt the medicinal power gradually dissolve and then transform into a warm spiritual power. Chapter 75, the 8th level of Chi Refinement. 7th grade Viscount? Plus more. It's a done deal. Exactly the same feeling as before, but the difference was that these elixirs did not need to be purified. The Dan formula he had gotten was the most primitive version and did not apply to the new method. Interesting. I don't know if it's that Chu Hong who was intentional or unintentional. It was reasonable to say that with the spiritual breath technique and the fact that he hadn't revealed much of his own spells, he wouldn't be easily seen through as an old spell cultivator. So it's just a coincidence? Anyway, he couldn't think of any results, so he simply immersed himself in cultivation. Without the chi replenishing pill these past few days, the speed of cultivation had dropped. Now is the perfect time to make up for it back. He was only one step away from the 8th level of chi practicing. In order to ensure the best results, he swallowed 2 chi replenishing pills consecutively at once. A slight swelling pain came from the meridians, while the divine power in his body was running invisibly. His divine power, unlike Ling Chen's, was pure thunder. On the contrary, that divine power was extraordinarily gentle. Feeling the aura surging within his body, and the divine power participating in it, the slight swelling and pain soon disappeared, and his body's pull on the surrounding spiritual energy became even stronger. It seems that the divine power didn't have this effect last time? Yuan didn't realize that divine power could actually promote his absorption of medicinal power. If so, he hesitated and chose to swallow the last chi replenishing pill. If other fellow practitioners saw Yuan using the chi replenishing pill in this manner, they would definitely be astonished. Pills are certainly not as good as taking more at once. On the one hand, people have drug resistance, and on the other hand, the explosion of drug power is too ferocious, but it is easy to hurt themselves. But Yuan wasn't reckless either. This attempt was made when he perceived the wonders of divine power. As it turned out, he wasn't wrong. After the 3rd elixir entered the stomach, it was quickly dissolved by the divine power extremely quickly. Originally, his cultivation speed was very fast. Normally taking a chi replenishing pill, his cultivation speed could be increased by 2 times. Taking 3 in a row, his cultivation speed reached 4 times of his previous speed. Even a supreme heavenly pride would never be able to cultivate faster than the current Yuan. It was reasonable to say that using the 3 chi replenishing pills separately was actually quite a bit more cost-effective than swallowing them all at once. But there had always been a sense of urgency in Yuan. The death of the origami man had always made him jittery. Soon, he reached the peak of the 7th level of chi refining, and was only one step away from the 8th level of chi practicing. That step, though, wouldn't stop him at all. After 3 consecutive enchants, his root bones improved tremendously. The 7th level of chi refining was not considered a bottleneck at all. Just as Yuan was cultivating, there was an uninvited guest outside the temple. A middle-aged man with a big belly, wearing white robes and an angry face looked at the temple in front of him and said, "This is the place? Exactly here, Father." The one who replied back was also a fat man, but was taller in stature than the middle-aged man. The fat man was naturally Ding Mingxian. As for the middle-aged man, it was his father, Ding Datong. The people who had settled in the Hao Shen temple watched a few people from afar, and some of the ones who had a lively mind had already gone to notify the nearby yearkeepers. Yuan rushed back in a hurry, but other than that middle-aged fat man, the rest of the people were more familiar. "You fat ass, how dare you come back?" Yuan said that, but did not approach a few people rashly. An 8th grade yearkeeper? Ding Datong merely raised his eyes, all of his gazes fixed on the temple not far away. A mere mortal grade medium deity actually dares to monopolize hundreds of pounds of taiyao. How dare you? Obviously, he's here to pick a fight. It wasn't good for him to go to the 3 great families to ask for it, but he still didn't dare to come to the district to look for a medium mortal level deity. Saying that, he displayed the powerful aura of a 7th grade yearkeeper. Phew! The huge chi and blood burned in the sky like a ball of flame. A tiger's face could be seen, vaguely, through the flames. 7 pints. It's still the peak of the 7th grade. Yuan clearly felt this powerful force. Its aura was even more strengthened than that day's Uncle Zhong. Obviously, they were both 7th grade, but this middle-aged fat man was clearly much more powerful. If he added Uncle Zhong behind him, that would be 2 7th grade, several 8th grade, and a dozen elite 9th grade. It was obvious that the other side was here to pick a fight. In the presence of the Hao God, there is no room for impudence. Even if his opponent was stronger than he was, Yuan had no intention of backing down. As a devout follower of Hao Shen, of course, he should maintain the majesty of Hao Shen. So what if it's a god? My father was killed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Would he be afraid of a laboring wild god? With his father backing him up, Ding Mingxian was much bolder than before. If he could snatch back some Taiyang this time, he would have the resources for his next breakthrough. He didn't believe that a mere mortal grade medium could carry 2 7th grade. One of them was still his own father, the peak of the 7th rank. Hao Shen cannot be denigrated. Underneath the crisp sound was booming heavenly thunder. Ling Chen folded his hands together with an expression of devotion on his face. She's invoking God. Technically, she was invoking Hao Shen's divine magic. Since her promotion to devotee, she was able to borrow divine power from Hao Shen. Within a certain range, the power of divine art was not inferior to that of Yuan at all, as long as Yuan agrees. Boom! Feeling the swift heavenly thunder above his head, Ding Datong raised his right hand and directly received the heavenly thunder hard. the chi and blood stirred up, and the heavenly lightning landed on his hand, raising a puff of flying ash. Not bad. This Hao Shen's ability is indeed not bad. Under the heavenly thunder, his palm was not damaged in the slightest. The power of chi and blood on his body had not changed much more. It was as if that heavenly thunder hadn't caused any damage to him. Ling Chen was shocked in his heart. This is the peak of the 7th grade? It's too easy. That heavenly thunder just now was a proper 7th grade power. An ordinary 7th rank would not even choose to receive it hard. Heavenly thunder was originally the ultimate powerful masculine force. How could an ordinary yearkeeper, even if he was blessed with chi and blood, dare to use his body to harden against the heavenly thunder? But the other guy just did it and didn't have too many injuries on the surface. So strong. She wasn't scared though. Hao Shen is omnipotent, especially in the Hao Shen temple. Boom! Several more heavenly thunderbolts fell. This time Ding Datong didn't choose to fight hard. That obese body, however, was incomparably flexible, easily dodging several heavenly thunderbolts. If that's all it is, and you won't give it, I'll have to go in and rob it. With that, he took a few provocative steps forward. Buzz! Just as he entered within the divine realm, Lai Yuan is at an important juncture in his breakthrough. The 8th chi cyclone in the body was taking shape. Bang! With a soft sound within his body, 8 chi whirlpools were neatly arranged within his body. The 8th level of chi refining becomes. A powerful aura erupted from his body, then quickly fell silent under Lai Yuan's suppression, because he had sensed the commotion outside. There were strong people that entered into their divine realm. To his surprise, the moment the other party entered the divine realm, his incense began to deplete dramatically. Incense 30. Incense 30. Chapter 76, War? Creepy reappearance. Extra shift for golden tickets. Stronger. This was Lai Yuan's first reaction, but then I felt it more carefully, and it didn't feel right. 7th grade? It wasn't like there hadn't been any entries into the 7th grade in the divine realm. A mortal grade medium would be equivalent to a 7th grade battle power. Suppressing a 7th grade is theoretically not costing any incense, but feeling the power of chi and blood in the other party's body, it was to be a bit stronger than the unusual 7th grade. Is it hard to believe that this is the reason? In the end, Ri Yuan's knowledge of divine arts was still too little. All he could be sure of was that his opponent was strong. It is difficult to tell whether it is the 7th grade, or the 6th grade above the 7th. We can't rule out the possibility of the other side pretending to be a pig in a poke. This stuff is corny as hell, but it works. After all, he uses this trick so often that it's no wonder the Mirage Trickster mask is a pig. Stop. Pigface is definitely random. Ding Datong, who had stepped into the divine realm, had his face frozen. He felt a powerful oppressive force. There was a feeling that everything in heaven and earth was against him. Even breathing is a little heavier than in the outside world. What concerned him more was his own strength, which seemed to be suppressed. It still looked like he was at the peak of the 7th grade, but only he knew that his power had been suppressed a lot. Is this also the power of the gods? It wasn't that he hadn't encountered deities that had formed their own domains, but every deity that formed its own domain was not to be messed with. No wonder he was able to take 70% of the Teiyukai. It's really not simple. Cautious, he did not continue forward, but retreated. That omnipresent oppressive force instantly disappeared. It was also at this moment that another heavenly thunder fell. Boom! Just as he was dodging with the experience he had just gained, he was surprised to find that the speed of the heavenly thunder was even faster. Even if he reacted quickly, the clothes on his body were still rubbed by a sliver of heavenly lightning. The original beautiful satin exuded a bird scent, with a charred yellow color on it. When he looked up, he saw the figure of Ri Yuan walking slowly. Substitute. The rich divine power around that body incomparably displayed Lai Yuan's identity. Lai Yuan had gotten used to it a long time ago. As long as he used divine magic, it would be hard to hide the identity of the surrogate. He was as bright as a firefly in the pitch black. In the future, it would be nice if there was some secret method that could mask the divine art aura. It's not a good thing for divine magic to be too noticeable. I had thought it would be Lu Jingchuan who would come to me first, but I didn't realize it would be you. Ri Yuan was actually a bit worried. Almost a week. Lu Jingchuan actually did not react at all. It shouldn't. I'm a big old man. I can't figure out what that scholarly man Lu Magistrate is thinking, but if you rob my Viscount's house, then it's inevitable that I'm going to personally come to my door to retrieve my pup's honor for him. Ding Datong's exit was a big ballast flavor, and the power of chi and blood on his body was condensed but not dispersed. A living image of a reckless man. Yeah, with you guys? Lai Yuan wasn't afraid at all. Even if the other party had hidden his strength, he now had 89th grade yearkeepers. These people, even if they piled up with human lives, could pile up each other. Of course he couldn't use the precious yearkeepers as consumables. He now has a staggering 234 incense. After all, the middle alchemy took 2 days. It's amazing how much incense you can save in 2 days now. Such a terrifying amount was enough for him to strike more than 400 heavenly thunderbolts. Not to mention the 7th grade, he was confident in the 6th grade. Boom! Seeing this, Ding Datong made a direct move. Its obese body did not affect its physical flexibility at all, and it headed towards Lu Yuan at an extremely terrifying speed. Since he knew that there was a unique field near the temple, he certainly wouldn't risk his life. Let's take down that 8th grade year keeper first. The 8th rank, in front of a 7th rank, was no different from a child, but Lu Yuan had been prepared for this, and he hadn't come alone. Brothers, battle! With his roar, the 30 or so strong men behind him drummed up their chi and blood. These people were able to form simple battle formations under Lu Yuan's training. In the middle of a battle formation, it could have a huge bonus to Lu Yuan. Facing the powerful strike from the 7th grade year keeper, Lu Yuan stood firm and swung out a stiff punch. Boom! The collision of flesh against flesh between the two 7th grade age keepers didn't look flashy, but the ground underneath the duo formed a large pit several feet wide under the tremendous impact. Good. I didn't realize that you actually came out of the army as well. Underneath Ding Datong's surprise, there was a bit of elation. With the aid of a powerful battle formation, the yearkeeper was able to explode far beyond his own strength. A battle formation of 100 men can fight with the 6th grade. You can see the power of it. Lu Yuan's battle formation, of course, was far from being able to achieve this effect, but it had taken shape. With the body of an 8th rank, he took a punch from a peak 7th rank. Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows several times in a very short period of time. Even though Lu Yuan was at the bottom, Ding Datong couldn't take him down anytime soon. What's more, Lai Yuan was still watching from the sidelines. However, what made Ding Datong feel surprised was that Lai Yuan actually didn't take advantage of the entanglement to make a move. In reality, Ri Yuan's gaze was not on the duo right now. He just felt extraordinarily quiet around him. This quietness was not that the sound of the duo's battle was gone, or that the surrounding populace did not make unusual noises, but the neighborhood was, well, quiet. Having just broken through the 8th level of chi refining, his 5 senses were sharper than before, and it was easier for him to sense abnormalities around him. Something's wrong. It's late in the evening and the sun hasn't fully set yet. The jungle in the distance was actually very quiet, and the eerie hissing was gone. Usually, you can still hear some of it, but now you can't believe it's not there. But when he looked toward the distance, it was gray, and he couldn't see anything with his lookout technique. Just as usual, thinking of this, he entered the main idol. The immediate vision changed dramatically. Behind the gray haze was light red gas. If he remembered correctly, it was the scent of weirdness, and not just any weirdness. When the bizarre breaths tangled together, they evolved into light red gas. Roughly looking over that breath, not just one, but dozens of them. Its location, just a few kilometers away. Ling Han, hurry up and stop the non-combatants from evacuating. Ri Yuan then shouted. Ding Mingxian thought that the other party was trying to defend himself, and hurriedly jumped out. Don't move! Without getting the Teiyukai, everyone is not allowed to move at will. It was obvious that he wanted to use these people as hostages to force Lai Yuan, although I know it doesn't help. After all, the gods are weird too, but it always disturbs the mind slightly. Stupid! Lai Yuan raised his hand to deliver a heavenly thunderbolt that directly struck Ding Mingxuan's feet. Look with your eyes and see what's around you. With Lai Yuan's reminder, Uncle Zhong beside Ding Mingxian suddenly looked towards the surroundings. Ding Datong, who was originally fighting, also stopped his attack. What's this? What's going on? Chapter 77, 1,000 Armies. The horror of Origami Man. Thousands of troops, or rather, the scene in front of him was even more terrifying than an unusual 1,000 armies. Countless strangenesses surged towards the Hao Shen temple like a tidal wave. No entry, where the grade is inferior. These were different from each other, but the aura on them was superimposed together. But they carried an extremely astonishing and bizarre aura. Beneath the dusk, the sun's afterglow was slowly moving away, while the weird army was slowly approaching the temple. Every time the sunlight disappears, they take a step forward. They, in turn, are waiting for the sun to disappear completely. Hiss! Those present all sucked in a few cold breaths. It's so shocking. Thousands of spooky ones when you look around. Even if the vast majority of them are inoffensive, they're still very scary. Creepy is no better than human. Most of the shenanigans are unconscious. Even if there are some powerful and bizarre, they may not be much spiritually intelligent. Those with high spiritual intelligence are usually gods. I suddenly remembered that I haven't confiscated my clothes at home, so I'll go first. Ding Mingxian tiptoed around and tried to slip away. Ding Datong had no big words. Is this really a pup you've given birth to? Do you want to look around the field? Creepy in every direction? How do you get around? Ding Mingxian also quickly realized this problem. He can't walk, or rather, it can't go on his own. Pups, count yourselves lucky. Ding Datong had experienced the battlefield, and he could tell that Creepy hadn't completely closed in yet. Once the shenanigans merge, it's bad, because that means that people like yourself have nowhere to go. Without any hesitation, he lifted Ding Mingxian with one hand. Go! Seeing this, Uncle Zhong also hurriedly followed. With Ding Datong as the sharp knife, they found the right direction and charged straight out, with a bit of sunlight left in the eyes, and the bizarre huddle not complete. The group rushed out. To his surprise, the creeps actually didn't stop them. Another glance reveals that something is wrong. Behind each creep, there is actually a paper man attached. What's going on? I thought you said the origami man was dead? Though he was puzzled, his movements were not slowed down. The wind brought up by running poured itself into Ding Mingxuan's mouth. I saw the origami man die with my own eyes. No, I shouldn't. Uncle Zhong also could not hide the surprise on his face and said, Sir, the subordinate also saw with his own eyes that the origami man died without a burial. By the looks of it, I'm only afraid it's not dead through. Ding Datong was stunned, and just as he was about to rush out of the encirclement, a powerful aura emerged from the side. Mortal level. Medium? How is that possible? He was shocked not at the bizarre rank, but at the fact that, well, it wasn't an origami man. And, behind the creepy, the same white paper is plastered. Things are big, even a little cutie. One could also guess that origami man wasn't as simple as an extraordinary medium. Go away. A few people hated to grow 4 legs. It's so terrifying that even the mortal level medium shenanigans are being controlled. One can only imagine how terrifying the origami man behind it is. Just as it was about to break out of the encirclement, a heavenly thunderbolt fell in front of the crowd. At the same time, there were dozens of heavenly thunders blocking their way. Ding Datong was furious. Asterisk. What do you mean? Lai Yuan laughed and said, slip of the hand. Accidental slip of the hand. The harmless smile was as if his hands were actually slipping. Ding Datong forced down his anger, and just as he took a step, another heavenly thunderbolt fell. Asterisk ing finish. He's really pissed off. But, impotent rage. That divine realm was too evil, and he simply didn't dare to go back in. But he couldn't fight, and he couldn't get away, and he was desperate. One could only watch as the weirdness firmly surrounded the temple. If he still couldn't see Ri Yuan's thoughts on this, it would really be a wasted life. I'm really sorry. It was indeed all a slip of the hand just now, Ri Yuan said with a leathery smile. There was a flash of viciousness in his eyes. These people, they want to make trouble when they want to and leave when they want to. It's not that simple. Now that you're here, take some of the pressure off yourself. 7th grade, not used for nothing. But to his surprise, Ding Datong didn't make a fuss, didn't even curse him a couple times. This man is not as reckless as he appears. He didn't bother to guess what the other was thinking. Just don't harbor it. Divine messenger, among those weirdnesses, there is no lack of grade entry weirdnesses. Mortal grade lower, there are only 20, and even mortal grade medium, there are 2 of them, but only the origami man is missing. There was still shock on Lu Yuan's face. Thousands of shenanigans. This could be countless times bigger than the scene in the Greenstone Village. Each one is spooky, mind-numbing to look at, and together they are even more unimaginably spooky stories. Origami man, sure is dangerous. Ri Yuan finally realized why Origami Man hadn't come looking for trouble lately. All these shenanigans are only made by the other side from the Black Mountain. Just to destroy yourself? This battle is inevitable. In that case, pull up all the year keepers and reserves and display them together near the temple. 200 members of the guard came out in unison. Among them, the number of 9th grades was as high as more than 80. Close to half of them became 9th grades, and the others were not far away from this realm. Many people were nervous in the face of these various shenanigans. Many of them were on the battlefield for the first time, usually doing farm work, and had no concept of combat. Don't panic, we are all 9th grade year keepers, people favored by the Hao God. So what are we afraid of for a mere bizarre match? That's right, don't look at these weird and ferocious, but let's actually punch one. How can you wimp out when you're all steel-boned men? Lu Yuan's voice, Wang Lu's voice, Wang Fusan's voice, and the voices of many others rang in the minds of the crowd like a flood bell. Even the most timid people in their normal lives had the guts and their hearts galvanized. Everyone's chi and blood were calm and translucent. War, war, war. Close to 89th grade year keepers appeared in unison, a gentle heat dispersing the gloom in the hearts of the crowd. The grand power of chi and blood was like the great sun that had fallen, shining with a scorching light. Didn't they say there were only 30 or 49th grade? Where did the other dozens pop up? Ding Datong was truly speechless. With so many 9th grades, even if it was him, he would have to be terrified when he encountered them. Not to mention, these guys know a little bit about battle formations. How in the world did my own son Pry used to think it was okay for the kid to be a little bit bent and be able to fight? Now that seems like a big problem. I don't know. Ding Mingxian almost cried out. If he had known that the other party had so many ninth grade, where would he have been so reckless in coming to the door? At least use a little sound and fury in the art of war. Ding Datong turned his face away from the weirdness that was about to complete the encirclement and fumed in his heart. Ha! You want to fight for your life? A scene like this can go and storm the county. Even with these yearkeepers he won't be able to defend it. Not to mention, behind this weirdness, there's the big guy. Mind you, Origami Man has, up to this point, not made an appearance. He's going to break out while these guys are fighting. Chapter 78, Vanity Grade. Upper Class. Golden Ticket. Wow, Golden Ticket. Wow. The sun in the sky, at last, had set, and the world was plunged into misty darkness. Around it stood a torch, illuminating the surroundings. Spooky, too, completed the final closing of the circle the moment the sun set. Roar! Countless eerie sounds were heard into the minds of the crowd, and the temperature around them dropped to an extremely low level. But that coldness could not quench the fervor in the hearts of the people. Boom! Soon there was a spooky intruder into the divine realm. It was a watermelon covered in green skin, but the moment it opened its mouth it revealed scarlet fangs, and through its mouth it seemed to be able to see a human body that hadn't been able to fully digest it. Snap! Wang Lu's movements were quick, and he stomped it into pieces with a single kick. Seeing this, the rest of the bazaar also surged into the divine realm. The bazaar general offense that began, countless bazaar, forward and backward, rushed into the divine realm. But with the powerful effects of the divine domain, most of the shenanigans couldn't even make a move. So many people were surprised to find that often those powerful shenanigans were able to be easily solved by themselves. The miracle-like scene was incomparably stimulating to the crowd. Long live Hao Shen, Hao Shen Bullnose. Incidentally, a lot of incense was fed back to Lai Yuan as well, just in time to make up for the exertion of blocking Ding Datong just now. At this time, Ding Datong was not so cozy. He didn't dare to enter the divine realm, so he could only resist the weirdness. Even if Creepy's main target wasn't him, it was inevitable that something would slip through the cracks. Get out while you can. Ding Datong seized the opportunity of the clash between the two sides and hardened himself against the bazaar army and charged out. The main force is not on its own, and the cost of rushing out is not great. But just then, Lai Yuan moved. What makes Ding Datong puzzled is that the direction of the other party's action is how it is toward him. You don't come over here, he then shouted. Unfortunately, one can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. Lai Yuan was, of course, running to him. Come, I'm here to help you. Ri Yuan smiled, and behind him, followed a fair portion of Creepy, where the grade is inferior. Mortal grade medium, both. Sure enough, it was towards him and Hao Shen. In fact, after seeing the white paper on those creeps, he realized that they were all controlled by the Origami Man. However, controlling thousands of bazaar in one breath, the mortal level would only be able to roughly control it. These shenanigans are more just executing a rough instruction. Maybe it was him, maybe it was Hao Shen, or both. Right now, it seems to be the middle kind of possibility. Ding Datong's pressure suddenly increased. What a surrogate! Ding Datong was furious. He was meant to be looking for trouble. So how did he somehow help keep people out of trouble? Boom! He casually slapped his hand and attempted to grab Ri Yuan. Unfortunately, Lai Yuan had prepared for this, and a heavenly thunderbolt directly interrupted Ding Datong's next move. Ding Datong is still not dead. Want to continue to do it, but his subordinates are not good. Boom! Ding Mingxian and Uncle Zhong, among others, had already exchanged blows with Creepy. However, there were too many of those bizarre numbers, and they didn't have the divine domain to weaken the bizarre power. So they fell into an absolute disadvantage after only just exchanging hands. Ding Mingxian can only scream bitterly. Pops, can't top it. Sir, that weirdness is just too strong. Lord help. Asterisk. Knowing that he had been caught in Lai Yuan's scheme, he had to. If you continue to entangle with Lai Yuan, not to mention the loss of your own son, your power will also be completely empty. Bang! Fists like flames erupted in the bazaar group. With a peak 7th grade chi and blood, a mortal grade inferior Creepy couldn't even receive a single punch. Even a mortal grade medium Creepy was extraordinarily scornful in the face of this punch. But Ding Datong's face was not the least bit happy. As long as Lai Yuan was here, he himself would face a constant stream of shenanigans. Damn it! Worthy of being a Viscount Lord, the battle power is indeed powerful. Ri Yuan even applauded. Ding Datong's lips were cracking. It's disgusting. How could anyone be this disgusting? The chi and blood in his body was even about to break through a limit, but sensing Ri Yuan's distance, he could only vent the anger in his heart on Guile. It's powerful enough to wipe out a fair amount of shenanigans. The damage inflicted on the bazaar hordes was no less than that of the guards in the divine realm. The more this happened, the more reluctant Lai Yuan was to leave. Such a good hitter here. It's a waste not to use it. worthy of a divine messenger. Lu Yuan looked stunned. He could never have imagined such an operation. What was meant to be a troublemaker has actually become a booster for himself. It's really a case of making things happen. With the two 7th grade year keepers as friends, the pressure they faced was much less. After easily killing a few of the creeps, the guts of many of them slowly rose. Kill! Slaughter these creeps! Your grandfather, I'm coming. The year keepers each showed their skills, either in teams or singly, working hard to destroy the weirdness in the god's domain. Those thousands of bazaar were actually wiped out 700 to 800 in one breath. Even the number of mortal grade inferior creeps was nearly half as low. Phew! Lu Yuan gasped for air and looked at the results of the battle in front of him. Slightly relieved. Dozens of watchmen were seriously injured, and half a dozen more were slightly injured. However, it must be said that Ding Daji and his colleagues played a huge role in causing such a battle. Thanks to this lord. Lai Yuan said this with all sincerity. If it wasn't for him, how many people would have died? Ding Datong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Killing people is also about putting them to death. Next time he went out he would have to read the calendar. He was genuinely disgusted. Just as he was thinking about how to get out of the situation, the weirdness that was surging over suddenly stopped. He watched vigilantly, only to find that the spooks had suddenly reversed their direction and were heading towards the temple. Go! Ding Datong was really scared. In some cases, people are scarier than creepy. That generation walker, he's so damn inconsiderate. What scared him even more was the terrifying aura coming from behind him. Yes, a few others followed. Everyone's face was distraught. It's just that the number of people has plummeted by half compared to what it was before they came. Those people, all of them, were bizarrely divided. This time Lai Yuan didn't stop them. He knew that the main man had made his appearance. Those weird spirits are controlled by that white paper. Just now it was obvious that the instructions on them changed. He looked toward a short distance away and saw a withered, thin old man sitting on a 4-carried sedan chair. Under the sedan chair, it's not paper people, it's spooky. For mortal level medium shenanigans, each of the bizarre auras was powerful, and each one was enough to rival a 7th grade. The origami figures they carry have an even grander aura about them. That is, the upper class of the mortal grade is in existence with a battle power that is comparable to the 6th grade. In the middle of the temple, the battleless paper boy looked at the scene, his eyes filled with hatred. That old man was the culprit of all his suffering. Hao Shen, can you defeat him? Chapter 79, The Terrifying Origami Man. What the hell is that Lu Yuanshan doing? How did you raise a mortal grade superior? Ding Datong, who had escaped with his life, watched this scene from afar and only felt his scalp tingle. Lu Yuanshan is the magistrate of Ningyuan County, with an official rank of 7th grade. Unless special deities, most of the deities metamorphosed with the need for the court's enthronement. That is, the need for the great Zhou's Qi luck to be involved. By all rights, the gods should be under the control of the government. The upper mortal grade was comparable to the 6th grade, which was beyond the proper grade. According to what he had learned, it was only right that the origami man was only of medium mortal grade. Unless, of course, origami man was hiding his strength from the start. It's too early to tell. The gods nowadays have so many hard eyes. He wanted to run, but was a little reluctant. At this distance, it's not too late for us to escape. Let's just watch that generation walker die a horrible death here. Ding Mingxian agreed in a million ways. Right. I want to watch how they die. Back from the dead. He's looking for payback, even in such a way. Lai Yuan looked at the origami man and his scalp was also numb. It's out of line. The fact that shenanigans are now playing dress-up shows that the trope is really old. The point is that the other side doesn't just play pig in a poke, but also develops obscenely. When he killed the origami man before, he felt something was wrong. The opponent was too powerful to be a mortal level medium, and now it seemed that it was only his incarnation. 1 mortal superior and 6 mortal medium. That is, 1 6th grade and 6 7th grade. It's a bit weak to fight 1 6th rank, and that's plus 6 7th ranks. If not for the fact that he had cultivated so many yearkeepers at all costs, he was afraid that he would have directly knelt in this battle. Now, maybe even a fight. Boom! Raising his hand, 100 heavenly thunderbolts fell. Catch the origami man posturing and just shell wash his face. There was a saying in a previous life that being poor means tactical penetration, but being rich means covering fire. Now he has 547 points of incense on hand. A breath of direct smash 10,000 to try the effect. The thunderous light that erupted in that instant made the surroundings seem like daylight. Even Lu Yuan, a devout believer, had never seen such a magnificent scene. The origami man was also startled. He was off the palanquin almost instantly. Even so, he was swept a little by that range-covering heavenly thunder. Just a few heavenly thunderbolts in the area didn't do much damage to him. But just because he was fine didn't mean that creepy, who was the bearer of the sedan chair, was fine. In that instant just now, Origami Man didn't have time to control those few bizarre escapes. One could only watch as those 4 mortal-grade medium creeps fell under the seemingly endless heavenly thunder. The white paper, which was the carrier of the trick control technique, turned into ashes under the heavenly thunder. Origami Man blushed very hard, because that would mean that the 4 spooky ones, too, were gone. Owned this wave, a bit loaded. Originally, he had come with the idea of revenge, but he didn't expect that Hao Shen, who was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Such a lurid attack, to say the least. This is more powerful than the last surrogate. Yes, in his eyes, the one who truly controlled the heavenly thunder was Hao Shen. Lai Yuan is just a puppet. Unfortunately, he had now stopped hiding his true strength, where the grade is superior, invincible. He controlled all the shenanigans as they charged towards the divine realm, with himself following close behind. Just moments before he was about to enter the divine realm, he stopped in his tracks. At the same time, countless white paper figures came out behind him. The bodies of these paper people quickly folded up and transformed into a single, lightweight piece of paper, but the edges of that piece of paper glistened with sharpness, as if it wasn't a piece of paper, but a sharp blade. Whoosh! Suddenly, all the pieces of paper came through the divine realm with a terrifying sharpness. Raise the formation. Ri Yuan slapped his palm into the ground, and dozens of mahogany swords broke out of the ground, forming a huge formation. Bang! 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 With just the initial contact, the formation that was enough to trap a 7th rank collapsed without even being able to hold it back for 3 breaths. Ri Yuan was a bit angry. It was best to set up a formation that required some kind of magic weapon or spirit item. He didn't have a magic weapon or a spirit object right now, and the power of the formation was too limited. Otherwise, a formation set up on such a scale wouldn't have been broken so easily. Look out! Lu Yuan shouted as he transported his qi and blood around his body engorged to the extreme. Jab! The piece of paper merely brushed against his body and saw the white bones behind the flesh and blood. God's domain. Ri Yuan forcibly consumed the incense and controlled the divine domain to forcibly weaken the power of the pieces of paper. Incense, 2000. In the blink of an eye it was 2000 joss sticks, and the power of that piece of paper then dropped. Still, dozens of yearkeepers were slightly injured, and several others were seriously injured. Just one hit. It was still a blow that was consumed by both the formation and the divine domain. The damage it caused was no less than the onslaught of the bizarre army just now. Is this the upper mortal grade? Lai Yuan's face was very serious. When he saw the origami man preparing to repeat his trick, he could only land 10 heavenly thunderbolts. The attack of a mere 7th rank was nothing to a 6th rank. In order to increase the power, he could only boost the quantity. The origami man saw this and dodged. But between dodging, the attack did not slow down in the slightest. Whoosh! It was another similar strike, but the might was even more powerful than before. So strong, Ri Yuan didn't expect that to even break his opponent's offense. Seeing the flying piece of paper, he could only repeat the trick. Use the divine domain to weaken the paper. Incense, 5000. Hearing this prompt, Ri Yuan was incomparably fleshed out. In just this short time of a dozen breaths, he had consumed close to 20,000 incense. But the origami man, well, unharmed. Mortal grade upper class, too strong. Combined with the other party's mysterious trick control technique, its battle power was frighteningly strong. This thing, how do I fight it? It can't drag on like this. Lai Yuan had no choice but to take the initiative if the other party didn't enter the divine realm. Swordsmanship. The remaining few flying swords flew out, and he used the golden light incantation to protect his entire body. Heavenly thunder. Dozens of heavenly thunderbolts were like raindrops, smashing into that origami man, forcibly restricting the pace of the opponent's offense. Lu Yuan and the others took this opportunity to clean up the remaining shenanigans. He directly used vigorous rabbit fur, and Ling Han joined the fray. There were still 2 other mortal rank medium shenanigans waiting for them to be resolved. Ding Daton, who was watching from afar, was shocked. That terrifying heavenly thunder just now really gave him a fright. If he was smashed in the cold, I'm afraid the consequences would not be too good. The battle power shown by the origami man immediately afterwards surprised him even more. Just now that means, if it was placed on himself and others, in addition to Ding Mingxian, he was afraid that he would not be able to save one of them. But Li Yuan did. That powerful field actually had such an effect. It was truly surprising. Boy, this is outrageous. So much for an upper mortal level origami man. How could a mortal grade medium Hao Shen be so terrifying? Was this still the same Ning Yuan County he knew so well? Even if he was just watching the battle, he was a bit panicked now. Chapter 80, Acting Clouds and Rain. Requesting golden tickets. Boom, boom. Continuous heavenly thunder flashed under the night sky. Ri Yuan seemed to be taking the initiative, but his expression was extraordinarily anxious. The incense was consumed like running water, but with little success. Soon less than 18,000 remained. In order to ensure that he could kill the origami man, he had to keep more than 10,000 incense. In other words, the amount of incense he could use was just under 8,000. 8,000. Too little. But he couldn't stop. Once it stops, the origami man's counterattacks can't be carried. At this rate, the incense will be consumed, and then it will really be over. He had to find a way to break the game. It was a pity that there were no trick items on hand that could increase battle power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a mess. Although the origami man still had the same image of a withered old man, his movements were extraordinarily fast. It didn't hurt to be hit by a few heavenly thunderbolts once in a while. At least, it couldn't significantly affect his battle power. He, too, is in no hurry. Origami man had already seen that his opponent's divine power was very much depleted. Defense, as always, saves effort over attack. That weird field was truly amazing. He didn't dare to step in, but as soon as the opponent's divine power was consumed, everything would fall into place. 6,000, 4,000. The incense was still being consumed at an extremely terrifying rate. Lu Yuan's side was the first to split. He led the 69 pins that still had the ability to fight, and together with Ling Han, they cleared out the remaining weirdness. These shenanigans weren't too hard to clean up without the origami man's control. Divine Messenger, we've come to help you, Lu Yuan shouted as he and the yearkeepers behind him formed a battle formation. Powerful chi and blood power filled his body. At this moment, his battle power had already surpassed that of an unusual peak 7th grade, infinitely closer to 6 pints. Boom! Its powerful chakra caught the origami man off guard. The origami man's figure also stagnated at this moment with it. Good chance! Lai Yuan dropped 30 heavenly thunderbolts in one breath to smash the origami man. Boom! The powerful power of heavenly thunder finally landed on the origami man without reservation. But not waiting for the crowd to be happy, several pieces of paper broke through the heavenly thunder, and then assembled into the image of an origami man with great speed. This move was familiar to Ri Yuan, but he didn't have a crack at it. He now even doubted that 100 heavenly thunderbolts falling on the other party could really smash him to death. This thing is too strong. In other novels, the protagonist had casually crossed the ranks, so how did it change in his case? I can see that the origami man is about to finish reorganizing. Lu Yuan attacked again. Lai Yuan also stepped aside to cure it with heavenly thunder. It was also at this moment that a pair of scissors suddenly appeared at Ri Yuan's waist. God Emperor, be careful! Ling Chen swung out his thunder whip and tried to pull on the scissors, but above those scissors, a figure suddenly appeared. One of its hands held the thunder whip, while the other held the scissors and cut down towards Ri Yuan's waist. Golden Light Mantra. At the same time that Ri Yuan launched his spell, his body was also retreating at an extremely fast speed. But still, the robe was cut through, and along with it was the shadow. Only then did he notice that the origami man was divided into two. One of them was attracting the duo's attention at the front, while the other had already touched beside Lai Yuan. Jab! Around his waist, a huge gash appeared. The bones in it were clearly visible through the wound. The effect of that creepy thing is even more terrifying than before. The last time he was clipped to the shadow, it was only a small wound, but this time, he was almost cut in two. If it wasn't for the 8th level of chi refining and strong vitality, the person would be gone by now. You're not really going to fall in here, are you? Lai Yuan couldn't help but have such thoughts floating in his mind. Lord God Emperor, Ling Chen shouted. She suddenly felt a headache and a voice in her head. Hate your own powerlessness? How can you guard Hao Shen when you can't even protect him? You are too weak and pathetic. Who are you? Me? I'm you. You forgot? In that instant, Ling Han saw his own self with a maniacal look and a twisted face. That's her. Ha 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 ha. A mournful and terrifying laughter resounded from Ling Chen's body. At the same time, the clothes on her body turned into a red dress, just like the bride in dowry before. Mortal grade medium? Ri Yuan was shocked by this scene. How can it be? He had clearly purified the weirdness from Ling Han's body. Could it be that the bizarre force had become entangled with Ling Chen? Seeing this, Origami Man was in no hurry to kill Li Yuan. A mere surrogate was not as important as the young girl in front of him. Wasn't his greatest purpose in coming here the maiden? Anyway, there was no one left to stop him, not even that Hao Shen. He had sensed that the deity's external strength. Bang! In an instant, he appeared beside the young girl. With one hand, he easily choked Ling Han's neck. The difference of a large realm doesn't really do that, but Ling Han's weird power came from him. As long as the rank does not exceed him, one cannot utilize one's full strength before him. Zira. It was also at this moment that several heavenly thunderbolts traveled from his body. How is that possible? The Origami Man was extraordinarily surprised as to how the young girl could still be able to use that Hao Shen power. It occurred to him that his own power, too, seemed to have failed to disturb the young girl's mind. Even for creepy, this scene, it was very weird. Lai Yuan struggled. wanting to drop 100 heavenly thunderbolts in one breath. But the origami man just lifted Ling Han upwards. Whether the origami man dies or not is unknown, but the young girl is definitely dead. This thing is so damn shady. Ri Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already in a bit of a trance. It's not too much to carry. At this rate, it's really all over. It's over. Ting Datong had seen the end. That Hao Shen. There was no hope of turning the tide. For a mortal grade medium to be able to battle a mortal grade upper grade like this was already extremely terrifying. Even more, if Origami Man did not make so many preparations and came to break in alone, he might not be able to take Hao Shen down. This guy, he's an anomaly. Luckily, this aberration will soon be gone. Go away. If he doesn't leave again, he is afraid that after the Origami Man takes down the Hao Shen, he will take down himself and others in his hand, and that will not be good. Then Taiyu? Ding Mingxian was a bit enamored. Snap. Dada Ding slapped him on the back of the head with the same slap. What a time to be thinking about Teo. Just as a few people left, the teenager in the temple walked out with a kitchen knife. Evil God. Let go of Sister Ling. His paper man arm, which held the knife, was still trembling. Ha! Origami Man was shocked. How's that for another special shenanigan? I can't believe it's my own handiwork too. Another fine piece of fodder. Wonderful. It's wonderful. He didn't expect to be surprised. In this way, perhaps he would have a chance to become Earth level. At this moment, he no longer even cared about that field. Carrying Ling Chen, he stepped into the divine realm with one foot. A powerful pressure tried to suppress his battle power. Chance? Ri Yuan tries to use heavenly thunder, but Origami Man is fast. That suppression didn't affect his speed. Thunder in the sky. Still hard to hit. Lai Yuan's consciousness returned to the idol. Looking at the gradually approaching Origami Man, he looked at the paper boy. Doesn't this thing have any weaknesses? Suddenly, a little memory of the paper boy surfaced in his mind. Water. The paper man is afraid of water. Ri Yuan glanced at the dark sky and subconsciously used another divine art with no offensive power, traveling clouds and rain. Incense, 200. Chapter 81, Overthrow. Great harvest. Tick-tock tick-tock. Ding Datong felt the wetness on top of his head and subconsciously stretched out his hand. It's raining? He felt a very pure spiritual energy. This kind of power could only be felt among those old law cultivators. But what level of cultivator could lay down a rain that contains such spiritual power? Creepy. Very creepy. He couldn't wait to pick up speed. That Hao Shen is going to die anyway. Let's hurry up and go. Don't let the Origami Man catch up with us. It's not good to catch up on things. Ding Mingxian glanced behind him with hatred. A good beauty actually died just like that. Li Yuan, you've done everything evil. Yawn. Hao Shen. Li Yuan sneezed. Who's secretly scolding me behind my back? He looked around and saw only origami figures. Under the rain, the Origami Man could not avoid it and summoned dozens of paper figures, transforming them into an umbrella to block his head. Boom! Several heavenly thunderbolts fell, and those paper people were blown to pieces. It was still difficult for him to avoid getting wet. Rain in the district. Just as he was about to harden against the rain to destroy the Hao God statue, his body suddenly stumbled. This rain is not right. In the rain, there was an abundance of spiritual energy. It's normal for ordinary paper people to be afraid of water. How could he, the titular Origami Man, the paper man god, be afraid of water? The spiritual rain soaked his entire body, and he no longer had the agile body he had just had. At this moment, he is only one step away from the temple door, but this step is a gap in the sky. Thunder boomed in the downpour. Hundreds of heavenly thunderbolts, falling with the rain. Brilliant thunderbolts illuminated the temple. The people inside the temple, looking at the miracle-like scene, fell to their knees. Long live Hao Shen. Thank you God Hao for saving us. Hao Shen. Hao Shen. Incense +5. Incense +3. Incense +8. The Origami Man's body, amidst the voices of countless people, turned into ashes. Amidst the ashes, however, a piece of paper suddenly flew out. Not good. Not even dead through this? Lai Yuan tried to intercept it with heavenly thunder, but the piece of paper was too fast. To his surprise, the paper flew in the direction not of him, but of the paper boy. The piece of paper flew in front of the paper boy, and then it merged into his body. _____. Paper Man Core. Grade, Mortal Grade Upper. Part of the power left behind after the death of an origami person can be reborn with the help of other paper people's bodies. Seeing this, Ri Yuan hurriedly checked the paper boy's condition. Then there was no more. The Origami Man was directly swallowed by the paper boy. Name, Zhao Tong. Age, 15. Physique, creepy paperman in evolution. / psychic body. Qualification, lower A. His physique, from creepy paperman, evolved in another direction. Seems like a good thing. I also wonder if the paperman boy can inherit Origami Man's strength after evolving. the probability is that it can't be fully inherited. But even if one inherited a 50%, it would still be a medium mortal grade, 7th grade battle power. Look at it this way, it's still a promising future. The origami man's chi, too, had completely disappeared. This means that he is really dead. Divine Art Fragment +8. New Divine Art Analysis. The hints in his head proved as much. Got quite a few more Divine Art Fragments. Ryuan was now almost certain that only deities had Divine Art Fragments. And those ordinary bizarre ones, even those that had entered the grade, still hadn't given birth to fragments. In that case, it seems that the bizarre stealing of the god's throne is only inseparable from this fragment. I just don't know what the new divine art will be. Hopefully it would be an attack divine art, enriching his means of attack a bit. To his surprise, something actually remained in the crumbs of the origami man's death. In the past, nothing was left under the heavenly thunder. I blame myself for not being strong enough to single kill Creepy. Otherwise, there must be a lot of shenanigans saved up on hand. Now there's actually one left. Through the eye of true vision, he saw the full extent of the trickster. _____. Scapegoat. Grade, mortal grade upper. Items left over from the death of an origami man, with the effect of a paper man's replacement. The maximum attack it can withstand cannot exceed 6 items, and attacks above 6 items are invalidated. Cost, after wearing it, it will continue to be papier-mâché until it becomes completely papier-mâché. Scapegoat Paperman. Lai Yuan had seen this thing before. Wasn't that what the origami man's negative spirit man used before? I didn't realize that this guy had provided himself with such a great gift after his death. It's that cost. So far, it's not suitable for long-term wear. He had just tried it, and with 100 points of incense, he could only wear it for 3 minutes. An hour is 4,000 points of incense. Where is this used? It can only be used as an insurance policy in times of danger. Well, at least it's a power effect shenanigan. Blood money. Ryuan was also finally relieved. Unexpectedly, the condition for promotion to prefecture god, the one that seemed to be the most difficult, killing the upper mortal level bizarre, was actually the first one to be completed. It's just not a small price to pay. 16 members of the guards died. Half of them were entry-level yearkeepers. In addition to that, there were more than 20 of the guards who were seriously injured. And each of the remaining people also carried injuries. Only that their injuries were not as serious. It could be said that after a battle, Hao Shen's forces were greatly injured. It was Lai Yuan himself who was seriously injured. Even if he was a cultivator, such an injury would take half his life. Worse still, he was not a guardian of the year, and his physical fitness alone could not be compared to Lu Yuan's, so he was afraid that he would only have to recuperate for a long time from such an injury. That's a big delay in getting things done. While recuperating from his injuries, he was only afraid that even cultivating was a luxury. There was no way around it. The next thing could only be left to Ling Han and Lu Yuan, who were still intact. After collecting the origami man, it is inevitable to receive the believers under the origami man's command. That's one aspect. More importantly, origami man's collection. At least it was the upper level of the mortal grade, and the collection would never be worse than that of an ordinary deity. Only, he didn't know where the origami man's lair was. Otherwise, the knight wouldn't have been so passive. This wasn't the previous world, where transportation and information were extremely backward, and outside of Ningyuan County, there were at least as many as 100 small villages with a few hundred people, and the villages were extremely dispersed from one another. Under Lai Yuan's command now, there were only a dozen villages, and the territory they occupied was still very limited. It's really not easy to find origami man's territory. It was also at that moment that the paper boy but carefully knelt in front of the idol. Lord Hao Shen is above. I just had some more memories in my head, as if it was the memory of that origami man just now. He was a little afraid that he was being treated like an origami man. After all, now, it seemed he was the only paper man left. Slow down. After the paper man boy's narration, Lai Yuan's mind gradually came alive. Zhao Tong did inherit part of the origami man's memories. Inside is where the origami man's turf is located. When it's really a doze, it's a pillow. If he had the origami man's collection and inherited the other party's power, the number of his own believers would definitely have to swell by a large margin. The other side's treasures are absolutely essential to get your hands on. Chapter 82, A New Divine Art and the Way of Entry. Lu Yuan took the paper boy and set off in the night. Ling Han, on the other hand, was responsible for placing the injured people one by one. This also included Ri Yuan. As soon as his consciousness entered his body, he felt as if his waist had broken in two. My loins. He felt that his lower body was happy enough. Divine magic analysis complete. He subconsciously looked at the new divine art and almost jumped. Deity, Hao, Lai Yuan. Rank, Temple God. Incense, 1356. Number of believers, 856. True believers, 130. Devotees, 2. Divine Arts, Heavenly Thunder, 10-100/times, Calling the Winds, 20-200/times, God's Domain, 1000/day, Enchantment, 30/times, Eye of True Sight, 100-/time, Possession, 10-/each time, Purification, 100-, Rejuvenation, 100-. Ignoring the little remaining incense, his eyes were fixed on the new divine art, rejuvenation. There is only one effect of rejuvenation, and that is healing. It's much better than some offensive divine art. With this, if you have enough incense, you can't even die if you want to. On top of that, there's a huge use for this thing. Miracles. It's more useful than traveling clouds. Cloth rain is, after all, only useful when there is a shortage of rain. But springback is different. Isn't it an obvious miracle to heal a paralyzed patient? A couple times a month, and you're still worried about believers? He was the first to give it a try for himself. An emerald green light covered his body. Incense, 100. Incense, 100. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After spending only 500 joss sticks, he recovered from a serious injury to a moderate one. It would probably only take 2,000 joss sticks for him to fully recover. Strong. It's just too strong. Yuan is now able to stand. The main reason why it is not fully cured is because there is not enough incense, and he wasn't the only one waiting to be treated. The other wounded were stunned. Obviously everyone is seriously injured. Why are you getting better so fast? Outrageous. Then another green light enveloped one of the seriously injured. With the injuries he had, even with good care, I don't know if he would have survived. But once Hui Chun had used a mere 200 joss sticks, he was saved from the gates of hell. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd, was a downright miracle. The man whose injuries had just eased, ignoring his body that had not fully recovered, knelt down heavily in the direction of the idol. Thank you God Hao for sending down a miracle. Incense plus 10. The others saw this and fell to their knees. Incense plus 8. Incense plus 10. The incense, which had been stretched to the limit, was much richer. Lai Yuan also had enough incense to pull those few who were at the gates of the ghost back again. The eyes of everyone looking at Li Yuan were filled with gratitude and respect. Hao Shen is the true deity. The sun was rising in the sky and a new day was dawning. Incense plus 15. Incense plus 12. Incense plus 14. Devotees offered incense and poured in, excluding the 1,000 consumed by the divine realm. There are as many as 7,000 remaining joss sticks. The incense count came right up to 8,125. At this rate of accumulation, it would not take 200 days to save up 1,000,000 joss sticks. Of course, that's still too slow. Must get some more believers. He didn't rush to heal the rest of them. Good steel should be used on a knife edge. Since the crowd was no longer in a life-threatening situation, there was no harm in being a few days late. Having defeated the origami man, a great enemy, a big rally was sure to follow. The purpose of the assembly is, of course, to gather faith. In time, not only will the members of the guard be saved, but some of the believers who are deeply afflicted with disease will also be cured. This daunting organizational task, of course, fell to Ling Han. Just then, Lu Yuan and the paper boy finally returned. They brought back a lot of stuff. Divine Messenger, that origami man's power is very large, with a dozen villages underneath it, adding up to a population of 5,000. What's more, we got quite a few good things from there. Among them is also a method of entering the Tao. The law of entry? Don't we have that? Yuan was a bit strange. The entry method thing is pretty much the same, and having one is enough. There's something special about this Tao entry method. It's the autonomous Tao entry method. There was still a hint of envy in Lu Yuan's tone. What's the difference? Lai Yuan heard Lu Yuan's meaning. The fact that the other party was so excited meant that the autonomous entry method was stronger than the previous entry method. Our previous method of entering the Tao was for me to help others enter the grade, and this method is the most versatile. But the autonomous Tao entry method requires one to practice on their own, using their own chi and blood to break into the 9th grade. It's much more difficult and at the same time, it's much more effective. It's also the 9th grade. The chi and blood power of the autonomous Tao entry method is much sharper, not to mention that it has a higher likelihood of breaking through to the subsequent realms. Generally speaking, most of the major martial arts sects cultivate the autonomous Tao entry method. Yuan heard and understood. Ordinary initiation is simple but low potential. Autonomous initiation is difficult but has high potential. For his forces to develop better, he definitely needed more strong people. In this way, it seems that the law of autonomous initiation is important. It is the foundation of a power. Lu Yuan continued. In addition to this, we also found a few medium mortal grade martial arts there. The paperman teenager on the side added timidly. That origami man seems to be associated with a martial arts sect. That person can't see his face, but I can feel that the origami man is very afraid of the other side. Yuan asked, Are there any marks on him? There seems to be a knife-shaped mark. The paper boy drew that style on the ground. It was a long knife with a hint of red at the hilt. A martial arts clan? Lai Yuan knew that this was what Chu Hong had reminded himself of earlier. The forces behind the origami man. Someone who even the origami man had to be afraid of was at least a 6th grade, if not a 5th grade, a 5th grade powerhouse. In terms of the realm of a chi refiner, was the Jindan realm. A golden elixir swallowed into the belly. My life is up to me and not to God. At this realm, one can already be called a real person, and can go up to heaven and down to earth. The sense of urgency in his mind grew stronger. The other side is hiding their heads and tails, so they must have their scruples. It's important to develop quickly before they react. At the very least, break through the prefecture god before saying anything. 3,000 believers. It's also a huge goal. But this rally, at least, will break 1,000. With a little luck, I might be able to get more. Apart from these things, there are quite a lot of belongings. The silver is about 1,000 taels. And that trickster source has 100 scales. Listening to Lu Yuan's report, Li Yuan nodded. A wave of fat. At least for a while, no need to worry about silver. Together with the trickster sources that Lu Yuan had killed, those trickster drops and the ones he himself had seized from other temples, the number of trickster sources was already 145 scales. The gold belt for murder and arson. Nope, he's doing what's right. And it's still got to be a world with a lot of evil gods. In the end, in his memories, the paper boy also discovered something that Lai Yuan was very concerned about. Refining chi and blood could be cultivated at the same time. Chapter 83, Assemblies and Miracles, +1/1. For 2 days, Lai Yuan had focused on practicing the Dao entry method. His amount of chi and blood had already met the criteria for entering the product. It was the method of entering the Dao that was not yet too pure. By the time he was almost familiar with it, the rally was organized. This rally was much bigger than usual. The entire Qingliang mountain was densely packed with many people. Part of it is the original believer villagers, and part of it is the villagers under the command of the origami man. How many boys and girls is this Hao Shen going to collect? Are we going to offer them silver? My family has run out of rice for the pot. The gods of the world are all the same, talk a good game. But later they may exploit us in some way. Many villagers were filled with apprehension. None of them wanted to come to the rally if they didn't have to. The assemblies, for the most part, are an excuse for the gods to unite with this negative spirit people to exploit the people. The villagers of Qingshi village were furious when they heard this. Bull *********. Hao Shen is not a god who exploits the people. When Hao Shen comes, there will be a green sky. And your bull ******* gods have the nerve to call themselves gods. Take a good look at what a proper god is later. They were deeply favored by the god of Hao, and all of them looked much better than the ordinary villagers, and spoke with a much stronger tone of voice. One village, chasing after several villages and cursing them. Whoever denigrated Hao Shen was their enemy. The rally, as scheduled. Lai Yuan slowly walked out of the temple, looking at the crowd of people that roamed the mountains rather emotionally. A month ago, he was still laboring over a few points of incense. But now, tens of thousands of people were easily gathered. Yes, there are tens of thousands of people who are here now. As long as there are 20% of believers, that's still as many as 2,000. Without any procrastination, he began by summarizing his battle with the origami man from the previous 2 days. After that comes the pensions. The Great War killed 6 yearkeepers. These people died for the sake of guarding the temple, so naturally they should be compensated accordingly. The first thing is 50 taels of grain silver. The next is the divine sign of Hao Shen's possession. At the same time, Lai Yuan also promised that the family members of the yearkeepers could designate any one of them to receive Hao Shen's gift. The latter too, many people couldn't understand, but the 50 taels of tattooed silver, they could understand. And silver pensions for the dead? 50 taels, I'll never make that much money in my life. In the old days, when the mountain gods recruited people, dead was dead. Where is the argument for compassion? Is this Hao Shen playing for real? Of course it's true. The silver is out. The crowd realized that this deity was different from all those mountain gods of the past. Immediately afterward, the guards' yearkeepers carried the wounded warriors, one by one. God Hao will not forget every believer, nor will he let believers be wronged. His light is everywhere. On several people, an emerald green glow lit up. The light wasn't very bright, but everyone could clearly see that the exposed injuries of several people were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. That bone-crushing injury didn't even leave a scar. Many, thanks to Hao Shen, several people fell to their knees. The injuries that originally took months to recover from only took Hao Shen a few breaths of time. What is this if not a miracle? It turned out that that day was not the limit of Hao Shen. The scene shook everyone in the room. This is just the beginning. Ri Yuan swept a glance at the believers in the crowd. There were quite a few believers who couldn't straighten their backs anymore because of their constant old age. There were also some who were already crippled and could only lean on a wooden crutch. He called them up one by one. Back to spring. Incense, 100. The old man who had bowed straightened up. The man with the broken arm grew an arm, and the man with the broken leg grew a thigh. It was several times more shocking than just now. Several people looked at their white limbs and subconsciously moved their fingers. It's true. I have hands again. My leg is back. A broken arm or leg is not just a loss of a laborer for the family, but also an extra mouth to feed for nothing. They don't have much to live for anymore. But Hao Shen once again gave them the capital to live. God. Miracles. Gods above. Receive 1 bow from the little old man. No. 10 bows. 100. Knock knock. Several people kowtowed, hitting the floor with a clear thud. Incense plus 15. Incense plus 20. Incense plus 9. Lai Yuan had more incense and a few more true believers. Healing these people cost far less incense than he expected. Even the limb remodeling actually cost a couple hundred. He reckoned that it was still too low a level of life for these people. For the same injury, the stronger the strength, the more incense consumed to heal the injury. It also saves him a lot of incense. I don't know who led the way. Tens of thousands of people. The crows fell to their knees. Who didn't have injuries left over from their labors on their bodies. All hoped to be healed by Hao Shen. The crowd surged like a mountain of people. Incense plus 8. Incense plus 15. Incense plus 8. Incense plus 9. The incense increased like a well, and the number of devotees increased at an extremely terrifying rate. This is the fastest increase in the number of believers ever. In just a few breaths of time, the number of believers had increased by as much as 100. And that is not the limit. Lai Yuan shouted loudly. Only by becoming a believer of God how can you have the chance to be healed. Offer your own pious incense for God Hao. The incense and devotees, again, increased at a very rapid rate. After that, Ri Yuan threw out the plan for guard recruitment. With 200 people, it no longer applies to the current size. He expanded the guard to 400 men. It also established the name of the guard Daybreak. Recruitment, naturally, was the responsibility of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was both happy and hard. Happy that he had more and more people under him. Hard in that so many people needed to become 9th grade. He was under a lot of pressure. Leaving everything to his subordinates, Ri Yuan had the time to take a look at his gains. First is the amount of incense. After the rally, the number of joss sticks went up from 20,135 to 29,562. It seems like a measly 9,000, but the point is that it means an increase in the number of believers. 2 days ago it was 856, now it's more than double that. 845. In one assembly, the number of devotees increased by close to 1,000. What a horrific amount this is, all thanks to the previous build-up. The number of true believers, too, has doubled. Took a look at the data. Deity, Hao, Lai Yuan. Rank, Temple God. Incense, 29,562. Number of believers, 1845. True believers, 278. Devotees, 3. The number of devotees increased by 1. Unsurprisingly, the faith of the paper boy. Roughly calculating, the number of incense that could be obtained in a day now was only as much as 16,000, and excluding the consumption of the divine realm, it was also 15,000. The distance to the goal of 1 million joss sticks has been shortened by 1/3, and only 60 or 70 days are needed. Cool, but Lai Yuan felt that this speed wasn't fast enough. Origami Man's territory has not been completely digested. The villages outside of Ningyuan County, there are still more than half of them are in the hands of various deities. If hundreds of villages are all his, then the number of incense gained every day is only extremely horrible. Without the Origami Man, outside Ningyuan County, Hao Shen was already unstoppable. But there were still a lot of hidden concerns. Whether it was that mysterious clan or that magistrate, both were dangerous. Increasing the number of believers was one aspect, and he also had to strengthen his ability to save his own life. The law of initiation. Give the master a break. Chapter 84 Peak of the 9th grade. The Yaman who went down to the countryside. Human blood is the source of the human being, fused in the muscles and bones, like a river in the body rushing. To enter the Dao method is to accumulate qi and blood to the extreme and then instantly ignite a breakthrough boundary. Ordinary Dao entry methods were those that assisted the person, igniting the qi and blood of the person making the breakthrough and forcing them to enter the 9th grade. Because the person assisting had a higher cultivation level and a more precise grasp of qi and blood, so as long as the breakthrough person had enough qi and blood and a normal mindset, he or she would be able to enter the product. However, autonomous initiation requires one to ignite one's own qi and blood. You also have to control the ignited chakra yourself to keep it from harming you. For people, it's a little more demanding. The risk of failure is also there. For this reason, Lu Yuan was on the sidelines to protect Li Yuan. He was actually curious as to what the difference was between autonomous and assisted initiation. Of course, he was more afraid that something would go wrong with Lai Yuan. With his cultivation near the peak of the 8th rank, he could control the situation in time if there was a problem. Not so much that the chakra backfires on itself. Ri Yuan felt his own chi and blood, and with that, he exploded the chi and blood around him. Phew! In that instant, a powerful flame ignited above his head. The temperature around them instantly rose. It illuminated Lu Yuan's face all red. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful chi and blood power. Although he didn't know how to feel bones, he could sense that Lai Yuan's qualifications were definitely not bad. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to accumulate so much chi and blood. But burning blood is only the first step. The next and most important step was to ignite this fire of chi and blood throughout the body, and after collecting it, return it to the sea of chi in the abdomen. Phew! The blazing fire of chi and blood, from the top of Li Yuan's head, diffused to his entire body. Lai Yuan's entire body, like a small round of sun, released light and heat. He felt it, the flow and sizzle of chi and blood. It was a completely different feeling from refining chi. Mana is much gentler and better controlled than chi and blood. If mana was using a sword, then chakra was wielding a sledgehammer. Fortunately, he had the foundation of cultivation, so even when he first came into contact with the power of chi and blood, he didn't lose control of his power. When the chi and blood rise to the extreme, he fiercely collected his chi and blood. Strong chi and blood traveled through the muscles and bones toward the sea of chi in the abdomen. The muscles of the body, stimulated by this powerful force, contracted and released violently. It's the equivalent of passively hammering the flesh. At this moment, he felt like he was taming a stiff horse. With every flow of chi and blood power, the chi and blood would be tamed by a few points. Lai Yuan remembered that the 9th grade yearkeeper, what was being hammered was the physical body. That violent flow of chi and blood power once was a refining of the physical body. Unconsciously, he gradually tamed the horse of chi and blood slowly. Lu Yuan, who was the protector of the law, also slowly lowered his heart. The most dangerous step had already passed, and with the chi and blood fully collected next, the God Emperor would be able to successfully step into the 9th grade. Just as Lai Yuan was making his breakthrough, uninvited guests came outside the Hao Shen temple. The hot sun shines the green stone path, and 3 pairs of soap boots step onto Qingliang Mountain. Zhao Bantu wiped the greasy sweat on his forehead and cursed. There are even temples and houses built on the mountain, making it necessary for us to run so far to collect taxes. Behind them were 2 young magistrates, water and fire sticks on their shoulders. Exactly, and have a good talk with them later. Without a few dozen tales, this day is not over. Within a short time, several people reached the top of the mountain. Is there a steward? Why don't you come out and greet the master? Zhao Bantu looked at the houses in the neighborhood with a bit of wonder in his heart. The houses staggered and not built haphazardly. Coming. Wang Lu hurried over. Officials, since ancient times, have been in existence that the common people could not afford to mess with. Wang Lu asked carefully. Bantu, what is the matter with your great visit? He had more or less guessed it in his mind. He just wasn't quite sure. You know me? Yes, I'm from Greenstone Village. Oh, Zhao Bantu lengthened his voice. That face full of grease is full of oppression. Then it is good to say, this year maize corvée has not yet been levied. Your village has a population of about 100 people. At least 10 people should be levied. The corvée, to put it bluntly, is to work for the government. The job, which is a day job, involves bringing your own dry food and no pay. Each strong man is the laborer of his family, and when he goes to work in the corvée, several members of his family will have to face the situation of having no rice to cook. But didn't you levy once in March? March is March. May is May. If you don't want to, then take silver to offset the corvée. 1 person, 2 taels of silver. 2 taels, Wang Lu shouted out. This has been skinned. To put it bluntly, this is extortion. Too expensive? In addition to the corvée, there's the collection of autumn grain. 20 jin of grain a man. Wang Liu was out of rage. 2 taels of silver. Even the Greenstone Village, the whole village's strength, emptied out only 20 taels. And food, it's only May. Bull ******* fall food. It's collected in May. What about July and August? Wouldn't you have to charge it again? Bang! Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain under his feet. What? How dare you throw off your face? A young yaman said viciously. The water fire stick in his hand was knocking on Wan Lu's calf. If Wang Lu hadn't already entered the character, he couldn't get off the ground for half a month with that stick. No, it's just that what you said. It's a bit too much. Having been hit with a stick for nothing, Wang Lu didn't have a fit. He was worried that he would cause things for Hao Shen. Bang! Still say no? Another young magistrate gave another stick. The faces of the 3 magistrates were filled with cold smiles. At this time, Lai Yuan had reached the final hurdle. As the fire of chi and blood gradually disappeared from his body, he felt a powerful force from the inside out. 9 pins. Success. But that's not the end. It's just the beginning. The chi and blood that was vibrating endlessly within him was still increasing itself. Early 9th grade, mid 9th grade, late 9th grade, all the way to the final peak of the 9th grade. The powerful power of chi and blood burst out once again, then slowly fell silent. It was just a little bit short of breaking through the 8th grade. Lu Yuan had looked dumbfounded. Hang on, just broke through and rushed to the peak of the 9th grade, only needing to take another Taiyu. Lai Yuan would be able to enter the 8th grade on the spot. Outrageous. So outrageous. The power of a year keeper is indeed not bad. It's this fleshly body that hasn't been completely tempered to the extreme. Lai Yuan felt that if he had a few body tempering pills, he might be able to hammer his flesh to the extreme. Practicing on your own? It's taking too long. It's just that you can't practice without herbs on hand. Is this not extreme enough? Lu Yuan felt Ri Yuan's explosive power and was speechless for a while. What's he doing here? He felt that Lai Yuan's physical quality was just a little bit worse than himself. An 8th grade. As he was chatting, Lai Yuan sensed the noise outside the temple, so walked out. Oh, the main man is out? Seeing this, Zhao Bantu walked over with an arrogant face. Chapter 85, Give me an inch. Zhao Bantu had spent so many years in the yamen, and he had practiced his kung fu of reading people's words. Judging from the behavior of the people around him, this young Taoist priest was the one in charge. Not surprisingly, there are gods in this world, and the gods' chosen surrogates, even if they are young, are natural masters. This is the world where one's own greatness determines everything. Power is just a derivative of strength. Greetings to this Bantu. Lai Yuan bowed slightly. This subordinate of mine has offended a few of you. 10 taels of silver as a token of apology. With that, he handed out a silver ingot and pushed a couple of them out of the way in one smooth motion. God's envoy. Suffer. Go down and rest first. Lai Yuan gently patted his shoulder and healed the injuries on his legs. Up the road. Zhao Bantu smiled with his eyebrows. You've made 20 taels without doing anything, so of course you're happy. It's this corvée and taxes. Between the words was undisguised greed. Okay, you name a number. Lai Yuan came across as talkative and even a bit weak. 50 taels. 50 taels is an enormous sum for any village. It would have been nice if it was 50 taels for a peace of mind, but obviously, this was only the first installment. Lu Yuan, fetch 50 taels of silver. Yes, Lu Yuan didn't show a trace of dissatisfaction. He knew Ri Yuan. This would not be a lord who suffered. The Viscount's son didn't do much to him, so he's not afraid of a squad leader. Even if this class leader had the cultivation of an 8th grade year keeper, it is said that it is the 8th rank, but to Lu Yuan's eyes, it seems that its footsteps are weak, and its martial arts have long been wasted. Soon, Zhao Bantu weighed the silver in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, very uptight. Since you guys are so up to the task, the Grand Master can't be bad either. Give me another 50 taels of silver, and you'll be considered to have paid all of this year's taxes. You, Wang Lu almost cursed. This thing, it's so shameless. It's like a bone knocker. 50 taels wasn't enough, but they actually wanted 50 taels, which was obviously to see that they were easy to bully. Lai Yuan still didn't move in anger, at least not on the surface. Take another 50 taels. This time, Zhao Bantu didn't pick a fight. In that case, Moncler Outlet Store. Leading 2 young magistrates, the 3 of them walked down the hill. Squad leader, that's a fat sheep. Why don't you ask for more? With that relaxed look, I don't see any problem in getting another 100 taels. Zhao Bantu shook his head while weighing the silver in his hand and said, You guys, you still don't understand the reasoning behind a small amount of water flowing over a long period of time. How can you drain it all in one go? Let's do it again next month. But didn't you say the taxes were all in order? Make up a name just next time to collect their residents' land tax. This mountain and this water are the government's. Do not pay how to do it. As expected of you, class leader Zhao. It's still you who has the solution. The 2 young yamen couldn't stop bragging about Bantao Zhao. It's like he's really smart. In reality, what the 2 of them were doing was just to share the 100 taels of silver. Unfortunately, after talking his mouth off, he only managed to collect a few taels of silver, which was not comparable at all to Zhao Bantu's haul. But they don't dare to be angry. After all, people Zhao Bantu has the background and strength of the status is still above them. This kind of money, even if a point does not give them, they don't dare to say anything. Just as the group left, they did not notice that several figures followed behind them. Why don't you kill them? God Emperor? Officials? Or perhaps sent by Lu Jingchuan? Look first. Lai Yuan and Lu Yuan, not far behind the trio, hung on, because they were far enough away and a few people were too wary to notice a few people at all. After following him for more than 10 miles, Lai Yuan still hadn't found any possible silhouettes. Behind the 3, there seemed to be no possible enemies. Ri Yuan was a bit puzzled. did you scare yourself? Lu Jingchuan hadn't come looking for trouble from him for a week, and to be honest, there was some uneasiness in his heart. He had planned to visit the city if the other party didn't come again. On the one hand, he was prying for information, and on the other hand, he was preparing to refine some other elixirs. Alchemy would require enough medicinal herbs, and a small village would definitely not be able to get them all together. And if you wanted to buy them, apart from the Gue city, it would be Ningyuan County. It's not time for a trick city. That leaves only Ninjago County, just following all the way. Seeing that it didn't look like there was anyone behind the trio, Lai Yuan could only think that he was being too careful. In that case, it's time to find out. Do it! At Lai Yuan's command, Lu Yuan and several 9th grade yearkeepers, dressed in black and masked, rushed out in unison. What? Zhao Ban too was shocked in his heart, and seeing the several figures, he forced himself to calm down and said, "Do you have anything to do? If it's for wealth, these 50 taels of silver, consider it tea for a few of you." He thinks he can bend the rules. It's just a matter of money in the district, as long as you can survive. Find someone later on your own and seek trouble with these people. Just now, Zhao Ban too, but he extorted 110 taels. What? Is your life worth this much? What a familiar voice. In a tense moment, Zhao Ban too couldn't recall where he had heard of it for a moment. He could only follow Lu Yuan's words and continue. A few good men are wise. Here is 110 taels of silver. All for you. Just hope to let us live. Well. Lu Yuan agreed with a smile and slowly approached Bantu Zhao to receive those silver pieces. Is it possible to tell me who told you to go to Mount Qinglian to collect taxes? What Lai Yuan really cared about was whether or not there were other people behind the trio's calculations. If there is, knowing who it is will allow you to be on your guard in advance. Counting? No. It's just that a few of our brothers are short of money to spend. The last time the county magistrate held a banquet, I spent quite a bit in order to send gifts, so that's why I thought of going to the village to hit the streets. Zhao Ban too couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. Why did you pick a day like today? Nope. On the face of it, the matter is excessively simple. It's just a couple of magistrates trying to make a buck. In that case, you are worthless. Hearing this, Zhao Ban too's eyes suddenly widened, and then he stormed up to kill. Boom! Just before he could get up, he was punched down by Lu Yuan. Also at the 8th rank, Zhao Ban tu could be too much weaker than him. 3 punches and 2 kicks left Zhao Ban tu lying dead on the ground. Jab! Wang Lu made a stab, stabbing into the chest of Zhao Ban tu, and with only a slight twist, he would be dead. In your next life, be a good person. Zhao Ban tu suddenly stared blankly. It's you? He recognized Wan Lu's identity, and his heart was overwhelmed with regret. How did one think of blackmailing a deity? As a result, we got the money and lost our lives. Mercy. The other two saw this and cowed out frantically on the ground. How can there be such a ruthless man in that small village? You guys just go stay with them. 2 more passes resulted in the lives of the two. Wang stayed on the bodies of a few people and felt around. The 2 young magistrates didn't have anything, only on the body of Zhao Ban tu. There were some good things. Among them was a bottle of elixir. Chapter 86, Ningyuan County. Seeing the pills again, Ri Yuan felt a little curious. An 8th grade yearkeeper actually carried pills with him. What was this thing for? Curious, he opened the Eye of True Vision. Incense, 10,000. Lai Yuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He hurriedly stopped the Eye of True Vision. What's going on? What the hell is this thing? ____. Triple zombie elixir. Nothing but names. That means it cost 10,000 just sticks just to look at a name. If he hadn't seen the opportunity quickly, I'm afraid that even after the incense is spent cleanly, he will only get a few words. Is it hard to be too high in rank? But seeing this bottle of a dozen pills, he withdrew such thoughts. Zhao Ban tu was only in 8th grade. What ability did he have to get pills of such a high grade? Or, is the thing that this elixir is associated with, of a high grade? Next comes a very serious question. Should we keep reading? There is now $19,000 left in incense. A glance of 10,000 just sticks is just enough for 2 glances. I really despise it. But looking down on it was still looking down on him, and he still had concerns about the matter behind a few pills. Could it be related to Lu Jingchuan? To be honest, Lu Jingchuan didn't come looking for trouble. He was on the contrary very worried. That guy definitely didn't hold back any good farts. Solely all of them had to make a trip to Ningyuan County. He decided, first go and take a look at it. After returning to the temple, Lai Yuan voiced the idea of going to Ningyuan County. The location of the county was not a problem. He had a map in place, and if not, he could ask someone. The villagers have been to the city relatively infrequently, but not never, and most have been there a few times. Prosperity. Hilarious. There are many people. This is a common impression. It's just that the layout of the stores in the county is not so well understood. To enter the city, there is a fee. Ordinary people don't have the money to go to the city every day. Most people just go to town to see the world and sell their stuff. God Emperor, perhaps I can go with you. The one who spoke was Ling Han. That said, of the few, the one with the best family was her. She had been to the city a few times, and she knew more or less the biggest stores in it. She knew a bit more than the others. Okay, pack up and let's go now. That fast? Soldiers are precious. Before leaving, Li Yuan had some more arrangements for Lu Yuan. Just one word. Expansion. Going all out to take down the nearby villages. The villages that Hao Shen was currently radiating from were only 20, which was too few, less than a fifth of all the villages. For this reason, Hao Shen also continued to expand outward, with the forces that Li Yuan now controlled, close to 100 9th grade age keepers. It was a force that was powerful to the extreme. Together with Lu Yuan, a peak 8th grade age keeper, facing these forces was almost a horizontal push. Therefore, his request to Lu Yuan was to continue to expand and receive more villages under Hao Shen's banner. He was quite familiar with this sort of thing. And so, as Li Yuan left the temple of Hao Shen, Lu Yuan led dozens of people to leave as well. As for the remaining members, they were led by Wang Lu, polishing their qi and blood. Li Yuan had now stopped using shortcuts like enchantment to raise his qi and blood. The unstable foundation was one aspect, and on the other was that the upper limit of the age watchers would be affected. Enchantment is the ability to raise the root bone. If it was used to raise qi and blood, there would be one less opportunity to raise the root bones. Naturally, this will weaken the cap on guard members. Before, it was a matter of urgency, but now, on the contrary, it is necessary to follow the order of things. Anyway, the Teiyukai managed to be enough, and with such a luxury, the polishing of the qi and blood would only take a few more days. Li Yuan and Ling Han, cloaked in their cloaks, walked towards the county town. Along the way, Ling Han introduced the general layout of the county. The county town is roughly divided into 4 districts, of which the eastern district is where the county office is located. The county magistrate, the county lieutenant and other people's offices and residences are mostly concentrated here. And the western district is where the big families are located. And the Chu family, the Zhang family and the Lu family that came here last time are the 3 strongest families in the family. And the Viscount's mansion is also located here. The southern district is the commercial district, which is mostly stores, while the northern district is the civilian district, where most of the 3 religions and 9 classes are concentrated. If we're purchasing spiritual materials, we should go to the south district. The biggest store in there is Haoyu Pavilion. With that, the two of them walked to the city gates. Above the city gate, the words Ningyuan County were written. Looking towards the inside, one could clearly feel the powerful qi and blood of tens of thousands of people gathered together. Theoretically, if enough people gather, they can suppress all shenanigans. In front of the city gates, 2 groups of soldiers stood. All of them were 9th ranked yearkeepers, and the captain, who was sitting and resting on the sidelines, was 8th ranked. The soldier guarding the gate glanced at him and said, "What are you doing in the city?" "Big brother, doing business," Li Yuan said, and lifted the bucket hat on top of his head. Having dealt with the 3 religions since he was young, he didn't have a bit of the stance that a god's envoy should have. The soldier looked at Ling Han on the side and was about to get his hands on him, but was stopped by Li Yuan. "Sister, she has wind chill. It's contagious." Stopped with half a guan of copper money tucked away. Tea for big brother. From these soldiers we can see how incompetent the magistrate of Ningyuan County is. The soldier, he was up to his hands on purpose. The purpose is nothing but money. It is already very unreasonable to charge money for entering the city, and this soldier has to take another handful of money. Ordinary people, how dare they enter the city? Count on your boy to know what he's doing. Get in there. The soldier was about to put the copper in his pocket when the rope suddenly broke. Jingle bells. Copper coins were scattered all over the place, and a few rolled up to the captain. "Good boy, how dare you eat alone?" A slap, directly pasted on the face of the soldier just now. At the city gates, it instantly became a chicken and dog. Li Yuan smiled and led Ling Han into Ningyuan County. After stepping into the county town, there were roads in all directions, which were paved with green stones and lined with vendors, and behind the vendors were some small stores. This is considered a county fair, but the really big stores are in the south district. Let's go this direction. Following Ling Han, Li Yuan had seen what an ancient city was really like. It's hilarious to say the least, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was in my previous life. In the crowd, the demeanor of each person was also far inferior to their previous life, not to mention inferior to their previous life, and even inferior to the villagers of the Greenstone Village. Since believing in Hao Shen, their essence is getting better and better every day. The people of the county, by contrast, are a few degrees more ugly than the beatniks of the former 99-6. Not only that, there were a few ragged beggars begging for food by the city gates. These beggars, basically crippled, with broken legs, blind eyes, and only one arm left, looked quite miserable. As soon as they saw Lai Yuan, they pounced. Good people, give some reward. I wish you all the best for your heart and soul. This young lady, I wish you good health and all the best. It's all a lot of talk about good luck, and it's their physical disabilities that really matter. God's envoy, you watch and give. Ling Han thought about it and threw out half a silver. The little beggars were rewarded with money and went away in high spirits. Li Yuan watched them go away, and there was a hint of doubt in his heart. Where did the county town get so many crippled beggars? And it's a fine line of thinking to actually not see any able-bodied limbs among them. The duo continued to weave their way through the crowd. His afterglow also caught a glimpse of several menacing-looking men sitting in front of a food vendor banging on a table. Dare to owe protection money to my Iron Fist gang. Are you tired of living? I don't dare to. I hope your lordship will be lenient for a few days. You have one more day. If you don't have any more, you'll put your family's baby up for collateral. The group took off after eating and drinking for nothing. The people around them dared to be angry. Ma? Lai Yuan noticed that to the side was the magistrate, but they were oblivious to what had just happened. Is this the county seat? Lai Yuan didn't say much as he continued to follow Ling Han. Within a short time, they arrived in front of a store that covered a rather large area. 3 words were written on it: Hao Pavilion. Chapter 87, Purchase? Show your white. Standing in front of the door, the boy in front of the store made no move. Seeing the duo heading in, he remained motionless. By the time the duo entered it, a few more people had come forward. Unlike Ri Yuan, several people were not dressed in vulgar clothes, and they also had a handful of folding fans attached to their hands. Compared to Ri Yuan's tattered Taoist robes, the highs and lows were immediately distinguishable. Several masters. Inside please. Humph. One of the long-faced fat men glanced at Lai Yuan. Hao Yue Pavilion. Not a place for poor people to come. With that, he stepped through the door past the two. The sidewalk boy also looked like he hadn't seen the two of them, attentively following behind a few people to introduce the Hao Yue Pavilion. This is the first time you've come to the White Moon Pavilion, isn't it? We have a lot of treasures inside. Teyuis, weird objects, pills, and all kinds of spells. The list is endless. It was certainly not without purpose that he was so solicitous. Only rich people can reward him. Where do poor-s get the money? That's why his whole mind is on meeting people where they are. Dog eyes. God's messenger. No harm in going in first. Ri Yuan was also a bit upset. The level of this little boy, compared to the Guile city that Wanbage, can be too much worse. With such a comparison, the things in the Hao Yue Pavilion were also bound to be much worse than the Wanbao Pavilion. To ask why, naturally, is the pattern. The performance of the little boy reflected that the owner behind the Hao Yue Pavilion had a pattern that was too low. He just has to fulfill his purpose. Entering the Hao Yue Pavilion, one could see some treasures displayed at the back of the store. Ri Yuan glanced at it, and there were taiyao among them. Only they were white and black taiyao. As for the red taiyaki, I don't know if it's not available or not on display. He didn't bother to look any further, so he simply asked the shopkeeper directly, "Are there any elixirs?" The shopkeeper glanced at Lai Yuan's attire and said nonchalantly, "Naturally." Snap. Ri Yuan slapped a piece of paper on the table. "Take 10 copies of each material according to this list." The shopkeeper picked up the paper and read it carefully, reading as he did so: green underworld ginseng, off-fire vine, crane feather powder. Guessed, these things can be worth a lot. Just one serving alone costs more than 10 taels of silver. The implication is that Li Yuan may not be able to take out so much silver. If it was in Guile City, naturally there would be no such thing. To be able to enter the Mirage Trickster City showed that this person was extraordinary. That token, not just anyone can get it. You guys have gone too far. What kind of person asks someone if they can afford something before they buy it? Ling Han was furious enough. The snobbery of this Hao Yue Pavilion is really from top to bottom. Paying with one hand and delivering with the other is the normal way of buying and selling. But what does it mean to check the capital before delivery? It was clear that he was looking down on the duo. My Hao Yue Pavilion opens its doors for business, so of course I won't be so snobbish. It's just being cautious to avoid unnecessary disputes. The shopkeeper's words were so grand that they could not be said to be inappropriate on the surface. The long-faced fat man from the party squeezed over and taunted, "If you ask me, if you can't afford it, don't buy it, grind it out." He has a natural superiority over poor people. Ri Yuan didn't pay any attention to them, but asked in a low voice, "Can other stores buy these materials?" Ling Chen said with an ugly face, "I'm only afraid it won't work. The business of pills and herbs is extremely lucrative, and not just anyone can do it. Hao Yuega could do it, naturally because he had a strong background. What a Hao Yue Pavilion. I've learned." Ri Yuan didn't mean to do anything, whether it was the chi replenishing pill or the body tempering pill. They were all pills that he needed. These, can they be enough? Bang! Lai Yuan took out 100 taels of grain silver and slammed it heavily on the wooden table. driving a powerful force of chi and blood. It shook up an impact, as if it was a clear slap on the face of that shopkeeper. You. What? Is it possible that Hao Pavilion is going to bully its customers? Is it going to stop doing business? Lai Yuan didn't suppress his voice with these words. In an instant, it drew most of the attention. To it, that shopkeeper had anger, but didn't dare to have a fit, so he could only force himself to endure it. This customer, wait a moment. Something will be ready soon. As he spoke, his face was a bit grim. After verifying that the dozen or so ingots of silver were fine, his face darkened even more. There's no problem with the money. It's true. Taking out 100 taels of silver with a lift of the hand really shocked a lot of people. These people's families are extraordinary, but they can't easily come up with 100 taels of silver. Seeing this, the long-faced fat man said with some indignation, I don't know where the poor Taoist, who struck lucky and got rich, is actually so profligate. Between the words, there was some jealousy. Don't look at him as a man, but in reality, his monthly expenses are only 100 taels of silver. For that matter, it's already a nobleman. 100 taels of silver. That's money that many people don't earn in several lifetimes. As far as he's concerned, it's just pocket change. Dog-eyed, Ling Chen said indignantly. You. The long-faced fat man's face was green for a while and red for a while. His face was extraordinarily ugly. The shopkeeper on the side suddenly got up on his feet when he heard this. He glared at the few people fetching herbs from the back, then turned his face to smile at Li Yuan. Your guest is really sorry. The party was my problem. This cup of tea is a token of apology. At the moment, he was acting extraordinarily humble. It was as if he realized that Lai Yuan's status was extraordinary and had specially come to make amends. At the same time, he pointed at the boy at the door and cursed. Lu San, right. You actually disrespect such an honored guest. Go to the backyard and collect your wages. Don't come back tomorrow. Boss, don't. My family still depends on my trade to survive. It's no use begging me. If this lord gives the word, you can still keep it. Upon hearing this, the boy knelt down under Li Yuan and cried with a handful of snot and a handful of tears. Sir, you have a great deal of generosity. Let the boy go as a fart. After I go back, I will definitely remember your great kindness. Li Yuan gave him a look of indifference. You can drive him if you want. Keep things off my back. He doesn't eat that. Seeing this, the shopkeeper kicked the boy. Get out of the way and upset your guest. Don't worry. I will punish him severely. Between the words, they were all considerations for Li Yuan. Li Yuan glanced at him and only felt that something was wrong. Have you taken the spirit medicine yet? He doesn't want to be here anymore. This shopkeeper, between words and behavior, is too deliberate. It was said to take the edge off, but he clearly had the feeling that the other party was stalling for time. Almost there. Almost there. Please wait. The shopkeeper spoke while his figure was unintentionally blocking Li Yuan's path. Now, Lai Yuan was convinced that this guy was indeed stalling for time. Just what does he want in broad daylight? Soon, a few voices came from behind the shopkeeper. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Quick. The county office is handling a case. All idle people get out of the way. At the same time, several yamen dressed in official clothes, carrying chains, rushed aggressively inside the Hao Pavilion. The leader was a strong man with a beard. He was the first to see the shopkeeper at the door, and following the shopkeeper's eyes, he saw Li Yuan. So he stepped forward with a big stride and a shake of his chain. Boy, you're in for it. Chapter 88, Fake Death? Extra shifts and requests for tickets. Several officials, have you made a mistake? This is an honored guest of my Hao Pavilion, not a prisoner. The shopkeeper's voice was not small, but the movement was almost non-existent. His words were mainly to prove that the Hao Pavilion was not connected to the officials. Hao Yuega still wants a face. How can such things as colluding with officials and murdering people for money be said in the open? Of course, blocking the officials to handle the case. This kind of illegal and criminal things cannot be done. So with this performance, he took care of the store's face and made sure he didn't break any criminal laws. Are you thinking that we officials are killing people? The bearded man used his power to overwhelm the man, and his words were full of ill will. I wouldn't dare. Just how would our honored guest? We've been investigating this person for a long time, and now I have reason to suspect that this person is the gangster. And not even the Hao Pavilion can stop my officials from handling the case. The two of them were kinda like that with this 1-2 punch. The long-faced fat man who had been wilting just a moment ago had his spirit back. I said, where did this kid get so much silver? So he's a gangster. Other people's hard-earned silver was squandered by him like this. Such a poor and vicious criminal must be lynched to death. Sheriff Lee, this person must be properly imprisoned. Yes. I didn't realize that this man has a great instrument, but why is he a thief? And the woman next to it. These two people actually still female and male thieves. Really no people, no faces but not hearts. The shopkeeper nodded slightly as he listened to the crowd. It worked better than he thought it would. These idiots have no doubt at all that things are real. After all, how could anyone doubt what was on the official board? Ri Yuan was exasperated and laughed. Black eats white, right? What kind of a Thai place is this Hao Pavilion? One trip to buy something and you're a gangster? The magistrates in this area are either stupid or bad. Interesting. It's really interesting. Been investigating me for a long time? How dare you? Sheriff Lee displayed the power of his own chi and blood, an 8th grade yearkeeper, and threatened openly. How dare you? What? You dare to resist the crime and not obey? Let me ask you, since you have come to take me, do you have the papers? Lai Yuan wasn't very familiar with the laws of the Great Zhou, but he knew that there needed to be paperwork to take someone. He was certain that the other side definitely did not. It had only been a short time since he had entered the Hao Pavilion, and the other party had come. Where is the time to prepare when time is so urgent? Sheriff Lee forced himself to be calm. The paperwork is naturally there. Why don't you show it if you have it? Who are you? You, a mere gangster, and you dare question my paperwork? Sheriff Lee does not dwell on the so-called paperwork at all. He wants to use his power to oppress people, not waiting for him to make a move. Lai Yuan pointed at the shopkeeper's nose and said, "That's interesting, there's no paperwork. If you say I'm a gangster, it's a gangster. Then why don't you say he's a gangster?" Strong words. He's the treasurer of Hao Pavilion. How can he be a bandit? Would a river pirate still be written on his face? Can it be that you don't have the paperwork and yet you want to falsely accuse me of being a juggler? Ri Yuan purposely said it very loudly. It was loud enough to be heard by everyone around. Some smart people already feel something is wrong. Since they are here to arrest people, they must have brought the paperwork with them. Why can't they get the paperwork in half a day? The reputation of the government was far from what Sheriff Lee himself had imagined. In the eyes of many people, the government is actually a rogue in official clothes. Can it be that this person is really wrongly accused? It does seem possible to me. And have you noticed that this constable is coming fast? That shopkeeper's behavior is a bit deliberate. 2. How could these people whisper? And how could they not hide it from the ears of a 7th grade yearkeeper? Hearing that voice made him explode with anger. The usual prisoner, who can't stand still when he's scared of himself, does what he says. He hadn't been working with the palmist for more than a couple of years. This time, I actually met a rash seed. The shopkeeper also panicked. He was not afraid of his affairs being discovered by the proprietor. What he was really afraid of was that because of himself the business of Hao Pavilion would plummet, and then he would only be skinned by the proprietor. So he hurriedly glared towards Sheriff Lee. "Why don't you hurry up and take this person down?" Sheriff Lee was prepared to do the same. The man does have a great mouth, and if he can't win then he can only gag. But without waiting for him to make a move, Lai Yuan followed with another questioning sentence. "Since I'm said to be a bandit, may I ask what I've stolen? Where did I steal it? How many crimes have I committed? What is your name?" "A mere gangster." "How dare you question this constable?" Sheriff Lee was infuriated and ready to make a direct move, not ready to give Ri Yuan another chance to speak. Once captured in jail, there would be no room for Lai Yuan to deny it. He swore that Lai Yuan would even tell how many times he had wet the bed as a child. He knows all the tricks of the jailhouse. Just as soon as his hand latched on to Ri Yuan, it felt wrong. So strong, he couldn't help but be alarmed. What surprised him even more was that the other party only had a 9th rank. Are you kidding me? He was an 8th rank, but he couldn't break a 9th rank. Even if he didn't use the power of chi and blood, how could he say that he had practiced for a few more years than the other party? And how should his body strength be above the other party's? But it was true. And not caring about losing face, he yelled toward the door. "Somebody, lock him up together for me." He was glad in his heart. "Luckily, I didn't come alone." To prevent accidents, he called out to the group of magistrates. As a constable himself, he guarded the security within the city, while the magistrates were mainly responsible for the outside of the city. After its shouts, a few of the magistrates who had been blocking the door broke in. He was finally relieved to see a few people. "Older brother, come help me and restrain him. This brat has a brute strength. Fortunately it's only the 9th rank. Yes." A few others sniffed and stepped forward rather woodenly. Its expression was no different from that of a real person, and its actions were not abnormal, except that its breath was fainter than that of an ordinary person. Seeing these people, Lai Yuan froze. Hell no, these guys, they just met not too long ago. But aren't these people buried in the wilderness? Why are you still standing here? And, nearly as alive. Even Lai Yuan couldn't see much of a break. With his chi lookout technique, there were too many people in the middle of the city, and the vast majority of people's chi was intertwined, so he couldn't see it clearly at all. So there was no way to judge the life and death of several people through their chi. You can't say that the previous few people faked their deaths. What was even more surprising to him was that several people acted as if they had never seen him before. Seeing him without any extra expression on their faces, just straightened up and tried to lock him in. Of course Lai Yuan wouldn't go with them. Who knows if these people have underhanded tactics? Just as he was about to make a move to break out, a voice suddenly interrupted the crowd. Sheriff Li, wait. Chapter 89, Chu Heng's shock. What a coincidence. God Envoy Lai. A coincidence indeed. Chu Heng. Li Yuan indeed did not expect that he would meet him so coincidentally after just a trip into the city. Coincidentally, he wondered if the guy had secretly sent someone to keep an eye on it. After all, it was too much of a coincidence that he had come. Lai Yuan hadn't guessed wrongly. Chu Heng had indeed sent people to keep an eye on Hao Yue Pavilion. He knew that Lai Yuan would definitely come to the county town after he ran out of spirit grass. The only place in the city that could buy complete spirit herbs was the Hao Yue Pavilion. All he had to do was send someone to wait at the Hao Yue Pavilion. No, people are coming. It just so happens that there's still trouble. Grand Duke Chu. I didn't realize that this person was actually familiar with the first son of the Chu family. This is the Chu family's only heavenly pride. A genius who broke through the 8th rank at a young age and is expected to be a 5th rank. The Chu family is also one of the 3 great families in Ningyuan County. I heard that there are still people in the court. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Chu Heng only wanted to say, calm down, calm down. It's not polite to blow it off when you're so good and well known. I didn't expect God Envoy Lai to run into trouble as soon as he arrived. It seems that I am needed. Before Chu Heng could finish his sentence, he saw Ling Han on the side flinging out a lightning whip and wrapping Sheriff Li around him. Then Lai Yuan's plain and unadorned punch smashed directly into Sheriff Li's face. Assaulting a constable is an additional offense. And then he got a punch in the mouth as well. Ling Han was at least an 8th grade negative spirit man, and with one strike, he controlled Sheriff Li to death. Ri Yuan, on the other hand, was outputting. For a little more strength, he also secretly used vigorous rabbit hair. This is something that has a very limited bonus for Lu Yuan right now. Away from Hao Shen and Lai Yuan, he couldn't use the purification dissipation cost either, so it went back into Lai Yuan's hands. Once the powerful rabbit fur was used, a few punches were used to suppress Sheriff Li. At the same time, he backhanded and suppressed a few other weird magistrates as well. To his surprise, those few magistrates, whose flesh looked like they were alive, had not used the power of qi and blood at all. Even if Li Yuan didn't use the powerful rabbit fur, he could easily suppress a few people. The shopkeeper's person went numb when he saw this scene. What is it? How did the fat goat suddenly become a tiger? Sheriff Li, who had been raging just a moment ago, was suppressed in the blink of an eye. Turning again, he saw Ri Yuan's unkind eyes. He wimped out. Don't get in your face. Snap. Lai Yuan punched him straight in the face. After 3 punches and 2 kicks, several people were all lying on the ground wailing. The hit was hard, but he stayed his hand. After all, if he really killed someone, Chu Heng would not be able to make good. I don't know if it was an accident or not, but the stone bricks on the ground splashed up and hit the square-faced fat man's ass not far away. Ah, who assassinated my son? He covered his ass and yelled. It was clear that it was Ri Yuan's work, but he didn't dare to say more. After all, those few people on the ground were the perfect example. Chu de Gongzi, it is indeed very necessary for you to make good, Ri Yuan said as such, revealing a harmless smile. Chu Heng was speechless. The scene he had envisioned was one of turning a sword into a sword, not one of turning a sword into a splinter. Ah, look at one of the gruesome scenes, and don't mention how much it hurts. Truth be told, he was tempted to turn his head and walk away, but the greetings had been said, and if we left again, we would really be offending both sides. There was no neutral way out. He had no choice but to stand with one side. Li Yan, I didn't expect you to maliciously frame the people as Jiangyang bandits. I'm not. Then let me ask you, which side of the river is this man on? Ah, Li Sheriff man Chu gentleman, please be merciful. What do you think is going to happen to God Envoy Lai? Pay me back 1,000 or 800 pieces of silver. 1,000. You might as well kill me. Sheriff Li was in tears. If he could come up with thousands of taels of silver, why would he do this? Yes, a strong murderous aura immediately emanated from Li Yuan's body. Don't Don. Li Sheriff really scared. Where in the world is that guy a hobnail? But he is a government official. My entire family fortune will be given to you, and I will never make trouble with you in the future. Mr. Chu, please keep an eye out for me. Lai Yuan knew that Sheriff Li's family property was definitely not on his person, and with Chu Heng as the head of the ground, he would definitely not be able to do without it. Soon his perspective shifted to the other side, which was the White Moon Pavilion's headmaster. And how dare you? Not waiting for him to finish his words, a voice transmission came from the roof of the pavilion. That's the end of the matter. You say this is as far as it goes? Lai Yuan nonchalantly interrupted his transmission. What are you going to do? Compensate me for my losses. What do you have to lose? The man behind the curtain was about to laugh in exasperation. Isn't the damage all his? Not to mention the loss of reputation. The flooring and tables and chairs are worth a lot of money. Spiritual damage. How much does it cost? Those elixirs of mine. Free. That's the way it should be. What else do you want? Didn't I just say? Moral damage. How much? 1,000 taels of silver. Impossible. That's a day's revenue for my Hao Pavilion. Revenue is just the total amount sold. And profit, if any, is 1 or 2%. 1,000 taels is the amount of money that the Hao Pavilion can earn in 10 days. Look up. White Moon Court. Shut up. Here. As those words fell, 2 packages smashed towards Lai Yuan with them. One of them is silver and the other is elixir. That pile of elixir was, in fact, wrapped up a long time ago. Wait, what else is going on? This 1,000 taels of silver. Help me exchange it for spirit medicine. The man behind the curtain covered his chest. He was having a bit of a heart attack. Take his money and spend it at his store. There's no such thing as a bully. My lord, give it to him. Here, atmosphere. Ri Yuan arched his hand and directly took his leave. He and Ling Han, one of them carrying a bag of elixir, were quite comical. Watching the other party leave, the person behind the curtain exploded with anger. Damn Lai Yuan, why did he run to the county town? I didn't go to trouble him. He actually came to trouble me. And that punk. It's not good to mess with anyone, but actually mess with this guy. Soon enough, the pumice soon came to the end of his life and his body filled in a stinking ditch somewhere. In this world, there are still many good people. Lai Yuan looked back at the Hao Pavilion with a joyful smile. I didn't spend any money on the purchase, but I also made 1,000 taels of supplies. The money of the powerful is really good. Chu Hongda was speechless. What are you doing here? Not only did he not get any favors, he also offended the government. It's not the magistrate, but the little ghost is quite difficult to deal with. No, he couldn't let Lai Yuan be too happy, so he asked in a conspiratorial manner, Divine Envoy Lai, I didn't expect you to actually buy so many spirit medicines? Is it hard to believe that the ones I sent you earlier have already been used up? Yes, Lai Yuan, who was in joy, nodded his head. I wonder how many pills have been refined. 3. Not practiced. No, 3? You succeeded? That's natural. It's a pity that only 3 were refined out of 10 ingredients. The success rate is only 1/10. It's just too low. 1/10? Isn't that 3/10? Ri Yuan looked at him with eyes like he was an idiot. Chu Heng, who prided himself on being a smart person, could not stand this look. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? 10 ingredients only worked once, so of course it's a 10th. Didn't you say 3 pills? Normal 1 ingredient can only refine 1. Only those skilled Dan masters can. No, you don't say you refine 3 in 1 furnace, or else, Ri Yuan said breathlessly. Chu Heng's mind exploded as he listened. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. He looked squarely into Ri Yuan's eyes and said, Is this really your first time refining pills? You gave me both the Dan book and the Dan formula? Could it still be fake? Chu Hong had some of his Dao heart crumbling. In that case, it seems that he gave that alchemist's elixir. How much less body-quenching pills he had refined. Damn, how could it be so outrageous? This guy isn't lying to himself, is he? No, you must be fooling me. You must refine it for me. On what grounds? Refine it and I'll send you a Dan furnace with a rough embryo of a magic artifact, and you can take away the refined pills yourself. Boss Walk, Chapter 90 The Deal, County Residence. The Dan furnace was actually an alternative type of magic weapon, magic treasure, and spiritual treasure. These were 3 different levels. Each level can be further categorized into upper, middle, and lower. An entry-level Dan furnace actually referred to a lower-grade magic weapon. However, the magic weapon was too expensive and the cost of using it was very high, so Chu Hong agreed to just a rough blank. Foundation cultivators usually used magic weapons. Jindan cultivators usually used magic treasures. And as for Yuanian cultivators, they used spirit treasures. An entry-grade Dan furnace was not cheap. It's not cheap and that's not even close to being a good buy. Who knows if the Hao Pavilion will come to itself to kill the price. After getting the furnace, Li Yuan quickly began to refine the Qi replenishing Dan. The Qi replenishing pill was honestly something he was already familiar with. That is, in ancient times, if it were in a previous life, with all those sophisticated instruments and containers, things would actually be simpler. It was just that I was not familiar with the new Dan furnace at the beginning, and I scrapped 2 of them. It took until the 3rd oven for it to pick up steam. Soon, it also failed. Ri Yuan was not in a hurry. Things like alchemy could not be rushed. Divine Envoy Li, it seems that the matter of alchemy is still quite difficult. Chu Hong finally found a little bit of confidence. He would really be skeptical of life if it came to fruition in 1 furnace. There's no rush. I'll get a feel for it. Ri Yuan was not in a hurry. The elixir was not his anyway. Chu Hong only thought that it was Lai Yuan, and just smiled and replied with a good answer. It wasn't until the 5th oven that things finally took a turn for the worse. Looking at the 3 pills that were gradually taking shape, Chu Heng's face darkened. Losing a good Dan furnace was a small matter. The point was that he had spent a huge amount of money to find someone to refine pills in order to obtain a large amount of body tempering pills. 10 ingredients to produce 2 pills. In order to get 200 pills, he paid thousands of copies of elixir. One copy of elixir was about 5 taels of silver or so. 1,000 copies would be 5,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels of silver. Although 200 pills were sold to get around 8,000 taels of silver. But if you counted the benefits given to the Dan masters, you couldn't actually earn much. Just this, and owe people favors. There's no way around it. There are so few alchemists that people have the ability to throw shade. But Li Yuan, don't look at him in front of the refining waste of 4 furnaces, even if the back of the refining waste of 5 furnaces. How to calculate the success rate is also 1/10. By the number of potions, that's 3. 40 taels for 1. 3 would be 120 taels. 50 taels of cost. 120 taels of gain, 70 taels of pure profit. Profiteering, absolute profiteering. It was this furnace of pills that would take a short time. 5 furnaces of pills, from noon to dusk already. Powerful people make good money. Li Yuan once again let out a corresponding sentiment. 3 chi replenishing Dan arrived, plus a valuable Dan furnace. This county is really its own treasure. Divine Envoy Li, are you interested in making a deal? Chu Hong decided that he would abandon the previous alchemist and turn his head to work with Li Yuan. Here comes the meat show. Li Yuan was waiting for those words. You say, your natural talent is not bad, and your hand of alchemy is not to say it's out of this world, but it's still considered pure. I recently needed a large quantity of body tempering pills and wanted to cooperate with Divine Envoy Li. You only need to be responsible for refining the pills, and I'll be responsible for providing the elixir and selling it. We'll split the proceeds 50 to 50. Normally, the default is usually 3 or 7 or 6 or 4. However, he decided to make some concessions considering Li Yuan's horrifying rate of pills. Ordinary alchemists certainly couldn't get such good conditions, but witnessing Li Yuan refining pills with his own eyes, he felt that Li Yuan was worth it. I can let you have 10% of the proceeds, but I need you to do something for me. What is it? Do you remember the magistrate from the party? What? God Emperor Li still wants to retaliate back? No, there's something wrong with those 3. And I need you to send someone to watch the 3's every move for me. No problem, but you know, 10% of the proceeds are worth a lot, and you just can't use that much to do this kind of thing. How about this? I see that it's already late. God Envoy Li should be coming to the county for the first time. I'll send you a set of mansion. Although Chu Hong was curious about Li Yuan's purpose, he did not ask. How's that for fun? Ri Yuan accepted with great embarrassment. Regarding the location of the mansion, he didn't choose the east and west districts, which had the best locations. Instead, he chose the north district, which was the poorest. Originally he was going to come to the county to preach. Now it's just going along for the ride. Chu Hong was very strange about Li Yuan's choice. The mansion in the east district, high and low, also need a few hundred taels, but the north district is much cheaper. The most expensive mansion is only 100 taels of silver. The lots between the two are worlds apart. But he still didn't press the issue. Everyone has their own secrets, and if you ask about everything, you can't make friends. Soon, Li Yuan received his new house. It was the inner ring of the north end, a 1-out, 3-entry compound. The courtyard is divided into a vertical foyer, a main hall and a back hall. Each hall is flanked by compartments, adding up to a total of 6. Ordinary people who struggle for 3 lifetimes can't afford to live in a house like this. It's hard enough to rent for a couple of years, let alone buy. Li Yuan was shocked. How much would a house like this cost in a previous life? How does that so-called large flat compare to this? To be honest, he does seem a bit of a turd. It happened in a hurry, so I can only condescend to Brotherly to stay temporarily for a few days, and when there is a better house afterward, then I will let Brotherly pick it out. Looking at Li Yuan's expression, Chu Hong was secretly pleased in his heart. Finally, a small mount to a wave. A few houses, for his Chu family, were similar to a few bricks. Although the Chu family could not be said to be rich, there were still quite a lot of industries, a few houses, making friends with a promising alchemist. Blood money, sighting Chu Hong far away, Li Yuan could only yell in his heart, Dog Dado, God Emperor, are we staying in the county today? No, let's just go back to the temple. The residence is just a cover. Li Yuan still wants to go back. Cultivating in the middle of the divine realm was much more effective, and it definitely smelled better to meditate at night. Saying that, Ri Yuan took out the blood trick band. The cooldown of the blood trick band was up. Only to his surprise, the blood trick band didn't react. He looked with the eye of true vision, only to realize that the ability of the blood trick band was suppressed among the county. Strange. The powerful rabbit fur clearly works. Is it hard to relate to space? The blood trick band is forming a spatial channel. Maybe it has something to do with space. Or maybe it has something to do with the power that generates it. In short, he can't go back. There was no way to sleep. Sleeping was out of the question. He could only choose alchemy. However, this time, what he refined was not a chi replenishment pill, but a body tempering pill. Lai Yuan had already reached the peak of the 9th grade agekeeper, and he was self-conscious that his physique hadn't reached its peak yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to advance. The body tempering pill could greatly shorten the time it took to refine the body. He had also promised Chu Hong to refine a large amount of body tempering pills. Without much hesitation, a ball of spirit fire ignited in his hand before being thrown into the Dan furnace. Following the formula of the body tempering pill, he began to study the chemical reactions in it. In a way, he had embarked on a path of alchemy that was very different from other alchemists. Chapter 91, Completing the Dan. +1/1. After the 3 portions of elixir were used up, Ri Yuan was considered to have a clearer grasp of the rules. To say it's complete would be to blow it out of proportion. After all, how can you claim complete mastery when you can't even do it with a 99% success rate? With the 4th ingredient, Lai Yuan began the actual alchemy. With the foundation of the Qi replenishing Dan, there is no problem with the foundation of the pre-quenching Dan link. With low-grade pills, the easiest point to miss was the mastery of the flame. Different temperatures are needed at different points in time, and different fires have to be adjusted, either by a civil fire or a military fire. To name a few, the night was getting late. Unlike the outside world, there is no eerie wailing at night in the county. There is just the sound of the night watchman beating the night watch. The empty street seemed extraordinarily peaceful afterward. Phew! Lai Yuan's face, under the reflection of the spirit fire, was red. Zira! The flames suddenly erupted, and the superheated fire instantly blackened the elixir. Failed! Lai Yuan wasn't discouraged as he quickly carried out a second refining. This time it was a little smoother than before, and soon it was time for the final part of the Dan condensation. Zira! Failure again. 3 times in a row. All Lai Yuan got was a pile of pitch-black liquid. It wasn't until the 4th time that Lai Yuan finally refined a complete elixir. The same 3-in-1 furnace, the body-quenching pill, which emanated the fragrance of the pill throughout its body. He didn't stop and followed up with refining the 2nd furnace. After another 3 failures, he once again obtained 3 body tempering pills. That adds up to 6. At this moment, it was a while after dawn, and the sound of the incense increasing rang in Ri Yuan's head. It looks like it worked, but it's better to try. Deity, Hao, Lai Yuan. Rank, Temple God. Incense, 36,252. Number of believers, 1912. True believers, 286. Devotees, 3. The number of incense should have jumped from the previous 29,000 to 46,000. Nay, a glance at that elixir, directly missing 10,000, so only 36,000 remained. It's hard to bear. Thankfully, the number of believers has also grown in varying degrees. Lu Yuan is doing a good job. You know, it's only been 1 day, 10 days and a half months go by, and that's not going to take off. The premise is that the enemy gives himself enough time to develop. There is definitely something big associated with those 3 magistrates who came back from the dead. Even if one's roots were outside of Ningyuan County, one couldn't do it alone. Knock knock. A knock sounded outside the house. Ling Han got up and opened it to find that it was Wang Lu, who was also holding a big black dog. The big black dog, which was originally very active, was instantly dumbfounded as soon as he saw Lai Yuan behind Ling Han, lying on the ground and shivering. It had recognized Lai Yuan as the man with many dog lives on his hands. Lord God Emperor, I have brought the dog back to you. Wang Lu came here because of Hao Shen's oracle. Lai Yuan could return to the idol at any time, and last night he had asked Lu Yuan to send himself a dog that would be useful. Come on, there's something good for you to try, Ri Yuan said, and without any further ado, he stuffed a body tempering pill into the dog's mouth. When I first started refining Qi replenishing Dan, there were some ambiguous pills that went into a lot of dogs' stomachs. Now that he had experience, he was still 90% sure if the Dan became a success or not. But in order to increase the reliability of the elixir to 100%, a tester is needed. Surely it would be inhumane to use a human. A dog would be best. After all, dogs are man's best friend. Ow! The big black dog wailed and resignedly swallowed that body tempering pill. Soon it felt a cramping pain in its stomach. Are you going to die? Just as it was about to resign itself to its fate, it suddenly felt a powerful force that swam throughout its body. How did it know anything about chi and blood? It could only hold on and let that force wreak havoc. Is it hard to fail? It shouldn't. Ri Yuan remembered that the last time he took the chi replenishing pill, the dog was alive and well. Soon he felt the dog's fur, as if it were brighter. The originally wilting dog stood up with his head held high in his temper. The big black dog felt that he could fight 10 of them now. Hey! The whole village is full of ES, but soon its dreams were dashed. Not bad. Li Yuan looked at the dog and was satisfied in his heart. The big black dog stays here for now. I'll be useful. The big black dog can be much better than the Eye of True Sight. The Eye of True Sight also has to spend scented fire. One elixir would cost a few dozen joss sticks, and 100 would be a few thousand. It's not a big family, so of course you can't afford to spend so much. In comparison, the dog explodes in terms of value for money. Wang Lu, okay, big black dog. So there was an additional drug testing dog in the mansion to watch over the house. Right, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come on, let's go feel it. Breakfast in the county. Lai Yuan was in no hurry to break through either. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. I forgot to eat it all yesterday, so I'll have to make up for it today. A group of 3, heading towards the city gates. Ling Han changed into inconspicuous clothes to avoid trouble, and his face was smeared black. I can tell it's not the first time she's done this. The complexion of the face, on the surface, is more natural. The places to eat are mainly concentrated in the most lively places, and near the city gates is the most lively place. It smells so good. Lord God Emperor, which one are we going to eat? Wang Lu had spent his eyes. He used to have the money to go to the city to eat. Just deal with a bite. Smelling the aroma in the air, Lai Yuan shook his head slightly. At least he is also dry meat started. Through the aroma we'll be able to roughly tell how the standard of a certain family, coupled with his deepening cultivation, the flavors he felt were even richer. Ordinary food is even less appealing to him. But after a short walk around, there weren't many to look at. It wasn't long before they came near the city gates. The same beggars from yesterday are still catching the Good Samaritans. Not far away, many people set up stalls selling food. Ri Yuan sniffed and found one that smelled good. Layered in the food was fresh enough. Follow the smell to a ravioli seller. Seeing the honest couple, he smiled. I didn't expect that. It's quite a coincidence. They are the vendors who were extorted protection money yesterday. Come on, let's get some ravioli. Just before walking to the vendor, a child of no more than 3 or 4 feet rushed over and said eloquently, "Good morning. 3 customers, what would you like to eat? The store has fresh meat wontons, corn fresh meat wontons, and cabbage fresh meat wontons. The small plates have fried eggs and brisket. 3 bowls of corn and fresh meat ravioli. Add a fried egg to each bowl and a bowl of marinated pork too." 3 bowls of sizzling ravioli were quickly placed in front of the trio. The wontons were thin and filling, and the aroma of the fried egg was very pungent. Except for the brisket. Li Yuan tasted a mouthful. The flavor is good, only the level of taste is slightly lacking. Probably only 80% of his own power. Give me some pork liver. This after all, his secret recipe, but the first 10 after thousands of people improved, coupled with their own craftsmanship. Others a little worse as normal, worthy of being chosen by a divine messenger. These ravioli are very flavorful, and the marinated pork, so delicious. Wang Lu almost swallowed his tongue. Ling Han was much more elegant, but he could also feel that the bowl of wontons was exceptionally delicious. Ri Yuan was also savoring it one bite at a time. Such delicious ravioli, he would have made a lot of money. What's wrong with this couple? He sees that there are quite a lot of customers here too. Also at this time, the tall man, a foot on the bench beside Lai Yuan, his face fierce. Old Ding, I've already been lenient for a day. The protection fee should be paid.